In this era, humanity has to coexist with mutated plants and animals. Humans no longer stand at top of survival chain. Earth is no longer safe, ever since space gates linking to another world were opened. Once calm everyday life was torn apart in an instant. Everything became brutally dangerous. Luckily, in midst of chaos, a group of people awakened power to control mutated creatures. These people are called illusion pet masters, and mutated creatures under their command are called illusion pets. Yang was once young illusion pet master with insanely high talent. He was shining star in illusion pet master world, but tragedy struck. During one careless moment, he was betrayed by person he trusted most, Zyro Lei. That bastard meant to kill both Yang and his illusion pet, then fake everything as accident. He made everyone believe lie. Yang died in a heaven disaster level beast tide. As consciousness slowly sank into darkness, Yang gritted his teeth and swore, if he ever got chance to go back, he would never let anyone hurt him or his illusion pet, Zio Bai, ever again. Unexpectedly, heaven seemed to have heard final plea of this unlucky soul. When Yang opened his eyes again, he woke up on familiar bed in his own room. At first, he thought he had been lucky enough to survive Zyro Lee's scheme. But right then, TV aired news about third season illusion pet selection. That event had happened when he had just turned 17. Only then did Yang finally understand he had been reborn back to his school days. Not only that, he also brought over his divine lord-level spiritual power from past life. It sounded so illogical it was hard to believe. But if illusion pets could appear in real life, then his reincarnation wasn't impossible either. Right as he thought that, Yang suddenly heard rustling sounds beside him. He immediately yanked off quilts. Seen before him froze Yang on spot. A breathtakingly beautiful white-haired girl was lying right in front of him, after calmly taking in situation. Yang realized this white-haired beauty was Zyro Bai, his illusion pet. She had also been reborn with him, but fine, rebirth was one thing. Why had she turned into such a hot beauty that it nearly made blood spray from his nose? Normally, illusion pets only had two states, battle form and daily form. But Yang had never heard they could also take human form. Even Zyro Bai had no idea what was going on. She only remembered that after explosion caused by Zyro Lee when she woke up, she was already in this state, stranger still. Zyro Bai could clearly feel her body overflowing with power. But no matter what she tried, she still couldn't return to her original form. But after turning human, she gained two soft, squishy things on her chest, and they felt amazing. Zyro Bai had no idea those soft, squishy things were called breasts, so she kept absent-mindedly kneading them over and over, making Yang blood from his nose again. Get your hands off them, he shouted, face blazing red. Nobody really knew how things played out after that. The two of them rolled around and ended up crashing straight onto sofa. At exact deathblow moment, Yang's younger sister, Zheng, had just gotten home from school. When she opened door and stepped inside, she saw her big brother, pinning strange older girl down on sofa. Even worse, girl was using a wildly provocative expression to ask him why he hadn't kept going. In end, Yang got beaten up by his sister for bringing some other family's daughter home to do filthy things, until his face swelled up like a pig's head. With nowhere left to argue, Yang could only make up more believable story. Here it is. By Zyro Bai is friend of mine. Her home ran into some trouble recently, so she's staying at my place for a few days. Zheng clearly still wasn't very happy, but this explanation was still more believable than insane rebirth story Yang had just experienced. Right then Yang's face suddenly went pale. He heard chaotic slaughtering sounds in his head, along with bone-chilling killing intent. That's right, it was sound of beast tide at first, Yang thought he was hallucinating. Turns out sound came from TV, because breaking news was on. At 4:00 this afternoon, a drank beast tide appeared on Longping District Commercial Street. Authorities urged nearby residents to evacuate immediately. And Longping District Commercial Street was right near Yang's home. Right now, place had already fallen into chaos. Leader of this beast tide was Qing Basi, a brutally savage, drank, mutated creature. Even with army frantically unloading bullets, it still looked almost completely unharmed. On top of that, Qing Basi was also being supported by countless other mutated monsters, making suppression operation more and more difficult. Many soldiers were flung away in an instant. Blue Wave Lizard's offense and defense both blew past military estimates, leaving prepared firepower unable to contain this afternoon's frenzied phantom beast tide. Cause likely lay in Moon Hybrid Divine Killin bloodline inside its body. Endurance like this was almost unheard of for drank frenzied phantom beast tide leader. Amid chaos, woman's voice rang out. It was Lu Xingheng, Grandmaster rank beast tamer, captain of Squad 3 under D-City Raging Wave Defense Force. Her phantom pet beast was Dark Panther. After finishing her cigarette, Lu Xingheng took her phantom beast and charged straight to front line. Remaining soldiers quickly fell back, taking task of stretching Blue Wave Lizard thin and drawing its attention away. Lu Xingheng was woman, but her charge carried savage force no weaker than any frontline warrior. Blade in her hand slashed out. Sword tip instantly pierced Blue Wave Lizard's throat. Monster howled in agony. Lu Xingheng was slammed backward by that phantom beast. But in blink, she steadied herself and rushed back into fight. Yet after several direct clashes with this phantom beast, Lu Xingheng finally understood why it was so hard to handle. Because Blue Wave Lizard before her was mutated phantom beast. Using memories from past life, Yin Yang also guessed this Tide leader was mutated, which was why defense team still had not finished it after so much time. If Blue Wave Lizard truly fought all way to his home, fallout would be serious mess. For safety of himself and family, MC had to act and stop that from happening. Thinking this, Yin Yang stepped onto balcony to watch situation. Whole neighborhood was buried in smoke and fire. He silently calculated that if he suppressed his mental power pressure a little, nobody should be able to trace his location. Damned humans, I will kill every last one of you. Blue Wave Lizard roared again and again in its rage. Hearing it repeat those lines over and over made Yin Yang impatient. He immediately released his own mental power. Distance between them was not close, but with his God-Tamer realm, Yin Yang still had enough power to force Blue Wave Lizard to freeze in place. Lu Xingheng was extremely sharp and almost instantly noticed mutated phantom beast had stopped moving. She realized this was rare chance and quickly ordered whole team to coordinate attack. Firepower immediately poured into Beast's jaw and throat. Because of that, Defense Force quickly seized battlefield initiative again. In that brief instant, Lu Xingheng faintly sensed God Tamarank mental power pressure, though it vanished very fast when she calmed down and thought back. Even she was not sure whether it had been real or hallucination in middle of battle. At same time, inside Yin Yang's home, he had quietly turned Tide outside. Seeing outside had clearly quieted down, he felt somewhat relieved, guessing rest would be enough for defense team to handle. So MC turned back inside to reassure his little sister, and by frenzied phantom beast Tide is about to be cleared out. So everyone stay inside that fast. Yin Cheng was still worried, but seeing her brother speak so confidently made her feel a bit more at ease. After that, Yin Yang began arranging sleeping spots because Zyrabai had joined them today. You sleep in living room tonight. No, Bai Zyrabai instantly sprang up. I want to sleep with Master, dream on. Yin Cheng did not know Bai Zyrabai's true identity. So in this situation, she became even more suspicious of relationship between them. Frenzied phantom beast Tide was soon fully contained, returning peace to Longping district in D-City. That night, inside Phantom Beast Park in this area, 2 staff members on duty began routine patrol. Hey, how much do you think we can make from tomorrow's exam? One of them started conversation. Depends how higher up split it, they eat meat, and we get some broth, good enough, other replied. On surface, their job was to ensure student safety. But in reality, those examiners mainly only brought students into exam zone. If it were up to me, I could do that too. Before man could finish speaking, huge splash suddenly rang out. He panicked and whipped his head around, then found colleague beside him had vanished without trace. On swamp surface, only uniform cap floated there, not fully sunk yet. Right after that, it was his turn. He also no longer had ability to protect himself. Beast hidden beneath water had dragged his colleague down into lake. Night incident did not affect next day's exam at Phantom Beast Park at all. Yin Yang and Bai Xiaobai arrived very early. Atmosphere was incredibly lively, almost no different from memories of his past life. Number of students taking this exam was truly huge. In name, this exam was called First Threshold for students who had awakened mental power. It was starting step for them to officially enter path of Phantom Pet Master. But in reality, it was used to assess freshman ability across schools, then serve as basis for allocating education resources. In other words, this exam was not only contest between new students, it was also fierce competition between academies and universities. Freshmen would be randomly sent to different Phantom Beast zones. Normally, as long as they tamed ordinary level-own Phantom Beast, they would qualify as level-own Phantom Pet Master. Master, let's go home and sleep. I'm so sleepy. Bai Zyrabai had no interest in competition, so she tugged Yin Yang's sleeve and said it loudly. Word Master sounded far too easy for outsiders to misunderstand. Because of that, 2 of them quickly drew gazes from surrounding students. Yin Yang was so embarrassed his body went stiff. They had clearly agreed before going out that when outsiders were around, she could only call him by name, yet Bai Xiaobai still refused to listen. I already told you when we're outside, call me by name. This is your master's order. Yin Yang said with stern face. Fine, Bai Xiaobai replied, cheeks puffed in annoyance. Conversation between 2 was cut off when En Yang heard girl voice calling him. He turned back. He recognized Meng Jiao, principal's daughter. First friend En Yang and En Cheng ever met in orphanage. He and Meng Jiao were close like childhood sweethearts. Finally found you, today's match, you have to do your best. Meng Jiao smiled as she spoke, voice soft as water. Once she appeared, En Yang's eyes lit up too. Thank you, Meng Jiao, you do your best too. Bai Bai watched from side. She was only new illusion pet that had just taken human form, and still had many things she did not understand. So she kept feeling Shen. Meng Jiao's smile was weird. She even suspected girl had designs on her master. After asking En Yang, Meng Jiao turned to Bai Bai. This is Bai you mentioned on phone last night. Right, hello, little one. Hearing Meng Jiao greet her, Bai Bai answered with a deep bow, leaving other girls stunned. En Yang was mortified, and hurried to explain that Bai Bai had not slept enough last night. so her mind was a bit slow. He also thanked Meng Jiao for helping him get competition eligibility for Bai Xiao Bai. No need to be polite, you rarely ask me for help. I am happy enough already. Meng Jiao's manner made Yang feel like he was standing before an angel. In past life or this life, she had always been so kind. He still wanted to say few more words, but next group of students was about to enter exam, so Meng Jiao urged two to hurry to registration hall. Only then did Yang remember important matter, and he pulled Xiao Bai away with him. Meng Jiao watched backs of two leave, smile on her face slowly twisting. Turns out she was no angel either, just someone very good at acting. Meng Jiao stroked contracted nether illusion worm in her hand, then gritted her teeth and said, "What headache out of nowhere?" Some stranger popped up. How could she make sure only she stayed in his eyes? Nether could sense Master's emotional state very clearly. It thought to itself, "Here we go again at exam hall A." Yang had finished registration. Good thing they were not late. Now he and Bai Xiao Bai only had to wait for exam notice. But right then, a girl suddenly rushed straight into him. At first glance, she looked extremely flustered. Her eyes were even filled with tears. More important, Yang found this girl strangely familiar. It felt like he had met her in previous life. "Let me help you, don't touch other people anymore." Behind girl was plump fat man. Seeing Yang's suspicious look, he quickly explained that girl had low blood pressure, so he was planning to take her to infirmary. But looking at girl trembling with fear, Yang felt this was far from simple. "Come on, let teacher take you to rest for bit. You probably don't want to perform badly once exam starts." "Right," Batman leaned close to girl and whispered. That instantly put her into a state of lowered guard. Yang watched two backs and a thought flashed through his mind. He never liked sticking his nose into other people's business, but that man really did not look like a good person. People around them saw scene too, and all of them pretended not to notice. If he did not step in, that girl might suffer serious harm. Without time to think further, Yang rushed over and shoved fat guy aside. Then he pretended to know girl and struck up conversation. "Hey now, isn't this second aunt's neighbor's classmate's granddaughter's uncle's niece or something? I was careless just now and didn't recognize you. Sorry about that. Since we know each other, no need to trouble teacher anymore. I'll take her to infirmary. Xiao Bai, let's go." After speaking, Yang pulled other party away. Batman's face turned red with rage, but Yang told girl to keep going straight and not look back. Too bad other side had no intention of letting two leave peacefully. He sprang up, pointed straight at Yang, and shouted, "Stop, you two never knew each other. I saw you deliberately bump into examiner." "Oh, you say that got proof?" Yang suddenly turned back, face full of confidence. Clearly, those words did not scare him at all. Batman was caught off guard by counter-question, and he froze, mouth hanging open, unable to say anything. Right then, Li Po, chief examiner for Longping district this time, appeared. He was also a Grandmaster-ranked illusion pet master. Seems noise here had caught his attention. Once Li Po arrived, Bat Guy instantly put on flattering smile and rushed over to accuse Yang of deliberately making trouble and causing bad influence on exam hall. After Li Po heard him, illusion pet master beside him leaned in and said few more words. Then he turned to Yang and spoke in a stern voice. "So you know this girl?" "Of course, I not only know Lu Duo, I also know her preferences very well," Yang answered with complete confidence. Girl herself was stunned when she saw he knew her name. Then Yang went on, "Lu Duo likes durian chocolate. She likes reading matcha fanfic written by WWE. She likes smelling her own stinky feet. She also likes dropping bombs on sleeping people." He and Bai Xiao Bai listed off a whole string of Lu Duo's likes, and none of them seemed normal, making girl's face turn red clear to ears. After hearing that, Li Po found those words pretty convincing, so he declared fine, then ill-treat this as misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Batman failed to get what he wanted and wanted to argue, but once he met Li Po's ice-cold gaze, he did not dare say another word. Matter ended there and crowd gradually dispersed. Not long after, announcement rang out, saying that in 5 minutes examiners would use roster to lead students to corresponding test zones, and everyone must be ready. In addition, during exam, electronic cameras would follow candidates closely to record everything. In other words, every move they made was under surveillance, so things like using banned drugs to tame illusion beasts were absolutely forbidden. If caught, qualification would be revoked immediately. Yang, Bai Xiao Bai, and Lu Duo were all assigned to Marsh Zone. In previous life, he and Xiao Bai fought almost entire life, so they knew each other far too well. Yang told her that once illusion beasts appeared later, she should just pin them down and beat them like before. Bai Xiao Bai's eyes lit up at once. "Then can I eat them? Too bad no," Yang replied. That made Bai Xiao Bai droop instantly. Then Lu Duo also thanked Yang for helping her out earlier, and she asked why he knew her name. The moment Yang heard question, he felt awkward. He could not say he had been reborn with memories from previous life, so he could only make up random reason. "When I was in main hall, I heard other people call your name, so I remembered, but it seems nobody called my name, right? Lu Du asked, still doubtful. Huh, nobody did. Guess you just missed it. If you heard it, you would know. If you don't know, then you didn't hear it. Yin Yang answered, looking awkward. He couldn't say that in her past life, she had been Squad 3 captain of D-City Defense Team, the one who stopped plenty of beast tides, and even got Excellence Employee Award from his own hands. He never expected Lu Du, legendary cold-faced captain of Squad 3 in past life, to look so soft and adorable when young. Just as Yin Yang thought that, she was about to ask more, when another male student cut in. All three of you got tossed here, because you pissed off Examiner 2. You mean stupid Examiner? All three almost answered at once. No, I mean Chief Examiner. At same time, inside monitoring room, Li Po sat before wall of screens, watching. His secretary came in and reported that all candidates from batch 131 had entered trial grounds. An exam would officially begin in about 1 minute. After speaking, person hesitated for a moment. Seeing that, Li Po instantly lost patience and said, "What is it? Say it straight." "Chief Examiner, are we really letting students take exam in Swamp Zone? Something happened there yesterday." "No problem," Li Po replied calmly. "It's random assignment anyway. Someone always has to land in high difficulty trial ground." Back to Yin Yang, bespectacled boy was now complaining that they'd definitely been thrown into this super hard trial ground because they offended Examiner. Even if they somehow tamed Spirit Beast and passed exam, they'd still become targets in future advancement contests. Lu Duo only got more confused hearing that, because just now Li Po clearly said whole thing was just misunderstanding. He just didn't want us exposing that Examiner in front of everyone. You don't really think fat guy was going to take you to infirmary for rest, do you? Yin Yang's blunt words made Lu Duo both embarrassed and frightened, as she recalled that feeling from earlier, just as she stammered, trying to apologize. Yin Yang suddenly stepped closer. He gently patted her head once, then softened his voice to comfort her. "One who needs apology isn't you, don't worry too much." Lu Duo only got more flustered by this. Her cheeks turned red without her noticing, then she took one step back. "Okay, thanks." Truth was, Yin Yang wasn't surprised at all that he got assigned to this nasty swamp zone. Bad Examiner had acted on female students so smoothly, enough to show this was definitely not first time. Yet he stayed safe and sound until now. That clearly had to do with Umbrella above him, Li Po. Rather than letting argument break out right in trial ground, and give Yin Yang's group chance to expose them, Li Po chose to pretend he was mediating, first making them drop guard. After hearing that analysis, male student yelled in fury, "What kind of joke is this? I only dirtied Chief Examiner's clothes by accident, so why am I being sent here with you guys too?" One look told the guy was nothing but weak underdog. He clearly didn't want anyone targeting him. But in reality, he'd already been added to same blacklist as Yin Yang's group, and had no choice but to accept that he had to take exam in this swamp zone. Seeing how broken down other side looked, Lu Duo spoke up to comfort him. "Maybe this exam isn't as hard as we think. Swamp Zone is so huge, there should still be low-level spirit beasts easy to tame." As soon as she finished speaking, on surface of Swamp suddenly showed strange movement. Right after that, something split water and rushed in at terrifying speed. Yin Yang was first to react. He immediately shouted for everyone to retreat. Lu Duo didn't have time to escape. She was even scooped up princess style by Bai Zio Bai. Group successfully pulled back, only then did 4 of them get clear look. At thing that had just caused huge commotion. It was one of hardest spirit beasts to tame in Longping Zone trial ground. Black Gold Hook Snake, 1-star legendary rank. It was mixed blood water-type creature. The spectacled boy broke into panicked laughter at sight. Opening act already ran into 1-star legendary Black Gold Hook Snake. He was as good as done for. Meanwhile, Yin Yang felt a massive headache. Behind them, left of them, right of them, were all surveillance cameras. It was obvious people behind screens wanted to watch them get beaten to half dead, then send people in to rescue them. With God-controlling power Yin Yang brought back after rebirth, handling that snake wouldn't be hard, but doing so would expose his and Bai Zio Bai's secret identities. Because in files Yin Yang was only a low-level awakened, by then, he'd have to explain spirit power far beyond his rank, and if he slipped up, Bai Zio Bai's spirit pet human shape form might get exposed too, then Shed be dragged off to laboratory. At same time, at Quanlin Defense Team headquarters in D-City, Lu Xinghong was reporting to Superior, Jiangsan Wang. He was captain of Quanlin Defense Team, and also a Supreme Monarch rank Spirit Pet Master. Report concerned Beast Tide incident from yesterday, but more important matter was that Lu Xinghong suspected a god-controlling rank Spirit Pet Master had appeared recently. This was real point she wanted to report. After thinking it through, Lu Xinghong believed moment when mutated Qing Bo Zai was suppressed back then was absolutely not illusion. Spirit power that suppressed it was released with extreme precision, compact yet powerful. making her confirm it many times before daring to reach conclusion. Whoever did that had to be at least Supreme Monarch rank Spirit Pet Master or above. Zhang Sanwang fell silent at once after hearing this, because right now all God-controlling rank Spirit Pet Masters had already received national orders to head to Desert Zone and handle disaster-level beast tide. By common sense, Longping Zone could not just appear out of nowhere, unless some high-level awakened had just revealed himself. But situation was still murky, so Zhang Sanwang told Lu Xingheng to keep news quiet for now. At same time, over next few days, they had to watch every shift in Longping Zone closely and trace clue to mysterious guy. Back to Enyang. At this moment, he was still wrestling with Black Gold Hooked Snake, because he could not unleash full real power. Meanwhile, Lu Duoju's mental power was still too weak, almost unable to affect that monster at all. As for Boy, no need to say, faced with Black Gold Hooked Snake, he was scared stiff, legs gone soft, completely unable to stand and fight. Then, young man suddenly pulled bottle of medicine from pocket. He flashed weird grin, that's right, I've got this, use this, and I can even take shot at legendary Phantom Beast. But right after words left his mouth, Enyang knocked him out. So this guy really was hiding strange stuff on him. Looking at contents, once thing was used, Black Gold Hooked Snake would go berserk. Then better give it to Xiaobai. Thinking that, Enyang snatched it and tossed it to Xiaobai, but regrettably, she missed catch. That weird vial still flew straight on, straight into Monster's throat, and it swallowed it at once. Enyang froze right there. Sure enough, Black Gold Hooked Snake then went completely insane. On-site camera was smashed to pieces by it at once. Li Po was starting to break out in cold sweat. If something really happened to Enyang over there, he would be one who had to take blame. Li Po immediately ordered stronger defenses at other test zone, then led team of Phantom Pet Masters to scene. But camera going down was not necessarily bad for Enyang, because right now, he still did not know. And Bai Xiaobai could go all out and reveal her power. When Lu Duojuo saw that Black Gold Hooked Snake had fallen into rage, he was scared into tears streaming down his face, mouth non-stop muttering, how did it end up like this? So-called potions that could tame high-level phantom beasts were mostly made to trick fools. Enyang explained, and no need to say who fool he meant. By way, Enyang told Lu Duojuo to hurry and take young man away. After all, he was already scared out of his mind, and staying here would only get in way. Lu Duojuo was extremely afraid that he and Bai Xiaobai could not handle Black Gold Hooked Snake. But Enyang was extremely calm. Since camera was already broken, things would be much easier to handle. Bai Xiaobai had also endured long enough. She had been itching to move since long ago, so Enyang handed whole job over to her. Bai Xiaobai was thrilled beyond words. This was her first chance to test herself after being reborn in human form. Black Gold Hooked Snake. It paused for a second to gather momentum. Then it opened mouth and spat out massive fireball. Bai Xiaobai did not flinch at all. Instead, she was fired up to peak. She drove power into palm, then threw punch straight at opponent's head, sending it crashing down at once. Seeing sign, Enyang was very satisfied. Looks like Bai Xiaobai's strength was not affected at all in human form. After taking down Black Gold Hooked Snake, Bai Xiaobai even threw in few more punches, beating Monster so hard it looked ready to cry. But Enyang silently timed things, guessing examiners were probably almost here too. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he told Bai Xiaobai to end it fast, clean it up in one go. She had not even had enough fun before being urged on, so she felt a little regretful. But how could she argue with Master's words? So right after that, as Lu Duojuo was supporting Boy and running away, a huge explosion rang out behind them, with power so terrifying it was no different from nuclear bomb. Lu Duojuo turned back in panic, afraid something had happened to Enyang over there. At same time, Li Po and examiner team had also rushed over. The moment he saw him, Lu Duojuo let out long breath at once. Knowing he was saved, she said happily, "There are still 2 other contestants at scene. Please hurry and send rescue team." Li Po gave a slight nod, handed Lu Duojuo and that male student over to his secretary, then led everyone else straight into the scene. Even so, as a Grandmaster-level Phantom Pet Master, he knew all too well how terrifying a legendary-level Phantom Beast could be once it went berserk. Ordinary people had almost no way to withstand it. So Li Po was almost certain the 2 remaining examinees were more dead than alive. If that was true, trouble landing on his head would be anything but small. But reality was complete opposite. At dead center of that explosion, ground had been gouged into a huge crater. In middle of deep pit, Black Gold Hook Snake had collapsed completely, body coiled into one miserable heap. As for Bai Xiaobai, she was still bargaining with Yin Yang, trying to win permission to bite off a few chunks of snake meat. "I advise you to drop that idea right now," Yin Yang said in low voice, feeling this little girl had become even more troublesome after taking human form. Luckily, Li Po showed up at exactly right time. If he had been any later, Bai Xiaobai might still be clinging to his ear, nagging non-stop. When Li Po rushed onto scene, He saw Black Gold Hook Snake had already been completely taken down. Meanwhile, those two kids were safe and sound, without even smallest injury. That sight left him truly unable to hide his shock. Other examiners also exchanged doubtful looks. What was going on? Hadn't they said Phantom Beast had gone berserk, and two examinees probably would not survive? Yet those two kids looked completely fine. Li Po took several seconds to regain his composure, then immediately ordered other examiners to check Black Gold Hook Snake's condition. After that, he swept a suspicious gaze over Yin Yang and Bai Xiaobai. As for you two, I very much want to know how you escaped this disaster, and without getting hurt at all. Yin Yang had been hit where he was weakest, so tension was hard to avoid, even though surveillance cameras had already been destroyed. He had never been good at making things up, and after thinking for ages, he finally squeezed out an absurd excuse. Actually, when Black Gold Hook Snake chased us, it tripped by accident, smashed its head into ground, and passed out. Right, Xiaobai, as Yin Yang spoke. He lightly nudged Bai Xiaobai with his elbow. She cooperated enthusiastically, nodding over and over. That's right. So we can't eat it. Ah no, I mean, good thing we ran fast, or it would have swallowed us. Seeing these two kids' clumsy acting, Li Po was so angry he nearly smoked from ears. He could clearly sense this matter was not simple, but cameras were broken. There was no way left to verify situation at that time. Maybe Yin Yang also realized other side was suspicious, so he instantly pulled out crocodile tears and kept acting. When that Black Gold Hook Snake went mad, it was terrifying. Maybe I'll be traumatized for life. It's over now. Things will be fine later. Bai Xiaobai patted his shoulder a few times to comfort him. These two were perfect partners in crime. Not long after, examiners finished checking Black Gold Hook Snake's condition and confirmed it had indeed fallen unconscious from heavy impact to head. Only marks left behind were strange, looking like someone had slammed a fist straight into its head. Hearing this, Yin Yang and Bai Xiaobai both stiffened, because that giant snake really had been punched in head by her. But Li Po seemed unwilling to keep digging into it on site. He told other examiners to call logistics over quickly, while Black Gold Hook Snake was still unconscious. As for Yin Yang and Bai Xiaobai, they were told to go back and wait for results. But as soon as he turned around, Li Po ordered his subordinates to cancel exam qualifications of examinee group from Swamp Area and ban them from participating for next 3 years on grounds of using illegal taming drugs. Just as his finger was about to touch disqualification button on iPad, smack, his wrist was suddenly clamped tight by a hand. Yin Yang stopped that action in time, preventing himself from stepping into same trap as previous life. Chief Examiner, don't be so hasty. Surveillance cameras probably still recorded who that vial belonged to. I think I'm victim in this incident. Yet not only do I get no compensation, my exam qualification gets cancelled too. That doesn't sound very reasonable, does it? HMPH, who knows whether you kids are accomplices or not? Hard to say. Li Po still took a hard line and aimed straight at Yin Yang. But Yin Yang's attitude did not lose to his at all. If it's hard to say, then investigate clearly who that vial belongs to before making a conclusion. I'm not wrong, am I, Chief Examiner? As he spoke, Yin Yang tightened grip on Li Po's wrist, making his face twist in pain. My hands let go. Seeing situation turn bad, several other examiners rushed over, trying to pull Yin Yang away from Li Po, but his strength was too great. Even with several people together, they still could not help Chief Examiner break free. Seeing him flustered like that, Yin Yang felt incredibly satisfied and continued in cold voice. Do you not want to investigate, or are you afraid that if we dig too deep, your own connection to this drug will come out? Li Po's face went deathly pale when Yin Yang loosened his hands slightly. He immediately yanked his arm back. HMPH. Being disrespectful to an examiner is serious offense. I think you can forget about getting Phantom Pet Master license for rest of your life. Even under threat, Yin Yang did not flinch. Instead, he reminded other man to know when to stop, unless he wanted one more charge added in court. Li Po trembled with anger and was originally about to chase after him to teach him lesson. But right then, rapid footsteps suddenly rang out. It was members of Raging Tide defense team. They were fully equipped and quickly surrounded Li Po. Then they directly restrained and tied him up, leaving him completely panicked. What is going on? Let me go now. Right after that, Lu Xingheng also appeared, bringing notice that Raging Tide defense team had received reports suspecting Black Gold Hook Snake here had once eaten humans. Because of that, they had to take Li Po back to cooperate with investigation. With both hands tied tight, Li Po's rage erupted even harder. He kept roaring curses. Since when does your defense team have authority over people inside assessment? I am Chief Examiner. I am a Grandmaster level Phantom Pet Master. Unfortunately for Li Po, Lu Xingheng was not someone easily scared. To her, no matter what rank other party had, as long as they threatened safety of City D, they fell within her team's jurisdiction. Then she immediately ordered her subordinates to escort him away. After dealing with Li Po, Lu Xingheng turned to Yin Yang and said, "You two worked hard. Your friend is waiting outside. After this, we will contact you to take statements." Two of them left exam site as sky gradually darkened, but Lu Duoju was still patiently waiting outside. This girl looked fragile and weak at first glance, but luckily, she had been the one who reported to Raging Tide defense team in time. Cause went back to when they were still inside exam site. When Lu Duojuo was helping that male student get ready to leave, Yin Yang had added one more reminder. There is smell of human blood in black gold hook snake's mouth. Once you get outside, contact city defense team and tell them to come investigate quickly. After getting out alive, Lu Duojuo immediately did exactly what En Yang had told her, so Lu Xingheng and her team rushed to the scene in no time. En Yang secretly felt lucky he still had memories from his previous life. Back then, the black gold hook snake had once stormed the media, and nearly everyone had heard of it. All trouble was now over. Lu Duojuo politely bowed very deeply, thanking En Yang from the bottom of her heart for saving her life today. At first, he was still a little awkward and did not dare accept her thanks. But after all, Lu Duojuo would eventually become a defense squad captain. He had to seize this chance to win her goodwill, since he might need her help often in the future. The two of them kept exchanging polite words for a while longer. Bai Xiaobai watched from outside, so anxious she was about to go crazy. After struggling through the whole day in the exam grounds, all she wanted now was to go home and eat. After saying goodbye to En Yang and Xiaobai, Lu Duojuo hurried off with Lan toward Defense Squad, where they were escorting Li Po and Fat Examiner Wu. But maybe En Yang had never expected Squad Captain Lu Xingheng to be Lu Duojuo's aunt. Just moments ago, she had been strict as ice, but the instant she saw her niece, Lu Xingheng's face changed at once. Oh my precious Duojuo is here. This time, she nearly scared my heart right out of my chest. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It seemed Lu Duojuo had already told Lu Xingheng everything Examiner Wu had done to her. So this girl had already beaten him half to death, and she even promised that after taking him back to headquarters, she would personally interrogate him one more time and make sure he paid. As for Lu Duojuo, Lu Xingheng still could not feel at ease about this niece of hers at all. Duojuo, I know you want to temper yourself and don't want to rely on family, but everything has to be done step by step. How about we switch areas and move you to another school? What if you get bullied again? Don't you still have me? Lu Duojuo answered with an angelic smile. That smile made someone like Lu Xingheng, who was obsessed with her niece, go wild with pounding heartbeats. Then Lu Duojuo went on, besides, En Yang has helped me so much. I can't let him down. The moment she mentioned En Yang, her cheeks turned faintly red. That detail could not escape Lu Xingheng's hawk-sharp eyes. She had already met En Yang earlier. The impression he left was not very deep. But if he was involved with my niece, then it looks like from now on, I'll have to keep a close eye on him. At the same time, back at En Yang's house, a huge battle was breaking out between him and Bai Xiaobai. The reason was dinner that night had chicken, 5 drumsticks in total, and En Trin had already eaten 1. Bai Xiaobai had taken down 3 by herself, and she still wanted to fight En Yang for the last one. The two sides kept tugging at it, and neither was willing to give in, until his phone in his pocket started ringing. While En Yang answered, Bai Xiaobai immediately rushed in and shoved the chicken drumstick straight into her mouth. The caller was Dai Yao, En Yang's high school desk mate. In his previous life, because of the huge debt at HUY letter 1EC5 and S letter 1E7NG clinic, he had dropped out of college and worked odd jobs everywhere. In the end, he even got into an accident at the construction site. If En Yang was not mistaken, this call was the starting point of every tragedy. Sure enough, just as he expected, the moment he answered, Dai Yao's panicked voice burst out. En Yang, hurry and come save me at HUY letter 1EC5 and S letter 1E7NG He clinic. I took Wu Niu for a routine checkup, and for some reason it suddenly went berserk and injured the doctor. Now they're making me pay compensation. Dai Yao had barely finished before the call was snatched away by Wu Nia's attending vet. That heartless bastard forced En Yang to bring 100 yuan before 7 o'clock, or Dai Yao would be in trouble. Hearing that number, Dai Yao's face went deathly pale. 100 yuan. Why don't you just go rob people? After saying that, he screamed into the phone for En Yang not to come. He'd rather get beaten than let them rob him in broad daylight. His voice kept breaking up, mixed with groans of pain, clearly beaten already. Then the call was cut off mid-sentence. En Yang knew he had no choice but to go. Dai Yao's Wu Niu was a gentle household, HUY letter 1EC5 and S letter 1E7NG, and there was no way it would suddenly go berserk for no reason. The last image of Dai Yao from his previous life still haunted him to this day. Not long after he died, Wu Niu, overwhelmed by grief, followed its master too. Because of that, in this life, En Yang had sworn he would protect both master and pet well. At that clinic, Dai Yao was still tightly bound to a chair by a few heartless vets. His Wu Niu was also being illegally locked up by them. The two sides argued for a long time, and the bastards were starting to lose patience because En Yang still had not brought the money. When they were about to make a move and teach Dai Yao another lesson, En Yang finally showed up. The moment those bastards saw him, they lit up with joy. They immediately told each other to lock the door tight. Kid, 100 yuan was the price before. Now you even hurt my brothers. If you want me to let it slide, y'all have to cough up at least 200 yuan. If Dai Yao were not tied up, he would have already jumped up and cursed them to their faces. These scumbags were getting more and more outrageous. How was that any different from outright extortion? But unlike his anxious expression, En Yang still answered the vet with complete calm. You're right, treating a HUY letter 1EC5 and S letter 1E7NG during its berserk phase, plus all kinds of extra costs. That price is pretty reasonable. HMPH, at least you know your place. Hand over the money today, and well, let both of you go. Seems you misunderstood. I mean, you should pay me 200 yuan. The moment Yang finished, the whole crowd's eyes went red with rage. What, you messing with me? Yang did not answer, but at that exact moment, clinic lights suddenly cut out, and whole space sank into darkness. Right in middle of that blackness, pair of giant, blazing eyes suddenly appeared. Group of thugs saw that scene and instantly went pale with panic. What was that? Why did giant phantom beasts suddenly show up in clinic? Owner of those eyes was none other than De Yao's Yu Bull. Before coming in here, and Yang had quietly told by Zyro Bai to find chance to let it out. From darkness, Yu Bull slowly revealed itself in battle form. Its posture looked like one more beat, and it would charge straight in and crush everything. De Yao was afraid it might hurt doctors and make his own situation even messier, so he hurriedly shouted for it to stop. But by now, Yu Bull no longer listened to him at all. At same moment, Main felt movement behind him. Turned out by Zyro Bai was secretly untying ropes around him. In less than a minute, every binding on Main's body had been stripped away. The moment hands and feet were free, he immediately shot toward Yu Bull. But before he could reach it, and Yang raised hand and blocked him. De Yao calmed down first. Your Yu Bull is seriously wrong right now. It looks like it got triggered by something, so it slipped into berserk state. If you rush over now, it still won't recognize you, because reason is already gone, extremely dangerous. Main knew and Yang was right, but heart was still burning hot with worry for his phantom pet. And Yang kept soothing him, saying thugs over there were more dangerous than Yu Bull. Let Yu Bull handle them itself. Watching Yu Bull go berserk and charge straight in, add terrifying surge of power bursting from its body. Thugs instantly understood they had no chance against this phantom beast. So all of them turned and fled in chaos. Yu Bull roared once, and first headbutt blasted away huge section of clinic wall. Main saw that scene and froze in shock. But after that jolts, he realized his phantom pet was still safe, not hurt at all. Not only that, it kept hot on heels of those thugs. Knowing they could not win, they had no choice but to run, even scrambling up giant pillar together to hide. None of them could figure out why usually gentle, harmless Yu Bull became so terrifying in battle form. But that pillar could not protect them for long either, because one simple slam from Yu Bull brought it crashing down. It dragged several thugs down with it like ripe fruit falling from branch. Seeing Yu Bull still charging in, they hurriedly dropped to knees before Yang and begged for mercy. This is your phantom pet, right? Please tell it to stop. We know we were wrong. Well, do anything you want. 200,000 yuan, and Yang repeated earlier demand in cold voice. Leader heard that and went white-faced, then immediately started bargaining. 200,000 yuan is too much. I'm a little short on cash lately. Can you knock off 50%? How about this? I won't take a single cent from you, but you have to agree to one condition. From now on, every piece of internal intel has to be shared with me, and whenever I need help, you must back me up. This condition gave them even more of a headache than paying 200,000 yuan, because what Yang wanted was information that could never leak outside. He had already guessed other side would not agree easily, so he immediately turned and walked off. If you won't agree, that's your problem, fine then. Behind them, Yu Bull had already closed in to within short distance. If they truly took full hit from that headbutt, there would probably be nothing left but bodies. In that critical instant, leader of thugs was forced to make hard choice. He shouted, fine, I agree to share intel. No problem at all, everything follows you. Whatever you want us to do, well do it. Tell it to stop now. The moment he finished speaking, Yu Bull suddenly froze, more precisely. It was being lifted into air by Yang's control. Since you agreed, remember it clearly. You sure don't want to know consequences of breaking promise, do you? Threatened by him, other side immediately nodded hard, like he was staking his life on it. After that, Yang forcibly Yu Bull's battle form. That turned it back into cute little calf-like bull, but he quickly noticed strange patch of pus on its belly. Even worse, Yu Bull was still highly agitated, because berserk aura inside its body had not been released yet. Main was so worried his insides felt completely tied in knots, and Yang told him to stay calm again, because he had already figured out how to handle it. That method was to transform spiritual power. Rage in any phantom pet or phantom beast had to be traced back to true source first. At same time, high-grade materials were needed to soothe spirit. Stronger phantom pet was, harder berserk state was to suppress. This was also one reason phantom beast tides formed from berserk beasts. Yet Yang could handle everything like it was nothing. He gently absorbed all berserk aura inside Yu Bull's body. In blink of eye, it was back to being cute, harmless phantom pet. By time owner stepped forward, they were already greeting each other like old friends. After relief, both sides finally calmed down. Yang then asks Quacks about black swelling on Oxbull's belly. He instantly goes pale and spills everything, admitting he had dark thoughts toward Huan Chang. So when De Yao brought Oxbull here for routine checkup, he gave it anesthetic and put it into a drugged sleep. Then he dug out several vital organs and sold them at black market. De Yao hears this and explodes. He grabs his collar, yanks him up, and curses right in his face. Filthy beasts, no wonder Oxbow, after going berserk, chased you all down. Turns out you trash were the ones doing this damned crime. Did you ever think about Master's feelings at all? At same time, Bai Zio Bai leans into En Yang's ear and whispers that, while searching for Oxbow earlier, she also saw backyard and basement of clinic holding more phantom beasts. En Yang hears this and immediately sees money coming. He tells De Yao to stay calm first and check Oxbow carefully. Since berserk state will drain its stamina hard, those bastards can be left to him. De Yao only wants to beat them half to death, but still obediently listens to En Yang. Now left alone with leader of Shady Clinic, En Yang goes straight to point. Fine, spell out deal from earlier. You've been running scams this long. You must have hidden plenty of stolen Huan Chang, right? Take me to see, how about it? That crook obviously won't accept it, but in this passive position, he can only swallow it. So he leads En Yang through inspection of Beastla Cup room. Just one glance over room full of phantom beasts. En Yang immediately spots Thunderlightning Leopard, a mutated second-tier leopard. Veterinarian hurriedly explains this phantom beast was something he accidentally picked up on road. He planned to cure it and sell it, but never expected it to be so ferocious that no one could get close, so treatment was impossible. Then he even tempted En Yang with idea that, if Thunderlightning Leopard were dissected for organs today and sold, price would be high. After all, it's rare Huan Chang, letting it die wastefully would be such a shame. Before En Yang can even react, De Yao rushes up, ready to punch him. You think you deserve to be a phantom beast vet? No, don't hit me, I was wrong, but my ability is limited. I really had no choice. He hurriedly raises both hands to shield his face from De Yao's blow. Then he turns to flatter En Yang. I'm afraid this Thunderlightning Leopard won't make it through tonight. If you want Huan Chang, I can help you find a better one. No need, En Yang answers, then moves up to Thunderlightning Leopard's cage. The closer he gets, the more clearly he feels power this phantom beast is radiating. That vet wasn't lying, this beast really is insanely violent. When he is only about 2 meters from cage, Thunderlightning Leopard suddenly unleashes an extremely fierce attack. People behind him see this and nearly lose their minds, but En Yang just flicks his hand and casually dissolves attack. Not bad, power foundation is still there. He mutters, then reaches out and opens cage door. Instantly, Thunderlightning Leopard trapped inside shoots out. It leaps high. Then, in middle of room, it begins unleashing violent thunder and lightning. That vet turns deathly pale with fear. He dodges left, then right, and screams, "Run, last time we only brushed against its lightning, and we were laid up for a whole week." As soon as he says this, he realizes En Yang is still standing exactly where he was, not moving at all, let alone panicking and running. Around him is wrapped in an extremely solid barrier. It completely nullifies thunder and lightning from that phantom beast. En Yang is extremely patient. He waits until Thunderlightning Leopard has thrashed around enough. Only then does he pull it into his barrier, even while constantly reassuring it not to be afraid. Thunderlightning Leopard is still in utter panic. Clash between Phantom Beast and En Yang. It triggers a huge explosion right inside room. De Yao and others stand pretty far away, so they aren't affected, just a little dazzled. He is frantic, afraid Thunderlightning Leopard has hurt En Yang. But when blinding light finally fades, they see En Yang still safe and sound. He is even already controlling Thunderlightning Leopard, making it gradually calm back down. That kid just hurled lightning at full risk, so its stamina was nearly drained dry. At this rate, Ella won't hold out much longer. Thinking that, En Yang made his decision at once. Form a mental contract with it. Not long after, the Thunderlight Leopard opened its eyes again, but now it looked like nothing more than an adorable plush toy. Hard to connect that with its feral madness from moments ago. En Yang had successfully signed a contract with Thunderlight Leopard. This mutant scene left everyone stunned, especially Dai Yao. They had known each other since high school, but he never expected his old friend, once seen as kind of useless, to be this strong. Thunderlight Leopard was doing much better, because after Pet and Tamer form a contract, the Tamer's mental power can heal pet wounds. That should have been good news, but Bai Zio Bai, silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "I disagree." The 3 men in room all turned to look at her. Then they saw Bai Zio Bai's whole body wrapped in a terrifying aura, easy to understand. Bai Zio Bai was just jealous, because her master had openly signed contract with another spirit beast right in front of her. You need to explain this clearly, otherwise I am done with you. And Yang fell into an awkward spot. He had only been focused on saving Thunderlight Leopard and forgot about Bai Zio Bai. He also forgot Dragonkin, like her, had insane possessiveness. After his mind tangled into knots, luckily En Yang came up with plan. On Anwu Longping Street, lights blazed bright and crowds flowed non-stop. The shop owner's excited voice rang out. "Roasted pork knuckle here. Bai Zio Bai over there," was giving Zio Ci an annoyed Sidia. She walked up with a cold voice. That terrifying tone made Zio Ci flinch. "Don't touch my food." Her ferocity scared Zyro Ci so badly, it instantly leaped onto his shoulder, and Yang gave an awkward smile. Okay, okay. Bai Zio Bai quickly welled up with tears. I don't care about Master anymore. You clearly said I was only one liar. Seeing her like that, and Yang couldn't help feeling awkward. Bai Zio Bai. He focused and explained, do you remember Beast Tide in Chuan Kong City? And Yang went on, back then, I had just become a Grandmaster Beast Tamer, and you had just reached transformation rank. First time we faced disaster rank beast, it was that disgusting wild boar. And it nearly buried everyone in that city, along with their pets, under Beast Tide. Facing Beast Tide like that, can just us two really be enough? She seemed to get his meaning. Zyro Ci hesitated, then spoke, but... And Yang picked up huge drumstick. Even at Divine Tamer rank, aren't we still hard-pressed to escape that scheme? Hearing that, Bai Zio Bai remembered that disgusting face again. She clenched her teeth, almost growling, that bastard lay. And Yang placed chicken leg into her bowl. Even if I contract with another pet, in my heart, you can't be replaced. Bai Zio Bai, that enough. What mattered more was, he never wanted to see her die in front of him again. Of course, and Yang didn't say that out loud. He only smiled at her. Come on, meet this little guy. Bai Zio Bai stepped up to Thunderlight Leopard and said, Master gave me name, so from now on I am your boss. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Zyro Ci glanced at it and made sour face, clearly looking down on Bai Zio Bai's words. She instantly flared up, ready to deck Zyro Ci, but Yang groaned in headache. This little resurrected brat, maybe I don't even need it. Next morning, at Hongqiang Vocational Academy, a panicked voice rang out. And Yang sprinted forward, unease rising in his chest. I am screwed. Old man Liu, cold-faced and ruthless. Man gave sly grin. You want to run past me? Not happening. He was school security guard, old Liu. And Yang turned to look at her. Damn it, Bai Zio Bai. Execute plan A. Bai Zio Bai instantly got it. Come here. At once, she shot upward, carrying both an Yang and little guy with her. Then Bai Zio Bai hurled him hard into sky. Her grip strength was no joke. Just like that, and Yang successfully vaulted over wall and landed straight inside school, under stunned eyes of guard. In no time at all, and Yang landed safely. He glanced back at old Liu, who was raging like mad, and couldn't help feeling smug. Feel that itch? I am not same as before anymore. This time, I'll pay you back for sure. Before he could finish, and Yang's face slammed straight into someone's chest, making him jerk back hard. Hearing that cry, and Yang clutched his nose in pain and stammered, sorry, Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao turned back shyly. It's fine, and Yang, good morning. He looked at her rubbing her rear end, and all he could think was misery. I really hit her just now. Seeing him, Meng Jiao blushed. Didn't expect to run into you here. Then let's all go sign in at academy together. And Yang quickly nodded, okay. Seeing those two leave happily together, Bai Ziro Bai only felt jealous. That girl is definitely doing this on purpose. In class, teacher was lecturing as usual. Common pet grades are ordinary, elite, and extraordinary. Pets above extraordinary are rare. At same time, you also have to understand pet stats, like attributes and skills. Only then can you train them steadily over long term. Listening closely, Dai Yao said softly, today everyone saw you walk into class with school beauty. That's one heck of luck. And Yang turned and gave a wry smile. You can have this luck. If you want it, take it. Behind him, Bai Ziro Bai was already radiating killing intent. Of course, and Yang noticed right away. He looked at girl beside him. Why is Bai Ziro Bai angry again? Teacher then said next month, Pet Challenge Tournament will begin. School will host friendly match and school-level battles, and hopes everyone will join with enthusiasm. Yin Yang finally settled down to think it through, then suddenly remembered Zio Li had mentioned this before. Back then, Iron Xuan Serpent had wiped out a whole group of rivals, and calmly taken first place in 3rd National Fantasy Pet Tournament. At time, you just sighed, yeah. I've said this line over 100 times. Yin Yang recalled that back then. He had even thought Guy was just bragging. Zio Li had always kept his background locked tight, and if they wanted to trace him and power behind him, maybe this tournament was where they had to start. Before long, class ended, and teacher raised voice again to announce today's lesson was over here. Di Yao complained out loud, come on, another friendly match. Every year we get crushed by outsiders and become bragging rights for other schools, who would still want to join. Meng Jiao said gently, if Yin Yang joins, I'll sign up too. Hearing that, Main got so moved his face turned red. Zio Bai got swept up by excited fans too, so she asked whether there'd be good food. Yin Yang was speechless. She really only thinks about eating. Right then, class suddenly erupted into noise. Look over there. Li Xing is bullying new students again. As soon as words fell, giant killing aura-drenched dog blocked front of them. It was Elite-level hellhound. Everyone panicked, door got blocked, and they couldn't get out. Right after that, crowd outside also stepped into classroom. As soon as Brat Li Xing walked in, he grabbed collar of nearest student. Li Xing barked arrogantly, I am asking you, who is Shen Meng Jiao? On this side, Yin Yang still didn't rush to show himself. He only watched quietly to see how Shen Mengjiao would react. Very soon, Mengjiao walked out of class and calmly asked, "What do you need from me?" The moment he saw her, Guy immediately let go of that person. Then Li Xing slicked back hair like he was super cool. "Good, join my team. I heard your fantasy pet is supernatural nine-tailed fox, and I am a rank 6 fantasy pet tamer. We're basically made for each other. No one can refuse invitation from me." But Meng Jiao only smiled brightly and said, "Sorry, I refuse." He froze at once, nearly shouting in disbelief. Li Xing kept babbling, "I'll give you one more chance. Think it over carefully." Meng Jiao flashed a sly look, secretly regretting she couldn't beat this guy up right in front of Yin Yang. Just then Main stepped forward and said coldly, "What, you didn't hear her? She already refused." Meng Jiao jumped in surprise and called out Yin Yang's name. Li Xing gave a nasty, smug grin. "If soft doesn't work, then use hard. You won't choose me." He pointed straight at Yin Yang and shouted, "Don't tell me you'd choose this guy instead." Meng Jiao blushed and said in a low voice, "How did you know I wanted to team up with Yin Yang?" Hearing that, Li Xing looked ready to spit blood and clutched his chest in pain. Outside, one student yelled excitedly, "Go check out chaos. I heard class monitor Li Xing is demanding a fantasy pet duel with a new student." Friend beside him also marveled, "Who would dare provoke Li Xing? That guy seems to be Yin Yang." The moment Dada heard that name, he flinched hard, screaming in his heart, "Yin Yang." In only a short while, both sides had arrived at training field, and surrounding area was packed with students who came to watch. One person in crowd casually remarked, "Li Xing's winning for sure, facing a new rank 1 fantasy pet tamer. That guy is probably only there to get beat." Dada worried in silence. He remembered that during enrollment test, because they hadn't directly subjugated Goldhook Serpent with raw strength, Appraisal Bureau only gave them 1-star certificate. Gap between fantasy pet tamer and fantasy pet ranks was huge. More importantly, high-rank fantasy pets could also put mental pressure on low-rank ones. Li Xing said excitedly, "This is first time I've met someone so overconfident." His underlings behind him immediately cheered, "Boss, kill him." Yin Yang answered confidently, "Who's really overconfident will be clear soon enough." Main silently calculated in his head, perfect chance to grab resources and help Zyro CI level up. Flashback about 10 minutes earlier, Li Xing had still been saying smugly, "Goddess Meng Jiao wants to team up with you. You must be pretty strong. How about fighting one round and letting me broaden my horizons?" Meng Jiao replied unhappily, "I want to team up with Yin Yang. What does that have to do with you?" Yin Yang cut in right away, "It's fine." Main went on, "If we're fighting, we should put up some stakes. If I lose, I'll serve tea and pour water for you for next 3 years. If I win, give me Scarlet Luo in your pocket. Deal." Underling behind him angrily asked, "How do you know we have that in our pocket?" Li Xing also blew up. "This brat's way too cocky." Yin Yang laughed to himself. Just now, Zyro CI had caught special fragrance released by Scarlet Luo. At this point, Li Xing shouted, "Good, I officially challenge you to a fantasy pet duel." Zyro Bai muttered disdainfully, "Another idiot lured into trap by master." Back to present, Dada was still staring intently at Yin Yang on other side of arena. Yin Yang gently patted Zyro CI and instructed, "As long as you seize right timing, that's enough." Zyro Bai stood outside arena and shouted in support, "Zyro CI go, make boss proud." Meng Jiao thought to herself that Yin Yang seemed much more confident than before, but how exactly could he beat Li Xing on other side? Zai Long was grinding his teeth in fury, that brat Zyro CI. Over here, Li Xing's Hellhound still had eyes wide open, locking onto Zyro CI. Right after that, Crimson Hound shot up, red eyes blazing like 2 searchlights. As for Zyro CI, he still stood there dumbly, looking at Crimson Hound like some little beast that didn't understand anything. But the instant Crimson Hound snapped at him, Zyro CI sprang upward with quick reflexes. Crimson Hound's ferocious gaze, mixed with hellish aura, made onlookers' spines go cold. Pressure from it exploded outward, sending Zyro CI flying backward. Dog kept chasing, dark purple flames surging toward Zyro CI. Of course Zyro CI wouldn't submit. He kept leaping through air, dodging every lethal strike. Crowd around them gasped and muttered. It feels like Li Xing's fantasy pet got even stronger. This lightning thunder leopard is fastest one I've ever seen, but only dodging isn't way. It has no counterattack power at all. Looks like it'll lose badly. Li Xing said smugly, "I advise you to surrender. Your little rat is about to run out of steam." On this side, Yin Yang still stood tall and imposing, with not a trace of fear on his face. That made Li Xing start feeling uneasy. What's going on? Why doesn't this guy look worried at all? Before thought even finished, people beside them were already pointing and shouting, "Look over there." On arena, Crimson Hound was now surrounded from all sides by Zyro Sis Lightning. Li Xing shouted in fury, "Crimson Hound, use mental suppression, attack beast below." The instant command rang out, Crimson Hound's eyes lit up fiercely. Then it shifted from defense to counterattack, while Zyro CI immediately turned and ran. Silver light spread across Zyro Sis' body, making dog pause for a split second. Meng Jiao panicked too. She flinched, then stared hard at battle over by Zyro. On this side, Dada was even more terrified, so it really was still too much to bear. Zyro too had been blasted to ground, That tiny figure looked like it had no strength left to get back up. Little Leopard lay sprawled out, while Red Hound slowly moved in. Its ice-cold eyes locked onto Little Brat. Red Hound now looked ready to rip helpless foe apart. Red Hound slowly bared sharp fangs. Then Zio 2 suddenly opened its eyes wide, glaring straight at opponent. In an instant, Red Hound got zapped so hard its mind went blank. It couldn't take it and howled. Dark flames on its body also began to fade out. Zio 2 looked like it hadn't been hurt at all. It stood tall and proud, growling at Red Hound. Right after that, it roared and shot forward at Red Hound like a hurricane. Zio 2's whole body slammed into opponent. Red Hound's face twisted in pain. It was sent flying to ground. Li Xing saw his dog get taken down and screamed in disbelief. After that, Red Hound also returned to its original form. Everyone went pale. That scrawny little chick had actually beaten an elite-level Red Hound across rank. At this point, Zio 2 ran over. Yin Yang happily rubbed it and praised it for doing great. He explained Zio 2's secondary skill had a paralysis effect. It needed direct contact to trigger, but as long as it found opening to strike, it could make up for weak mental suppression. At same time, Red Hound's miserable howls rang out, along with Li Xing's curses, useless thing. Li Xing gritted his teeth and roared in fury, useless thing. You screw everything up right when it matters. Red Hound had tears in its eyes, head hanging low, but he still kept cursing. What do I even need you for? Yin Yang looked at scene before him and suddenly understood. So that was it, he thought to himself, no wonder. At same time, Red Hound suddenly let out a painful moan and collapsed. Li Xing panicked. Red Hound, what's wrong with you? He stormed toward Yin Yang with a vicious look. It was you. You definitely sent that filthy rat to attack Red Hound. Li Xing ground his teeth. At this point, he was ready to teach Yin Yang a lesson and vent his rage. Meng Jiao took one look and guessed what would happen next. She panicked. Yin Yang, Nether, hurry up. But what happened next left Meng Jiao stunned. She fell silent and watched. On this side, Yin Yang quickly grabbed Li Xing's wrist. He said calmly, don't be so fired up. Li Xing was stunned. How is this guy so strong? Even while holding the upper hand, Yin Yang couldn't be bothered arguing with Li Xing. He simply sidestepped toward Red Hound. He gently rubbed Red Hound's head. Dog still lay there, motionless. At same time, Yin Yang quickly pulled a golden pill from his pocket. Yin Yang lifted it up and fed pill to Red Hound with care. Li Xing shouted in shock, what did you feed it? Yin Yang replied, just candy to help it recover. His face turned black as coal. He grabbed Yin Yang by collar and shouted, I'm not buying that for 1 second. At same time, Meng Jiao shouted in shock, Red Hound isn't trembling anymore. Hearing that, Li Xing was stunned too. He turned to look, how is that possible? By now, it had fully recovered. Red Hound rubbed its head against Yin Yang's leg with obvious gratitude. Li Xing stared at scene, frozen stiff. Red Hound, you changed. How can you be this close to stranger? Yin Yang didn't care about Li Xing. He happily patted Red Hound, no need to be polite. Unable to swallow jealousy, Li Xing shouted, Red Hound, what are you doing? I'm your master. Red Hound jolted slightly. Only then did Yin Yang speak. You don't want to know why Red Hound lost. Because of you, Zio 2 got chance to catch Red Hound's opening and win fight. Li Xing still tried to argue. He snapped in anger. What does that have to do with me? Ignoring him, Yin Yang kept explaining. Nguyen Chang's mindset directly affects battle performance. Red Hound clearly carried pressure to win, yet feared losing. Every time it won, you would reward it. Every time it lost, you would curse it. Over time, even elite-level beast couldn't withstand pressure like that. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, and with Zio 2's mutated paralysis skill, it'd be weird if Red Hound didn't lose. Those words hit too close to home. Looks like Li Xing had been too battle-crazed to notice any of it. Hearing Yin Yang say that, it was like getting slapped across face. He stammered, After that, Li Xing started talking through it. At first, I wasn't like this, contracted beast. Once I bonded with Red Hound, I was already satisfied, but they said an elite beast should look like an elite beast. After every loss, he would vent his anger on Red Hound with vicious words. You useless piece of trash. You're embarrassing me. Thinking back on that sad face and those injuries after every match, Li Xing wondered, but was that really what I wanted? At this point, he bent down and rubbed it. Red Hound, I am sorry. I was too impatient and ignored how you felt. Seeing he had finally figured it out, Yin Yang smiled in satisfaction. He said to everyone, let's go. But right after that, Li Xing hurriedly glared at Yin Yang and barked, stop right there. The people following him instantly surrounded Yin Yang. You think you can beat us up and walk away? Zio Bai stayed alert. What do you people want? He immediately took out item, fair fight, fair loss, don't forget. Li Xing handed it to Yin Yang and said, red silk is yours now. After they left, Meng Jiao couldn't help blurting out, didn't see you for just 1 day, and you've already bonded with elite Thunderbolt Leopard. You even beat Li Xing. Yin Yang gave an awkward smile, pure luck. He groaned to himself, damn it, I really want to stay low-key. The moment they reached bus stop, everyone's eyes were drawn to notice board there. Yin Yang read it over. 1 week later was friendly match. 5-5 team battle. Winner decided in 1 round. This was totally different from the national tournament. The friendly match was only a 5v5 team battle. 1 round to decide winner and loser, with harmony as the main point. Usually, this kind of event lets strong teams show off their momentum. Red Wall's opponent was East China School, ranked first in the region. This was the list of regional first-place students. Meng Jiao could not help pouting. No wonder they got crushed every year. And Yang calmly carried Zio CI and walked ahead. This year, East China's winning streak probably had to stop here. Meng Jiao asked in confusion how he knew that. He answered cheerfully, because I want to join the competition. Next morning, at Red Wall Vocational Academy, everyone had already entered class and settled into their seats. On this side, and Yang paced back and forth. Gloomy, yesterday, Meng Jiao had agreed to join, but they still did not have enough people. He thought until his head hurt. Zio Bai could not participate, so where was he supposed to find 3 more people now? Right then, a voice rang out, count me in, and Yang. He also raised his hand in greeting out of reflex. He thought to himself, Lu Duojuo. She looked at Yang with total sincerity. Don't forget me. You can guide me as much as you want. And Yang froze, then jolted in surprise. Right, how did I forget her? Duojuo, yesterday's duel was amazing. I heard earlier that you're preparing to join the friendly match. I don't know if Abe and I can help. And Yang remembered that Lu Duojuo's Abe had extremely high luck stats. In his past life, it had helped her avoid danger many times. It would definitely be useful in the competition. Before their conversation even ended, a third person had already heard it. It was none other than Meng Jiao. She stared hard at Duojuo, her eyes flashing with displeasure. At the same time, another student shouted, Brother Xing, he's over there. When Meng Jiao heard that, she could not help getting nervous. Oh no, why was Li Xing's group here again? Duojuo and Yang were quickly surrounded by them. She panicked a little. What do you want? But unlike what everyone thought, Li Xing immediately shouted, hurry up and greet Big Bro. As soon as he finished, the whole group bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Big Bro. Li Xing rushed over and threw an arm around his shoulder. Big Bro, yesterday I followed your advice and opened my heart to Crimson Hound. It worked great. And Yang went blank. When did I advise you? Don't call me that. Li Xing was so happy that even his voice turned rushed. Crimson Hound is about to level up. I want to ask Big Bro for help. Name any payment you want. As soon as Yang heard that, his eyes lit up. Then join my competition team. Li Xing was shocked, huh? And Yang glanced at him. If you don't want to, forget it. I don't have time to help Crimson Hound level up either. Li Xing hurriedly answered. No, I want to, but deep down he felt uneasy. It seemed like he had been tricked. After that, the two of them started getting close, chatting and laughing happily. Shen Mengrao hid behind a bush and saw this scene, so furious that she gritted her teeth. I am the only one worthy of you. At the same time, and Yang suddenly let out a huge sneeze. He felt a little confused. Why did his back suddenly feel cold? He wondered what Meng Jiao was doing. Now was not the time to think about that. East China might be arrogant and unreasonable, but their strength was very real. And Yang calculated seriously. They were still missing one person, so he had to search carefully. Scene changes. At this moment, everyone had already gathered at the training field. After hearing Yang, De Yao could not help being shocked. I am joining too. Li Xing said casually, look at how scared he is. Not dragging everyone down is already the limit of what he can do. De Yao answered back, what did you say? My Mukao got much stronger after Yang guided it. Duojuo looked at Meng Jiao a little timidly. This is our teammate. And Yang introduced her cheerfully, of course. Meng Jiao's nether ranks first or second in strength. What's wrong? Duojuo shrank back slightly. No. I've also heard that Meng Jiao is very strong. Meng Jiao was praised, and secretly felt smug inside. Time to show her real strength. And Yang quickly arranged for them to settle into their seats. All right, now everyone knows each other. Next, Il explained this competition's format. He drew clearly on the board. This competition is a 5v5 team battle. Victory is decided by how many people remain standing inside the circle after the set time ends. Li Xing raised his hand to speak, so it tests teamwork and making sure we don't get knocked out of the circle. And Yang answered right away, exactly. Duojuo then said, for the past few years, East China's strongest event has always been team battles. Their coordination is extremely smooth, also I heard. When she reached this point, her face turned pale. The phantom beasts and beast tamers who fought them all ended up traumatized. After hearing that, De Yao was scared, and Yang, is it still not too late to quit? Li Xing glared at him, who was the one who said his ability had improved earlier. At this moment, Yang raised a golden bone. Relax, it'll help everyone. And Yang handed it to Li Xing. This is gilded bone, material for Crimson Hound to level up. If Crimson Hound bites it apart and absorbs it, then forget phantom beast bodies. Even the hardest armor won't be worth worrying about. He answered, no problem, I'll prepare Crimson Hound. And Yang punched this idiot hard on the head. Looks to me like you want Crimson Hound's teeth to all snap off. Li Xing was still blank, huh? And Yang said cheerfully, training has to start from the beginning first, train with white bones. Right after that, he demonstrated for Li Xing by throwing a white bone toward Crimson Hound for it to catch. Seeing his dog learn so fast, Li Xing also got excited. First is Nether's Red Lotus Hellfire. This is its battle form, and Yang said loudly, "Everyone, show your skills." Looking at Nether, De Yao could not help praising it. "I never thought it would have this level of strength." Pressure from Nether's battle form was truly stunning. After it finished showing off, it turned back into a little fox. And Yang could not help feeling pleased. "Meng Jiao, your power increased again," she answered shyly, "not at all." In truth, she was going crazy with joy inside, and Yang praised me. After that, he shouted excitedly, "Next is Duoju's Abe." As soon as he finished speaking, Abe immediately transformed into a huge bird and shot into the sky. Looking at the scene before him, and Yang praised it in surprise, "Looks pretty good." Before long, another sound slipped from his mouth. Its attack only made Yang's hair flutter, and Abe was startled when it saw that. Duoju felt a little embarrassed. "I forgot to say, Abe's skills aren't very stable." She looked awkward, so Yang hurriedly answered, "It's fine, take it slow." At the same time, De Yao's panicked voice rang out, "Everybody, get out of the way." His phantom beast had been provoked and kept charging forward. De Yao gradually lost his composure. "Mu Kao, slow down. Somebody help me pull the red door down to the pillow." Seeing this scene, and Yang could not help shouting in panic, "Good lord." Scene gradually turned chaotic, and Yang's face went pale, and he was speechless. What was going on the other side? De Yao was still helplessly shouting, "Mu Kao." At this moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out, and Yang froze. "Classmate, can you help?" Our lead had just turned around and nearly jumped out of his skin. Then Guy asked if he was Yang. He froze stiff because Guy was so tall. It felt like talking to utility pole. Yang's mood sank at once. "What is this about?" Young man said again, "I heard you gave Li Xing some pointers, so you want mind helping my illusory beast Fierce Roar, right?" Yang stammered, "Of course not." He groaned inwardly, "If I say I mind giving pointers, hell snap my neck on spot." Guy said with joy, gripping his shoulder, "Great, come with me to school infirmary. If we wait any longer, my Fierce Roar won't hold up." So right after that, both went to infirmary. The moment they stepped in, strong medicine smell hit nose hard. The instant Yang saw Beast, he broke out in sweat and forced smile. This is Fierce Roar you talked about." Rabbit named Fierce Roar looked like toy doll, its bright eyes staring at Yang with full of pitiful plea. Guy even said, "My illusory beast is adorable, right? Every time I look at it, I feel like I'm about to get nosebleed from sheer cuteness." T-I letter 1E-C3 U-B letter 1E-A-1-CH flashed through Yang's mind. "Master, if you're suffering so badly you're getting nosebleeds." Stop there, seeing Yang's odd reaction. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Realizing he de-zoned out a bit, Yang waved off, "I'm fine, keep talking." Young man explained, "No idea what happened to Fierce Roar these past 2 days, but its limbs went stiff, and whole body started twitching. School doctor hadn't even checked yet, and already said it was just normal muscle spasms." He tightened grip on Yang's hand. "I just want to know if you can figure out what's wrong with Fierce Roar." Right then, doctor walked in. "Why are you here again? I already told you, it's just simple muscle spasms." Guy said gloomily, "But I massaged it the way you said, and it still didn't help," doctor replied. "Then keep massaging it. If there's nothing else, don't come bother me, I am busy." Yang scoffed and called him out, busy playing computer games. "Fun, huh?" Doctor jolted. "What did you say?" Doctor instantly got angry and tried to nitpick. "You come here for treatment, and you think you can ask what I am doing." Yang pointed at Fierce Roar, "Then trouble you to take a look at my illusory beast." Doctor had no choice and set stethoscope on it. "No matter how many times you look, it's same, heart's normal, just muscle spasms." Poor Fierce Roar was shaking all over now, foam spilling nonstop from mouth. Yang watched silently, white foam at corners of mouth, twitching like that. It looked no different from food poisoning. Seeing Doctor slyly prepare to inject something into Fierce Roar, he panicked. "What are you doing?" Doctor barked back haughtily. "Are you doctor or am I? Move aside." He injected dose into Fierce Roar, then said casually, "What do you know? 1 shot of sedative and it's done." The instant medicine went in, Fierce Roar's eyes suddenly changed. It grew more and more vicious, fur standing on end. Doctor became first victim of Fierce Roar. Bit hard on finger, he screamed in agony. Yang stared blankly at scene, eyes turned blue. Guy hugged his illusory beast, face full of panic. Fierce Roar, Yang, what do we do now?" Seeing things go bad, Yang stepped forward. "Don't be afraid, hang in there. It'll be fine in no time." Then he said urgently, "Quick, prepare 10 grams of purple spirit herb, 1 water turtle crystal stone, and 3 stalks of ghost vine lamp." Doctor froze. Okay." After a while, Fierce Roar showed signs of recovery, and its expression calmed down a lot. Young man asked worriedly, Yang, what's wrong with Fierce Roar?" Yang explained, "Not illness, it overdosed on medicine." He thought to himself, this medicine is called Dream Heart. It can awaken an illusory beast's power, but too much of it makes beast's eyes flash green and twitch like crazy. As Yang knew, it had once been red-hot item on black market, so Dream Heart had been used this early. He scratched head in confusion. No way, Fierce Roar's food and medicine were all picked by nutrition expert. Yang frowned. Medicine. He recounted, "Right, I brought Fierce Roar here for training camp nutrition staff. Never thought that person was also medicine mixer." Yang explained first, "Stop that person's food and medicine right away, go home." Give Fierce Roar 1 link pill for 3 days, then feed it normally, that's enough. He patted Guy's shoulder to calm him. Relax, Fierce Roar will get better fast. If there's nothing else, I am heading out. Young man hurriedly held him back. Wait. Then he was so happy he went dazed. Thanks so much, En Yang. If you ever need anything later, just say so. En Yang blushed. Too polite, I can't even breathe. After finishing, En Yang went back alone again, mind still in knots in past life, because medicine had huge side effects. It was banned, training instructor in this timeline must have harmed plenty of illusory beasts. At same time, strange birds suddenly appeared in sky. En Yang looked up curiously. One glance, and he recognized it was Zhao Xian's illusory beast. Scene shifted to East Flower Academy, where surroundings were eerily quiet. Over here, Zhao Xian led group. He checked watch and wondered why Sheng Feng was taking detour with Han Qiang. 2 young men behind him laughed. If those guys knew how to fight us, they'd piss their pants for sure. Sheng Feng's being way too careful. What's there to worry about with those Han Qiang trash? Zhao Xian smiled darkly. This year's competition should have something fresh. I want me and Sheng Feng to have some fun. Over here, En Yang had gathered everyone. He began breaking down opponents' strengths and weaknesses. First up was Zhao Xian's Sheng Feng. He liked blood and gore, low-level blood beast. Once battle starts, it's either death or no exceptions. He told everyone, as for East Flower forces here, I don't need to say much. Li Xing gritted his teeth in anger. If I hadn't sat out last year, there's no way they'd get their turn. En Yang smiled brightly. I love that confidence of yours. Then Vanguard spot goes to you. He laughed bitterly. Me first fight. Everyone stared at him, so scared they went speechless. If you provoke this guy, he'd be done in under 3 seconds. En Yang went on. You all have rough idea of each other now. Next, we train together for 1 week. That's it for today. In blink of eye, night came. Xiao Liu was working hard in kitchen. An ordinary dish in his hands somehow turned into something completely different. Over here, En Yang was also showing off his skills. High-grade ingredients. Simple cooking is enough. He kneaded dough carefully, movements strangely deft. Kai Luo gave off warm, rich fragrance. Finally done, En Yang wiped sweat from his forehead and looked at result with satisfaction. Right after that, Xiao Liu brought out bowl of food. En Yang looked at his illusory beast and smiled faintly. Little guy, come here. Leopard looked terrified, and its smooth fur had stood straight up all over. En Yang shoved bowl of food in front of it, hyping it up like rare premium dish soaked in love. Even hearing it was enough to hit the heart. He stared at that little guy like full-in villain. Looks rough, sure, but effect crazy strong. Xiao Bai, help it out. Xiao Bai instantly beamed and said yes. It stared at bowl of soup, then flinched back in full alert. Xiao Bai immediately put on firm tone. Kid, back in day, sis had it way worse than you. She grabbed Xiao Ci by mouth and forced it to drink. Sweetie, be good, swallow everything. Poor Xiao Ci was clearly blasted hard by that bowl of soup. Electric current from its body shot wild through every room. Of course, this also dragged nearby neighbors into mess. Someone house immediately shouted, why did power go out all of a sudden? Roaring voice cut through night, still recharging card, give back my Crimson Hound lightning. What hell is going on, damn it, which house did this? And Zheng hugged pillow, rubbed eyes, and walked out, middle of night. What you doing? And Yang stood there all smug. And watching changes in Phantom Pet only made him more satisfied. And Zheng glanced once and went witty-eyed, what is this? Over there, Little Leopard had shifted into battle form, and rank had jumped straight to 3-star elite. She could not help being shocked in silence. Zyro Ci broke through this fast. What exactly did you do? He picked Little Leopard up and calmly explained, I am preparing to take this kid into exhibition match with Eastflower. Beside him, Xiao Bai could not hold back jealousy, puffed cheeks and snapped, old love not as good as new. And Zheng went on, Eastflower Academy sits at top of region. Every year their seed team represents district in competition. He looked at her with a bright smile. By then, you definitely have to cheer for me. Who knows, maybe it'll blow past limit. She played haughty and answered, fine, I want see with my own eyes how miserably you lose. And Yang felt secretly pleased, this brother-sister bond getting closer, of course because he was amazing. After that, his week of training officially began. Phantom Pets got dragged into brutal, hellish conditioning program. Time flew like wind at last. Exhibition match day finally arrived. Referee stood on field and loudly announced, welcome everyone to exhibition match between Eastflower Academy and Crimson Wall. He quickly introduced, first, please welcome Eastflower team onto field. Inside, Zhao Xuan led team members out with full swagger. Every face on his side was elite. All were carefully selected players chosen to appear in this match. The moment they showed up, grandstand exploded with cheers. Eastflower makes move, world in hand. Referee then introduced other side. Next, please welcome Crimson Wall team. Unlike Eastflower's blazing aura, everyone on his side was yawning hard, faces dull like they had not slept. Audience saw that and burst out laughing in ridicule. What team is this? A ragtag mob, yet they dare look down on their master. Xiao Bai refused to accept it. She lifted red banner and screamed at top of her lungs, Crimson Wall, extraordinary power. And Zheng looked over and could only smile bitterly. For some reason, he suddenly felt so embarrassed. Back on arena, both teams had already moved out quickly to face off before match. Referee raised mic high again and shouted, "Please have captains from both sides shake hands." Zhao Xuan answered coldly, "I think no need. Handshakes are for opponents on same level." And Yang did not get angry at all. Instead, he said calmly, "What a coincidence, I think same thing." Just like that, killing intent from both sides quietly flared up. Air instantly went taut like drawn bowstring. A moment later, referee reminded again, "Both teams, please move to battle prep zone." He began introducing, "This is captain who led Eastflower to 12 straight wins, man nicknamed Hunter, Zhao Xuan." Under grandstand, group of schoolgirls instantly screamed in excitement, "Captain Zhao Xuan, I love you." And Yang looked at that name and silently analyzed. Eastflower's strategy must center victory on him and few other core pieces. Then, referee went on introducing rest of Eastflower lineup, one by one. Xiao Bai got impatient watching. "Why is it still not our master's group turn?" And Zheng replied, "Look, seems like it's coming." But unlike Zhao Xuan's grand introduction, Crimson Wall only got a handful of names on display. Xiao Bai asked in shock, "What?" And Zheng immediately answered, "They don't even have profile pictures." Referee kept going. Crimson Wall had only submitted this much info, plus record of 6 losses and 2 draws, including 4 crushing defeats and 2 forfeits. On this side, his phantom pets looked no different from kids' toys. Audience could not hold back and angrily curse it. How did they find opponent this time? There is no suspense at all. What waste of ticket money? Might as well stay home and watch. Official match rules now begin. This one uses unlimited format for 20 minutes. Team with more combat-capable phantom pets still standing in zone wins. Zhao Xuan stepped forward and coldly told teammates, "We do not need to knock them out of ring. Goal is to make them collapse dead inside ring." As he said that, deep in his eyes flashed heavy darkness. Once both teams were ready, referee immediately blew whistle to signal official start. Those beasts over there had just as nasty temper as their master. The instant start signal sounded, they lunged up viciously. On Yang's side, phantom pets also quickly shifted into battle forms, and their aura looked no weaker. First out was Bull Mound. It directly faced Pseudo Sky from Eastflower team. At first, Bull Mound was clearly at disadvantage. The moment it charged in, Pseudo Sky slapped it silly. In one blink, Yang's huge Bull Mound cried out and fell flat. Dai Yao saw it and screamed in panic, "Bull Mound." Pseudo Sky Art wanted to hunt it down to end, not giving opponent any room to breathe, and charged again. But right then, Crimson Hound rushed over and bit hard into its forelet. Mofeng roared in fury and immediately sent Cold Needle into battle, while Zhao Xuan still wore that contemptuous look, "Know your limits." At same moment, Storm burst apart, and Cold Needle instantly fired a volley of sharp needles toward Crimson Hound. My Crimson Hound looked at that scene and felt a little guilty for once. But right behind it, Thornball somehow rolled in hard from nowhere, stabbing Crimson Hound so painfully it howled. Hedgehog unleashed a berserk assault, and in a blink, Kai Quan was smashed down onto battlefield. Target shifted fast, and this time Zyro CI had to face Han Zhen head-on. On other side, Yu Ming and Abei had already taken fighting stances against Sheng Feng, trapped between 2 opponents. That bird still held sky-high confidence. Even naked eye could see referee was blatantly favoring Zhao Xuan. He even flashed bright smile and praised Dong Hua for perfect teamwork. Li Xing started to panic. If this dragged on, whole team would not hold out much longer. De Yao struggled and tearfully called out for new bow. But everything seemed to be inside Yin Yang's calculations. He calmly said, "Don't panic, launch plan B." In stands, Xiao Bai spoke up to reassure everyone, saying owner would be fine, but Yin Zheng still felt restless, afraid some twist would happen. Zhao Xuan sneered, "Trash stays trash. You had your fun, now end it." Taichung also pretended to sigh, saying my two still hadn't even warmed up and they already dropped. Referee was so excited he could barely contain himself, only 5 minutes into match, and was nobody really going to stop Dong Hua Academy's win streak. Niu Bo and Kai Quan, though covered in wounds, still forced themselves back up. Referee immediately shouted, "They're up again, Hong Xiang is up again." Next instant, Kai Quan carried Zio Ci on his back and charged straight at opponent like mad. Seeing Kai Quan rush toward Jia Tian, referee roared with excitement, "It's coming again, will it get knocked out again, or will it risk life to open path?" Realizing situation had changed, Yua Shu instantly shouted, ordering Jia Tian to roar now. Hearing owner's command, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous bellow, a massive surge of power blasting straight toward Kai Quan. But this time Zyro Ci was one step faster, leaping up to block right in front of Kai Quan. Using its tiny body, it lunged straight onto Jia Tian's head, then slammed hard at opponent's eyes. Referee above was stunned by turn of events. He never expected Jia Tian to get its vision blocked. Electricity inside Zyro Ci instantly erupted, making Jia Tian howl in agony. De Yao seized chance at once and urged Niu Bo to charge forward. Jia Tian was still dazed from shock. Before it could recover, Niu Bo slammed into its body. In one instant, opponent was blasted far away. Referee stared in disbelief. How could this be? Jia Tian got rammed down. Yua Shu shook with rage, screaming that was impossible. Nobody could kick my Jia Tian out of arena. They must have cheated. Panicked, she grabbed Zhao Xuan's hand and asked, "Brother Xuan, what do we do now?" He still replied calmly, "Don't worry, it's only warm-up music. Result won't change." Jia Tian was eliminated on opponent's side. Only 4 fantasy beasts remained on field. Referee kept announcing that Dong Hua's Jia Tian had been blasted off stage. Was this an accident? Audience instantly erupted. Is something wrong with my eyes? A bull really sent Jia Tian flying. Is this some show effect? What skill was that exactly? On this side, Yin Yang stayed calm as ever. He gave faint smile and thought, soft outside, hard inside. That's how you break a deadlock. Memory drifted back to practice match a few days earlier. He had told everyone that opponent's arrogance was our best weapon. Once I entered field, they'd surely throw everything at us to end it fast. So first strike had to focus on breaking defense. After that, poor New Bo had to endure terror-inducing training. De Yao had pitied it then and said, Yin Yang, New Bo is about to headbutt itself to death. But Main only answered, if you want to blast Jia Tian away, New Bo must break through to level 6. Back to present, Zhao Xuan clenched his teeth. Even if they looked this miserable, they still had some skill. Only then did he speak seriously to teammates. Enough, stop fooling around, end match now. Dong Hua's fantasy beast owners immediately gave orders together, and battle beasts surged forward with killing intent. The moment In-2 hit ground, floor beneath its feet cracked open, and Kai Quan was also blasted away by recoil. New Bo on this side was no better, body covered in wounds. Referee immediately declared Hong Xiang's New Bo battle incapable and unable to continue. Team combat power was now even again, and audience couldn't help marveling. They had already clawed one back that fast. That's Dong Hua. Yin Yang quickly looked toward 2 girls. It was Yu Ming and Abei's turn now. On other side, Han Zhen kept firing venom needles non-stop, while Abei was already flying up to close in. It flapped its wings hard and unleashed counterattack called Fierce Gale Wind Drill. Instantly, surrounding area was covered by an extremely sturdy layer of wind shield. Yin Zheng said in shock, even Spectator Shield uses fantasy beasts. Bai Ling all have skills this strong. Zio Bai replied, after all, it's from owner's training. Seeing situation turn bad, Dong Hua immediately shouted for Han Zhen to retreat, but it was too late. That Bi got blasted to ground and lay sprawled out. Audience froze, then started buzzing. What is going on? This year's tournament is too intense. I came to watch Dong Hua sweep everyone clean. Hua Shu felt tension surge in her chest. She hurriedly ordered In-2 and QQ to attack while they still could. As soon as words fell, Hedgehog rolled straight towards Zio Ci, and poor little leopard got pulled by force, flying right out. Referee announced only final 5 minutes remained. Score on field was tied 33. Thunder Lightning Leopard Zio Ci had been eliminated. Only then did Yin Yang smile with confidence, silently calculating that time had come for counterattack. Remembering previous lesson, if team could survive 15 minutes of Dong Hua's assault without incident, opponent would be left with Sheng Feng, QQ, and In-2. The task of holding back Sheng Feng and In-2 would go to Yu Ming. Remember, you must separate Sheng Feng and its owner. Meng Jiao gazed at him with infatuation and said no problem. At that moment, Li Xing also spoke up with full swagger. Let Kai Quan handle QQ. Back to present, Dong Hua roared an order for QQ to charge in and ram it to death. Hedgehog shot straight into Kai Kwan's stomach again, but this time just as trained, Kai Quan locked it in tight. Both of them then tumbled right out of arena, and audience exploded into chatter again. What now? Dong Hua lost another one. Li Xing smugly said Zio Ci wasn't eliminated for nothing. Main goal was to make that rotten hedgehog lose its cool and fail to break in time. He was so proud he looked ready to stick up his nose, boasting, see that, how sharp my boss analysis was. Yin Yang could only smile wryly at sight. Referee above continued praising it as an outstanding tactic. With 3 minutes left, could Hong Xiang's last 2 fantasy beasts still bring down Sheng Feng and In-2? Zhao Xuan was so angry he bit his lip. Those 2 rookies, Sheng Feng alone would be enough to handle them. But Yin Yang still said calmly, Yu Ming, Abei, win or lose now depends on you two. On other side, Sheng Feng shot upward like crazy, charged straight at opponent, then slashed down fiercely with crimson wind feather blades. Hong Xiang seemed to have regained momentum. Meng Jiao shouted, Yu Ming, well done, roast that rat alive. Little Fox obeyed owner at once and started hunting down that rat, making In-2 flinch reflexively. Taixing looked down on that scene with open contempt. Amdu is already hurt and still wants to run, too naive. The referee kept the match moving. Amdu dodged Ho Hoa's attack at top speed by digging a hole in an instant. On this side, Dada immediately gave an urgent order to her spirit beast, Abei. The bird instantly understood its master's intent. It lunged forward, pouring power straight at its opponent. Just like that, Yu Ming's fire worked with Abei to seal off every opening of the pit Amdu had dug. The referee found it interesting. Abei and Bai Ling both shifted Ho Hoa's flight path. Just as expected, Amdu could not withstand the high temperature, and it could not find any way out. It was instantly burned to ashes. The referee declared that Amdu had lost combat ability and was eliminated. The score became 21, time was up, and the match ended. Hong Chuang won. Zio Bai and Zheng hugged each other happily. She could not help praising her brother, you're so cool. Zhao Xuan had been so arrogant, and now he had nothing. He stood there stunned and trembling, unable to believe it. Zhao Xuan's face bulged with veins from rage. I can't lose, Sheng Feng, kill them. The bird immediately obeyed its master's command, charging straight at a bay as if it meant to swallow it alive. The crowd could not help shouting out, "Look, Sheng Feng is still attacking." Da was so anxious she nearly cried. She could not help screaming, "Obey." At the same time, Yin Yang quickly stepped in to block the battle. God Commander level spiritual pressure crushed everything. Master Sheng Feng has been restrained. Meng Jiao immediately seized the chance to press the attack. Yu Ming, perfect opening. Wu Lai fiercely charged at Sheng Feng. The bird flinched, but by now it could no longer retreat. Just like that, Yu Ming's overwhelming force sent Sheng Feng crashing down on the spot. Zhao Xuan stared blankly and fell hard to ground. "No way, I lost." Man above was furious. "This is outcome school promised examiners, principal panic. Let me explain first." Below, everyone started criticizing Zhao Xuan. Should have let Sheng Feng handle them from start, and it would have been over. Ma Feng also snapped in frustration. Wasn't this all because somebody wanted to show off? Now look, lost to bunch of useless trash. Zhao Xuan looked like he was losing his mind. He roared, "Shut up. What do you all know?" Thinking back on what Principal had said before, if you win this competition, the head of exam bureau will let you represent us in National Spirit Beast Tournament. I believe you can do it. Even now, he felt deeply regretful. No sooner had he finished thinking than an irritated voice rang out. Zhao Xuan jerked his head up. Sweat poured from Zhao Xuan nonstop. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head in fear. "Sorry, Principal, I." Zhao Xuan went on, "Please give me another chance next time, I definitely." That man shouted back, "Next time, you've already made East China lose every bit of face." The principal roared in anger, "Go write me a self-criticism. Your team captain position should change too." As soon as he finished, he turned away coldly, leaving Zhao Xuan trembling behind him. Principal. Useless yet still so arrogant, but now he had turned his hatred toward Yin Yang. "It's all because of you." After match, audience also gradually left. Today, they were deeply disappointed in East China. Li Xing was thrilled, as expected from Big Boss. "You predicted opponent's move exactly. See that's my skill." De Yao asked, dazed, "How did it end up being you who's so amazing?" Li Xing still looked smug. "Clinging to Big Boss's thigh is what makes me amazing." De blushed, "Thanks to you this time, we beat East China. I hope we can fight alongside you again next time." Yin Yang looked at two girls burning with fighting spirit and gave a wry smile, of course. Xiao Bai and Meng Jiao always bickered on normal days, yet now both wore gloomy, sulking faces as they looked at Da. Xiao Bai could not hold back anymore and threw itself into his arms. "Next time, Xiao Bai will protect Master." Meng Jiao immediately pushed her away, then smiled brightly at Yin Yang. "You and Yu Ming aren't weak either." Before long, those two started bickering again. Yin Yang felt helpless in silence. What weird direction is this taking? After everyone left, Xiao too seemed to sense something. It stood still and stared intently toward far-off distance. In crowd, strange man suddenly noticed Xiao too over here. He held several small knives in his hand. "Don't be afraid, bear with it a little and it'll be over soon." Xiao Bai instantly shifted into battle mode. It let out a fierce roar. Back to Yin Yang, he followed crowd with everyone else toward exit. Only then did Yin Yang realize something. "Where's Xiao too?" Meng Jiao replied. "Everyone was having too much fun just now, and with so many people heading out, it seems like we lost it." Li Xing quickly stepped forward and said confidently, "Let me have Kai Quan go find it." Kai Quan quickly lowered its nose to ground, its instincts kicking in as it followed scent. After a while, Li Xing said, "Kai Quan picked up Xiao 2's scent to south. Strange thing is, there seems to be scent of someone else too." Hearing that, Yin Yang's face immediately darkened, but he still forced himself to stay calm. "Maybe it just got lost. Don't worry, everyone, go back and rest. Xiao Bai and I will find it." Xiao Bai rushed over and wrapped its arms around his neck. "Relax. I will protect Master." Meng Jiao's eyes on her looked like she wanted to rip her apart. That strange man was now walking down deserted road. He was still carrying something in his hand. It was Xiao 2's voice. It kept struggling inside that cramped space. That man said coldly, "Looking for me to take revenge? Looks like your new master treats you pretty well. Your skills have improved a lot. I've been worried about having no money to gamble, and here you are, walking right up to my door, lost in his smugness." He did not notice Yin Yang had already found him. Perfect. Before he could finish, Yin Yang slapped him straight across the face and startled him badly. Yin Yang's force was so strong that the man was sent flying backward, slamming hard into trash can. At the same time, Xiao 2 took the chance to break free and darted out amid flashes of lightning. Yin Yang softened his voice and reminded it, "Don't run around recklessly next time." The guy guessed it right away. "You're its new master, right? I was careless just now, so I let you ambush me. Leave it here and get lost now." Xiao 2 was held tightly in its master's arms. Then it struggled hard and glared as it shouted. Yin Yang only smiled faintly. "Looks like I don't need to worry about finding wrong person." But seeing that, his buddy froze, then snapped alert. "What do you want?" No more words, Xiao Bai charged in and drove a straight punch into the kidnapper's gut. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Take this punch as my way of thanking you for taking care of my little brother before." The blow hit so hard he couldn't take it. His body went limp, and he dropped to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning. The guy then snarled, "This is Zhu Yuan territory, dare treat me like this, and you won't get away with it." At that moment, Yin Yang's eyes flashed with a terrifying dark light. "Fine, let them come try." Cut to now inside a high-rise building. This is also Meng Jiao's home. Inside, clothes were strewn all over floor. As for her, she was soaking lazily in hot bath with her little fox cub. It left Meng Jiao feeling utterly at ease. Meng Jiao tilted her head back and stared at ceiling, unable to believe it. "Yuming, we actually beat Hua Dong." She reached out, picked up Little Duck, and said, along with Yin Yang, "This fight went exactly like he planned." Staring at toy in Meng Jiao's hand, he muttered in a daze, "Eat Yin Yang." Meng Jiao wondered just how many more surprises was he still going to bring her. After bath, she quickly sat down at table and started writing something. Meng Jiao said again, "We won today, but opponents ahead will only get stronger and stronger." Miss Zia was determined. She had to use every bit of time to raise her strength. At that moment, Meng Jiao pulled open her drawer. Inside was a fox-shaped mask. Cut to Yin Yang's side. He had already beaten Kidnapper into a pulp, left sprawled on ground. Then Yin Yang searched him and couldn't help feeling smug. Found it. Xiao Bai asked what it was. Yin Yang explained to her, "This is pass card for underground black market." Seeing that guy, he immediately recognized him as member of Zhu Yuan. This organization specialized in black market trade. By Yin Yang's guess, those drugs were very likely smuggled out from black market. Then he turned around and didn't forget to tell Xiao Bai, "Let's go. I am taking both of you somewhere fun." Very quickly they arrived. Outside here was amusement park. Xiao Bai was like little kid, and she cheered excitedly, "Wow master, this place looks fun." Seeing her so excited, he thought to himself, after Xiao Bai turned human, she had never really experienced stuff like this. When there's chance, I've got to take her out and play. Over there, vendor introduced it. Today is mask event. Every shop is 20 off. After Yin Yang stepped inside, Xiao Bai was soon changed into a prettier outfit. She couldn't help asking why she had to change clothes. Yin Yang walked out and answered casually, "If we're going out to smash things, of course we need to hide identity." After they had played enough, sky had already turned dark. Xiao Bai's voice rang out. "A golden light is shining from outside. This thing doesn't look much different from decoration." Xiao Bai pressed close and hugged him, but she was still annoyed. "Master, it's too tight." That full, rounded chest pressed against him, and Yin Yang silently reminded himself, "Forbidden fruit, do not stare." Then he handed over pass card. Yin Yang's face couldn't help but flush red too. Structure here was absurdly strange. Phone booth was where pass card went. The moment card was inserted, a ding rang out at once. Mechanism in room finally kicked in, and clacking metal sounds echoed out. And just like that, two of them were carried down into underground basement, as if riding elevator. Very quickly, he and Xiao Bai arrived here. This was Black Market Main Hall. Both of them had faces fully covered, then went inside and watched crowd bustle around them. Yin Yang remembered past life, where many phantom beasts had died tragically here. Most famous one was Tianfen, Star Sky Phantom Lion. In last life, because it had cleaned out Black Market, Tianfen was judged a raging phantom beast, then destroyed from young age and forced to become money-making tool. It was also victim. Remembering how it looked back then, a wave of sympathy suddenly rose in him. Yin Yang frowned and silently made up his mind, this life, it'll help you. Then he calculated it out. If he wanted to release Tianfen, he had to win Black Market Arena first. But right now, this brat still wasn't its match. The two kept walking deeper inside. Looks like he needed to gather intel here. At same time, passersby were gossiping. Heard tonight there'll be auction for rare first edition Hongchuo technique. Xiao Bai clung tightly to his arm. "Master, let's go to auction hall and take a look." Yin Yang replied, "Sure, we can scout situation first." On stage, someone said loudly, "Everyone can buy things you can't get outside. Rules here. I am sure everyone understands. If you break them, think about where you are first." Screen displayed purebred supergrade Hongchuo, starting price 400 gold coins. This is must-have dish in Phantom Beast dinner. Xiao Bai was stunned. Dinner later. She got annoyed. How can they treat phantom beasts like food? Yin Yang reminded her not to get excited, just to. Below, crowd of customers quickly shouted, "I bid 500, 1,000, 2,000. Man in white robe held ledger in hand, with faint smile on face. Yin Yang could tell at glance only VIP customers got auction notebook. This guy was no simple character. Man looked at him, corners of his eyes curving. "Anyone who comes here isn't simple." He replied, "Fair enough. May I ask if you know where Tianfen's arena registration point is?" Man looked at Yin Yang's reaction, then asked calmly, "First time here. Entrance to beast fighting arena downstairs is registration point. But if you want to take Tianfen away, it won't be that easy. Yin Yang stayed stubborn, might as well try. Coming all this way without placing a bet would be a shame. Man saw how stubborn he was and couldn't help getting interested. Interesting. This man seemed to be in charge of registration. He told Yin Yang, win 2 matches within 3 days, and Yao'll have to challenge Tianfen. During match, life or death of Phantom Beast has nothing to do with organizers. If no objections, sign here. He quickly picked up pen and signed big and bold, signed. He lifted the paper and studied it back and forth, then looked at Zhu Ling with a baffled expression. His schedule for 2 matches would be set for tomorrow and the day after. En Yang turned and walked off, saying coldly that it was unnecessary. They could just bundle both into 1 match. Scene shifted elsewhere. A subordinate hurried in to report to Leng Zong that, in the upcoming tournament, 1 madman wanted to fight 2 alone. The girl stroked the snake in her hand and gave a faint smile, saying this was the first time anyone had dared to play that way. If it could heat up the contest, there was no reason to refuse. She added that they should take out top-grade bone devouring from the vault as a prize to lure in more challengers. The man immediately lowered his head and answered respectfully, yes. The announcer on Arena began the introduction. First up today was our bloodthirsty mad demon, Jin Gang. Jin Gang's most notable feat was taking down opponent in just 20 seconds, then keeping a 4-win streak, and once tearing opponent apart on spot. MC went on to say today's match was quite special, because challenger wanted to play one Antwo. Crowd below instantly erupted, just who was reckless enough to do that. Crowd and field kept buzzing non-stop. One Jin Gang was already terrifying enough. Looks like today was going to be explosive. MC then introduced challenger's opponent as a mutated elite-tier lightning leopard. Crowd heard that and went slack-jawed. A mere elite-tier beast dared challenge a supernatural tier existence. Xiao Bai hid behind him and asked nervously, Master, is this really okay? En Yang answered calmly, I trust that little brat. Not stopping there, second one out was our silver Gale, De Li. Everyone looked at Xiao Ci with pity. That little leopard was sure to be torn apart. Zhu Yuan really knew how to put on a show. Silver Fox's master walked up with a sneer and said, your cub isn't even enough for De Li to fill its stomach. No need for Jin Gang to make a move. En Yang curled his lips in mockery, so you two are raising 2 rice buckets. The guy let out a contemptuous laugh. Looks like you're only good at running your mouth off Arena. Right after that, he ordered his beast, De Li, to rip that cowardly rat to pieces for me. The moment it got its master's order, it lunged straight at Xiao Ci with a flash-stealing strike. Xiao Ci used its small frame to its advantage and instantly sprang up into air to dodge. Xiao Ci slowly ran along railing around arena floor, while lightning around its body crackled non-stop. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto De Li. Xiao Ci seemed to be observing and testing opponent's strength. It stayed up high for now. Below, barrier had already been covered in electricity, so De Li still could not close in. The guy outside watched and lost patience, then shouted, coward, get down here and die already. Even though barrier was covered in electricity and extremely dangerous, its master still ordered De Li to climb up and drag that rat down. But right then, Silver Fox was struck by Xiao Ci's electricity and shook violently, letting out a miserable shriek of pain. Only then did the guy's face change. He hurriedly shouted, bad, hurry and tell Jin Gang to move. On this side, the other man also tensed up while staring at Zhu Ling, then shouted, Jin Gang, go. Everyone saw light flash from its mouth, and the stands instantly exploded into chaos. What happened? Jin Gang already made its move. Those streams of power seemed like spikes forming ice arrows, firing non-stop straight at Little Leopard. But at this moment, Xiao Ci was still perfectly calm. It looked at the ice, then let it keep condensing. Man in blue mask stared at Xiao Ci with venom in his eyes, then sneered, some half-baked thing and you still want to fight me. His silver fox kept charging again, roaring wildly as if it wanted to swallow that brat whole right away. Of course, Little Leopard was no pushover either. It gathered power and burst outward, and a protective sphere instantly appeared around its body. From inside its body, a massive surge of power suddenly shot straight outward. De Li then opened its mouth wide and poured all its strength into that spot. Railing quickly became sealed in ice, while Xiao Ci, wrapped in protective barrier, shot straight up into air. He could not help but feel smug. Ice is controlling direction. That stupid wolf only knows how to spray blindly. But this whole place has already been converted by Xiao Ci into lightning element. Only then did he snap to attention. His face changed dramatically as he yelled, we're done for. En Yang replied coldly, full of contempt, only now you realize too late. Just as expected, Xiao Bai put on glasses. At same time, a blinding surge of power exploded violently. Crowd below could not take it and covered their faces, shouting, my eyes, what is going on? Inside Battle Cage, that blinding light still showed no sign of fading. De Li and Jin Gang were now lying motionless on ground, tongues lolling out, fur scorched and curled by that brat's attacks. 2 masters and MC were all frozen in place, faces full of disbelief. He shook as he held microphone and announced contest over. Lightning Leopard wins. Right after match ended, someone on side hurried over with news, making her ask in shock, what? This person was Leng Zong. She asked in disbelief. Bone devouring was taken away by winner. Man lowered his head gloomily and answered yes. We never expected him to be that strong. He also seems to want to challenge Tian Fan. Hearing that, Leng Zong could not help getting interested and asked what that person's name was. File was handed over. She felt a trace of unease in her heart. Could it be someone from 3 great clans? Staff said this was signature on that person's challenge letter. Looking at handwriting on paper, Leng Zong immediately exclaimed in shock. Over here, after match ended, he and Xiao Bai left arena, and she was still holding trophy in her arms. Xiao Bai cried out excitedly, "Master, this thing is made of pure gold." And Yang was also a little surprised. This black market is generous indeed. They even use top-tier bone devouring as prize. Just then, a fierce voice came from behind, directly telling him to stop right there. And Yang instinctively turned around and saw those people threatening him viciously. "If you know what's good for you, leave what's in your hand." Leader said arrogantly, "If you still want to live peacefully in this place, hand over bone devouring obediently." But of course he wasn't afraid of them. En Yang replied calmly, "Oh yeah." Man said disdainfully, "Don't think winning prize makes you impressive. Let me see how many teeth you still have." But before he could finish, Xiao Bai could not hold back and threw a straight punch right into his face. Seeing him slam onto ground like dead fish, his underlings immediately panicked and shouted, "Boss." Xiao Bai glared at us ferociously. "The one sniffing around on the ground was you." As soon as she finished, she swung her arm and struck straight at the bandits. Those guys trembled all over and stood there, taking the beating. Right then, a loud voice rang out, "Stop right there." A girl blazing with authority stood there, with dozens of guards surrounding her. The bandits gasped in shock. "Boss Leng." She looked at En Yang, then praised him. "Mr. Dao is much younger than I expected." Boss Leng removed her mask and introduced herself. "First time we met, I was manager here. Those underlings earlier didn't know their place and offended you. Would Mr. Dao and Miss here give face and come upstairs to talk?" The moment they entered room, she got straight to point. "I won't hide it. I admire your strength very much, sir. I wonder if we have chance to work together." En Yang did not waste time and got straight to point. "Work together? Or do you want me to help you control game?" Boss Leng wore a sly smile. "Yes, this is chance many people want but can't get, Mr. Dao can think it over." He replied coldly, "Such rotten heart. No wonder people say this place is money-burning pit." Suddenly, Boss Leng put her foot on table. That move made him flinch a little too. Boss Leng went on, "You're a misunderstanding me, Mr. Dao. It's only bit of fun. If we get chance, we can understand each other more deeply." Xiao Bai, standing nearby, felt disgusted seeing that act. She thought to herself, "Understand each other more deeply, huh?" Of course En Yang wasn't interested in cheap thrills. He refused immediately. "Sorry, I'm not interested in that. You should find someone else." Boss Leng was stunned. "You." At this point, she changed her tone. "I heard Mr. Dao wants to fight Tian Fan." En Yang answered flatly, "That's right." Boss Leng said haughtily to him, "Match will be arranged for tomorrow night." Seeing she couldn't lure him in, she settled for polite words. "Then I wish you luck, Mr. Dao." Back in room, En Yang said again, "Brat, this time I'll use spine biting to boost your sneak stab skill." Right after that, Xiao's sis form began to change. Lightning wrapped around its whole body, and a horn even grew from its head. Seeing spikes growing on its back, he couldn't help feeling satisfied. In normal state, spine biting can shrink down. Not only does it boost lightning power, it can also quickly condense thunder orbs and create explosions. Looking at Zyro CI, he fell into thought again. Hope this time can save Tian Fan. At same time, in another area of underground arena, a familiar figure appeared. Meng Jiao thought to herself, Phantom Scale Star boosts poison resistance against phantom worms, but it doesn't seem useful against underworld. By chance, she overheard guests talking here, heard about this yesterday. Some mutated Thunder Leopard challenged Jin Gang and De Li. This month it wants to challenge Tian Fan too. How insane is that? Can't miss this. Meng Jiao was stunned. Mutated Thunder Leopard. Meng Jiao couldn't hold back her curiosity. What's going on here? Shop owner explained right away. Some master came to arena and casually beat our people. One fight, instant fame. He handed over ad poster tonight. He wants to challenge our underground king. Things are heating up. If Miss is interested, you can go take a look. One glance later, Meng Jiao felt uneasy. She wondered, why is Brat here? Very soon, next match began. Host spoke excitedly next. Let us welcome our underground king. Holding 38 straight wins, with 30 kills on spot, is it this one? Tian Fan was finally brought out onto field. What he had been waiting for was here. Drumbeat thundered on and pushed match atmosphere to peak. Host shouted loudly, match begins. Tian Fan strode out powerfully, looking no different from legendary beast in ancient myths. Both quickly stepped onto ring. At this point, it and Zyro CI were silent, just watching each other. Boss Leng seemed unable to wait any longer. She ordered coldly, what is Tian Fan standing there for? Under owner's command, it began pouring out inner force. First strike instantly targeted Zyro CI. Hidden weapons packed dense, carrying stench of death. Zyro CI used old trick again. It leaped onto iron cage rail to dodge enemies' killing blow. After steadying itself, Zyro CI called down lightning again and began counterattacking. It wrapped lightning around its body and charged straight at Tian Fan. Under Brat's power, that giant beast was actually forced back. Everyone couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, "Did I see wrong?" Tian Fan actually dodged that little leopard's attack. Not only did it dodge Tian Fan's attack, it even countered in just short time. What's so scary about that? Just hybrid leopard. Want to handle Phantom Beast at spirit level? Dream on. Of course, Tian Fan wasn't just all hype. It gathered inner force again, preparing to attack Zyro CI once more. Little Leopard quickly raised protective barrier around itself. Right now, it didn't seem afraid of that attack at all. Indeed, power Tian Fan unleashed didn't hurt it in slightest. Yang couldn't help feeling satisfied. After Zyro CI leveled up, its speed and defense had both improved a lot. Over here, Bossling still calmly enjoyed fight. She said in a cold voice, "Playtime is over." Right then, Tian Fan's eyes instantly turned blood-red. Its power burst out in torrents, forming a cage that slammed down directly over Brat's head. Little Leopard tried to run, but all sides were sealed off, leaving it nowhere to escape. From above, Tian Fan stared down viciously at Brat, like it wanted to swallow him whole. On this side, Boss Leng was very satisfied. She said with confidence, "It's over." But Yang stayed incredibly calm, as if he had already predicted everything. At same time, Zyro CI roared. It manifested several giant spikes behind its back, making Boss Leng jolt. What? But right after that, Tian Fan charged viciously again and sent Zyro CI flying far away. Boss Leng was extremely pleased with this setup. She casually crossed her legs. Struggling is useless. Only then did Tian Fan unleash its strongest move, Chaotic Realm. Entire battle cage overflowed with berserk energy, and hundreds of blood-red eyes stared all around, looking terrifying as hell. Boss Leng stood up. No Phantom Beast has ever survived Tian Fan's Chaotic Realm. By now, Zyro's protective barrier had started cracking under that attack. People below began to panic. No, something was wrong. This chaos domain seemed even stronger than before. That protective barrier finally could not hold anymore, and it shattered bit by bit. The audience below clutched their heads in terror and scattered in every direction, run. Only then did she feel uneasy. It was over. The strengthening potion had definitely been overdosed, and Tian Fan had lost control. Turns out, Little Leopard could still hold on. It was even pushing Tian Fan back. That Shadow Lion had been vicious, but now it looked like it was trembling before Little Leopard's aura. But right after that, it gritted its teeth and bit down hard. Our Little Leopard was sent flying into the air. Yang looked at his Phantom Beast, and worry rose in his heart, little guy. Seeing it get knocked out of the battle cage, he rushed over at once to catch it. Yang held Little Leopard in his arms and asked softly, "Little guy, thank goodness you're still okay. Wake up, quick." On this side, Tian Fan roared and charged straight at Yang, planning to keep attacking. Right after that, Yang noticed it fast, hugged Zyro CI tight, and dropped flat to dodge. Tian Fan still refused to let them go, baring its fangs and swinging its claws at him, like it was threatening him. Seeing his Phantom Beast shaking all over, he softened his voice and comforted it. "Even though his back had been torn open by claws, I am here. Don't be scared." Seeing the situation turn tense, Zyro Bai immediately ran to her master's side too. His voice trembled from the pain. "I am fine. I still have to save Tian Fan. Its nature isn't evil." Seeing her master like this, Zyro Bai felt a sharp ache in her heart. Behind Yang, another fierce roar rang out, startling him. Yang immediately turned to Zyro Bai. "Zyro Bai, be careful." Its claws slammed down. Zyro Bai blocked them with ease. The two horns on Zyro Bai's head quickly grew out, and faint markings appeared on her face. Zyro Bai glared at Tian Fan, "Little lion. I'll be your opponent." As soon as she said that, Zyro Bai flew up and charged in first. Seeing her momentum, Tian Fan showed a hint of fear. Right then, Zyro Bai also transformed into her dragon form. "Master, this battle isn't over yet." The spectators were still running for their lives. They could not withstand that aura at all. The guards were pale with fear too. "President Leng, let's go. Tian Fan has gone berserk." President Leng snapped in frustration. "Useless trash. Do you know how many of my evolution materials you wasted?" She looked back helplessly. "Fine, I'll have to waste time raising another one." But at this moment, the scene before her eyes nearly left President Leng frozen stiff. The audience below could not help blurting out, "My God." Zyro Bai had now become a majestic dragon. Yang directed Zyro Bai to use Dragon Pressure Cannon to suppress Tian Fan. Hearing her master's command, Zyro Bai opened her mouth and circulated her inner force. Then she opened her mouth wide and released a surge of power, successfully pinning Tian Fan down. Under Zyro Bai's dragon might, the rage around Tian Fan gradually faded away. But it did not stop there. Zyro Bai kept coiling her body, preparing to counterattack, of course. Tian Fan refused to yield. Even knowing it was weaker, it still rushed forward. Zyro Bai widened her eyes, and the gem on her forehead suddenly shone. At this moment, the two were locked in a razor-tense clash, both sides erupting with terrifying force. President Leng smiled smugly, her sinister intent plain to see. So it's the legendary phantom white dragon, and it's still in its growth stage. If I offer it to that lord, I can definitely return to the imperial capital. In midair, Xiao Bai continued gathering power, preparing to finish Tian Fan with everything she had. The shadow lion was temporarily restrained, and it roared furiously. Xiao Bai said nervously, "Master, judgment feathers can't hold Tian Fan for long." He calculated fast. Xiao Bai's level was different now. If Tian Fan kept going berserk, both of them would be seriously injured. Right after that, Xiao Ci immediately used its skill to connect minds with the beast. The beast also sensed its mind being attacked, and it gritted its teeth to resist. On this side, a sudden stabbing pain hit his chest, forcing En Yang to drop to one knee. His eyes were now filled with sorrow. Those were Tian Fan's memories. In those memories, the poor beast was tortured in every possible way. Useless thing. It took so much time just to force it to win. This formula isn't enough. Switch to another one, raise concentration and dosage so it can level up. Back then, it was utterly lonely and terrified. Tian Fan did not understand why it was being treated like this. After living for so long in that cruel environment, Tian Fan slowly twisted without even realizing it. Its eyes and mouth now looked as if they were bleeding, and its sorrow became clearer and clearer. It stood before En Yang, panting from exhaustion. Tian Fan lowered its head in front of him. En Yang looked at it, and his heart suddenly ached. Just like that, he could not help raising his hand. It instantly snapped its head up and glared straight at him. Tian Fan could not believe there would be a day when someone would pet it. En Yang gently removed its mask. "You must have been really scared just now." Don't be scared, we're here to save you." A wave of warmth rose in Tian Fan's heart. The savage beast was now shedding tears. Seeing it stand still and let him pet it, the audience could not help being shocked. Even a mental evil, brutal phantom beast has calmed down. Who is this guy? Up above, both of them closed their eyes at the same time. "Tian Fan, today, let me take you out of this place." President Leng panicked. He's forming a contract with Tian Fan. Stop them. The bodyguards drew their guns. Bang, bang, bang. They fired straight at En Yang. Of course, our Xiao Bai would never let that happen. She shot them an annoyed glare. Right after that, Xiao Bai lashed out in disgust, whipping her dragon tail hard at those people and sending them all stumbling down. Boss Leng could not hold back anymore and moved straight in. She yanked a gun from inside her coat and gritted out, "Damn it." Xiao Bai instantly unleashed her pressure. She rushed forward at once and attacked that kick-and-punch woman with both kicks and blows. With just one sweep of Xiao Bai's tail, Boss Leng was like a leaf in the wind and got flung far away. Once contract was sealed, En Yang did not drag things out any longer. "Xiao Bai, let's go." She immediately obeyed obediently. Xiao Bai and group of people prepared to transform. Xiao Bai's slender arm reached out lightly, brushing soft against En Yang's skin. Scene was breathtakingly beautiful. He looked at little phantom beast on his shoulder with satisfaction. Not bad, worth effort. But by now, Boss Leng still was not convinced. She struggled to her feet and shouted, "Stop." Yet Boss Leng's eyes seemed to lose some of that smugness too. "Dao sir, we really are fated to meet again." Right away, more than 10 uniformed men appeared. Guns in hand, they stormed in aggressively. Boss Leng clenched her teeth, looked past those people, and shouted, "Public Security Bureau." People from Public Security Bureau that night immediately restrained her. "Move along, behave yourself." Boss Leng had both hands cuffed, and she was furious enough to grind her teeth. "Don't touch me, I can walk myself." Reporters and gossip hounds somehow came rushing too. They were all thrilled. Big story here. En Yang thought to herself, sure enough, past life script was playing out again. Only Tian Fan's fate had been changed. Over here, she laughed like mad and screamed, "Dao, you screwed me over. One day, I'll settle score with you." Xing Hong stepped up. "Boss Leng, right. I suggest you save strength. Once you get to interrogation room, y'all have chance to talk." Boss Leng was furious, damn it. Then Xing Hong turned to her own people again. "Everyone, watch your step." In crowd of people, Xing Hong's gaze swept across one face after another, En Yang. She recognized him instantly, yet she was also wildly shocked. Why is Dada's friend here? But at the same time, one teammate stepped forward to report, "Captain Liu, everyone from Black Market has been delivered." Xing Hong immediately replied, "Good, I am coming now." Then she hesitated and looked toward En Yang again. She had just been looking for person, but she could not see him anywhere. Before her eyes was only sea of masked people. Xing Hong could not help being surprised. Did I see wrong? Xiao Bai recounted it. When Master was injured, I only felt extremely angry, and somehow I returned to human form. She looked at her own hand. After battle ended, she changed back again. Could this be related to my emotions? En Yang said again, "This is not that simple. Maybe it's also tied to race bloodline." His face darkened in thought. Among phantom beasts, White Dragon is most mysterious existence, treated by common people like some thousand-ando night fantasy tale, if not for accidentally discovering Xiao Bai in my previous life. Xiao Bai recalled it. "I was in Mountain Cave from moment I was born. Could secret of race be inside there? He added, it'll still be few more years before mountain is opened up. Hearing this, she could not help getting excited. If Bai can change forms freely, she'll be able to do lots of things for Master later. Seeing Bai so happy, Enyang also felt warm inside. He turned and stepped down. Tonight, chicken leg is mine. She trailed behind him. Chicken leg doesn't count. Late at night, Enyang gently opened his front door, moving carefully like thief. He leaned in and whispered, keep it down. Don't let Zheng know we didn't come home last night. But right then, Zheng was standing there like ghost. Let me see who didn't come home. He gave a bitter smile and said he went out for morning run. Bai jumped in. That's right, I can vouch for him. Zheng looked skeptical, ran all night. Her gaze shifted to little beast walking beside Enyang. Zheng could not help narrowing her eyes. Tiny phantom beast lifted its head and looked at her with innocent, harmless expression. Zheng asked again, what is this? He quickly introduced it. Tian Fan. This is phantom beast I just contracted, named Tian Fan, don't be scared. Both sides stared at each other, eyes both flashing with anger. Right after that, Zheng changed attitude an instant. She scooped up Tian Fan and cooed, so cute, let me hug you. Enyang laughed bitterly inside. He thought awkwardly, looks like I was overthinking it. Scene shift at Ruined Place. That figure stood tall inside. It was Zhao Xuan, his face dark enough to terrify. I've already completed request from you guys. Fresh blood dripped from him to ground, drop by drop. No one knew what was happening. Zhao Xuan's phantom beast head fell off. It lay lifeless and sprawled on ground. Zhao Xuan roared again, I killed Sheng Feng myself. Figure in shadows looked at him, then praised with satisfaction, good. He stood in darkness and called out, organization has seen your resolve. This potion is reward, drink it, and your spiritual power will increase. Taming pureblood Heidier phantom beasts will be as easy as turning your hand over. Zhao Xuan stepped forward to take it. He was unwilling to accept it. Enyang, you just wait. This is all because of you. Not caring what that thing was, he tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp, as if hatred had already blinded him. That potion drove him mad. Mixed blood beast pets have no right to exist in this world. Kill them all, kill them all. That person was extremely satisfied with this result. That's more like it. Scene shift. By now, in reception room at Hongqiang School, atmosphere around them was so solemn it felt suffocating. Principal cheerfully introduced him as school's pride. Director Lei, this is Enyang. This person is Li Hai, Director of City Examination Bureau, said Dai Li Hai. I believe Enyang can definitely represent our city and bring home strong results in national competition. Then he thought to himself, even if I don't know why that man specifically named this kid. A few days ago, when he heard Enyang had been sent out as the city's representative, he froze in shock. Even so, Zhao Xuan was one hell of a top seed this time. Enyang won only because his opponent got careless. Man named Zhou Peng, a supreme beast tamer. He grinned brightly and said that even if Zhao Xuan had not underestimated him, Enyang still had plenty of ways to win. By Zhou Peng's account, he was far more interesting than these people had ever imagined. Li Heiyang asked in shock, wasn't he only a tier-own beast tamer? At this, Zhou Peng's face turned cold. A man who survived Kim Gu Serpent's jaws, then beat Hua Dong too, and you still think he's only tier 1. As for him taking Hua Dong's money and quietly opening a path for them, I'm not going to dig into that anymore. Hearing every word Zhou Peng said, Li Hai immediately went cold all over, sweat pouring down non-stop. He stood up impatiently, voice turning heavier. If you want to sit in this position in peace, know exactly who you're supposed to listen to. Zhou Peng still wore that gentle smile, but every word carried killing intent. Point was this. Old man values him highly. You'd better put away those useless little schemes and let him enter tournament smoothly. Hearing that, man broke out in sweat and hurriedly nodded yes. Yes, of course. Back to present, Enyang gave an awkward smile and said, I'm not planning to compete. Principal instantly tensed up and asked why. Man was sweating inside too, wondering what kind of nonsense this kid was thinking. Was he crazy? Such an easy chance, and he was tossing it away. He went on, I am sure leaders understand. I've never even seen such a big stage before. If I end up embarrassing city, what then? Hearing that, man shuddered inside. Was Kim Gu Serpent going berserk not scary enough already? Chi Tian chimed in with a smile. That's true. I believe in Enyang's potential. But this is national tournament. He still needs more tempering. Man's face went gray, and he lowered voice, telling principal to stop talking. Enyang kept going. I feel like I'm stuck at level up bottleneck. If I get right training and good resources, maybe I can break through. Li Hai immediately softened tone and advised, classmate N, no need to worry. There are still 2 months before competition. City will definitely provide enough resources for you to prepare. Chi Tian thought for a moment, then said, come to think of it, school's wilderness field practice is coming up soon too. Last year, some students gained a lot of experience from it. Li Hai quickly said, as long as classmate N is willing to join, we'll handle wilderness practice ourselves. Enyang's eyes lit up instantly. If leaders support me that much, I'll definitely join. Principal immediately followed up. Thank you, Director Leg. Scene shift at Yas Wilderness right now. Mountains stretched endlessly, and air felt strangely fresh. Students on bus were loud and excited, laughing non-stop. Once we get there, I'm catching 90 fantastical beasts. You talk big, but you don't even know how hard mission is going to be. Seeing En Yang's excited eyes, Meng Jiao felt a pang of jealousy and wondered who he was thinking about. In truth, his mind was screaming with joy, level up resources, I am here. As soon as they got off bus, everyone saw someone already waiting there, loudly calling for assembly. Group around Maine immediately moved over, and crowd quickly gathered under leader's command. I am instructor in charge of assigning wilderness practice tasks and keeping students safe for 5 days. You must scout wilderness area yourselves and complete assigned fantastical beast investigation. Li Xing asked, we came all way out here, and we still can only move around in wilderness area. Instructor paused, then corner of mouth curved into sneer, unless you want to die here. Everyone instantly burst into chatter after hearing that. What, this place is that dangerous? Yas Mountain Range is one of areas where fantastical beast tide once erupted, and danger level is far beyond what you can imagine. That year, an abnormal vortex suddenly appeared in sky, releasing streams of blazing red energy. During war that stretched back to primordial times, humanity gradually evolved spiritual power and learned to harness strength of fantastical beasts. Their bodies contain energy, materials for forging weapons and daily goods. Gentle fantastical beasts, once tamed, can even become human companions. Fantastical beasts in this area have been handled, but nobody can guarantee absolute safety. If danger appears, you can call for help from base with signal rounds and tracking devices. Each person gets a designated fantastical beast card. Whoever has same target forms team. De Yao looked at card curiously and said, they only gave us this and there's not even a location on it. Li Xing also complained, this is rough, I got same fantastical beast too. En Yang glanced at them and reminded, watch environmental clues in photo. Kishi Huafeng usually lives near wide grasslands, just look for open area. Li Xing immediately said, thanks for guidance, boss. He thought to himself that he could tell them exact location, but doing that would ruin training's whole point. Still, Red Crab Immortal Beast's habitat seemed to be quite far from entrance. Right then, someone else also held up Red Crab card toward Maine. What a coincidence. It was Meng Jiao. She smiled brightly and said, we're investigating same type. No need to say it, Meng Jiao was beyond smug. Inside, she thrilled at thought that her and En Yang's two-person world had finally arrived. But before thought could even finish, joy shattered. Duo excitedly held up her card and said, great, mine is Red Crab Immortal Beast too. Before wound in Meng Jiao's heart could heal, Xiao Bai lifted card high and jumped in excitedly. Xiao Bai's is too. Just like that, our Xiao Bai instantly became Thorn inside of two murderous-looking girls. At this moment, instructor announced that students could set off now. Xiao Bai had only taken few steps when he pouted and asked when snack break was. Xiao Bai is hungry, and Yang was speechless and said, you think this is some elementary school field trip? He watched Main's back and muttered in disdain, what exactly is so special about this kid that boss wants me to keep an eye on him at school? Meng Jiao walked while analyzing. Red Crab Immortal Beast is water-type fantastical beast. It usually lives in deep lakes and demands extremely high water quality. She studied map and said, nearest lake to us is southwest. It's about 40 kilometers away. En Yang calculated for a moment and decided to head that way first, while also looking for water source to spend night there. Suddenly, Du seemed to spot something overhead. An acorn shot straight in from nowhere and slammed down at her. The thing seemed to have eyes. It struck her chest dead on, then bounced right back. En Yang asked worriedly, what happened? Du stammered and said it was nothing, just a fruit from tree falling down and hitting her head. He silently looked at acorn on ground, while Du stood beside him, red-faced, whispering. After that, group kept moving. If you're fine, that's good. Let's keep going forward. Along way, everyone ran into plenty of strange things, like this swarm of odd butterflies. Meng Jiao even used Netherworld to catch wild chickens for food, making other two girls watch with nothing but envy. Xiao Bai, greedily munching along whole way, had asked for wild mushrooms by roadside so many times that En Yang was exhausted enough to collapse. Twilight fell fast, and En Yang suggested they stay here tonight. Thanks to Little Fox, starting fire got much easier, since it had fire attribute power. Everyone gathered together, kept marveling non-stop. Now they did not have to worry about fire dying out after dark anymore. Xiao Bai had only one thing on her mind, that roast chicken was mine. Meng Jiao added that if someone took turns on night watch, even better. And Yang was sure someone would. Dada asked in surprise, there is still someone who wants to team up with us. He gave a faint smile, maybe in his head he thought, but it might not be human. Fire here still burned bright red, and roast chicken was almost done. Rich aroma spread everywhere. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up at sight of chicken. She said briskly, Xiao Bai starts eating now. Everyone was busy talking and eating, so no one noticed several pairs of red eyes in bushes watching them. Looks like monkeys. This group of forest monkeys seemed to be same bunch that had thrown acorns at Meng Jiao this morning. As soon as they saw food, they shot straight up into sky, scattering everywhere as they circled around at shocking speed. Everyone stared in blank shock. What the hell was that? Over here, while everyone was still looking up at sky, another monkey flashed in like lightning, grabbed food and ran. Xiao Bai went pale, my roast chicken. Not just chicken, they snatched away bags and everything else too. And Yang panicked, crap, they took my bag, supplies are in there. Meng Jiao ground her teeth in fury and shouted, give our stuff back now. But monkeys were not scared at all. They even stuck out tongues and slapped their butts, like telling them to dream on. Losing food sent Xiao Bai into a rage, not to mention how mocking their faces were. Meng Jiao was furious too and shouted, damn it. Underworld had not even finished speaking before Xiao Bai lunged out. Over there, those monkeys were still sticking out tongues and rolling eyes, mocking everyone. They must have thought this group was stupid. Joy did not last long. All three then got smashed without missing once. Blow came from our Xiao Bai. Just like that, all three mountain monkeys were beaten flat onto ground. Seeing Xiao Bai land back down, mountain monkeys shrank in fear. She said coldly, tonight, besides roast chicken, I also want roast monkey. Feeling killing intent from Xiao Bai, mountain monkeys freaked out and ran for their lives. But how could she let them go? Xiao Ci's lightning quickly turned them into 3 fake skeletons. 3 monkeys were so scared they knelt and begged for mercy. And Yang said again, you were ones who threw acorn just now, right? You still dare steal our stuff, no apology, no deal. His eyes flashed with a sly glint. You monkeys are hiding another food stash somewhere too, aren't you? Cut to surveillance room in base. Turns out they were all fitted with surveillance cameras everywhere for safety. Instructor looked at screens with disdain. These students are too green. I think tomorrow we need to issue them more supplies. Hold up, security staff said in panic. Instructor, camera 377 has problem. He asked in surprise. What happened? Someone needs rescue. Security staff hurriedly replied, no, come over here and look. Seeing in Yang and others getting looked after by mountain monkeys, instructor could not help finding it amusing. Not bad, since when did ferocious mountain monkeys get so obedient? Even while battered and bruised, mountain monkeys cheerfully carried tea and poured water, then bowed and said, please have some tea, sir. Instructor went pale. Those monkeys usually bullied students, but this time they had met their match. Dawn came very fast. After eating and drinking to full with mountain monkeys, they slept for a long time. And Yang opened his eyes, feeling miserable. Why do my waist and back hurt so much? Could I have been sleep paralyzed? He closed eyes and rolled over. Must have been from sleeping in wrong position. And Yang drowsily opened his eyes, and right in front of him was Meng Jiao, asleep in an absurdly revealing sleepwear set. Still half asleep, and Yang did not even understand what was going on. He thought blankly, so Meng Jiao slept here. Then he rolled over again, ready to keep sleeping, but scene before him made Yang jump hard. In his mind, Yang cried out to heaven, duh, no wonder. A while later, memory came back, and Yang suddenly jolted, no, wait, why are they inside my tent? Grinding his teeth in annoyance, he recalled, looks like that damn monkey pulled some trick. Meng Jiao woke up from his shout. She yawned lazily, what is it? Dada also just woke up. She calmly looked at everyone and said good morning. Atmosphere in tent stayed awkward as hell. While Xiao Bai was still dead asleep, Xiao Bai still wants sleep. And Yang gave a bitter smile, nothing, my leg cramped up. Since everyone is awake, let's get moving early. So they set off together, map appeared, and Yang said following this stream will get us to nearest lake. At this moment by that dead tree, Xiao Bai seemed to notice something. She watched closely, sure enough, area there had tiny bubbles rippling across water surface. Right then, a huge pufferfish, nearly suffocating, hurriedly surfaced to breathe in oxygen. Xiao Ci crouched down and studied it closely, her face showing a sly look. Very good, today's lunch is you. And Yang happened to smack greedy girl on head in irritation, and Xiao Bai was startled too. He raised token and said, don't eat random things. This is a young red shell spirit beast that got separated from its group. Eating it means provoking entire red shell spirit beast pack. Then Yang helped lift away log pressing on it. Rescued red shell was overjoyed. It wagged its tail and looked at Yang as if thanking him. Meng Jiao was a little puzzled. This place does not look like red shell spirit beast territory. Why did it show up here? And Yang replied, probably got lost. Red shell seemed to have no guard against Yang. He picked it up and attached a tiny device to belly. Dida glanced once and recognized it. What got attached was a tracker. And Yang explained, if it runs into danger, we can get there in time to save it. That also makes its home easier to find. The 3 girls were thinking same thing now. Turns out Yang is biggest schemer of all. Then Yang let it go and watched Hang Jia, hoping nothing more than for little one to make it safely home. Group walked on for a while longer, and Dida suddenly shouted with excitement that there was lake up ahead. This shoreline was pure livestream paradise, clear blue water, rolling waves, and golden seashells glittering in sand. Xiao Bai stared in such awe she almost drooled, and Dida immediately said teacher had once told her this was gold pearls, basic material used to upgrade water-type beast spirits. According to Dada, deeper water meant more gold pearls. Xiao Bai heard that, threw bag to ground and shouted, I am coming. Maybe because they were in too much of rush, or because they stood too far away, none of group noticed something silently rising beneath water. Enyang held detection device, looked at Hongjia Beast Spirit's last known position, and found it was near this area. Right then Meng Jiao startled, pointed to side, and shouted, Enyang, look over there. In distance, Da and Xiao Bai were sprinting back in full panic, looking like demons were chasing them. Behind them was whole school of ferocious Hongjia, teeth bared and sharp, scaring Xiao Bai so badly she screamed for help. At sight of this, it looked like Fish School had marked them as enemies and was determined to chase them to end. Enyang went pale too. He immediately shouted and asked what exactly she had taken from them. Xiao Bai held up item in her hand and said calmly that she only picked up gold pearl from top of its head. Enyang froze after hearing that, speechless, and said that was their soul union pearl. Main explained that when young Hongjia Beast Spirit fuses with gold pearl, it grows into full Hongjia Beast Spirit with gold pearl on forehead, and during growth, they merge with pearl to form symbiotic bond. At same time, little guy saw Zyro by being chased and charged forward at once, making Enyang panic and shout for it to stop. It obeyed and stopped, staring at him. Main then explained whole area was water, so if it used lightning, shock would spread over wide range. Meng Jiao also said underworld fire could not burn underwater, so what now? Just then, from river below, a mischievous little fish jumped up, and Enyang recognized at once that it was same little one from before. Little fish seemed to be stopping its own kind. School of Hongjia looked at it for a moment, then temporarily stopped attacking. Xiao Bai could not help but ask what in world they were doing. Enyang told her to hand over Pearl so he could return it. She should stay here and not provoke them anymore. Xiao Bai was disappointed, but still obediently listened. He slowly walked toward School of Hongjia, held Pearl high to show he meant peace, and said he would return it to them. Hongjia that had lost its treasure saw Main and rushed straight at him, like it wanted to inspect everything. Seeing that, Meng Jiao jumped in fright, so worried she shouted Enyang's name. But scene before her made Meng Jiao freeze. Enyang was hugging Hongjia tightly and smiling happily, explaining it was thanking them. In end, Fish School settled down again, each one quietly sinking halfway beneath water. Right after that, they suddenly leaped out of lake, making Meng Jiao ask in curiosity what they were up to now. Looking at School of Hongjia, Enyang immediately guessed they probably wanted to lead group somewhere. Little Fish seemed to understand what he said. It nodded up and down right away to signal yes. Then group followed shoreline, while little Hongjia swam underwater to guide them, even deliberately staying close to shore so no one would get lost. A long way, Dida saw tree loaded with red fruit, and happily said instructor, once told her whole Mount Iaston was full of treasures. On other side, Meng Jiao spotted crystal-like shards rising from foot of mountain, and she could not help exclaiming how beautiful they were. Seeing those girls so excited, Enyang said this place was probably only outer edge of Aya's range, and most real treasures would be deeper inside. Suddenly, Enyang noticed something was off up ahead and stopped at once. Before them was place so dark and deep it seemed endless. Xiao Bai asked whether there was treasure cave inside. Underwater, Hongjia shook its head over and over in confusion. That intense reaction made Enyang look over and ask what was wrong. Then, as if understanding its meaning, he smiled, went along with it, and said fine, group would not enter cave. At that, Hongjia instantly got so happy it bounced up out of water. Meng Jiao saw he looked deep in thought and asked what was wrong. Main said young one's reaction showed cave held danger, so best to find campsite far from here. As sunset fell, Hongjia finally led group to safe place. It said goodbye to its benefactors, then swam away. Group chose spot far from cave to set up camp. By deep night, everyone had fallen asleep, and campfire had almost burned out. After exhausting day, Enyang was sleeping soundly. Since everyone had walked all day, all were sleeping well. But then strange sound suddenly rang out in silent darkness. That loud noise slowly woke him up, and he could not help feeling shocked at why there would be monkey cries in this place. Cry grew more and more miserable and panicked, startling Enyang awake in an instant. Turns out, just as he had guessed, sound came from mountain apes in forest. One of their own was being dragged away by something. Figure looked extremely dangerous, with pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. He immediately stood up and ran towards sound. By time he arrived, mountain ape had already been dragged down close to cliff wall. Three girls quickly realized he was no longer intent and rushed after him. Meng Jiao anxiously shouted Enyang's name. As soon as Xiao Bai saw him, she tensed up too and stepped forward, scanning surroundings before calling out to Master. Down below, mountain ape was still being dragged across ground, eyes squeezed shut in agony. Meng Jiao looked on in panic and asked what that thing was, while Dida had gone pale and tremblingly said it was terrifying. Xiao Bai instantly switched into battle mode and told Master she would protect him. Down below, Little Leopard also began gathering power, ready to charge in. Enyang then called Xiao Si. Meng Jiao quickly stopped him and said wait, if Xiao Si used electricity, it would conduct too easily, let underworld fire handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Fox instantly shifted into battle form. Right after that, underworld fire spun around and shot straight at mountain ape in danger. Underworld fire's flames scorched whatever it touched. Strange monster immediately let go of Mountain Ape and curled up in pain. Having been hit by surprise, it became furious beyond measure, while Mountain Ape seized moment to hug battered body and flee. Yang took one look and recognized this was Zetasa, one of top predators in food chain on Mount Ayas. Inside its body was special crystal that could be used as material for upgrades and for refining antidote medicines. By Yang's judgment, outer armor was hard as tank shell. He suddenly remembered Lion Cub at home. If Tian Fan were here, handling this one would probably be easy. Right after name got called, our little Tian Fan let out loud sneeze. Seeing it weak and listless, snot all over face, Cheng couldn't help asking if it had caught cold. On Meng Jiao's side, she immediately ordered Yu Ming to strike straight at Centipede's head. Once Hu Li heard Master's command, it shot up at once and charged straight at enemy. Yang added anyway, Monkey already ran off. Zio Ci, hurry over and help Yu Ming. As soon as Zio Ci closed in, it viciously clamped down on Iron Chariot Centipede, while electricity inside body kept bursting out non-stop. Da's side did not stand still either. She quickly summoned her bird, Abe, to join fight. Centipede now showed clear panic, as if it never expected itself to be surrounded by so many enemies at once. Maybe fear finally kicked in. Centipede immediately slipped fast into bushes and vanished. Yang could not help being stunned. What happened? Why did it suddenly run? Right then, Zio Ci suddenly screamed in chaos. Behind Yang, dozens of eyes were quietly staring. Sensing danger, his face instantly turned pale. Swarms of small centipedes crawled out from nowhere, spreading in clusters before charging straight at his group. In another group, they were still calmly setting up camp, saying once they found this illusion beast, mission would be done. Centipede legs swept fast across ground, making dead leaves and weeds rustle nonstop. One young man in group asked if anyone heard some sound. Person beside him said to go check over there. So two team members stood up, flashlight in hand, scanning area to investigate. Deep in dense shrubs, huge shape of Iron Chariot Centipede appeared, close enough to make their spines go cold. Both men went pale. Could that be daytime illusion beast they found, kin of Yu Tishi? But I don't remember them being this long or this huge. Over at Kai Quan on Yang's side, it seemed to sense danger too, barking non-stop with unease. Li Xing asked in confusion why Kai Quan was not sleeping and howling like that. De Yao answered, maybe it smelled something. Then Li Xing also grabbed flashlight, carefully shining it toward nearby bushes. Frightening sight appeared at once. Whole swarm of centipedes was wriggling out of thicket. At security room, instructor jumped to his feet in shock. Base just detected centipede riot. This time, things were bad. The moment everyone saw giant Iron Chariot Centipede, panic exploded. Screams rang out, run, run. Seeing monitors, Warden could not stay calm either. Situation in front of him made him silently curse. We're screwed. He hurriedly grabbed radio and immediately broadcast alert, emergency. Carrier bird quickly relayed message through forest. All field students, pay attention, emergency. Illusion beast riot has broken out in Aya Mountains. De Yao's group also received alert. Illusion beast riot has happened. All students, stop investigation mission now and return to base immediately. Meng Jiao grew tense. We need to figure out way back to base fast. Yang immediately ordered, everyone prepare to break out. Zio Ci circulated internal energy, then unleashed a thunderous electric blast toward centipedes. Yu Ming and Abe worked together with perfect rhythm. The moment Hu Li spat fire, Abe used fan-like wings to whip flames straight into Manalag's swarm. Huge centipede locked onto Yu Ming and lunged. Speed was terrifying. When Yu Ming dodged strike, centipede borrowed momentum and charged straight toward Meng Jiao. Since it happened too suddenly, she could not dodge in time. Luckily, Zio Bai delivered a powerful kick right then. Meng Jiao looked at Zio Bai and thanked it happily, while our little illusion beast looked smug, as if saying no big deal. Yang scanned surroundings, heart sinking hard because centipede numbers were truly too many. Right after that, he commanded Zio Ci to unleash an area attack. Centipedes were shocked numb by Zio Cis electricity, and their movements slowly grew sluggish. After that strike, they seemed to grow wary and retreated back into brush. Everyone was stunned. Centipedes were falling back. Yang worriedly asked if Han Meng Jiao had been hurt just now. She suddenly remembered, looked at arm, and said it was only a minor scrape, probably fine. He gently took her hand and said wound was poisoned, so it could not be taken lightly. They had to get back to base and treat it now. Warmth in his hand made Meng Jiao blush, and when Main told her he and Zio Ci would clear path ahead while she followed behind, she could only shyly give a soft mmhmm. Right then, loud boom rang out, shaking ground. Both of them instantly went on high alert. Turns out sound came from cattle pen. De Yao and Li Xing had quickly found them. The moment he appeared, Li Xing shouted fast, "Thank God, boss, save us." Turns out they had not been looking for Main on purpose. They were running for their lives and just happened to meet up again. De Yao, panting hard, said, "Venomous centipedes are chasing us." Before he could finish, centipede's swarm kept crawling closer. Looks like they still meant to hunt them down no matter what. Realizing situation was getting more dangerous, and Yang said, "Li Xing, Meng Jiao is injured. Take her back to base first. Zio Bai and I will cover rear." When swarm crawled in, Zio Ci puffed up like little cat, growling to threaten enemy. Of course, it was not just bluffing. Zyro CI immediately circulated internal energy and blasted enemy with lightning. Seeing it attack so decisively, Enyang reminded it, "Kid, leave one alive." He did that because centipedes were still in hibernation this season. One or two showing up was normal, but whole swarm rioting was far too strange, so Enyang decided to read its memory. Sweat broke out when he saw memory fragment. A giant centipede, horrifying beyond reason, it had to be their leader. Enyang never expected familiar face to appear in memory. In his hand was something like soundwave device, meant to stimulate centipedes. Seeing that image, he could not help being shocked. BSU organization, Zhao Xuan. He even heard him screaming like a madman, ordering iron chariot centipedes, "Wake up, all of you wake up, smash a mountain for me." Enyang told Xiao Bai that Zhao Xuan was behind riot. She asked in shock, who then she remembered, it was that guy from last friendship tournament. Remembering emblem on Zhao Xuan's collar, Enyang was silently shaken. He never expected him to be tied to BSU organization. Xiao Bai kept going. BSU was that supreme purebred beast pet cult from those urban legends. He gave a soft hum. He just did not understand how Zhao Xuan knew about them. Zyro long started to wonder if that extreme purebred doctrine had anything to do with Zyro Lei, because before he had said, "Admit it, purebred beast pets are the true core of evolution. This is the time to cleanse everything." Yin Yang's face darkened, then he left. The urgent task now was dealing with this beast-tied riot. Weakness of flocking arthropod-type beast creatures was simple. Once leader fell, rest instantly turned into chaotic mob. Now, using this centipede's memories, we go find its alpha. Xiao Bai immediately sped up and followed close behind. At instructor's side, thanks to warning speakers going off in time, everyone had been moved to safety. For now, nobody was in danger of losing life. He quietly let out breath. Good thing group of students reacted fast enough. At least they were still alive. Meng Jiao said in panic, "Instructor, please send people to find Yin Yang. He got separated from team because he was saving us." Instructor's heart instantly shook. Damn it. He was exactly high priority observation target, personally assigned by higher-ups. Right after saying that, Meng Jiao suddenly felt dizzy. She weakly murmured, "Please, teacher, you have to save him." Then for some reason no one understood. Meng Jiao suddenly passed out. "Do," screamed in alarm Meng Jiao. Instructor also snapped tensely, "Call doctor now." Meanwhile, he and Xiao Bai had already returned to original entrance, standing before familiar cave. Yin Yang frowned. So this rock cave was place that immortal beast once kept us from entering. No wonder something felt off. Inside was still eerily quiet. On stone blocks, tiny points of light flickered like fireflies, beautiful enough to be hypnotic. But in next instant, a pair of blazing eyes suddenly locked onto him. It was Iron Sheer Centipede King. Monster Zhao Xuan had awakened, and now it was roaring with savage fury. That long, massive body with thick armor was Zetasa Queen. Scales on its body looked like giant mutant Peters, enough to raise goosebumps just from seeing them. Xiao Bai stared at it in surprise. She asked curiously, "So this is Guy?" Like prisoner starved for years, the moment it saw him, it lunged into frenzied attack. But Yin Yang's beast pet was not there for show. Xiao Ci sprang up at once and shot straight onto its body. Shocked by burst of intense lightning, Queen Centipede could not hold back and let out piercing screech. And it did not stop there. Earth Tzu kept blasting out high-voltage current, making Centipede tremble non-stop. Seeing it now, sprawled like stunned earthworm on stone floor, Xiao Bai could not help praising it. As expected, no matter how huge Centipede got, it still had to fear our Xiao Ci. Just then, violent noise rolled in from distance. Cave entrance was sealed tight by huge boulders, and ground began to shake. Seeing this, Yin Yang immediately realized he had fallen into trap, but by time he figured it out, it seemed too late. Zhao Xuan finally appeared, with cold murderous aura surging all around him. In his hand, he was also gripping large red stone. That murderous aura was spilling out from it. Zhao Xuan smiled smugly. "This is treasure bestowed on me by BSU Senior. Wild beast pets only need to smell it and their nerves will go numb. Pain will trigger combat adrenaline, enough to kill Yin Yang." Inside, Xiao Bai and Yin Yang used all their strength to push stone blocking entrance, but situation was clearly hopeless. Scent from red stone quickly seeped into cave, and centipedes started catching it too, exactly as Zhao Xuan had planned. What happened next matched his words exactly. Queen Centipede was like it had swallowed stimulant and immediately shot upright. Xiao Bai reacted lightning fast. She turned back and shouted, "Master, be careful." Queen Centipede immediately spat out stream of green liquid. That had to be its poison. They dodged in time. Poison splashed straight onto huge rock jutting beside them. Xiao Bai's eyes started changing. Her face was also covered in layer after layer of visible scales. She charged up in fury and gritted out, "You dare ambush me, let's see how I deal with you." Yin Yang knew she could kill Queen Centipede without issue, but for some reason he stopped her. "Xiao Bai, don't." Xiao Bai asked in shock, "Master, and even now you still want to protect it?" Yin Yang answered at once, "If we overdo it and cave collapses, we die too, be careful." But at that moment, Queen Centipede kept charging again, and this time target was Xiao Bai. She nimbly tilted aside. Queen Centipede's massive body slammed straight into stone wall, shaking entire cave violently. Rocks and soil started cracking apart from those gaps. Something like fireflies flew out in swarms. Cave looked like it could not take another hit. Seeing rubble keep falling, Bai screamed in shock. That strange scent was still spreading everywhere, and now they were surrounded by an entire swarm of glowing flame-scorching beetles. They kept flying out of water cracks, as if born right from that stream. Outside, Zhao Xuan grew more and more smug. Now, even if they did not get swallowed by Leader Centipede, they would still get crushed to death by rocks. He clutched Redstone tightly in his hand. Seeing it keep giving off fragrance, he laughed in satisfaction. Back to Yin Yang's side, he watched swarm of glowing flames fly off, and his eyes suddenly flashed, got it. Then Yin Yang turned and said, Bai, stand on stone by cave entrance. Listen for my command. Bai obeyed right away and replied shortly, okay. 1 second later, Bai was already standing on high cliff, waiting seriously for Master's order. When Queen Centipede was about to charge again, Yin Yang also started counting, too. Bai's position was exactly blocked cave entrance. When he saw it about to slam in, he shouted final number 1. At exact right distance, Yin Yang immediately roared, Bai move. In an instant, Bai dodged to side on command, and Queen Centipede's entire body smashed straight into exit blocked by rocks. Hearing that terrifying crash from inside cave, Zhao Xuan only grew more smug. He happily turned around and was about to leave, time to go. The moment he finished speaking, a deafening explosion rang out. Zhao Xuan instinctively bent over. He fell hard to ground, face going deathly pale in shock. Zhao Xuan could not believe his eyes, mouth hanging open. He muttered, how is that possible? Queen Centipede had already been taken down, its body lying under rubble. Standing on that shell were none other than Yin Yang and Bai. He looked straight at him, expression still calm as ever. Zhao Xuan, why did you do this? He gritted his teeth in fury. You still ask. National tournament slot was supposed to be mine. Zhao Xuan looked driven half-mad with rage. Do not think luck means you can steal East Sea's spot. I will not let any of you live long enough to enter. Bai rolled up sleeves in irritation. So you admitted it. You were one who caused Beast Tide. He gave cold laugh. I only used this Beast Tide to kill all of you. En Yang pulled something from his jacket pocket, and the corner of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. Good. Zhao Xuan sneered, so what if you recorded it? You need to be alive to take it out of here. En Yang answered coldly, just because you lost to me last time, you used every dirty trick you had against us. Right after that, he shouted smugly, Ninja, it's your turn to take the stage. Behind him, 2 eyes suddenly blazed, dragging a violent surge of flame with them. A massive serpent appeared behind him. It was the Scarlet Flame giant python. No one knew how he got it, but Zhao Xuan immediately gave a cold order, Ninja, wipe them all out. Zai quickly gathered lightning, staying on guard while slowly closing in on the enemy. The python spat fire straight at the electric leopard. Zai shouted, don't panic. Zai, jump into the trees and dodge it. Zhao Xuan's face darkened, then he gave a vicious smile. All you know how to do is run and hide. Scarlet Flame chased after Zai, and one bite crushed the tree trunk in front of it. Zai gritted its teeth, still keeping calm as it faced an enemy many times stronger. Scarlet Flame's body coiled tightly around the tree, looking like a gigantic cobra, horrifying enough to chill the blood. Zhao Xuan grew even more delighted. Kneel and beg me now. Maybe I'll still leave you a way to live. Otherwise, I'll roast that rat first, then turn you into charcoal. En Yang paid him no mind and immediately shouted a command. Zai, turn back along the same path. Scarlet Flame kept spewing flames, while Zai obeyed its master and sprang hard toward its head. The electric leopard used its compact body to glide across Scarlet Flame, and every step it took threw the enemy into confusion. En Yang shouted again, Zai, strike its 7-inch weak point. Right after that, it arched its back and fired sharp spikes straight into Scarlet Flame's body. In the blink of an eye, Scarlet Flame crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Zhao Xuan screamed in panic, Ninja. He turned back toward En Yang in rage, stammering through clenched teeth, you're not done with me yet. But before he could finish, Bai suddenly appeared right in front of him. Without giving him another chance to speak, Zai discharged lightning from behind, shocking him until his whole body went numb. Watching him collapse to the ground, En Yang said in a deep voice, we have to hand the one behind this phantom beast tied over to the law. The scene shifted to the instructors, where a panicked voice rang out, what Mengjiao is still on duty. As soon as En Yang returned, he heard the bad news and immediately asked in worry, what's Shen Mengjiao's condition right now? The instructor was just as anxious. He looked at him and said, I'll take you to the infirmary right away. When En Yang arrived, the instructor explained while walking, the doctor said she was poisoned to detoxify her. She has to be transferred to the city hospital. He placed a hand on his shoulder. The school has arranged to evacuate everyone from here. This decision is for everyone's safety. Looking at Meng Jiao lying motionless on the bed, he blamed himself. This happened because I failed to protect my team member. The instructor comforted him. This was a large-scale phantom beast riot. Don't punish yourself too much. Hearing that, En Yang suddenly thought of something. The Yassi Mountains, the Iron Sand Centipede. The instructor answered at once. That's right. The crystal inside the Iron Sand Centipede's body can be used to make an antidote. More importantly, the leader's crystal might even have the power to pull someone back from the brink of death. Hearing that, En Yang said with joy, I have a way now, maybe we can save Mengjiao. The instructor looked at En Yang with a serious face. This involves a human life. I understand how you feel. En Yang took out the crystal core. This is the crystal taken from the centipede queen. It can be used to extract antivenom serum. The instructor hurriedly objected. No, even if this method can save her, an ordinary Z-rank crystal still has a risk of failure, and it could even make her condition worse. He gave a faint smile and replied, Instructor, you're right. A human life matters most, Xiao Bai. In the end, he still accepted En Yang's request. After that, En Yang was allowed to enter the hospital room. He stared coldly at the screen displaying Mengjiao's vital signs, clearly under extreme tension. He focused all his attention on observing, while his hand kept working across the control screen. Outside, the supervisor's anger showed plainly. En Yang is too reckless. He actually dared to make this decision on his own. His face darkened as he thought to himself, even if En Yang is someone my superior told me to look after, Shen Mengjiao is the principal's daughter. Inside the room, En Yang remained intensely focused on every operation in front of him. Purple veins suddenly bulged across Mengjiao's body, and tears of pain flowed down despite her trying to hold them back. When the nurse saw Mengjiao's condition worsening, she cried out in fear, Doctor. The doctor rushed in at once, while En Yang stood outside and called her name anxiously, Mengjiao. Sweat kept pouring down En Yang's forehead. Mengjiao, you have to hang in there. The numbers on the screen kept changing, while her body was merging with the Queen Centipede's crystal. Time seemed to stretch on forever, and even En Yang's breathing grew heavy. At that moment, En Yang vaguely remembered, Mengjiao. Even though we've known each other for so long, in my previous life I always. He paused, then thought to himself, I don't know if you escaped that phantom beast tied back then. En Yang clenched his fist and silently made up his mind. This time, I won't let you fall into danger again. In the emergency room, Mengjiao gasped with difficulty and coughed heavily again and again. The doctor was still tensely reporting that the patient's condition was very bad. The fusion process on the screen was almost complete, and En Yang urged anxiously, faster, come on, faster. But right when only a little was left, the monitor suddenly stopped running, and the progress bar froze. En Yang jolted and grabbed the device, saying in panic, did it fail? That's impossible. The doctor also shouted urgently, the patient's heartbeat and breathing are showing abnormalities. Emergency treatment now. The machines rang out in rapid bursts, and the entire emergency room sank into an atmosphere stretched tight as a wire. Perhaps heaven really does reward those who refuse to give up. In the end, Mengjiao's body successfully completed the fusion. En Yang looked at the result, overjoyed beyond words. The serum has been extracted successfully. Right then, En Yang rushed straight into emergency room, clutching oversized syringe. Doctor did not stop him, and Yang bent low, carefully injecting serum into Mengjiao's body. Her breathing came in rapid bursts, but before long, Mengjiao's face softened, and she slowly opened her eyes. Moment she saw En Yang, Mengjiao was too emotional to speak. Sweet air spread around her, and tears fell with it. Mengjiao sprang up and hugged him tight, her voice trembling. She said she had lived through very long dream, thought she would never wake up, and thought she would never see him again. He gently hugged Elko too, and softly said, hadn't they met again now? On this side, instructor and Xiao Bai hurried in as well, and Yang immediately admitted fault, saying what happened was forced by situation, and he would accept any punishment. He looked at Mengjiao, unable to hide shock in his heart. Even if poison was cured, she should not recover this fast unless. Even with that thought, he kept stern, cold face. He said En Yang had acted to save someone, so matter would be overlooked for now, but it must never happen again. At last, everyone left. Voice sounded from vehicle respected leaders. After confirmation, phantasmal beast riot in Aya's mountains has ended. According to evidence gathered, person who suppressed this riot was En Yang. On this side, Mengjiao happily leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Scene was so sweet, anyone watching could smell romance. Scene shifts to Defense Bureau in D-City, huge facility, with extremely complex structure. Inside interrogation room, familiar voice slowly rang out besides that. Xinghang looked at Zhao Xuan, her voice stern as she pressed him, talk. Who ordered you from behind? Zhao Xuan had been brought here, his face ashen, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to say even half word. Xinghang calmly sat in chair, stared straight at him, and asked what motive drove him to create phantasmal beast riot. He forced smile and answered, I already told you, I acted because I hate En Yang. Looking deep into his eyes, Xinghang seemed to peer straight into his heart. In cold voice, she asked Zhao Xuan what exactly he was hiding. I do not believe normal student can incite phantasmal beast riot. During time you disappeared, where did you go? His hands were tightly cuffed, his body weak. He could only lower his head in silence. Xinghang continued, those devices used to lure phantasmal beasts are definitely not things student could possess. Someone behind you is controlling this, right? As soon as he saw device once used to manipulate phantasmal beasts, he panicked and denied it. No, there is no one. Xinghang did not circle around it. She directly exposed that his clothing bore symbol representing extremist organization PSU. In end, he was only student. Interrogated to this point, his face instantly went pale, and he stammered, I don't know. Xing Hong remembered old comrade from years ago, dying in her arms, still urging her to hurry and chase. Her eyes darkened. 5 years ago, we fought this organization. Memories returned again. Back then, she had risked her life charging out to pursue that person. In Xing Hong's memory, same exact marking had been on that person's collar, same as one now appearing on Zhao Xuan. Thinking of this, Xing Hong leaned close to his face and asked if PSU people had ordered him. Zhao Xuan immediately screamed in terror no. After that, Xing Hong turned to her subordinate and ordered them to investigate PSU clues based on Zhao Xuan's recent movements. Subordinate immediately answered, understood. Scene shifts to Zhou Group, one of 3 great families with top-tier power. Inside meeting room, everyone was watching seriously. This was footage recorded by drone at Yas Mountains. Image of an Yang appeared on big screen. This person was one who stopped phantasmal beast tied this time. Middle-aged man spoke, according to report. Traces of PSU exist behind this riot. Girl in room heard this and asked in confusion, what is PSU? He answered they are a group that worships pureblood phantasmal beasts, always believing those beasts are peak existence. They mostly do sneaky things, so no need to worry too much. Hearing that explanation, girl finally nodded, secretly letting out breath of relief. Right then, white-haired old man hurried in. Person above spoke. Deputy General Manager Joe Yurei here, sorry, I just came from Chairman's office. He spoke directly, let's get to main point. Chairman's meaning is. Then Deputy General Manager Joe looked up at screen, and Yang can stop phantasmal beast tide, proving he is genius. We need to pay attention to him. Other man cut in, Blood Abyss branch caused chaos in D-City, but thanks to him, Defense Bureau soldiers caught ringleader without bloodshed. Now he even stopped riot. Mr. Joe continued, current problem is how to approach an Yang without making him wary. Someone in room suggested, we can consider sending someone in disguise to approach him. This method is fairly good. Deputy Director Joe added, and PSU has always liked filthy tricks. We must also secretly protect him from that revenge-seeking bunch. Old Georgia said with concern, and Blood Abyss too, if their leader finds out an Yang is person who ruined this, with their vicious nature. Young man smiled faintly and said, please be completely at ease about person I recommended. Scene shifts back to school. Before class started, teacher announced, I will introduce new student to everyone. Girl cheerfully greeted everyone, I am Joe from Imperial Capital. Then she looked at teacher and said politely, teacher, I just arrived and don't know school yet. Could I find classmate to show me around? Teacher happily answered, of course, will you choose yourself or should I choose for you? Joe immediately showed bright smile and replied, no need to trouble you, teacher. After speaking, she slowly walked down into classroom, glancing around, making boys in room so mesmerized their mouths hung open. Suddenly, hem of that skirt stopped right in front of an Yang, making him slightly startled too. She quickly struck up conversation. Hi, I am Joe. Can you help me get familiar with new environment? He calmly answered, sure, call me an Yang behind him. Bai instantly drooped, thinking another suspicious one. Clock ticked steadily, quiet time in classroom quickly passed. When break came, Joe kept trailing behind an Yang. 2 of them walked around campus together, purpose being to help her learn routes and paths. And Yang turned and introduced, Joe, this is school library. Right then, behind him, loud call suddenly rang out, and Yang. He turned back in surprise. It was Meng Jiao. Her face did not look happy at all, exactly like jealous wife. Joe reacted very fast, turned to look at Meng Jiao, and casually said hello. Meng Jiao gave no answer, so Zhou spoke up. I came looking for you about something. Principal said for you to go to teacher En Yang's office. En Yang replied with a smile, okay, thanks, Meng Jiao. After that, En Yang spoke again. Classmate Zhou, go get familiar with place first. I need to make trip to principal's office. I'll come find you later. She answered with a smile, okay. Only 2 girls remained here, and silence hung so still you could hear each breath. Very quickly, 2 gazes met. Meng Jiao looked at Zhou with clear dislike. Only then did Meng Jiao speak. Hello, I heard you transferred here from Illusory River Academy. Zhou answered calmly, that's right. Meng Jiao went on, but I checked your info, and it doesn't match records from Illusory River Academy. Veil on Zhou's face slowly slipped away. Really, maybe after I transferred here, they wiped my records clean. Meng Jiao frowned, getting through layer after layer of checks with fake records to get in here, then deliberately getting close to En Yang, with skills and motive like that. Right after that, Meng Jiao shouted, you're a leftover from dark organization, aren't you? Meng Jiao's fist shot straight at Zhou, but she instantly sidestepped with ridiculous ease. In turn, right after that, Zhou kicked toward Meng Jiao, making her jump in shock. Her arm was locked tight, and her whole body was pressed hard against wall. Zhou lowered her voice, classmate, next time, if you have something to say it slow. Meng Jiao ground her teeth and roared, military grappling hand technique. Who are you? Zhou gave cold smile. One student who knows quite lot, huh? Meng Jiao got straight to the point and asked what Zhou was really after by getting close to Yin Yang. Zhou only replied that she could not say too much, but this would definitely benefit him. Right then, hurried footsteps rang out from far away, and Zhou instantly realized someone was coming. Up ahead, Yin Yang had turned back and was walking toward the 2 girls, step by step. Both of them clearly wanted to hide what they had just discussed, so Meng Jiao immediately straightened up and pretended nothing had happened. Yin Yang spoke up, saying the principal had just told him the national tournament would begin in 2 months, and had reminded him to prepare carefully. Meng Jiao secretly felt delighted, thinking that when the tournament came, she and he would travel together. Still, she held herself back and asked, "Is it only the two of us?" Jojo quickly cut in, saying her relatives lived there, so when the time came, she could help the main character get familiar with the place fast. Besides, she had watched many previous seasons, so she understood the competition rules pretty well. According to Jojo, this tournament would gather 6 to 4 young geniuses from 5 provinces across the country. All 6 to 4 contestants would be divided into 4 groups, along with each person's Phantom Beast lineup. Each contestant could bring 3 phantom pets, and each match would be fought across 3 battle rounds. She continued, after the group stage, the top 4 from each group would be selected, making 16 people who would advance. After that would come the knockout rounds, the semi-finals, and finally the champion would be decided. Hearing this, Yin Yang calculated for a moment, then froze and said, "Wait, that means I'm still short 1 phantom pet." Meng Jiao looked at him happily, then said with confidence, "Leave that to me." Scene shifted to D-City's Phantom Pet Hatching Center, a place dedicated to trading phantom pets for phantom pet masters. The two walked around for a while, and Meng Jiao said there was too little time to prepare, so it would be best to choose a fully grown phantom pet. She picked up a chicken and said this one looked pretty good. Yin Yang was startled by the high price and quickly said they should look at a few more before deciding. The two skipped that chicken and moved on to the egg hatching area. Yin Yang looked at the price tags on each egg and could only smile bitterly because this area was even more expensive. Meng Jiao said, "If we still can't find a suitable phantom pet here, where should we go next? Up ahead is the clearance egg section." He asked if the clearance egg section meant goods that had to be disposed of. Meng Jiao answered, "Not exactly. It was where eggs that had been stored too long without hatching were placed and marked down. These eggs had an extremely low hatch rate. Even if one luckily hatched, the phantom pet inside was usually weak or sick, so only rich gamblers liked buying them to test their luck." After hearing that, Yin Yang laughed happily and said, "Then let's go take a look. Maybe we'll pick up something good." So the two quickly arrived at the clearance egg section, and Meng Jiao began seriously choosing through them one by one. She held a purple egg in her hands and could not help feeling regretful, saying this was truly a waste of resources. But right then, Yin Yang seemed to notice something. From a distance, he saw a large cardboard box, and a little curiosity instantly rose in his heart. Soon after, Yin Yang walked over and began rummaging through the box. Seeing him pull out an egg, Meng Jiao said the pattern on the shell was really beautiful, even if it could not hatch. Taking it home as a collectible would still be pretty nice. At the same time, the staff member explained, "Sir, this egg was a relic left on Earth after an otherworld gate opened in the Tai Long Mountains during the Phantom Beast tide." Yin Yang picked up the egg, then turned to ask the salesperson, "How much is this thing?" The other person explained, "Although this egg comes from the otherworld, it is not as expensive as the premium goods in the hatching area. It only costs 8,000, extremely cheap." Meng Jiao said that price really was cheap, and it could be bought as a handmade decoration. Yin Yang suddenly said, "Wait. The label says it has been sitting here for an entire year, which proves it has almost no chance of hatching, yet you still dare sell it for 8,000. The staff member immediately stammered, "Well, about that, but the girl beside you did just praise how beautiful it was, so how about 5,000? Yin Yang calmly replied, "I'll pay 3,000, that price even startled Meng Jiao. But right then, the salesperson deflated and agreed, "Fine." After leaving, Meng Jiao said she felt this place was not very reliable, and suggested going back to buy the cluck-cluck bird instead, since money was not a problem. He replied that since he dared to buy this egg, he naturally had confidence. Just then a voice rang out, "So it was you people." Yin Yang and Meng Jiao both turned back in surprise. An arrogant-looking young man walked over and said they had already had their eyes on this egg before, but had not expected someone else to buy it first. Yin Yang replied that they had already paid for it anyway, so surely he was not planning to rob them in broad daylight. The guy then said he had misunderstood. He only wanted to play a game with him. Someone in the group spoke up, saying they wanted to compete with him to see who could hatch this egg, and the phantom pet that hatched would belong to the winner. Yin Yang was not intimidated at all. Instead, he was extremely confident and said, "No problem, then let's start right now." After that, the group placed their hands on the egg one after another, though it was unclear what trick they were using. But after waiting a long time, the egg still showed no reaction at all, causing the whole group to feel secretly shocked. Both sides were practically thinking the same thing. Could this egg really be unable to hatch after all? 2 full hours had already passed. Meng Jiao thought to herself that if this kept going, who knew how long they would have to wait? Then she spoke up and said she was going to the restroom. When Meng Jiao turned and left, Yin Yang silently calculated that with these people's mental strength, even 4 or 5 more years probably would not hatch anything. Right then, Yin Yang began using his mental illusion ability. In the blink of an eye, that guy saw cracks slowly appear on the egg, and he immediately shouted in joy, "Success." From inside the egg, something red suddenly shot out at incredible speed. When the group witnessed this scene, all of them panicked and hurriedly raised their hands to cover their faces. The blue-haired guy turned pale and said in horror, Why isn't the taming mental strength working? When Meng Jiao returned, she only saw the group surging out of the hatching center, shouting that this thing was crazy and they did not want it anymore. She walked in curiously and asked what had happened. Yin Yang calmly replied that he did not know why they ran. Maybe their hands cramped from holding them there too long. He thought seriously. The mental strength he released had already reached Grandmaster level, yet the egg still had no obvious reaction. After that, Yin Yang closed his eyes to sense it, then continued increasing the intensity of his mental strength. This time the egg finally truly moved, and cracks began spreading across it. From inside, a red dinosaur with an insanely cool appearance slowly stood before him. Meng Jiao cheered for her, thrilled that egg had hatched. Looking at tiny illusory beast in front of him, Meng Jiao told him to name it fast. Yang fell into thought, planning to call it Little Tan. Meng Jiao guessed it at once, 1, 2, 3 right. She looked at tiny creature and blurted out that name sounded no different from extinct Tyrannosaurus rex. Yang answered that illusory beasts and illusory pets with 3 heads and 6 arms, looking like ancient creatures, were nothing strange either. Wrong, think bigger. If it looks like Tyrannosaurus rex, then call it Emperor Lord. Yang immediately put hand on its head. Today, 2 sides seal contract. Not long after, light burst forth, and contract between him and Dinosaur was complete. Out of nowhere, Yang was dragged into strange land. Dense trees surrounded him, and he stared in shock, unable to understand what was happening. In that very moment, Giant Dinosaur manifested, leaving Yang briefly stunned. It looked down at him and let out deep roar, and its aura surged like it was about to explode. Yang gave wry smile. Only ancient exotic beast bloodline could possess mental space like this. This time, hit jackpot. In real world, Meng Jiao anxiously called Xiao Bai, saying Yang had just signed contract with illusory pet and then passed out cold. Xiao Bai jumped in shock. Damn it, where are you two? Inside that space, Giant Dinosaur slowly advanced toward Yang. Its gaze coldly lowered, as if target had already been locked onto him. Suddenly, it lifted foot and looked ready to stomp straight down on Yang, making him flinch. Yang instantly slipped aside, realizing it wanted to flex its dominance over him in mental space. He began analyzing its power, spiritual force at beast-subduing god rank, seizing control of mental space. Then Mane smugly sprang upward. This mental space now runs on my rules. Yang's face turned cold as he kicked back. That stomp from before, I am paying it back to you. Dinosaur never expected guy in front to strike so decisively. Pain hit so hard it squeezed eyes shut. Right after, just one blow from Yang sent Dinosaur crashing down, sprawled flat on ground. It stared at him in disbelief, as if refusing to accept someone had brought it down with one move. He walked closer. By logic, mental space was just like dreamscape, so it shouldn't even feel pain. Seeing him approach, Dinosaur shut eyes tight, like it was scared of taking another punch. At this point, he placed hand on it, and golden light instantly appeared. His eyes slowly opened again, and a familiar voice faintly rang in ears. Yang, wake up, master, thank goodness. Meng Jiao said worriedly that he had scared her half to death just now, so she called Xiao Bai. Yang replied in gentle voice, don't worry, I am fine. Then he sat up and looked at illusory pet sleeping soundly. Looks like contract succeeded. All 3 carried Jun Huang away together, and it slowly grew used to new master too. Seeing smug look on it while being held by master, Xiao Bai burned with anger and glared. So this little brat is why master fainted. Yang hurried to smooth things over. It's not that serious to me, it felt more like dream. Thinking back on Kick just now, if he looked closely, it was really the one getting hurt. They kept moving, completely unaware that strange shadow behind them was silently tracking Yang. That person couldn't hide grin, no mistake. This is smell from other side of gate to otherworld. At this point, another person walked over and asked, is it necessary? Aren't pure-blooded illusory pets provided by organization already enough for your experiment? Guy answered, those degenerates from farm and that clone stuff. How I handle them isn't up to some dirty work guy like you. Scene shifted to training field, and atmosphere was strangely quiet. Zheng held Tian Fan, worriedly saying, something like this happened, and you still want rest. You even told me to bring Tian Fan and Xiao Zai to training field. Yang replied, national tournament is coming soon. We need to let Jun Huang get familiar with skills fast. Besides, I am fine, she wondered. Then why call Tian Fan gang over here? Yang looked at Jun Huang. If you're a training, you need teachers, so they can learn how to attack each other. Dinosaur quickly enlarged its body, and aura it released wasn't much weaker than rest. Yang explained, Jun Huang hatched not long ago. When it enters battle form, body still isn't as big as in mental space. He glanced at Xiao Zai and Tian Fan and asked, which one wants to be teacher first? Looks like our little leopard volunteered first. It expanded body and immediately took battle stance. Jun Huang now looked like true warrior. It opened huge mouth and charged too. But little leopard's speed was too nimble. In blink, it shot straight onto Jun Huang's nose. Xiao's claws came down, and Giant Dinosaur couldn't even react in time. Jun Huang lacked caution and underestimated enemy, so it got zapped until vision went dark. When Xiao Zai sprang away, Jun Huang also toppled onto ground, dazed and unable to tell direction. Yang encouraged Jun Huang, don't just use strength, think about what skills you've got. Seeing it slowly understand, he went on, bloodline inherited skill from ancestors. Right then Junhuang gathered power inside body, opened huge mouth, and condensed energy. Then massive energy blast shot straight towards Xiaozai. Under Junhuang's oppressive aura, Xiaozai couldn't help frowning. Only now did both truly enter clash. For a moment, neither side would give ground. Zheng covered face and shouted in worry, with power like this, will they be okay? Unlike her panic, brother and Xiaozai calmly put on glasses and watched like they were enjoying match. As clashing auras formed strong wind, looking at new illusory pet, and Yang couldn't help feeling pleased. Junhuang has awakened skill. Little leopard coyly rushed into his arms, and Yang softly praised it. Xiaozai did great. He looked back at Dinosaur. After mountain trip to Aya's, Xiaozai had already risen to legend rank. Junhuang, fresh out of egg, could reach this level right away. That was already impressive. And Yang asked, half joking, if its body was fine now, and whether it could keep training. Junhuang planted its claws on its hips and lifted its chin, acting like it was no big deal. But then Junhuang instantly went pale when it faced that new opponent. It already thought it was huge, yet the shadow lion in front of it was still terrifying, and Yang called out to Tian Fan, this is training, so know when to stop. But for some reason, Tian Fan's eyes looked a little unfocused now. Before it could react, it collapsed flat on the ground, and our Junhuang was scared pale all over again. A cloud of black smoke came from nowhere and filled the whole room. Junhuang immediately realized something was wrong. Xiaobai also felt dizzy on the side, and she murmured in a daze, this is bad, master. Seeing her fall too, and Yang could not help worrying about everyone. At that moment, a figure emerged from the smoke. Don't worry, it's only low concentration anesthetic, and Yang shouted warily at him. That guy gave a cold laugh. After all, I need live specimens for my research. And Yang stared at him, who are you? The man answered with disdain, none of your business. By now, the anesthetic seemed to have kicked in, and Cheng grew tense for a second. I'm so dizzy, this is bad. He looked at Yang's phantom pet lying on the ground, a mutated individual, not bad. I already have too many experimental subjects like this. Then he glanced at Tian Fan, a little medicine stove pushed to evolve since childhood, must have been taken from those idiots in Blood Abyss. But then he seemed to notice something, and his expression suddenly turned serious, even his gaze froze. Looking at Junhuang lying on the ground, the man was overjoyed, that body type, no mistake. He slowly crouched down and reached out, about to touch it. This really is a phantom beast with primal genes. Before he could, Junhuang suddenly opened its eyes wide and glared straight up at him. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and roared, scaring the stranger stiff. Han saw Junhuang being so fierce and wondered, is ordinary anesthetic still not enough? Then he took another bottle from his pocket, then try this. Of course, Junhuang did not give him time to act. It whipped its tail hard toward him. And Yang realized it. Looks like Junhuang has some resistance to anesthetic and can still bring out its combat strength. Junhuang's tail swept through, and Yang calculated that its attacks could already force humans to dodge. That tail slam smashed into the ground, and the stone could not withstand it. Cracks split open, and chunks shattered apart. The man looked at the cracks and could not help becoming alert. Didn't expect it to be this hard to deal with. But then he looked at Junhuang and let out a cold little laugh. Number 43. The collar of this man's shirt also had the letters PSU. The moment he finished speaking, a blurry figure instantly appeared from within the space. Its name was Number 43, nicknamed Thorn-tailed Leopard. Its back was covered in sharp spikes. It stared at Junhuang hungrily, drool spilling from its mouth in long strands. Once it recovered, it immediately lunged forward and bit Junhuang hard. Looks like it was too confident. Our Junhuang merely flicked its tail, and Thorn-tailed Leopard was sent flying like a ball. The man froze. Number 43's insectoid race normally lives in an environment full of toxic gas and poisonous insects, so it can still unleash 100 of its combat strength here. But Junhuang quickly counterattacked again. The fact that you held on this long already exceeded my expectations, but you still haven't even used 40 of your strength. And Yang watched the fight, and his face gradually went pale. This can't keep going. He gritted his teeth, then gathered his inner force, and Yang used his mental power to suppress it. In an instant, Thorn-tailed Leopard's head began to spin. The pain crashed down, making it lose its ability to fight. Seeing its opponent like that, Junhuang was also a little surprised. On this side, after using that ability, and Yang's strength to resist also slowly ran dry. With the anesthetic smoke on top of it, he staggered. That man broke out in sweat. Just now, a massive wave of mental power suppressed Number 43. He scratched his head and thought it over. Could there be another expert? But in D-City, aside from Zhang Sanweng, there shouldn't be any powerhouse strong enough to hold the line. The instant the enemy dropped his guard, Junhuang immediately opened its mouth and tried to bite him savagely. Under Junhuang's pressure, that guy panicked so badly he scrambled away on all fours. After the enemy disappeared from sight, Junhuang turned back to look at its teammates unconscious on the ground. The PSU member panted hard after escaping. He calculated the situation, not good. This preparation wasn't enough. That vicious man secretly made up his mind. Next time, I need to find someone who specializes in dirty work. Right then, Zhuzhou Lulu appeared. She struck the back of his neck without hesitation. The other side instantly collapsed. Zhuzhou then reported to someone, "Report, I have him under control." The voice on the other end told her to deal with the anesthetic gas first, and that someone else would handle the rest later. Do not expose your identity. Back on Yang's side, everyone gradually woke up. He asked anxiously, "Are you all okay?" Meng Jiao answered, "We need to report this to the defense team fast." He immediately nodded too, yeah. Scene shifts to the Raging Tide Defense Bureau in D-City. After Yang reported the situation, he received news. "You're saying that person was already captured. Who caught him?" The other person answered, "Sorry, that's classified." And Yang thought back in confusion. "I remember the PSU logo on that guy's clothes was very clear. He was targeting Zhen Huang's pure bloodline, who exactly took him down." When he was alone, the thought that the man from earlier also carried the PSU mark kept circling in his mind. He could not help asking Xiao Bai in confusion, "Do you think this organization is connected to the force behind Xiao Lei?" She quickly answered, "There are definitely many similarities, but from what I remember, even if they were stronger, they still." And Yang continued, "Still couldn't be strong enough to mobilize a disaster-level phantom beast. Right now, I have 3 guesses. First, it's just a coincidence. Second, Xiao Lei is one of PSU's people. Third, they have contact with some major force." At this point, she became even more determined. "Then we have to go to the national tournament and investigate that Xiao Lei. If I get the chance, I want to give him a punch." After that, Zhen Huang entered an even harsher training session, and Yang looked at the little guy. "Your speed still needs to be a bit faster." While he was busy figuring things out, his phone rang again, and Yang looked toward his pocket in surprise. Then he picked up right away. "Hello, Meng Jiao. What happened?" Her voice on the other end was urgent. "We have a problem here. Your beast tamer rank is still 1A. That rank cannot enter the imperial capital. We will arrange a new rank assessment for you immediately." Yin Yang arrived soon after. This was City D's assessment center. The man looked at him and asked, "You are Yin Yang, the one the city arranged to compete in the national tournament?" "Right. If you're only rank 1, people will laugh you out of there." He added that Yin Yang had already gone through a rank 1 test before, so this time would be different. "You must personally tame the phantom beast we prepared." Yin Yang answered at once, saying no problem. Then the man stepped forward, his expression turning serious as he looked at Yin Yang and spoke, "Main talent." He looked at him through the screen, then continued, saying that according to the higher-ups, they would arrange an elite-rank phantom beast for him. Suddenly, Jojo spoke from behind him. "Why use a 9-star one? Use an extraordinary rank 1. That sentence left the man stunned. "Huh." The man immediately snapped in anger. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that kind of reckless move is?" Jojo answered him in a cold voice, "This is the order from above." On this side, Yin Yang silently calculated. According to what Meng Jiao said earlier, this was a rank 10 beast tamer competition, so he would be facing a 9-star elite rank phantom beast. Before he could finish thinking, that claw was already lunging at him. A giant black wolf slowly walked out. It was a 9-star extraordinary rank colossal wolf of destruction. Yin Yang quickly released his spiritual power. He thought to himself that he had no time to waste here. He still had to go back and train those little guys. The man watched the scene before him, unable to stop his jaw from dropping. What is going on here? On the screen, Yin Yang was gently stroking the giant wolf. While it lay on its back, comfortably enjoying it, the man froze, almost falling over backward. It succeeded that easily. After watching enough, he hurried over to Yin Yang's side. Yin Yang was still petting that huge pet. The man spoke, "You passed. Your master rank certificate will be delivered within a week." Yin Yang was surprised. "Master rank? Wasn't it supposed to be low rank 10? The man said, "There was an error in our system. That beast was actually extraordinary rank." Yin Yang quickly replied, "No problem. Master rank qualification is even better." Time flew faster than a dog sprinting through an open field. The next 2 months were all spent on training. Zhen Huang never got enough sleep. Yin Yang also had the other members fight each other to build experience. In the blink of an eye, competition day arrived. Airplanes roared into the sky, tearing through the wind. Then they landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. Airplanes truly were one of humanity's greatest inventions. Yin Yang stood high above, looking down. He smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "I finally made it." Everyone stepped off one after another. De Yao looked around in amazement. "This is my first time here." Even though Li Xing had joined the team last, he quickly blended in with everyone thanks to his quick tongue. Seeing Yin Yang's group laughing happily over there, someone widened his eyes. The Zhu family people had thought these kids were nothing but country bumpkins. He did not notice someone was watching him. At this moment, Yin Yang was busy chasing after Little Weasel. He shouted, "Don't wander off." It was running around happily when a huge shadow suddenly scared it stiff. A massive, vicious black panther was staring straight at Little Weasel. It looked ready to swallow its prey alive at any second. Yin Yang was startled when he saw that panther. "Little guy, get back here." At the same time, a hand gently stroked the panther's head. It immediately returned to its original gentle state. Seeing Yin Yang's worry, the young man spoke, "Don't worry. My phantom beast was only drawn to a phantom pet with a similar attribute." Yin Yang answered, "Your phantom beast is lightning type too." The young man wearing glasses smiled lightly and introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Yunju. Nice to meet a contestant with the same type of phantom pet as mine." Yin Yang reached out and smiled as he replied, "Pleasure to meet you. My name is Yin Yang, a contestant from City A." In his heart, he remembered that in his previous life, this guy had left an impression on him, a famous genius of the Zhang family, one of the three great clans. Seeing the two shake hands so warmly, that Feng Tang from earlier felt uncomfortable again. After a few greetings, Yunju also led his phantom pet away. At the same time, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Classmate." Yin Yang raised his head. This voice sounded way too familiar. That familiar face belonged to none other than Xiao Lei, the one who had betrayed and killed Yin Yang in his previous life. He spoke softly, "You are Yin Yang, right?" Little White warily hid behind his master. Yin Yang frowned. How did this guy know him? In his previous life, they had not even met at this point. How did he recognize him? Xiao Li smiled brightly. "Contestants' names and photos are all available on the competition website. I only wanted to make another friend." Yin Yang and Little White looked at each other with bitter smiles. Xiao Li spoke again. "I did not expect us to meet this early." At this moment, Xiao Li acted extremely friendly. "Musi, say hello to Yin Yang." That phantom pet looked like a kitten, with bright, watery eyes. It was incredibly cute. But the moment it glanced toward Yin Yang, it seemed to be struck by lightning, freezing stiff on the spot. Right after that, it bristled and growled. While Tian Fan refused to back down, the two were like fighting roosters, constantly ramming into each other. Then Musi immediately transformed into its true battle form, the golden capital tiger. Of course, how could mighty Tian Fan allow itself to be outdone? It was also ready to meet the challenge right away. But at this moment, Xiao Li played the good guy and hurriedly scolded his phantom pet, "Musi, don't be rude." The phantom pet was also very obedient, instantly returning to its original form. Xiao Li spoke in an apologetic tone. "After finally meeting someone new, my Musi loses control when it sees a strong phantom pet and wants to fight." Yin Yang answered awkwardly, "It's fine, I've heard golden capital tigers are naturally battle-loving warriors." After chatting for a few more lines, Xiao Li said goodbye. "I will go rest first. I won't disturb everyone anymore." Yin Yang answered cheerfully, "See you at the competition." Little White could not hide his anger, "Master, you should have let Tian Fan teach them a lesson just now." Yin Yang explained, "This time we mainly came to probe his abilities. Don't alert the snake by beating the grass." Just then Jojo also walked by. "The car is here, let's go." Tusk, for some reason, Jojo said to him, "This Xiao Lai must be investigated." Then she stepped forward and linked arms with him. "Yin Yang, my cousin's house is not far from the arena, and there happens to be 1 week before the competition." Yin Yang quickly cut her off. "No, we can stay at the hotel provided by the organizers." Scene change. At this moment, they were at the hotel for contestants participating in the competition. Yin Yang gazed into the distance and thought to himself, "As long as I reach the finals, I will run into Xiao Lei, the national champion from my previous life." Thinking of that, he felt a quiet sadness. When that time comes, I can probe the force backing him. Time slipped by like a shuttle through a loom, and before long, a week had passed. The National Phantom Pet Competition of Hua Nation officially opened. Yin Yang held little Zheng while watching the host announce that all representatives had entered the venue. He held up the paper and read the rules. Now, they would draw lots to divide the teams for the match. As soon as he finished, the screen instantly showed 2 frames, representing the 2 contestants. Without making the audience wait, the images of the 2 opponents appeared. They were Yin Yang and another contestant. The host announced the result tonight. The first-round competitors are Cheng Liang from Marsh Sea Province against Yin Yang from Great Passage Province. Seeing the little one in his arms looking nervous, Yin Yang gently stroked it to calm it down. "Relax, just do it like we did in training." The host introduced him. Cheng Liang is a Grandmaster-level Phantom Beast Master. His talent is not high, but through hard work, he won first place in his entire province and earned a spot in the national tournament. The audience looked at Xiao Ci and worried for that little leopard. It looks malnourished. It is definitely losing to that crab. That thing is huge. Xiao Bai calmly looked at the crab. Xiao Ci had already faced much stronger opponents before. The host continued the introduction. Yin Yang is also a Grandmaster-level Phantom Beast Master, and he earned his spot in the national tournament through the friendly competition. Looking at the two standing side by side, the viewers could not help noticing the gap. They are both Grandmaster level, but first place in an entire province still beats first place in a friendly competition. When the clock struck exactly 12, the host loudly announced that the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant crab beast charged forward, trying to clamp down on its opponent with its pincers. But of course, our little leopard would never let it get what it wanted. Zyro Ci immediately twisted aside and dodged. After that, Cheng Liang commanded the giant crab beast to use seaweed defense. Right away, the crab obeyed its master. It gathered its strength, and a mass of roots wrapped tightly around its body. Zyro Ci stepped onto it, but the mass seemed to have an insulating effect. Then the giant crab beast violently flung him to the ground. Cheng Liang was very satisfied. The giant crab beast's seaweed defense could withstand even high-voltage electricity. Yin Yang grew tense. Zyro Ci, keep fighting while backing up. Look for a flaw in its defense. The electric leopard listened to him. It cried out in response, then ran circles around its opponent. Seeing that Zyro Ci could not do anything to it, the giant crab beast pressed its advantage and fired a surge of power toward him. The two sides chased each other back and forth, but the little leopard still could not suppress it. Yin Yang observed for a long while, then thought to himself, I have a way. He loudly ordered Zyro Ci, go get some water on you. Our electric leopard cried out, showing that it understood. On this side, the giant crab beast kept attacking, making Zyro Ci tense for a moment. And it did not stop there. This crazy crab, of course, gave its opponent no time to rest. Right now, it was still gathering power. No one knew what Cheng Liang was planning, but at this moment, he immediately ordered his phantom beast to pull the water sphere back. But 1 second later, Cheng Liang was shocked. It was too late over here. Zyro Ci was already rushing toward the giant crab beast. So at that instant, it released electricity through the water, shocking the crab with terrifying force. Enraged, the giant crab beast clamped Zyro Ci with its pincers. The moment he saw his phantom beast in danger, Yin Yang could not hold back and shouted, Zyro Ci. It hurt so badly that its whole body trembled, sweat poured out, and its eyes squeezed shut. Seeing that its attack had done enough, the giant crab beast violently threw Zyro Ci to the ground. The host could not help being shocked. I never expected the giant crab beast to have counterattack ability too. As long as it throws Zyro Ci out of the arena, it wins. Suddenly, something like smoke rose from its body. The host shouted again, wait, something is wrong with the giant crab beast. It has lost the ability to fight. As soon as the host finished speaking, the giant crab beast collapsed. Meanwhile, after that strike, Zyro Ci also fell out of the arena. The host was stunned. This is truly an unexpected result. Leaving the arena and losing the ability to fight happened almost at the same time. Judges outside the field, how should this situation be ruled? The supervisor on the screen spoke. If a phantom beast is knocked from combat state back to normal state, then thrown out of the arena, it counts as a defeat. In this situation, we must see which side met the losing condition first. According to the replay, the giant crab beast fell 0.5 seconds before Zyro Ci was knocked out of the arena. Therefore, the winner is contestant Yin Yang. After that, the two opponents were given time to rest. A while later, the host announced again, the halftime break is over. Let us continue the match. At this moment, the giant crab beast was soaking in a water tank. It seemed the little crab needed to recover. Cheng Liang looked at his phantom beast with heartache. Luckily, it had already performed very well. At the same time, white tentacles appeared from nowhere behind him. Cheng Liang looked over at it and asked softly, you want revenge? And in the next round, Cheng Liang sent White Tentacle Prince onto the field. The crowd gasped in admiration. This phantom beast's name does not match its image at all. The name and appearance of Cheng Liang's phantom beast are complete opposites. Looking across the field, Yin Yang's phantom beast for this round was completely different from the previous lightning leopard. Before his phantom beast entered the field, Yin Yang did not forget to remind it, do not hit too hard. This is not a life or death battlefield. Right after that, the host shouted, Yin Yang versus Cheng Liang, round 2 begins. As soon as the round opened, Tian Fan charged forward fiercely. It drove its sharp claws hard into White Tentacle Prince's tentacles, but the severed parts quickly grew back, so it seemed this prince was also a tough opponent. Without making its opponent wait, the prince immediately counterattacked. It sprang up, preparing to fly. Before Tian Fan could react, that tentacle had already wrapped tightly around its body. But the phantom beast's reaction was extremely relaxed. It acted as if nothing had happened, shocking the host. Tian Fan even yawned. The prince struggled with all its strength, but Tian Fan was like a stone statue. It stood still in place and did not move at all. The situation was a little absurd. The host found it rather interesting. The little prince wants to drag Tian Fan out of the arena, but it seems it does not have enough strength. At this moment, our Bai gang finally began calmly walking forward. That white tentacle thing was struggling bitterly, and the host continued the commentary. Now the little prince is being dragged away by Tian Fan. And Yang, watching from outside, also ordered Chaos Realm to end the match. Tian Fan obeyed its master at once, opened its jaws wide, and began gathering power. Right after that, a violent cyclone erupted, terrifying to behold. This was Chaos Realm. White Centipede was beaten to pieces by Tian Fan's attack. The host quickly declared that the little prince had been knocked out of the arena. Cheng Liang feared it would die. so he rushed out with his spirit pet in his arms to catch it. His voice was full of worry, little prince. Tian Fan then returned to its original form. It stood still as the host made the announcement. Outcome is clear. Winner of Group B is Yang. He and his spirit pet left the arena. Host continued introduction. Next, we will watch another group. Though he lost, Cheng Liang still happily came over to talk to Yang. Thanks for holding back. And Yang gave a strained smile in reply. Thanks, you were good too. Cheng Liang smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Compared with you, I'm far behind, and Yang thought with some regret. If he hadn't been unlucky enough to meet me in the first match, his strength would have been enough for top 16. Cheng Liang looked very interested. Your spirit beast is actually spirit grade, and Yang was surprised, huh? Seeing his blank look, he continued, spirit grade beasts rank only below primordial grade and godful grade. Even in past national tournaments, spirit grade beasts only appeared a few times. And Yang thought to himself, in my last life, I dealt with too many high-level mystical beasts, so I forgot most people may never have even seen transformation grade. Thinking of Xiao Li again made his face darken. Why Xiao Li and Zhang Yunju came looking for him back then was now clear. Just as both of them finished speaking, loud commotion suddenly rushed toward them from afar. Cheng Liang was knocked far away. A swarm of reporters surrounded him. News is mine, contestant and Yang. If you win one more time, you will enter top 16. May I ask how you feel right now? And Yang was startled. Whoa, everyone slow down. In stands, Feng Tang looked at him with contempt. Country bumpkin, ignorant fool. Yuan Zhu still wore that friendly smile. He watched match with cheerful interest. Tian Fan then bravely defeated other opponents, its aura fierce and overpowering. After that, Zhun Huang showed no weakness either. When this match ended, host announced that contestant and Yang had won and entered top 16. Soon, final match of small group arrived. It was Xiao Li against Wu Changshu. And Yang fell silent in his mind. He kept thinking about this name, Xiao Li. Xiao Li's back appeared faintly behind him. Among contestants with spirit-grade spirit pets, including in Yang, this man was a threat on his road to championship. He coldly removed his mask of kindness. If all opponents are trash, then what meaning is there in winning championship? Then he grew smug again, but if we were not opponents, I would truly want to befriend him. As soon as match ended, host shouted excitedly again, Xiao Li wins. He looked up at rankings again. Top 16 contestants have been revealed and are ready to enter round of 16 next. Draw lots to divide groups. Finally, today's match is ended. Semi-final round will begin tomorrow morning at 9. As soon as Yang left that place, a motorcycle sped straight toward him. And Yang looked at person in front of him and quickly recognized him. He looked at him and asked, may I ask what you want? Feng Tang sneered, nothing, I only wanted to see tomorrow's opponent. And Yang stayed wary of him. He did not mind exposing him either. Don't think I don't know who sent you. He thought of that hidden figure. Zhou family gave a tournament slot to someone named Yang. When that time comes, pay attention. Zhou family is growing stronger now. We cannot let them gain another ally. If you meet him in competition, deal with him. Feng Tang gave a cold smile. Perfect. I also want to see how much skill you have. Then he got on bike, put on helmet, and left, looking forward to tomorrow's fight with you. Motorcycle instantly shot down road, and Yang silently watched him go. Xiao Bai stood behind him, annoyed. Is this guy crazy? He came all this way only to provoke you. Meng Jiao also added, he is contestant representing Feng family, one of 3 great clans. As far as she knew, 3 great clans were Zhou family, Feng family, and Zhang family. They controlled industry, commerce, science, technology, and economy of Hua nation. Most contestants who have won so far are connected to these 3 families. Maybe he thinks you are tied to one of other 2 families. He smiled helplessly. Is that so? In his mind he thought, in my past life, I had some impression of famous figures from these 3 great clans, but I never heard name Feng Tang. He must only be a lackey of Feng family. Then in Yang sighed again, in my past life, after I became Beast God grade, I taught quite a few arrogant people from 3 great clans a lesson. Maybe he was one of them. Scene shifts to Feng Tang's office headquarters. Secretary stood beside him. Young Master Feng, materials are ready. He held stack of papers in his hand. If An Yang's position was given by Zhou family, then defeating An Yang is same as defeating Zhou family. She continued, if you defeat old man, there will definitely be something different for you. But first, we need to think of way to respond. He looked at others again. I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this match. Another person continued, although opponent's spirit pet has great advantage, with your strength, chance of winning is not low. He opened suitcase. Besides, we have guaranteed method. No need to worry about investigation tracing it back. Back at hotel for contestants, and Yang had been arranged to rest here. He watched afternoon news. Wang O's spirit pet in top 16 was poisoned and forced to withdraw from tournament. Hearing that, he was a little startled. Broadcast also reported that An Yang Gu's spirit pet had gone missing as well. And Yang grew slightly cautious. This match does not look peaceful. As soon as thought ended, someone arrived outside. Knock on door rang out, startling him. In blink of an eye, match arrived. At this moment, audience filled stands. Host introduced cheerfully again. After several tense days of preparation, we can finally watch quarterfinals. Now I announce competition begins. Contestants from both sides, please take your positions. Before entering arena, Feng Tang spoke to his spirit pet, Bao Mi, leave no survivors. On this side, and Yang also instructed his spirit pet, just do what you did during training. As soon as it entered arena, Zhen Huang opened its mouth and roared to show its might. But Bao Mi in front of it quickly vanished, making Zhen Huang startled too. In an instant, that spirit beast was already under its feet. Not only that, it savagely bit down hard on its leg. Zhen Huang was in pain. It could not see its opponent, but its tail still instinctively whipped wildly through air. He remembered Zhu Zhou, I came to deliver intelligence. And Yang sighed inwardly. As expected, Zhou Dan's intelligence was right. She said Feng Duong's 7-color lizard spirit pet could change color to camouflage, and the toxin on its body could also release poison gas and shrink across its skin. And Duong calmed Zhen Huang and told it not to worry. Then he used his spiritual power to sync senses. Zhen Huang immediately sensed something off with its body, and even it could not help but flinch. But right after that, with Duong's support, it found Bao Mei's position. Then it rammed the opponent hard, sending that spirit beast flying far away. On Feng Duong's side, she also calmed her spirit pet and told it not to panic, to quickly condense toxin onto its epidermis. Right away, that spirit beast glared and growled. As if it were gathering poison power, Zhen Huang, caught off guard, bit down hard on it at once. Suddenly, pain shot through Zhen Huang's jaw, and a green fluid began seeping out of Bao Mei's body. Startled, it hurled the opponent away, then froze there in shock for a long moment. Zhen Huang started to feel dizzy, its vision darkened, and then it crashed face-first into the ground. Feng Duong smiled smugly. Bao Mei's concentrated toxin was enough to bring down even opponents bigger than it. On Zhen Huang's side, it kept vomiting up that green fluid, and its face looked grim too. But right after that, Zhen Huang let out a thunderous roar, and the sound rolled outward. And Duong looked at his spirit pet, and guessed those opponents must not have poison resistance. Feng Duong quickly used spiritual power to suppress him, and with a light laugh said not to get cocky, Yurei Zhangxian, a Grandmaster-level spiritual power user. And Duong said coldly, for your own good, I advise you to stop. He gave a sly smile and did not care about the threat at all. Who wouldn't know that? Right after that, and Duong smiled smugly and used his own suppressive spiritual power to crush the opponent down hard. Feng Duong clutched his head in pain, unable to believe that a master-level spiritual power could be stronger than his. Seeing his master like that, the spirit beast could not help but panic. On Zhen Huang's side, it quickly circulated internal energy and prepared to unleash the finishing blow. Right after that, Zhen Huang coldly struck straight at the opponent's face with its strongest momentum. After that hit, that spirit beast naturally could not hold on anymore. It collapsed flat on the ground, while the MC shouted that Duong had won. Feng Duong was unwilling to accept it. He roared, that brat cheated, and I am going to report you. And Duong replied calmly, go ahead. Zhen Huang and I were already inspected. No problem was found before we were allowed in. The MC wrapped up the quarterfinal match. It was indeed spectacular. Well, take a few minutes to rest, then move on to the next match. Very quickly after a few matches, Talon's image beast became famous. The introduction also grew louder and more imposing. Up next is the next match, and Duong has sent out Tian Fan. Cheers rang out across entire arena. It's Tian Fan, Zio Bai pouted. This guy has fans too. At that moment, a giant foot slammed down on ground, shaking stands. The moment he saw Elephant, the MC loudly introduced that Feng Duong had sent out strongest spirit pet. Compared with Iron Cavalry, Tian Fan was still tiny, but the moment it saw enemy, it charged forward. Iron Cavalry let out a resounding howl, then raised its two sharp tusks high. But around Iron Cavalry was a thick shroud of gloomy aura. Tian Fan had already struck first. Iron Cavalry raised its trunk and did its best to blow away purple mist, but it still could not budge it. This huge mammoth elephant began to panic, so frightened that even it was flustered beyond words. Seeing his spirit pet like that, Feng Duong immediately comforted it. Don't be afraid. This is only Tian Fan's interference skill. Go in close and fight it. Hearing its master's order, Iron Cavalry immediately charged toward Tian Fan to attack. It kept flapping the air with its huge ears, using the wind to its advantage. Its whole body was now wrapped in a storm-like wind current. Clearly, Iron Cavalry wanted to keep Tian Fan outside. But with overwhelming momentum, our image beast immediately rushed in and pounced at the opponent. Iron Cavalry kept swinging its trunk, whipping up a raging gale, hoping to frighten the opponent into submission. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit, making Iron Cavalry start. It remembered that before the match, its master had said this would give its spirit beast power beyond the spiritual realm. It felt its heartbeat racing, and that made Iron Cavalry a little afraid. But very quickly, it let out a mad roar. Then Iron Cavalry violently stomped its back hoof into the ground, and the earth split under its pressure. The MC shouted. Iron Cavalry broke through the chaotic scene. Wait, it looks like Iron Cavalry got even bigger. Feng Duong felt a bit guilty. This was only Iron Cavalry's new skill. But if you looked closely, you could see the mammoth elephant's eyes had turned red. Not only that, it had gone berserk and dragged its heavy body straight toward Tian Fan. And at this moment, a massive power gathered from that trunk and shot straight at Tian Fan. The opponent had suddenly gotten so desperate, and there was no helping it now. In the 36 stratagems, running is the best move. And Duong was also shocked at the sight. Iron Cavalry's power and speed had suddenly doubled. Only forbidden medicine could produce that effect. Bung Duong's voice rang again in Iron Cavalry's ears. Keep up the interference and drain the opponent's stamina. Its trunk then stretched out and tightly wrapped around Tian Fan's waist. The two forces collided violently, and the air heated up to an extreme degree. The image beast began to gasp, and the MC also noticed it at the same time, commenting that Tian Fan's stamina was running out first. Bung Duong was beyond smug. Iron Cavalry, finish it now. At its master's command, the elephant hungrily prepared to charge again, and ground trembled once more under its pounding steps. But suddenly, Iron Cavalry felt as if something had stabbed into its body. Pain came crashing in so fast that it had to stop. Then it fell over right after that. The MC shouted in shock. What happened? At critical moment, Iron Cavalry fell and Duong wins. Bung Duong quickly rushed onto arena, panic-stricken, and asked doctor what was wrong with Iron Cavalry. He was somewhat terrified. Physical strain exceeded heart's tolerance, leading to acute exhaustion. Good thing emergency treatment came in time. He gritted his teeth in rage, yet still got hit by Yun Yang's attrition tactic. Yun Yang felt a hint of pity for this Iron Cavalry stimulant. It boosts stamina fast, but side effects are no different from burning through life itself, and it was made by the Feng family too. Once match ended, Yuan Zhu left arena like always, but this time, it looked like someone was tailing him. He caught on right away, stopped in his tracks, and frowned as he told person behind him, "You've followed me long enough, go rest." Person behind him spoke up, "So this is new genius of Zhang family." Yuan Zhu smiled, "I wouldn't dare call myself some genius, and you are." Guy refused to reveal identity, only said flatly he was passing by and wanted to test himself against him. Cut to Yun Yang and his group. Xiao Lung couldn't hold back and cheered. Imperial Capital night scene is gorgeous. Zhou Dan introduced it with a smile. This is busiest commercial street in Imperial Capital. Big shots all gather here. Right then car came roaring toward them, horn blaring non-stop. Yun Yang reacted insanely fast, lunged over, and yanked Meng Jiao out of way, just barely saving her life. Xiao Bai changed voice into sharp-tongued anti-mode and shouted, "How do you even drive? Young lovebirds here are still acting out romance." Zhou Dan silently memorized plate number 56-188. It was that Yun Yang, little rich kid in Imperial Capital, free later. He should warn them a little. Then she told everyone, "Don't let this ruin mood. I'll take you somewhere." Place was extremely spacious and airy. This was Pet Care Day Spa in Imperial Capital. Xiao Bai showed delight as soon as she arrived. Imperial Capital really wasn't something small towns could compare with. Seeing them so excited made Zhou Dan happy too. "There's another place, follow me." Then Zhou Dan led girls to relaxation area. Meng Jiao stretched out on soft pillow, looking thoroughly pleased. Zhou Dan smiled again and said, "Today I'll let you experience pet spa from start to finish." First, flying squirrel scalp massage. As soon as she spoke, a tiny, ridiculously cute squirrel appeared. Meng Jiao was a little startled at first, but skill of little staff member left her completely satisfied. Next came back treatment. A nimble little duck stepped out. "Hello, master, I'm staff member 16. Remember to call me next time." After days of fighting beside Yun Yang, Meng Jiao felt like her body had been healed today. Final staff member Little Dragon breathed out flames to warm room. Then it used tiny claws to gently massage leg joints, helping Meng Jiao loosen up. Over here, Zhou Dan strolled through grounds with him. She said, "Yun Yang, want to use this chance for recovery training, give it a try." But he quickly turned her down tactfully. "Nah, this doesn't seem like my thing." Right then, Xiao Bai's voice rang out, "Master." He and Zhou Dan both turned back. Xiao Bai came running over, flustered and playful. She said in a coy voice, "Master, I saw there's a pond here, so I went down to play. It's been forever since I got to go in water. Want to come with me, master?" Seeing Xiao Bai's fiery figure and seductive curves, Yun Yang's face flushed slightly. Yun Yang hurriedly turned away and covered his face. "No need, I'm terrible at swimming. You go have fun." Xiao Bai looked confused. "I remember master can swim." Zhou Dan found it funny and deliberately exposed him so you can still get shy. Yun Yang left at once, secretly relieved inside. Good thing he turned back fast. If he got a nosebleed there, it would have been embarrassing. Right then, a loud shout came from afar, startling Yun Yang a little. "Save my life." It turned out to be Yuan Zhu. He looked at that PSU guy with confusion. "It's only sparring, why?" He snorted coldly, "Someone hired me." That lunatic looked at Yuan Zhu again. "Just losing one of your beast pets is enough. Pick that Black Panther hybrid." Faced with the aura of that gilded horn deer, Yuan Zhu's Black Panther shrank back behind its master in fear. He didn't mind using his own body to shield it. When deer attacked from long range, a massive burst of power instantly slammed toward it, while also protecting Yuan Zhu. Guy froze at sight of it. This is. Deer instantly turned alert and looked that way. It turned out Yun Yang and little Guy had arrived in time. One look at him and he knew right away, "You're with PSU." He didn't deny it instead, he admitted it calmly, so you know about us. Yun Yang said again, pureblood beast pets are true end goal of evolution. And cleansing mixed-blood beast pets is your theory too, right? He was surprised. You even know about that, Yun Yang thought to himself. Xiao Li said this to me last time. Yun Yang's voice turned cold. Those accidents in previous competition, were they related to you? What exactly is your goal in this national tournament? He said with disdain, for me, this trip is just business. And stop asking the same thing over and over. But if you're willing to join PSU, you'll naturally know all this. Yun Yang replied with contempt, what a coincidence, I have my own way too. Down below, little guy was steadily gathering inner force. But that guy turned and left. Spirit image master at mental level isn't here. You think you still have any chance? Yun Yang said again. I don't rely on beast pet rank. Over there, Tianfan sneezed again. Looks like that kid is too sensitive. Back on Yun Yang's side, that guy immediately fled pretty sharp. No wonder 3 major families are keeping an eye on you. He quickly gave chase, trying to run. That coward glanced at Yuan Zhu and didn't even dare pursue. Person behind him had already called guards from Trung family. He hurriedly opened door, trying to slip away. Xiao Ci growled as she watched, then also prepared to charge off in pursuit. Deer saw Xiao Ci attacking its master, so it immediately stepped in to block blow, buying time for Guy to escape. Yun Yang scanned surroundings. Where'd he run off to? Yuan Zhu gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. Not long after, ambulance was called over very quickly too. Black Panther's condition didn't seem good. Yun Yang also waited in operating room with Yuan Zhu. Doctor was still performing surgery. Yuan Zhu looked at Yun Yang with deep gratitude. If not for you, I'm afraid I would've. Yun Yang cut in. It's fine, it's good as long as it's alive. We still have plenty of time to catch that guy. Yuan Zhu looked a little sad. Too bad we're down 1 combat beast pet. Yun Yang suddenly remembered, right? That mysterious guy said I was someone 3 major families were watching. Do you have any leads? Yuan Zhu said again, I can be sure Zhang family isn't paying attention to you. As for other 2 families, I don't know. Yun Yang couldn't help but speculate. Bung D stroke letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, NG from 3 major families reacted oddly to me. And as for CH letter 1EA7U family. Yuan Zhu patted his shoulder and said boldly, what's there to fear? You saved my beast pet. If those 2 families have designs on you, I'll help. Yun Yang thought for a moment, then said, I remember your old rival is. Yuan Zhu cut Xiao Li off at once, but the moment that name came up, his face also turned slightly cold. And Yang lowered his head and thought in silence. Yuan Zhu had lost 1 battle-ready phantom beast, so his strength had definitely dropped. That only opened the door for Xiao Li to push deeper. Could this be the trick that let him steal the championship in his last life? Right then, a loud voice rang out from far away. That scared me to death. Is everyone okay? And Yang asked in surprise, Zhou Dan, why are you here? Zhou Dan waved her hand at once and said not to bring it up. Not long after everyone left, we heard ambulances and police cars rushing toward the training hall. We used a little connection to find out you 2 were here. She then suggested, the hotel arranged by organizers is no longer safe. Why not stay at my place tonight? Meng Jiao heard that and silently waited. That really did make sense. Since there was no better choice anyway, the whole group finally went together to Zhou Dan's house. The moment they stepped through door, first thing that caught everyone's eye was small owl standing outside, waiting. It looked exactly like gate guard, and that made entire group stare at it with curiosity for long time. Xiao Bai quietly stayed on guard. This owl's rank was definitely no lower than little Jun Huang's. Zhou Dan introduced it. This is retired Special Ops Phantom Beast. My family adopted it. As she spoke, she reached out and let it perch on her arm, then ordered Kai Wu, night patrol duty is yours. After hearing that, and Yang couldn't help sighing. I remember military Phantom Beast adoption rules are insanely strict. I never thought your family would be this deep. Watching Kai Wu flap its wings and fly off, Zhou Dan replied modestly, it's nothing big, my family just has some connections, come on in. Xiao Bai asked cautiously, Master, should we still go in? And Yang exchanged looks in silence. She's from Zhou family, though we still don't know her real purpose. From situation now, she probably won't mean us harm. In Quiet Alley, that mysterious man was on phone reporting. Besides in Yang, all others with any chance of stopping Xiao Li from taking championship have already been disqualified next. Just need casually stage few more accidents. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly sensed strange aura. In that instant, Brocade Horned Beast immediately switched into battle form. Group that had just appeared all carried guns, and beside them were high-rank phantom beasts. They coldly surrounded him. That man said calmly, I knew 3 great families wouldn't let this go. I just didn't expect Zhou family to come first. Over here, Zhou Dan spoke cheerfully. You guys must be hungry too. I'll go prepare late night meal. And Yang felt a little awkward. No need to trouble you like that. After that, she quietly went into private room with phone, then immediately called out. As soon as Zhou Dan answered, she said, Qing Tong team reporting on mysterious person arrest situation. Last conscious person spoke up, big sis, that guy got away and even wounded a few brothers. Hearing that, Zhou Dan's voice instantly turned cold. If mysterious person isn't caught in short time, immediately reinforce security around arena. Absolutely do not let them get chance to cause trouble. Outside door, fairly large bat was circling back and forth through garden. It hung upside down on branch right by Zhou Dan's window, while everyone inside was busy preparing dinner together. She happily laid out plenty of delicious dishes for everyone, of course. No one noticed strange bat quietly drawing near. Its image was captured by surveillance camera. Clearly, this thing had been sent by someone with no good intentions. Hidden mastermind immediately ordered bat to launch suicide attack. Once it exploded, no one could escape. It was flying dagger bat, and it had even reached legendary rank. Looks like these people were definitely connected to Xiao Lei. After thinking it through, that man immediately reached out and pressed red buttons. Under command, flying dagger bat opened its huge mouth and viciously lunged straight inside. Inside house, and Yang said guiltily, Zhou Dan, sorry to trouble you again this time. The moment Xiao Bai saw food, her eyes lit up. She quickly picked dishes for Yang. Suddenly, Bat's faint shadow startled her. Something outside seemed like it wanted to rush in. Zhou Dan showed no panic at all. Instead, she was extremely calm, no big deal. Bat outside still charged straight toward them at insane speed, ready to blow up whole house under its master's command. But one thing it never expected was that everything had already been calculated by Zhou Dan. In no time, Kai Wu appeared right above it. In an instant, its miserable shriek rang out, startling even in Yang. Zhou Dan didn't want to draw attention from everyone, so she said calmly, probably some stray cat or dog passing by got chased off by Kai Wu. Just then, TV was airing news about city opening Imperial Capital amusement park, made especially for contestants to help everyone relax before match. Zhou Dan casually said, and Yang just finished competing yesterday, and there are still a few days until semifinals. Why don't we go have fun for 2 days? After dinner, everyone closed their eyes and rested. In the blink of an eye, dawn had arrived. For yesterday's promise from Zhou Dan, group was now at newly opened amusement park. Announcement sounded, welcoming everyone to Imperial Capital Amusement Park. The moment they stepped inside, Zhou Dan introduced, since we're in the Imperial Capital, you absolutely have to try flying horse riding. Xiao Bai quickly got to experience it. The moment she climbed onto horse's back, she was thrilled beyond words. But before she could even finish enjoying it, horse lifted its legs and prepared to fly, then carried her soaring through air. Xiao Bai shouted down below, how do I get down from here? After flying horse ride, Zhou Dan led everyone to beach area. She happily told group, on land, it's not easy to get chance to swim with a phantom beast. Everyone seemed to love this activity. Each person took chance to enjoy feeling of blending into nature. Meng Jiao dove into deep water and reached out to touch brilliant coral clusters blooming in full color. And Yang swam over in surprise and asked, why are you guys even faster than me in diving gear? Xiao Bai smiled brightly and said, it's just that master's gear is too heavy. At same time, giant horned fish swam past casually, making whole group flinch slightly. Giant whale carried in Yang on its back, then suddenly shot straight up out of water. Zhou Dan also swam along, sitting on water as she smiled and said, looks like it really likes you. After sightseeing to their heart's content, group switched to having dinner under sea. Zhou Dan took initiative and said, we've already been playing for quite a while, you all must be hungry, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Little Bear carried out full plate of grilled meat skewers and placed it before everyone. Xiao Bai watched it grill meat so skillfully that her jaw nearly dropped. She looked exactly like child seeing new toy for first time. Little Bear handed first meat skewer to Xiao Bai. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly took it with both hands and cheered, smells so good. Seeing her like that, and Yang couldn't help teasing, greedy little one. Just then, Zhou Dan stood up and said, you all eat first, I am going to restroom for a moment. And Yang still had doubts about her. Main glanced at Xiao Bai and said softly, Xiao Bai, follow her and check. After going into restroom, Zhou Dan immediately took out phone and called, asking anxiously how situation was now. Other end quickly reported, we can use anti-security measures as bait to lure in PSU's underlings. She immediately replied, okay, everyone be careful, contact me right away if anything happens. After call ended, Zhou Dan carefully looked around once more before walking back out. Right then, she froze when she saw Xiao Bai already standing at the door. Zhou Dan panicked and dodged to one side, while Xiao Bai playfully hugged his stomach and ran inside, muttering that he had overeaten just now. The moment he stepped in, Xiao Bai hugged the wall shared with the men's restroom master. They're handling PSU and that mysterious guy too. And Yang's expression softened a little, at least. For now, they're still on the same side. But the main character immediately darkened. In his heart, he wondered why in this life he had never crossed paths with the Zhou family. What on earth made them target him? Then Yang clicked his tongue softly. Forget it. For Xiao Lei, no matter what he had to fight all the way to the finals, sooner or later, they would meet anyway. Just then Zhou Dan stepped out and looked at him. Why are you standing here? And Yang jolted. I came too. Watch the match. Sweat had broken out on the main character's forehead at some point, all because of that rushed lie. On screen, the female host kept announcing that the second quarterfinal had ended, and Xiao Li had won. That news instantly darkened in Yang's face, because the opponent in front of him was his enemy from 2 entire lifetimes. On screen right now, Xiao Li was surrounded by a crowd of female reporters for an interview. And Yang looked up and the corner of his lips curled faintly. It won't be long now. Zhou Dan watched quietly. Every time Yang and Xiao Bai mentioned Xiao Li, both of them would unconsciously show anger that was hard to hide. She frowned at once, but according to her investigation, they had clearly never met Xiao Li. Thinking of that, Zhou Dan spoke. Consider Xiao Li lucky. With a Bestuyutov 3 format, Zhang Yuanzhu now only had 1 illusion beast left in the competition, 1 more loss, and he'd probably be eliminated on the spot. Only then did Yang speak. I have something I need your help with. Can you look into Xiao Li's background for me? Zhou Dan answered, even though we still don't know who the next opponent is, gathering intel on a strong enemy makes perfect sense. Over the next few days, everyone ate, rested, and lived together with Zhou Dan almost all the time. After every training session, Yang and Zhou Dan would go into a private room and go over information together. Of course, the main character didn't slack off either. Every day, he had his illusion beasts spar and train with each other. Time flew by fast, and before long the semifinals arrived. The crowd roared in anticipation, waiting for Yang to appear. Zhen Huang handled the situation cleanly, while suppressing the opponent with pinpoint precision. That 3-headed hound was quickly beaten, until it had nowhere left to retreat. Next up was Tian Fan, compared with its opponent. The shadow lion on the main character's side was clearly far more imposing. And in no time, he had charged straight into the tournament semifinals. The girl opposite him said confidently to the main character, my illusion beast may not be at Star Spirit rank yet, but my Anda has already beaten a Star Spirit rank opponent. It was a white wolf named Yu Ming, and just from this opponent's interface, you could tell it was not to be underestimated. Yu Ming stepped forward and immediately unleashed Phantom Web of Ghosts to strike with a show of force. And Yang fell silent. How could a lion lose to a wolf? Tian Fan used Chaotic Domain. In the next instant, those shadowy, power-filled ghosts were nearly swept away by Tian Fan's vortex. Just like that, Yu Ming couldn't even withstand the opening attack. The girl flinched and hugged her illusion beast tightly in her arms. Lost. She really lost. So it really was because she hadn't met an expert before. And Yang looked at the girl and thought to himself, she and Zhang Yuanzhu are so young, yet they already have this much strength. Their talent really is far beyond ordinary people. The host quickly walked over to the main character first. Congratulations to Yang on winning the semifinals. Next, Yao faced Xiao Lei, who once finished runner-up in the 4-Nation Azure Spirit Tournament. How do you feel? And Yang only left a few calm words. I am looking forward to it. The atmosphere in the stands kept heating up. The final showdown between Yang and Xiao Lei was about to begin. Over here, the main character was still helping his 2 illusion beasts recover their strength when Yuan Zhu rushed over with news. During your afternoon training, Xiao Li defeated 4-Nation runner-up Jin Jixuan in the semifinals. And Yang said again, the 4-Nation tournament Jin Jixuan entered only had 4 participants. How is that any different from an exhibition match? Right then, Yang's phone suddenly vibrated, making him jump. An unknown number was calling, and Yang answered cautiously. Hello, a voice came from the other end. Is this player Yang? It's me, Xiao Li. The moment Yang heard that name, his face went pale. Xiao Li. He didn't beat around the bush. Congratulations on reaching the finals. I watched your match and your talent really impressed me. I want to meet you privately and get to know you, no matter who takes first place. Friendship comes first, and competition comes second. The main character checked the time and agreed. Fine, give me the time and place. Xiao Li answered at once. 8 tomorrow night, Cloud Assembly Hotel. Meng Jiao worriedly said, and Yang, don't go. Yuan Zhu also said, that's right. He lowered his voice. I want to see what he's really planning. Over on the other side, someone said to Xiao Lei, as long as he shows up, leave everything to us. He immediately stopped them. Wait, don't do anything reckless. At last, the main character arrived at the meeting spot, and Xiao Li stepped out pretending to be friendly, and Yang, long time no see. He raised his glass, and Yang, the first time I saw you, I already felt we were meant to meet. Come on, friendship comes first. Competition comes second. Cheers. Both men darkened their faces as they stared at each other, and killing intent quietly spread. Xiao Li spoke again. I see your 3 battle generals, and it looks like only Zhen Huang is purebred, right? And Yang replied, I don't care much about bloodline. Every one of them has their own strengths. He kept going, they're not the same. It's like this beef, wild, purebred grassland beef, definitely tastes different from penned beef. This was the hotel where Xiao Li had set up the meeting with the main character, and the surroundings were unnaturally quiet. Outside in Yang's room right now, 2 men were secretly watching. As the saying goes, generals are born from the heart. One of the 2 had an obviously sly face, but he had no idea he'd already been exposed long ago. Zhou Dan held a sniper rifle and lay sprawled on the grass, smugly thinking to herself, easy. Inside, and Yang held a bowl of food in his hand. Then it depends on what ingredients you plan to toss into the soup. In the end, a chef's skill is still the key. A bowl of golden noodles was set on the table. Xiao Li spoke again. And Yang, you should understand that without good ingredients, you can't make good soup. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled a woman is in the kitchen, without rice, she can't cook up a meal. And Yang refused to back down. Zyro lay good food is often created with the simplest cooking methods. Outside, those two men were starting to get anxious. Why still no signal from Zyro lay? Inside, he said again, and Yang, no need to hide it from you. I know your achievements and your illusion beasts like the back of my hand. And Yang answered calmly, small matter. It's not like I've never done it before. He continued, know yourself and know your enemy, and Yao'll win every battle, to be honest. I came here this time to invite you to join us. At that, and Yang's face went as dark as the bottom of a pot. I was just about to set a trap for you, and you ended up confessing first. Then and Yang put on an act again, forget it. Your way of thinking doesn't fit my standards. Xiao Li's face darkened. She looked at him, then curled her lips into a cold smile. Oh, so you know plenty about us, huh? And Yang didn't bother hiding it. Lucky enough to have met a few of your coworkers. Too bad none of them were decent. Xiao Li kept going. I know some members of our organization can get a little extreme sometimes. There are good and bad people everywhere right outside. Those two guys were burning with impatience, tense to the max, because they couldn't figure out why Xiao Li still hadn't made a move. Inside, he kept talking nonstop. Do you know why we always chase purebred phantom pets? The Otherworld Gate opened centuries ago and dragged human civilization to the brink of extinction. Only after that disaster did humans awaken spiritual power. By taming phantom beasts into phantom pets and striking back against the beast tide, humanity finally turned defeat into victory. Even today, the purebred descendants of that first generation of phantom pets are still the best choice for fighting the beast tide. And Yang immediately replied, those are just the phantom pets assigned to military defense. Every species has its own role. Xiao Li finally stood up. En Yang, I watched your entire boss clearing run. You're talented, so don't choose the wrong path. He stepped over and patted him on the shoulder. For the greater good of the pureblood faction, we should stand on the same side. Memories from his past life surged back. Back then, Xiao Li had said the same thing, all in the name of the pureblood faction's greater good. En Yang immediately asked, so in your eyes, other than purebred phantom pets, every other phantom pet is worthless? Xiao Li answered calmly, that's right. He lowered his voice. People who fuse with phantom pets never had any conflict with you, so why harm them? Xiao Li gave En Yang a sly look. It's necessary sacrifice. Even if it costs my life, I am willing to pay. He once again remembered what happened in his past life. Back then, Xiao Li had roared like a madman. Sooner or later, there'll be a great cleansing. In the end, pureblood bloodlines will stand at the peak. Back in the present, he kept talking. I know this is cruel to you, but there's no other way. En Yang stared at him too, then asked in a cold voice, necessary sacrifice. Then En Yang flashed a smile, so bright it was downright terrifying. Easy. Xiao Li thought he had accepted it and instantly lit up. Didn't expect you to come around so fast. Right after that, En Yang flung his cup of water straight into his face. Easy, Xiao Li shouted in fury. En Yang, what are you doing? Then En Yang poured out all the frustration from 2 lifetimes and drove his fist straight into that face. Xiao Li staggered, clutching his aching cheek, staring at En Yang in shock. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? En Yang raised his fist and glared at him. Yeah, today, I am really crazy. A miserable scream echoed through entire room, but nobody knew what had just happened inside. A while later, En Yang pushed door open and stepped out, his face ice-cold, like he had just sent someone to grave. But when those two saw him come out, they immediately grinned viciously and rushed in. On Zhou Dan's side, she already had target locked and was fully prepared. The moment they touched En Yang, Shed pulled trigger without mercy. Her finger was already close to trigger. Those two men's lives hung by thread, balanced on edge between life and death. Just then, Xiao Li suddenly stepped out from inner room and shouted, stop. His face was battered black and blue, but he still said calmly, it's only small misunderstanding, let my friends go. Once En Yang's figure disappeared completely, those two couldn't help but stare in shock. If Wed made move just now, we definitely would've caught him. Xiao Li said coldly, no, just now, you two only picked your own lives back up. Those bloodshot eyes high up in tree were locked onto them, and he had already noticed it. The moment En Yang got home, Meng Jiao rushed over, trembling so badly it looked like she might burst into tears. En Yang. Meng Jiao lunged into his arms. You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. En Yang smiled happily, hugged Meng Jiao back, and gently reassured her, don't worry. Watching those two being all lovey-dovey, Zhou Dan couldn't help puffing out her cheeks. At this point, he had gone into his study to investigate. Xiao by side. Master hit him way too hard. If I'd known we could beat him up like that, I would followed you for sure. She ground her teeth in anger. Just beating him once is still too cheap for him. En Yang said again, calm down. His punishment doesn't end there. The day En Yang had been waiting for finally arrived. Today was the match between him and his lifelong enemy, Xiao Li. I proudly welcome all viewers to today's final. And our most anticipated first contender is En Yang. He calmly led his 3 phantom pets onto arena, officially stepping before entire crowd. Xiao Bai sat in stands and shouted with excitement, go master. The MC kept going, please welcome our championship seed, Xiao Li. A body covered in legs, along with a layer of vicious horn-like scales, instantly appeared on stage. The first phantom pet Xiao Li sent out was Hundred-Legged Worm. The crowd below kept chanting his name. Hearing Xiao Li's name, our two girls couldn't hold back their anger either. En Yang looked at that monster and was a little surprised. So it's a venom creature. Then let Jun Huang take the field. But at that exact moment, Xiao Ci quickly let out a cry and leaped straight onto his shoulder. En Yang asked it for its opinion. You think you can handle it? Right after that, he sent Xiao Ci into battle. The MC shouted in excitement. En Yang isn't choosing Jun Huang, who has poison resistance. He's sending out Thunder Leopard instead. Meng Jiao immediately analyzed it. 100-legged worm ranks in global top 10 venom creatures. Jun Huang's poison resistance may not be enough. Letting Xiao Ci, with its high adaptability, make the move might work even better. Xiao Ci walked lightly and carefully studied its opponent. 100-legged worm was also staring at it intently. The next instant, that creature opened its mouth wide and spat venom straight at Xiao Ci. Xiao Li finally showed his true colors and ordered in a low, dark voice, press the advantage. En Yang watched Xiao Cis fight and immediately gave directions, 7 o'clock. Xiao Li frowned, not understanding at all. The crowd burst into an uproar, thinking opponent had already been driven into panic by 100-legged worm. Thunder Leopard darted forward like lightning, so fast 100-legged worm couldn't even catch sight of it. With En Yang teaching him, the kid was sharp now. He turned and tried to strike Beimachong by surprise. Then Xiao Ci jumped down to the ground. It kept crying out non-stop, while that snake jerked and twitched over and over. Something stuck to Xiao Cis' legs. It looked like glue, wet and sticky, and hard to break free from. En Yang was tense too, then he shouted, "Kid, just use lightning, keep blasting it." Hearing its master's order, Xiao Ci immediately lowered its body, then shot out crackling bolts of electricity. That worm panicked at once before its high-voltage current. Its opponent had to pull back for the moment. Seeing situation turn grim, Xiao Li also shouted right away, telling his spirit beast to use that move. Faced with such an enemy, Xiao Ci showed no fear at all. It glared, frowned, and got ready to charge. At this point, Xiao Ci could still level up on its own. By now, its body was fully wrapped in a layer of ultra-hard armor. At same time, when Beimachong bit into Kid's back, it found bite had no effect at all. MC shouted in excitement. Thunderlight Leopard broke through. It even grew armor. Seems Beimachong's venom fangs are useless now. Crowd below erupted. Did I see wrong? Thunderlight Leopard can boost defense too. Didn't expect En Yang to hide move like this. Xiao Bai cheered happily. Sure enough, last batch of materials finally paid off. On Arena, Worm got blasted by lightning over and over until it went numb and paralyzed. Seeing it twitch like it was about to go limp, everyone held their breath in fear. Very soon, Xiao's opponent was lying flat. MC announced the first match of finals round. En Yang wins. Xiao Li did not panic, on contrary, he smugly said, "It's only 2 o'clock. Fun has only just begun." In second match, next contestant Xiao Li sent out was White Tiger Mu C. MC got excited again. Everyone must been waiting for this scene for a long time. The moment Mu C stepped out, it let out roar to show off. Tian Fan was of course not about to back down. Lion against Tiger, Spirit Class versus Spirit Class. Viewers could not help feeling anticipation, and stands were slowly heating up for this classic showdown. The instant MC shouted, battle began. 2 spirit beasts charged straight at each other, and aura exploded outward. Mu C leaped onto Tian Fan's back, then bit down viciously with its jaws. Then with one strike, Mu C sent opponent flying far away. Tian Fan roared in fury. Seeing Tian Fan did not seem to react strongly, Mu C crept in closer again, ready to rush forward once more. It swung sharp claws down hard, but Tian Fan quickly twisted away to dodge. Tian Fan sprang up right after that, refusing to lose, and clawed back at Mu C again and again. That guy instantly realized both sides had only been testing each other. Tiger Sage began to show arrogance, but battle experience made it counterattack fast. Fight got so intense even MC held his breath, staying silent as he watched. On this side, En Yang's face darkened. Opponent uses spirit type, don't underestimate it. Muse's hind legs started gathering power, and shattered ice fragments quickly converged. Right after that, it charged again, pushing straight toward Tian Fan with barrier in front. The moment its front paw swung out, Tian Fan immediately ducked low to avoid it. And whether by accident or on purpose, sharp bones spike on its head, stabbed hard into Muse's belly at same time. Both spirit beasts stood back up now, taking stance like they were about to wrestle each other. En Yang's face went dark as he ordered Tian Fan to use Chaos Pool Realm. Hearing its master's command, a thick purple wind veil instantly wrapped around its body, startling Muse. Xiao Li thought with confidence, field skills are not something Tian Fan alone has. Muse gathered power right after that too. Looks like these two were evenly matched. From inside that vortex, another white tiger stepped out. Xiao Li grew even more smug. There are 2 of them too. Then 2 streams of wind power slammed violently into each other at once. Crowd could not help hugging themselves and shivering. Does anyone else feel temperature here got colder? MC spoke up, raised tournament protection barrier to primordial level. Arena temperature already dropped to -50 degrees, and it's still falling. People looked on in shock. Damn, test shows temperature has dropped all way to absolute, -150 degrees. Now outside, no one could clearly see situation inside anymore. switched to internal camera. With no other choice, organizers added a monitoring screen. Match was extremely tense now. Musi roared viciously, then slashed toward Tian Fan with sharp claws. The moment attack flashed past, TV screen lost signal connection. Yang was worried about his spirit beast too. He watched with dark face, breathing faster and faster. Below, crowd held its breath and waited for results. Loud voice rang out, tearing through silent air below. House of Silence was gone. Storm rose again. Musi, with white wings spread wide, stood tall in vortex like death's messenger. White Tiger slowly walked out. MC asked again, Musi is still there, so where is Tian Fan? Zhao Li was utterly smug. Looks like I got pretty lucky this round. But at that very moment, Musi collapsed hard onto ground, eyes shut tight in pain. Musi's whole body seemed to lose all strength, and its breath was still billowing out in thick white steam. Tian Fan walked out from inside. MC shouted again, situation has been reversed. Winner is Yang's Tian Fan. Everyone rushed over, and at same time Meng Jiao's master also cried out, Yang. Zhao Bai happily hugged him, and Yang said with joy, this was Tian Fan's credit. Here, everyone was celebrating victory, because for them Zhao Lei was a very tough opponent. Zhao Li was unwilling to accept it. He turned around and said, national champion is not easy to become. After saying that, he swaggered off. People fear fame, pigs fear getting fat, and Yang was now the biggest hog in the yard. Reporters immediately surged in like a breaking flood, and Yang was stunned. He never expected them to arrive this fast. By now, Yang was boxed in by media, no different from a webtoon star whose fame had just exploded overnight. Two people stood watching him from afar. One of them, a girl, coldly invited him to the building for a talk. Zhao Li looked pretty out of place now. He still seemed unable to accept the fact that he had lost to Yang. On his side, question after question came firing in. How do you feel about winning the award? Is Tian Fan only a new skill? Yang's head hurt as he wondered how many more people were going to show up. But Main's eyes stayed locked on enemy Zhao Lei, who was calmly walking away from scene. Zhao Bai also quickly noticed something was off. She hurriedly told Yang that Zhao Li was trying to slip away. Main's face darkened at once. He thought grimly, no, I absolutely can't let him get away. Reporters kept crowding around him before they could ask more, and Yang cut them off. Sorry, everyone, I have something to take care of outside. Without waiting for anyone to react, he slipped out of encirclement and ran straight ahead. Behind him, reporters kept shouting for player Yang. Dong Lung asked his master in confusion what he was doing. Meng Jiao replied that it was probably social anxiety. Main chased after Zhao Lei for quite a distance, but in the end, he still lost his trail. He silently scanned surroundings, remembering clearly that the other guy had just gone this way. Main seemed to spot something fallen on road. That object immediately caught his attention. Not letting mystery drag on, Yang bent down and picked up paper slip to look at it. He guessed it had fallen from finalist player's competition card, which meant Zhao Li had definitely passed through here. Following trail, Main quickly arrived in front of a massive mansion, radiating power. Just after arriving, Yang happened to overhear a few comments. Too bad. If I were boss, I would have dealt with him already. Tonight's probably gonna be good show. Main thought those guys were plotting something again. Right then, huge car drove up, and by sheer coincidence, Yang was still standing near area. Man got out of car and the moment he saw him said, Player Yang, our leader wants to meet you and talk. After that, Main got into car. Both of them sped down highway, then crossed long mountain road. That man brought him to place with ancient feel. Stone bridge stretched across big lake, and scenery was so quiet it felt like panel from fantasy manhwa. Yang looked around, and suddenly remembered that, if he wasn't mistaken, this was Feng family, one of 3 great families. Main silently calculated, this family had deep roots in pharmaceuticals and electronics, and for years had been going head-to-head with Chow family. That man led him to lavish banquet table inside extremely opulent room, then quickly said, Mr. Feng, guest has arrived. The moment Yang stepped in, a girl came out to greet him, all coy curves and obvious intent. She said, please wait a moment, Mr. Yang immediately asked, can I know who invited me here after all? He was sure he had never heard of anyone like her in Feng family. Just then, man walked out from inside and said, Player Yang, did waiting only a little while already make you impatient? Yang asked coldly and straight to point, what does Feng family want with me, bringing me here in his heart? He thought he had finally met someone with a little presence. He smiled, then glanced toward banquet table. How about we sit down first, then talk slowly? Main quickly dropped into chair and asked with easy calm, what exactly do you mean, Mr. Feng? He gave him a sly smile. First, I want to tell you something. Do you know where your qualification for national tournament came from? Yang asked back in confusion. East China tournament, Mr. Feng replied. The one who truly helped you get that slot was Chow family. Hearing that, Main's face darkened. He wondered when exactly Chow family had set their sights on him. Mr. Feng continued, from your reaction, I can tell Chow family never explained this clearly. This is a matter of principle. Besides, Chow family has always been known for using people up first and discarding them later. Once they squeeze out your value, they'll coldly toss you aside. Yang answered calmly, I don't know what Chow family is thinking, but what's your goal, Mr. Feng? Mr. Feng immediately revealed intent. Then I won't beat around bush this time. I I want to invite you to cooperate with our Feng family. Main raised brow and asked back, cooperate? He answered plainly, that's right. Cairo immediately cut in, player En Yang, as long as you cooperate with us, we definitely won't treat you badly. En Yang looked straight at people from Feng family with contempt and asked, what if I refuse? Fierce bodyguard roared, you brat, don't refuse good wine only to beg for punishment. Main showed no fear at all. Instead, he asked, I see you guys are setting up a banquet with hidden blades, right? One of them immediately shouted, what did you say? I've been itching to deal with you ever since you walked in, watch it, or I'll teach you lesson. Mr. Feng's face turned dark, holding back anger. He barked, how rude, we invited En Yang here as guest, and you dare be so disrespectful. He curled lips into smile. Cooperation has to be based on both sides being willing, or maybe Mr. En Yang would be willing to give us face and tour Feng family first. Right after that, En Yang was taken to Feng family's manufacturing plant, where security was locked down with extreme severity. Main silently observed surroundings and realized this was core production area. En Yang swept eyes across entire space. He said nothing, only quietly memorized every detail. Security system here was arranged with extreme tightness. To get inside, fingerprint verification was mandatory. Mr. Feng then handed him a small card, which looked pretty similar to flash drive. Main immediately reached out and took it. He could feel extremely important data hidden inside card. He remembered past life. Even old computer at home had become outdated by 4 full years after parts were replaced. Mr. Feng then said again, player En Yang, keep following me. He introduced it, look at this. Cars running on this road are about to be fitted with smart control systems. All of it comes from our chip technology. En Yang silently recalled that in past life, there were indeed many tech products made by Feng family, but at least before he was assassinated, this family still hadn't achieved enough to surpass 3 great families. Mr. Feng continued, that's future business and higher-ups will decide, player En Yang, just keep following me. The two of them then walked back outside, where a familiar figure had already been waiting. Xiao Bai watched him in silence. The moment En Yang appeared, she immediately smiled. The moment she appeared, Yin Yang froze, then turned to ask Xiao Bai why she was here. Xiao Bai glanced behind her, then calmly replied that she was not the only one who had come here. Meng Jiao also stepped forward cheerfully, looked at him, and softly called out Yin Yang's name. The MC thought in silence, why was this strange unease rising in his heart? This feeling was no different from the uncanny valley effect. Right after that, he sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Yin Yang immediately understood, so this was mental power being used for probing. Even in his previous life, he had only read about this android technology in cheap roadside tabloids. He never expected it to exist in this era already. Then the MC placed his hands on both girls' shoulders at once, gave a bright smile, and told them to come a little closer. He reached his hand close to Meng Jiao's ear, making her blush instinctively because she had no idea what he was trying to do. Right after that, Yin Yang's hand touched her ear and pressed hard on one point. Xiao Bai had a similar switch as well. Once Yin Yang activated it, she instantly became like a puppet with its power cut off, her eyes shut tight, and every movement stopped. Director Feng's face turned pale, because no one had ever seen through the weakness in the Feng family's electronic android products before. Yin Yang calmly explained, the flaw was that these two were the people he knew best. Besides, had they never heard of the uncanny valley effect, the Feng family's android technology was probably better suited for future warfare. The old man looked at him with completely different eyes. If androids could replace humans and phantom beasts during beast tides, it would clearly reduce countless sacrifices. Then he suddenly remembered, right, there was one more technology that would definitely catch this kid's interest. This place was the inner area of the biological research lab. Director Feng introduced it by saying that here, they made absolutely no distinction between pureblood and non-pureblood. He added that whether hybrid or pureblood, as long as they needed saving, they would be accepted for treatment. Yin Yang scanned the machinery room, and in his heart, he could not help confirming that those words were indeed true. Director Feng turned to look at him again and said, Contestant Yin Yang, you must already have your own judgment about the 3 great families. The MC did not act like some genius. Instead, he answered humbly that he actually did not know much. Director Feng continued, Contestant Yin Yang, let's go to the office and discuss cooperation. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them headed together to the place Director Feng had just mentioned. The scene shifted back to the Zhou family building, where a panicked cry rang out, I am sorry. The girl lowered her head in fear and said that letting Yin Yang fall into the Feng family's hands was her oversight. It turned out that this girl was Zhou Dan. The old man spoke softly, saying she did not need to blame herself too much. The Feng family was probably only cherishing talent. His face darkened as he silently guessed, but Yin Yang probably would not agree so easily. Right after that, Zhou Dan's grandfather ordered her to station people around the Feng family estate, ready to provide support at any time. Zhou Dan immediately answered yes. On this side, Director Feng led him into another room, where a piercing sound like high-voltage current echoed. Yin Yang looked around, and the sharp smell of chemicals mixed with alcohol instantly rushed straight into his nose. Director Feng introduced this place as one of their medical laboratories. On the other side, that girl was injecting a dose of medicine into a beast's body, her movements extremely practiced. The MC asked curiously what condition it was in. The nurse replied that this was a vaccination for injured wild phantom pets. After a while, the beast finally began to calm down, and the tightness in its forehead slowly relaxed. Seeing that he seemed distressed, the nurse smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, the treatment equipment for phantom pets here all meets standard." Yin Yang continued sweeping his gaze across the lab, as if he still had a little doubt in his heart. Director Feng placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Mr. Yin Yang, let's go to the office and discuss cooperation." The MC seemed to have gradually lowered his guard toward him, so he turned and answered frankly, "Sure." After that, Director Feng walked ahead to lead the way, and Yin Yang did not stay behind for too long either. Even so, he understood clearly in his heart that the other side apparently did not want him to keep looking around. The sky soon turned dark, and the mountain forest became incredibly quiet. Cold moonlight shone down into the silent night. Down on the street, things were still lively as usual, while a car had been parked by the roadside for a long time. Inside the car were Joe Dan and her subordinates. The group could not help growing anxious and asked, "Big sis, it's dark now. Do we need to find a chance to sneak into the Feng family estate?" Joe Dan kept watching through the binoculars and reminded them coldly, "Don't alert the enemy. Our mission is to support Yin Yang." At this moment, Yin Yang was still sitting in place, which made Director Feng ask in surprise, "You still haven't finished reading the contract?" He held the stack of papers in his hand and said, "The problem is that there are too many documents. How about we pick another day?" After saying that, the MC immediately stood up, and when Director Feng saw it, he became tense. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Yin Yang, my temper runs a little hot. Please take your time reading it. I'll prepare a place for you to rest tonight, and tomorrow we can continue discussing cooperation." Yin Yang did not mind accepting and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Feng." Director Feng immediately replied, "No problem." After that, he took Yin Yang to rest for the night, and the two of them left that area together. While Mr. Feng let his guard down, Yin Yang made his move like a true thief in deep, silent night. He slipped out that golden keycard. Yin Yang immediately snuck out of room, then used golden card he had stolen that evening to scan door. Looks like his goal in taking this card was finding way out. Lights were still on inside room. Mr. Feng answered phone with total confidence. "Yes, please rest easy, leader." He gave sinister smile, "Even if we cannot get it, we absolutely cannot let Zhou family profit." Only when he touched his pocket did Mr. Feng turn pale and search all over himself. Where is my room card?" Turns out Yin Yang never planned to run. Instead, he quietly went scouting around this area. His footsteps stopped before a strange room. This place was waste disposal area. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Yin Yang pushed door open and stepped inside to see what was hidden there. Inside, corpses of phantasmal beasts were piled everywhere. Same thing on all of them. Their faces were twisted in pain. Seeing this, Yin Yang felt chill crawl up his spine. Only one question remained in his mind: how could this happen? After taking few more steps in, Yin Yang saw many notebooks hanging right on wall. As soon as he read them, bold black words slammed into his eyes: pathology experiment, low success rate, awaiting further research. Problem was, when he flipped to other pages, content was almost identical. All of them said pathology experiment, low success rate, awaiting further research. Yin Yang stepped out of darkness, quietly realizing this place was definitely hiding secret that could never be made public. He kept moving toward other archive rooms. This card really could open many more areas. Yin Yang quickly photographed everything. Among records was an order for purebred phantasmal pets, and quantity was not small, buyer was. He wondered, weren't those 20 giant armored camel deer phantasmal pets of that mysterious relative? Yin Yang quietly photographed every piece of evidence. In his heart, he had already decided to investigate this to end. But Yin Yang had no idea surveillance camera behind him had recorded every single move he made. At same time, phone suddenly rang through quiet night, sound echoing across room. Mr. Feng answered phone and instantly flew into rage, grinding his teeth as he roared, "What?" On Yin Yang's side, someone rushed in with flashlight. Bodyguard stared at him coldly. "Stop right there, who are you?" Yin Yang calmly replied, "Relax, I did not take anything." Man said coldly, "Behave yourself." Right then Mr. Feng walked over. For some reason, he did not make things hard for him. Instead, he snapped at his own men. "Stop." Old Fox pretended not to know why Yin Yang had sneaked here in middle of night. Yin Yang smiled brightly. "Mr. Feng, I was only looking for bathroom. Who knew I would get lost here?" Mr. Feng put on friendly look. "Let us go back to office and keep talking, Yin Yang." He watched Yin Yang's back, and his expression instantly became unreadable. Once Yin Yang had gone farther away, he turned and whispered to two bodyguards, "You two, get ready to move." Yin Yang went straight toward those three members of Feng family. Looks like today, This place could hardly avoid chaotic battle. Bodyguard waiting outside room opened door for Yin Yang. Inside looked like secret storage room. As soon as he stepped in, Yin Yang's face darkened in secret. Clearly, this trip was not simple at all. Spider hidden on chandelier spotted target and let out chilling hiss. Mr. Feng sat down calmly. Yin Yang, I do not know what you saw in laboratory, but do not spread it outside. After all, every family has its own trade secrets. Yin Yang answered calmly, I do not know much about science and technology, and I have no interest in stealing trade secrets. Seeing him play along, Mr. Feng seemed satisfied. Good, Yin Yang then said, but I discovered your family is connected to an illegal organization. He looked at Yin Yang and said, we work with PSU only for profit, if you are willing to join us. Yin Yang cut him off at once. If it were another organization, even Bloodsmoke, I might consider it, but PSU is different, no. At this point, Old Fox finally showed his true colors, Mr. Feng said coldly, then this becomes difficult. Right then, spider on ceiling slowly revealed itself, making Yin Yang jolt slightly. Its body was massive, its eyes glowed crimson with killing intent, and its mouth kept making terrifying hissing sounds. Yin Yang quickly regained calm. It is 5 spider. Its venom is strong enough to bring down a phantasmal pet weighing over a ton. He evaluated its skill as spear-shaped web shooting, with cutting force strong enough to slice through iron and steel. Mr. Feng continued, Yin Yang, I will give you one last chance. Will you cooperate? Yin Yang stayed firm no. Mr. Feng's face darkened as he stared at him. In his life, he had never met young person this stubborn. Very good. As soon as words fell, venom from spider shot straight down at spot where Yin Yang stood. Thanks to quick reflexes, Yin Yang tilted aside in time and dodged, lucky not to be hit. But those 2 bodyguards were terrified facing poisonous spider and immediately turned to run. Yin Yang focused fully, stared at 5 spider, and used mental power to calm it. Mr. Feng looked at him smugly. Old Fox sneered inwardly, trying to use mental power. Above them, spider kept firing venom from its tail. Yin Yang dodged lightly. After that attack, 5 spider seemed to start losing direction. As he dodged, poisonous threads veered off and shot straight toward bodyguard, scaring his soul out of him. Yin Yang felt brief sadness. Looks like its brain was damaged during experiments. Ordinary mental power no longer works. Sorry for dragging innocent creature into this. Spider lunged forward to attack again. This time, it was many times more vicious than before. 2 bodyguards were also targeted by 5 spider. For some reason, it could no longer tell friend from foe. Panicked men shouted help. Yin Yang stayed silent, focused his mind, and patiently used mental pulse again. Right after that, strange purple energy surged from 5 spider's whole body. Mr. Feng had no idea what was happening either. He hurriedly raised hand to cover his face. What on earth is going on? In that very instant, a thunderous explosion suddenly rocked the entire room. Zhou Dan's subordinates panicked at the sight and asked her what to do. Zhou Dan instantly gave a cold order to attack. Director Feng's room had descended into total chaos. He jolted in shock, then roared for his men. After a fierce exchange, Yin Yang finally walked out safe and sound, of course. The others had already been beaten half to death by him. But right then, 2 men in black suits quietly tailed the main character from behind. This was no ordinary surveillance anymore. They were clearly planning to kill him. One of them pulled a switchblade from his clothes and confirmed the target. As the blade came at him, he sensed the danger in time and immediately twisted aside to dodge. But of course, the main character would never let them seize the initiative. He sprang up and drove his knee straight into the attacker's jaw. Seeing the other man, he immediately shouted and demanded to know who they were. But the man gave no answer, raising a gun and firing straight at him. Luckily, his reflexes were insanely fast. At the same time, another object tore through the air and skimmed past his head. He dodged in time, but the sharp edge still sliced off several strands of hair. He quickly grabbed it, at least for now. The main character had a weapon in his hand. He asked coldly again, who exactly are you people? The man who had just been hit curled his lips into a sinister smile. The main character waited silently for his answer, while staying secretly on guard. Then he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a razor-sharp weapon, and said his superiors had sent them to take his life. With just one glance, the main character recognized it as an offensive weapon forged from materials taken from a phantom beast's body. The gunman kept pulling the trigger, firing several more shots in a row. The main character didn't panic at all. Instead, he calmly used the iron rod in his hand to deflect every bullet. Giving him no chance to breathe, the sharp weapon user immediately charged forward with savage force. The moment he swung his arm, the iron rod in the main character's hand was cut in half, leaving him visibly shocked. The main character immediately chose to retreat and preserve his life, thinking to himself that it would be great if those kids were here. After running for a while, he was forced into a dead end, and the situation instantly became awkward. He turned back and asked whether PSU had sent them, or whether the Feng family was behind it, but the other side only said he didn't need to know, making him even more annoyed. Right then, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Zhou Dan's Kai Wu. The main character kindly, though still coldly, warned them, last chance, watch your backs. Of course, the 2 men didn't believe him and thought he was trying to distract them, while Kai Wu had already closed in on the target. Before the words had even finished, both of them were knocked flat. The main character said smugly, "I warned you, told you to watch your backs." Jo-Dan anxiously asked the main character if he was hurt. The distance between them was too close, making him a little embarrassed, so he only said she came at the right time. Jo-Dan was also briefly flustered, but she still gripped his hand tightly and said anxiously that they couldn't stay here long. He had to leave with her now. Before leaving, the main character still felt uneasy and glanced back at the two men lying on the ground. Understanding what he meant at once, Jo-Dan immediately reassured him, saying not to worry, she had already called the police. Soon after, the two of them held hands and quickly escaped from the Feng family's den. A while later, an enraged roar rang through Director Feng's building. "Useless. Every last one of you is useless." He swung his hand and slapped the bodyguard hard across the face, hitting him so brutally that one side of his cheek swelled up. But no one dared say a word. Director Feng roared again that the security team was only good for eating and doing nothing. How could they let outsiders barge in so casually and even fail to notice PSU assassins? Someone hurriedly apologized to the boss, saying this was only an accident and they would immediately track down the main character's whereabouts. But Director Feng was worried because he knew too many secrets, so he absolutely could not be allowed to live. Back on the main character's side, he and Jo-Dan had safely withdrawn. She leaned back in the car seat and asked whether he wanted to go to the contestants' hotel or to her home. The main character couldn't hold back anymore and asked Jo-Dan, "You're also someone from one of the three great families, aren't you?" Jo-Dan did not answer. She only turned silently to look out the car window, but that attitude was enough for the main character to understand the answer. He continued, "So you approached me on purpose, because of orders from your family too." Jo-Dan looked a little sad and explained that the Zhou family held no ill will toward him. They had only seen his potential. The main character couldn't bear to see a beauty looking so gloomy, so he said softly that she didn't have to be like that. She had helped him many times, so he trusted her, but deep down, he understood that he still couldn't afford to let his guard down against the Zhou family behind her. Jo-Dan then said someone wanted to meet him. The moment the main character heard that, he cut Jo-Dan off and asked directly, "Is it the person behind you?" At this point, he looked into the distance and said that right now, he wanted even more to know who the two people who had just tried to kill him really were. Jo-Dan was smart to begin with. The moment she heard him, she understood his meaning and immediately replied, "I get it," then ordered the driver to turn around. The scene shifted to another house. This place had an antique style, and in the night a voice rang out, saying this is our safe location, they should be arriving soon. The scene then changed again. A slender hand suddenly slammed hard onto a tabletop. The girl looked at the two men who had attacked the main character and shouted, "Talk, what is your real purpose?" She said she knew the two of them were PSU assassins and asked who was behind them, but criminals all have the same kind of slippery mouths. They played dumb, saying, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." Outside the room, Jo-Dan watched through the screen and couldn't help commenting that these two really were cunning. The main character had been observing everything from beginning to end. Then he spoke up and said he had a way. Jo-Dan immediately called the girl. No one knew what she said, but the other side instantly replied, I understand." Immediately after, the interrogation room window suddenly shattered, and something like a bullet shot straight inside. The girl was hit in the hand, and the pain made her scream uncontrollably. Seeing her fall to the ground, the two men were shocked. Could it be that their superiors had really sent someone to save them? Thinking that, they immediately shouted in delight, "We're here." But right then, a barrage of bullets fired into the room, scaring both of them so badly they flipped backward. One man asked in terror what was happening. They began guessing with each other, could this be murder to silence witnesses? I don't want to die. Soon after, two masked gunmen appeared outside the window and rushed in, making them scream for help in fear. The two masked men looked like they really wanted to silence them, while the two PSU assassins could only cry out for help in despair again and again. Two gunshots cracked through the air. Thinking he was dead, he cracked his eyes open to check, only to find himself completely unharmed. The scene in front of them left the two men frozen stiff. The guy they had just sent in was already lying motionless on the floor. The one who took both of them down was no stranger. It was Jo-Dan. She spoke in an icy voice. "BSU really is a ruthless organization. You even kill your own people without blinking." One of them instantly shouted, "Those PSU bastards are trying to silence us too. Please protect me. I'll tell you everything. Ask anything you want." Right after that, both men were taken to another room, with water set out on the table like they were guests. They immediately confessed that this mission was supposed to be very simple. Because En Yang ruined the plan, their superiors wanted him eliminated. On top of that, he might have uncovered the organization's secret. Hearing that, Jo-Dan grew curious and immediately asked what plan and secret they were talking about. The man said their original goal was to help Xiao Li win the national championship, then use that to pull another group of people into the organization who would have thought En Yang would show up halfway through. At this point, they lowered their heads and honestly added, "As for that secret, we truly don't know." Outside, En Yang used the radio to remind Jo-Dan to ask who their leader was. Hearing the instruction, she immediately pressed them. "Which PSU leaders do you know?" They answered honestly, "We don't know much about the higher-ups, but in my memory, back at the transaction site, I once saw a foreigner step forward to make the payment." Just then his phone suddenly rang, and Yang took it out and saw the caller was Meng Jiao. He picked up at once. "Hello, Meng Jiao." A panicked voice came from the other end. "En Yang, where are you? Something huge happened." The scene shifted to an empty road. En Cheng lovingly held her shadow pet in her arms. "Tian Fan, you did a great job this time. I'll treat you to anything you want to eat." It cried out happily, clearly thrilled. But right after that, no one knew what Tian Fan sensed, because its whole body suddenly froze. It quickly jumped out of En Cheng's arms, making her ask in panic what was wrong. Tian Fan seemed to sense danger and instantly shifted into battle form. En Cheng anxiously asked what was up ahead. Could it be a ghost? Under the moonlight, a group of people in strange clothes and masks were glaring fiercely at En Cheng. A needle shot forward and stabbed straight into Tian Fan. Right after that, it immediately fell into a dazed state. En Cheng looked at Tian Fan in worry, then turned and questioned who those people really were. Right after that, she suddenly remembered something important and immediately turned to run, planning to warn her brother. But of course, those people were not going to let her escape that easily. The scene before her left En Cheng stunned. The masked man spoke. "Sorry about this. We originally only planned to find a chance to retrieve Tian Fan, but now we'll have to invite Miss En to come with us too." Back in the present, Meng Jiao said they only found En Cheng's phone. Inside was a recording saying they wanted to invite Mr. Dao over to talk business. En Yang was a mess as he raised a hand to his forehead. Whoever captured Tian Fan must have used some kind of needle-type weapon. Zhou Dan continued, "Blood Abyss is far more vicious than PSU. Every year they hold illegal banadrug deals in the black market. In their eyes, only profit matters." Hearing this, Meng Jiao's expression turned ugly. No one knew what she was calculating in her heart. After that, Meng Jiao quietly left, then took a token card from her pockets. Meng Jiao entered the imperial capital's underground black market and calmly said she wanted to meet the boss to discuss a deal. The gatekeeper immediately replied, "You are a VIP member of Blood Abyss. Please come in." As soon as that girl saw Meng Jiao appear, she warmly introduced, "Miss, this is our person in charge, Wenyi." The man on the other side became respectful the moment he saw her. "A VIP member from above. You must be Miss Bright Fox, correct? Welcome." He continued cheerfully, "May I ask what support Miss Bright Fox needs from us during this visit to the imperial capital?" Meng Jiao did not beat around the bush, "Mr. Wenyi. I heard the organization recently captured a heroic-grade spirit-type phantom beast, correct?" He paused and asked what she meant. Meng Jiao put on a gentle act and said, "I recently happened to need a spirit-type phantom beast. I also heard a girl was captured along with it, so I hope." Wenyi immediately cut her off. "Unfortunately, this phantom beast has great value to us." He pretended to be regretful. "I'm afraid Miss Shen Meng Jiao's wish cannot be fulfilled this time." Meng Jiao had not expected her real name to be exposed. She gave a cold snort and stood up. "I never thought a grand organization like Blood Abyss would invade its members' privacy too." Right after that, she turned and left. If that's how it is, then there's no need to keep discussing this deal. But the two bodyguards at the door immediately stepped out and blocked her path, causing Meng Jiao's expression to shift slightly. Wenyi slowly spoke again. "Even if a deal fails, friendship remains." Meng Jiao turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" He stood up and replied, "Miss Bright Fox rarely visits the imperial capital. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity to leave like this? Why not stay in the imperial capital for a few days? Once Mr. Dao arrives, it won't be too late to return together." Knowing it would be hard to leave this place safely, Meng Jiao did not rush to resist. But at that moment, she was wearing a fox-shaped keychain on her hand. No one knew what it was for. Back on Zhou Dan's side, she walked while saying, "We checked the surveillance footage and confirmed the general direction, but Blood Abyss's stronghold is extremely hidden. We are still narrowing it down." At the same time, the girl from the earlier interrogation room rushed in, panicked. "Late last night, we received a distress signal from Team 1. It is suspected to have come from the black market stronghold." En Yang immediately told Zhou Dan his suspicion. "Blood Abyss is deliberately luring us there." But the girl continued, "The person who sent the distress signal is named Meng Jiao." Hearing that name, his heart seemed to skip a beat. En Yang hurriedly took out his phone. "Impossible, last night. We were still discussing the plan together." But her phone had truly lost signal. Only the recorded message rang from his phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off." Only now did En Yang completely panic. Anger surged up, making him clench his teeth hard. Then he looked at the girl who had just reported the situation and urgently asked where that place was. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of that room, afraid the protagonist might be in danger. Xiaobai spoke up on her own. "Master, let me." As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked the door flying without holding back at all. The door shattered under Xiaobai's kick. Looking at the result she had created, Xiaobai could not hide her pride and broke into an extremely satisfied smile. With the entrance open, the whole group immediately rushed in to search for Meng Jiao. But the strange thing was, there was nothing inside. The entire room was unusually empty. This made En Yang even more uneasy in his heart. He kept calling Meng Jiao's name. Zhou Dan also immediately took out her radio. "Bronze team, have you found any clues on your side?" Call from other end came back. Blood Abyss organization had withdrawn cleanly, and even junk that looked worthless got swept away without leaving anything behind. Yin Yang collapsed helplessly onto floor. Zhou Dan spoke up that they must have taken Meng Jiao and Yin Tr letter 1 EBNG to force his hand. Before formal showdown, those two should still be safe. Right then, strange object appeared on ground right in front of Yin Yang. He immediately bent down to study it closely. It was tiny keychain Meng Jiao had deliberately left behind before getting taken. Yin Yang quickly guessed this thing was very much like something of hers. On this side, Bai watched for a while, then tapped lightly on floor. Weird thing was, hollow sound echoed from underneath. Noticing something off, she immediately raised hand and slammed a heavy strike down onto floor. Under power of high-rank fantasy beast, floor could not hold either. It cracked open straight into giant hole. Yin Yang and Zhou Dan rushed over together, and both froze when they found secret basement underneath. Zhou Dan obviously did not dare jump down carelessly. She gripped gun tightly, waiting tense for backup, afraid there might be ambush below. At that moment, Zhen Huang suddenly took one huge breath. Its bizarre look left Zhou Dan unable to hide surprise. Next second, Zhen Huang used its head to ram straight down into floor again, leaving everyone frozen in shock. This time, unlike Bai, whole group immediately dropped straight down from above. Zhou Dan could not hold back and screamed, "Oh my god." Luckily, basement was not too deep, so before long everyone landed safely. At same time, as if it had been waiting, screens suddenly lit up with Wenye's image. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, first meeting, you can call me Wenye." He looked at him and asked, "Should I call you Yin Yang or Dao Man?" He answered calmly that kind of title was just something to call for fun. Wenye then said, "Fine, I'll call you Yin Yang. Congratulations on winning national competition, you're a big deal now." Not wanting to waste time with him, Yin Yang immediately asked where they had taken those two girls. Meanwhile, Zhou Dan secretly worked her phone. Turns out she was sending location to teammates, while also trying to trace source of video call. Yin Yang stared at Wenye, his face darkened as he asked, "What in end is your purpose?" Wenye answered leisurely that he would send location to him. By then, both sides would talk things through clearly. He held up map, pointed at one spot, and said flatly, "Shanshui Pavilion." Yin Yang immediately remembered seeing news in past life. 3 days after national competition ended, Western District of Imperial Capital would erupt in sea, fantasy beast tide. And Shanshui Pavilion was located right in Area C. Yin Yang asked if they could change to somewhere else, when he said he had no right to bargain, and he knew 3 great families were all watching him. Pausing for a moment, this madman kept up pressure and deliberately lowered voice into cold threat, saying if not then. Next moment, TV screen snapped off. No matter how frantically Yin Yang shouted hello. Zhou Dan looked at phone with regret. Call had been too short, so she could not trace exact location. Yin Yang said everyone did not need to ver sha atayeriesier in this matter. He would go meet them himself after careful thought. If he used Fantasy Beast Tide as cover, plus his spiritual power and Tian fan group, he could get Meng Jiao and her little sister out of encirclement. As soon as 2 girls heard that, they shouted in unison that it was too dangerous. Yin Yang stayed calm and said not to worry, he had his own way. Scene shifted to Wenye's side. He brought Meng Jiao to place where those people used fantasy beasts for entertainment, and even got excited, cheering, "Go on, knock it down." When you walked closer, lifted Meng Jiao's chin with his hand, and asked if Ming Hu was not interesting to her. She coldly turned away and tossed him one short, distant reply no. Meng Jiao's attitude killed his mood. The man grimaced and ordered second brother to take her down. At same time, another man stepped forward. He flashed sly smile and ordered underlings to take her away. Before leaving, Meng Jiao still did not forget to say in cold voice that they would not succeed. When you watched her figure disappear, then told second brother he would call Yin Yang soon, and they would speak with him at Shanshui Pavilion. Second brother's face showed contempt as soon as he heard that, but he still answered Wenye sure. After speaking, he turned and left, but there was still trace of regret in his words. After all, kid really was talent. This guy had actually grown jealous. His face darkened as he thought bitterly that last time he heard that man praise someone this highly was Luke. Unexpectedly, this name had now become thorn in his eye. Second brother sneered and silently memorized it. Yin Yang, right. They brought Meng Jiao back to room. From look of it, she had not been abused here yet. Meng Jiao was so worried she could not sit still. She stood up and looked through tiny safety window on door. Outside, 2 bodyguards and 2 ferocious fantasy beasts were keeping watch with extreme strictness. She was a little tense in her heart. She kept thinking she had to find way to let Yin Yang know situation here. Time passed fast. In blink of eye, sky had already turned dark. At this time, second brother entered another room. He looked at man inside and said, "Mr. Song, lend me something." Old man, busy typing away on computer, heard that and coldly asked if Wenye had given permission. Second brother threw thick stack of cash onto table, then asked with disdain if this could replace paperwork. Man immediately grabbed stack of bills. His attitude changed completely. "Of course, what do you want to borrow?" Second brother's eyes suddenly turned savage. He wanted most vicious fantasy beast, one that could kill someone in short time. Mr. Song was startled at that, then could not help asking who exactly had pissed him off. Second brother gave no answer instead. He slammed hand hard onto table in anger, and said that was not issue. Since money had been taken, work had to be done, Mr. Song led second brother into room he himself guarded. He immediately asked, "What are you bringing me here for? Where's what I need?" Mr. Song pointed at beast locked inside small box and said, "Look here." Looking at tiny mantis that seemed harmless, second brother scoffed, "You planning to use that to scratch itch for yin yang?" Mr. Song quickly pulled out vial of medicine and said to him, "This thing is not what you think." Then he dripped some medicine onto Mantis' head. It immediately twitched slightly, as if stimulated. Next instant, it looked like hundreds of worms were crawling out of it. Even Mantis' eyes changed in bizarre, sinister way. Look at that thing shift forms after absorbing medicine from that chicken. Old Second instantly got chills from Old Song's pressure. On this side, and Yang walked while talking on the phone. The voice on other end kept giving directions, telling him to turn left into small alley because car was already waiting. And Yang said nothing, he just quietly followed along, while another car in shadows trailed behind him. Turns out Xiao Bai and Zhou Dan were in car. Xiao Bai watched nervously, while Zhou Dan calmly told her not to act rashly or scare off target, because she had already secretly planted tracking device on Yang. At end of alley, and Yang showed up, and another man stepped out to meet him. He said into phone that he had spotted car. Those two guys looked at him with sly, shifty eyes, faces made for sneaking around and stealing. Voice on other end apologized to little bro again, saying these were rules and asking him to cooperate, and Yang stayed calm and said, "Fine." They blindfolded him and tied up both hands, but Yang stayed absurdly calm, only saying coldly, "Let's go." Car sped through night. Where they were heading was Western Branch, stronghold of Blood Abyss in Imperial Capital. Night wind howled over main road as Yuming charged forward alone at blistering speed. At same time, in room where Meng Jiao was being held, strange sounds suddenly rang out. Curious, she looked up to check, but that weird noise kept going without end. Then vent above was opened, though movement was slow and clumsy, making Meng Jiao flinch. But what surprised her even more was Little Fox, joyfully jumping down right beside its master. Meng Jiao was so happy she could hardly speak. She immediately reached out to catch it, and Little Spirit Beast understood, speeding straight into her arms. The moment she saw it, Meng Jiao said, "Yuming, and Yang is in danger, you have to find him fast." They looked at each other for a moment, and Yuming instantly understood Master's order. Even though they had only just reunited, Meng Jiao still had to let Yuming leave. Worrying, she urged it to hurry. Back to Yang, wherever car carrying him went, Zhou Dan's car secretly followed behind. Driver glanced at rearview mirror and immediately reported to Big Brother that someone was tailing them. Hearing that, and Yang instantly guessed it had to be Zhou Dan and Xiao Bai, but they should not have followed him here. Red-haired guy in car immediately ordered, "Speed up and shake them off." After a while, that car finally broke free from Zhou Dan's pursuit, and both sides split off in different directions. Xiao Bai asked in shock what Zhou Dan was doing, and Zhou Dan quickly realized other side had spotted them. If they kept following, it would put Yang at disadvantage. Driver thought he had succeeded, and smugly told Big Brother they had shaken off tail behind them. At same time, Mousy Guy's phone rang, and he quickly pulled it from pocket. Nobody knew what voice on other end said. Only thing clear was his face growing even more sinister, or more exactly, scheming right down to bones. Then he answered, "Yes, I understand." Right then, whole group suddenly started yelling to stop car, complaining their stomachs hurt too much. They couldn't take it anymore, and they had to deal with it right away. In blink of an eye, out in that desolate wasteland, they left Yang behind and rushed off. Then a strange sound rang in Yang's ear, like electrical circuit shorting out. After sitting a bit longer, he heard hissing sound again, like venomous snake in his heart. He thought those bastards were up to something again. Out of nowhere, giant praying mantis appeared right in front of car, with pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. On other side, red-haired guy excitedly reported to second brother that Brat was about to be swallowed by blood mantis. Old second heard that and looked satisfied, only giving soft, even with blindfold on, and Yang's hearing was sharp enough to catch every word of their conversation. He silently wondered why blood mantis would show up here. Mantis slowly crawled up beside car, while Yang still sat there calmly, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Mousy Guy was thrilled to see that, and quickly said second brother was about to hear that brat's miserable scream. Inside car, Yang lowered his head in silence, and secretly used mental power to control monster. Before blood mantis could even react, he directly struck at its nervous system. Next second, Mantis raised pair of long, sharp claws. They looked no different from killing weapons. It instantly sliced through car door, making Mousy crew cheer in excitement that blood mantis had finally made move. But situation suddenly flipped, and Yang calmly stepped out of car, leaving all of them stunned. Right after that, Mantis used its claws to gently cut off Yang's handcuffs. Mousy Guy froze in shock. The words barely left his mouth before he went silent, making Old Second immediately tense up and ask what was wrong, what on earth happened. He hurriedly reported back, second brother. It looks like Blood Mantis is helping Yang break free, which made Old Second slam table in rage and roar. How can that be? Before he even finished, those guys had gone pale and screamed at top of lungs, making Old Second angrily growl, what now? And Yang and Blood Mantis had already marched straight up to them. He smiled and asked Guy brother, been waiting here a long time, haven't you? Then he reached out and yanked phone hard from Mousy Guy's hand. Blue-haired guy glared at him in fury, but of course he didn't dare rush forward. Because right away, Mantis behind Yang glared at him, scaring him so badly his face went white. He pressed phone to ear and asked Old Second in a cold voice, "Talk, what's this blood, Mantis?" Old Second was furious enough to burst, but still used slimy voice to answer that it was only a little test, and Yang immediately asked, "Oh, there'll be more like this later." Old Second instantly said no. He let out soft breath and added, "Oh right, car from before is busted, send another one to pick me up." Then, following Old Second's arrangement, another car quickly arrived and took Yang further on his way. He sat quietly in car. Not long after, vehicle stopped in front of phone booth far outside city. And of course, that place was entrance to Underworld, and Yang and Old Second's underlings quickly went inside. After only a few steps, Wolf inside seemed to catch scent of stranger and instantly howled non-stop. But the moment Yang saw that wolf, it froze at once, panic flashing plain on its face. It backed down, tucked its tail, and did not dare bark again, looking utterly terrified of him. And Yang's face darkened, and he silently thought that reaction was dead on. Just like how many animals send out warning signals before natural disasters, like earthquakes or tsunamis. From what he knew, illusion pets could also show strange reactions when an illusion beast tide was about to hit. Thinking of that, the main character suddenly remembered old memories, when everything fell into chaos and people ran for their lives. In his previous life, when the main character reached god-subduing rank, Earth kept taking disaster-grade illusion beast tide after illusion beast tide, and humanity began watching illusion beast reactions to predict catastrophe. And Yang closed his eyes, focused every ounce of his mind, and thought this method still was not widely known. Just then, girl came out from room, and it looked like she was Tao Sir. She handed over clothing and said, "Next, I'll take you to meet Wenyi Sir, but he wants you to change into this first." And Yang took clothes, and he could not help admiring how thoroughly Blood Abyss had planned everything. A moment later, girl brought someone over and reported, "Person Sir wants to meet has arrived." When you stepped forward and said, "Yurei and Yang, right? This face really makes people feel close." Main character replied, "No wonder your organization prepared this outfit for me." When you answered calmly, "Nothing much right now. Yurei the one everyone's watching closely." And Yang asked impatiently, "Where's my friend?" He placed hand on his shoulder to soothe him. "Don't rush, sit down and talk slowly." When you poured tea into cup and got straight to point, this time, "I want to talk with you about cooperation." Then he pushed cup of tea toward Yang, while main character had been watching every tiny gesture from Wenyi all along. Main character calculated silently. Illusion beast tide was about to erupt. So now he had to hold this man here, seize chance to save Meng Jiao and younger sister, then find way through this calamity. But very quickly he steadied himself, picked up teacup, and said with a smile, "What kind of cooperation does Wenyi Sir want?" At that exact moment, a violent explosion suddenly rang out outside. And Yang was shocked inside so soon, when he immediately frowned and asked, one-eyed, what happened outside. He glanced at subordinate, and man instantly understood, quickly saying, "I'll go check outside right now." And Yang immediately reminded him, "I suggest you take few more people with you." When you quickly followed suit, and call few more people, bring 2 stronger illusion pets too. One-eyed hurriedly answered, "Understood." A few minutes later, group had gathered, and one of them spoke up, "Noise from just now came from here, right?" Seeing leopard growling fiercely, group grew uneasy at once. Someone reminded others to be careful, even level 9 elite illusion pet is reacting like this. Before them was huge pit. Everyone stared down in confusion, then cried out in shock, "Look, what the hell is this?" The moment they saw what was inside, leopard's roar grew even fiercer, while bodyguards' faces went pale, and they immediately shouted for retreat. Yet for some reason, leopard lost control and charged straight into that cave. Strange thing was, it never came back out, only furious roars kept echoing from inside. Bodyguards broke out in cold sweat and whispered among themselves, "There's definitely something terrifying here, call for backup." Deep in darkness, pair of blood-red eyes stared fixedly at them like demon. That aura sent chills down bodyguards' spines. They shouted at each other and raised guns, firing away. But bullets seemed useless. Monster still stood there, bloodshot eyes locked tightly on them. Soon after, it finally stopped hiding and charged straight out. Wind rat shot straight toward bodyguards, raising sharp claws as if to rip prey before it apart. Miserable screams echoed everywhere, clear even inside Wenyi's room. He could not help raging, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Useless, can't even handle this little thing." And Yang could not be bothered to care. His mind was only racing to think of way out of this place. At this moment, panicked man ran in and shouted, "Bad news, Wenyi Sir." A pack of illusion beasts came charging into Black headquarters from nowhere. The second he finished, Wind Rat pounced on him and bit hard into his neck, leaving him only time to scream for help. And Yang instantly focused to peak intensity and quickly activated Psychic Power Pulse. Psychic power could not only tame and strengthen illusion pets, it could also attack opponent's brain, causing severe headaches or even brain death. But at minimum, one had to reach mental master rank or above to do it. And Yang acted as if he knew nothing, but when you quickly noticed, he patted his shoulder and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Main character sat down beside Beast and said calmly, "I am fine, but there's one thing I need to confirm." Next second, and Yang placed hand on its pulse point. In truth, he was using psychic power to probe it. Not wanting to slaughter innocents, main character warned them aloud to get their people ready for defense. The illusion beast tide is coming. Hearing that, when you asked in confusion, "You mean this illusion beast came from other side?" He kept probing, "Looks like you understand illusion beast tide very well." And Yang answered calmly, "My home is in the city. I went through one before, so I've dealt with otherworld illusion beasts." When you smiled and said, "Mister, and is indeed impressive. If you join us, it'll be like tiger growing wings." And Yang did not respond to praise, only said coolly, "I want to see my younger sister, Meng Jiao and Tian Fan." He agreed cheerfully, "No problem. Please rest for a moment, mister. And I'll have organization guard against illusion beast intrusion first." Inside, he grew silently uneasy. This was only chess piece that could restrain him. This man knew too many blood abyss secrets. If he could not be used, he would definitely become disaster. Before leaving, when he also said later, "You and your friends will go into shelter room together to get through this disaster." Watching his back fade away, and Yang still stayed silent, showing no reaction at all. By now, Yu Ming finally found main character, and it obediently stood behind him. Little Fox's face showed a hint of cunning, and it had done everything Meng Jiao told it to do. Outside, Zhou Dan tried to reassure them. "Location has been found. Xiao Bai, relax, and Yang will be fine." Xiao Bai replied, "I believe master, but I still have bad feeling." Zhou Dan still did not understand and asked why. Xiao Bai only lifted both hands and placed them on top of its own head. It felt uneasy in secret. That feeling was like some kind of premonition, as if something huge was about to happen. At this time, Zhou Jiao quickly stepped outside to check situation, and asked in slight surprise, "What was that sound?" Outside, birds were crying in the sky. Something felt off now. Zhou Dan said, "Iron Feather Divine, wasn't this phantom beast supposed to be extinct? Why are so many here?" Xiao Bai stayed quietly on guard too. Only one possibility. No wonder I've had this feeling lately. Right then, a bird spread its wings and lunged in to attack them. Zhou Dan shouted, "Watch out." With quick reflexes, she raised her gun at once and fired straight at bird. But what shocked her more was how fast it dodged. Zhou Dan could not help being stunned, Giant white bird even changed direction mid-attack. It locked onto Zhou Dan and rushed straight at her. At that exact moment, a fair hand clamped down hard on bird's neck, like choking chicken. It was Xiao Bai. After all, she was dragon in true form. How could birds like these give her trouble? Seeing Xiao Bai, usually so cute, turn this fierce, Zhou Dan was at loss for words, girl. Over here, Xiao Bai was still swinging away with full bloodlust. Zhou Dan was secretly freaked out, hand-to-hand against Phantom Beast. Did I see wrong? After getting beaten to pulp for a while, Bird finally could not take it anymore. Its cries turned into whimpers. Even now, Sky was still packed with birds. They all swooped down together to attack girls. Seeing Xiao Bai drop their buddy, others wanted revenge too. Zhou Dan could not help getting tense. Xiao Bai, get in car, there are too many. Xiao Bai's face was cold as a demon's. She lowered voice, drive off now. Zhou Dan froze a little, then what about you? Seeing her still hesitate, Xiao Bai lost patience and grabbed Zhou Dan by shoulder at once. And so, Miss Zhou was thrown straight into car. Xiao Bai said to her with killing intent, Zhou Dan, go first, I'll come find you later. Zhou Dan still did not feel at ease. Then what are you going to do? Xiao Bai's face had already changed. She said calmly to Zhou Dan, don't worry about me, go. She looked at Xiao Bai in fear. Birds were growing more and more frenzied. Zhou Dan had no other choice. I'll call for reinforcements right away. Take care. The moment Zhou Dan left, Xiao Bai immediately unleashed even more domineering aura. One strike was enough to drop Bird. Xiao Bai even looked down on them. So even little birds like these dare to provoke me. After saying that, Xiao Bai's expression turned icy. Her gaze changed too. Right after, a dragon quickly manifested, its aura surging like a tide. Xiao Bai opened her mouth and condensed fire. The moment attack shot out, over 10 birds were brought down. Over here, Zhou Dan kept driving. Her heart was restless, and all she could worry about was Xiao Bai. After putting some distance behind her, Zhou Dan stopped car under tree. Then Zhou Dan got out after hearing loud noise from sky. She looked up and immediately saw giant dragon tearing birds apart. Zhou Dan stared blankly. Should I go to hospital and get my eyes checked? After wiping out those annoying birds, Dragon immediately shrank back into clouds. Zhou Dan stayed dazed for a long time. What on earth happened? Right behind her, Xiao Bai had already jumped down fast. Our little girl moved way too fast this time, but that made sense after all. She was old lady reborn twice. Hearing loud noise behind her, Zhou Dan turned back on reflex. Xiao Bai called out happily, Zhou. She blinked. You, Xiao Bai said again, don't mention it. It took me a lot of effort to lure away those dumb birds. Lucky there was car for me to borrow to come find you. Zhou Dan asked again about your appearance just now and seen in sky, but Xiao Bai played dumb. Something in sky. You've probably been too busy lately and saw wrong. Jodan smiled bitterly. Don't think saying that can fool me. Bai still acted terribly. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Jodan replied, fine, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. At that moment, Bai suddenly remembered, right, if you have friends or relatives in Imperial Capital, tell them to leave there now. Tonight looks like it will be very long over here. Everything had already fallen into chaos. Rat with crazy red eyes shot forward, startling that man badly. But luckily for him, Phantom Bear stepped in just in time to save him. Sure enough, this side was already a deadened battlefield. Everyone was terrified, too many phantom beasts. Why don't we leave 8th floor, go back to 7th and strengthen defenses? One of them said, wait until VIPs all retreat to refuge. Otherwise, even if we run, boss will still kill us. Right then, nobody knew where. Those fire lures suddenly shot in like maniacs. Then a huge explosion rang out, shaking place violently. Seeing deep crater before them, guards were all panicked. Expert, I recognize this skill, it's him. Outside, Wen Yi and his phantom beast were already standing at gate. Guards who were rescued were overjoyed. They all cheered and thanked Wen Yi. This divine lizard is called Yisi Dai Poison Lizard. Its rank is 6-star spirit. One guy stepped up and asked Mr. Wen Yi, why did you come here? When you cut him off, small matter, I was passing by and saw a larger-scale phantom beast outbreak, so I dealt with it while I was at it. When you said again, I still need to set up defenses before this wave of phantom beasts. You guys hurry to more important locations and protect them. Everyone shouted in unison, understood. Cut to Yin Yang's side. As soon as little fox saw him, it happily cried out a few times. It quickly rushed over and rubbed its face against him, like it wanted to give him kiss. He cried out in shock, Netherworld. Yin Yang picked it up. Did you come here to tell me where Meng Jiao and others are? Little beast gave one cry, as if answering. Then Yin Yang replied, okay. He closed eyes and began linking spiritual power. Yu Ming's memories surfaced in Yin Yang's mind, and he saw her location. Yin Yang cried out in surprise, it's Meng Jiao. Cut again to prison block. Yin Yang was stunned, this is. And you even found Tian Fan, Yu Ming, nice. Then he looked at little fox. So did you find my little sister? Yu Ming immediately shook head wildly. Yin Yang hurried to comfort it, it's okay. Tian Fan is very familiar with Yin Zheng's scent. Once we find Tian Fan, we can find girl too. Yin Yang quickly circulated internal energy. Next, gotta think of way to keep guards' eyes off us. Right then, a thunderous explosion suddenly shook everything, and Yang instantly went on alert. Sounds like fighting was breaking out outside. He kicked open door and rushed out, but all that met his eyes was eerie silence in every direction. Worse, floor was covered with bodies strewn everywhere, and no one knew why they had collapsed. And Yang let out silent breath of relief. Good thing he had bought plane tickets for De Yu and Li Xing earlier. This disaster probably had not reached them yet. In front of Maine, Rat Pack had already lined up in rows, not daring to charge at Koa at all. Of course, Yu Ming gave them no time to react. He fired several shots in a row, paralyzing whole bunch of rats. Beside him now was Proud Fox, and Yang looked at it and said, let's go, we're finding Meng Jiao. So one man and one fox kept walking, crossing hallway after hallway. But looking around, everything was still dead silent, and Yang could not help but sigh. Not a single soul in sight, they ran fast. Seeing Maine stop and not move on, Yu Ming lowered its head and rammed hard into his back. And Yang turned back to look at it and asked softly, are we almost there? Yu Ming immediately cried out several times in reply. No sooner had he spoken than several bodyguards and Huan beasts came over from distance, startling him. Sure enough, place had been reinforced with guards. Maine quickly turned away, his eyes swept over floor, searching for something he could use as disguise. Luckily, he found mask, and Yang immediately picked it up and put it on. Then with extreme quick thinking, and Yang switched roles and pretended to ask, hey brother, we're safe zone. Bodyguard frowned fiercely, who's there? Panicked, he pointed gun at him and shouted, who are you? And Yang immediately raised both hands, don't shoot, I am customer from Black Market. I was looking for shelter when Huan beasts attacked me, and I barely made it out here. Inside room, just from hearing that, Meng Jiao instantly recognized voice of Yang. No need to say more, knowing Prince in her heart had come to save her. She was so happy she secretly peeked through tiny hole in door. Outside, and Yang still said calmly to bodyguard, thanks, brother, you guys keep working. Sweet feelings surged straight into Meng Jiao's heart. She smiled faintly, it really was him. But Missy at home could not hold back anymore. She blurted out, I knew you'd come for sure, you definitely had planned. Just as words fell, huge explosion rang out, and rubble pattered down, making Meng Jiao flinch slightly. Bodyguards outside instantly panicked, asking each other what happened. Hurry up and check, Miss Minghu, if you're fine, say something. One of them suddenly froze and looked toward Yang. His coworker said, forget him. Person inside is top-tier VIP member. In Meng Jiao's room, huge hole had been blasted straight through wall. Turns out one who came to rescue her was Yu Ming. Right now, it was carrying her on its back and quickly taking her away from there. Then Meng Jiao took off mask and asked Yu Ming gently, "Did An Yang tell you to meet here?" She felt a bit curious. Even though she got no answer, Meng Jiao still could not help asking, "But what place is this?" Yu Ming led her inside. One glance was enough for Meng Jiao to recognize this as Huan Pet Storage. Looking at Huan Pets inside, Meng Jiao only grew more confused. Why was place so quiet? It should have been noisier than market. While Meng Jiao and Yu Ming were still observing surroundings, something suddenly streaked past, making all Huan Pets scream in unison. In front of them was bizarre cricket, looking like it was halfway through eating corpse of deer lying on floor. The moment Meng Jiao saw it, chills ran down her spine. She could not help shouting, "Gross, disgusting, it's cricket again." Right after that, it charged straight at Meng Jiao, but catching her was not easy. She ran while looking back and shouted, "Yu Ming, watch dodge, let's split up and run." Panting hard, Meng Jiao told herself, so these recent training sessions finally have somewhere to pay off. Behind her, cricket was almost catching up. Even with prep, she still could not avoid feeling a little panicked. Meng Jiao had huge advantage, her small frame, which made movement much more agile. In split second, Meng Jiao sprang onto nearby table, and that fierce golden eye glared after her. Centipede then went berserk and charged again, its impact smashing tables and chairs to pieces. Another Huan beast died under its sharp legs. This centipede was no joke. Meng Jiao calculated in silence, "This is Huan Pet Storage. Maybe I can release stronger one to fight it, but strongest Huan pet here is that bullet beast, and I already probed it with spiritual power." Far away, a Huan beast locked in cage had opened its blazing red eyes, and thick malevolent aura still radiated from its body. Time passed as fast as X turning on you. Before long, dawn had already come. In car, Xiaobai asked Jodan, "About what I told you, about guarding against afternoon Huan beasts. You already reported it to higher-ups, right?" She continued, "But this still needs more thought. Side only has us. Personnel is way too limited." Jodan said again, "Come to think of it, that look of yours on road just now." Xiaobai gave awkward smile. "Just pretend you didn't see anything, please." At this moment, dark clouds rolled in overhead, and a flash of lightning suddenly lit up sky. Right after that, bolt struck straight down on skyscraper, producing ear-splitting blast. Entire surrounding area was instantly plunged into darkness, and two Huan pets in car also bared their teeth warily. After that thunderstorm, huge crack appeared outside city, sending everyone into panic. It did not stop there. From beneath ground, countless insects and bugs surged up, and scene looked just like end of world. City police force was quickly mobilized. Broadcast speaker blared, "Warning, warning, afternoon Huan beasts have appeared in West Titty City. Initial assessment, crank." Those monsters charged at civilians like mad, even as soldiers kept pouring bullets into their bodies. Anyone attacked by them suffered severe injuries, and some were even at risk of dying at any moment. At same time, Yellow Dog came charging from nowhere and bit down hard on Dinosaur's neck. Two masked figures arrived riding wind. Their faces looked like mafia, but their actions seemed to belong to righteous side. The two coordinated with twin swords, and one strike alone sliced Dinosaur into many pieces. It looked just like Japanese sashimi. Young man turned to security team and said, "Take this person away. Area has already completed withdrawal." Message from helicopter came through. 101, residents on X Street and injured have been fully evacuated. Person in helicopter immediately replied, "Understood." Right after that, two bombs were dropped straight down below. Those monsters naturally could not withstand combat bombs. They just stood there stupidly and were blown to pieces. After earth-shaking blast, people on helicopter immediately reported target had been wiped out. While steering aircraft, he kept reporting, "Scout radar detected beast at least twice size of my fighter jet charging in. Request backup now." But what stunned him was, no, that made no sense. How could it fly so fast? Because of bird's strike, helicopter erupted in explosion at once. Luckily, guy managed to jump clear in time. He was a little tense. Bombs still sat on plane, never fired. Yet it came out unscathed. Looks like ordinary human weapons can't do anything to that beast crew. Here, Prince Enyang was sprinting flat out to save Princess. He had barely arrived when Baitong exploded, sending something flying out. Enyang was briefly startled. Did beast from before get hit? At same time, a loud cry rang out, making him flinch. Enyang's voice trembled faintly with joy. He glanced back and saw Meng Jiao, Yu Ming, and Tian Fan all standing there. No need to say how happy he was. Good, everyone's fine. That was truly great. Cut to Enjang. Even after being kidnapped, she still played games with calm face, even looking fed up. Playing alone is so boring. Right then, familiar figure appeared at door, startling Enjang. "You are." Enyang walked closer, looked at little sister, and laughed warmly. "Who else did you think I was?" Cut to Jodan. She ordered her people, "You guys wait outside for backup." They answered yes at once. Then she turned to Xiaobai, "Let's go." The two had barely rushed in when they saw several beast parasites charging everywhere in front of them. Before they could strike, Jodan immediately unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire at them. Xiaobai stepped up and said, "Let me find Master." Jodan asked, "You don't have map, only relying on psychic sense?" She answered seriously, "Yes." Over here, Enyang and others quickly carried beast parasites and got out of that place. At same time, familiar voice rang out, "Master." Enyang heard it and lit up at once. "Xiaobai is here too." Xiao Bai was like puppy seeing owner again. The moment it spotted him, it dashed over. Master, I finally found you. Meng Jiao looked at Xiao Bai and smiled brightly. You two must have had rough time finding us, huh? But for some reason, Xiao Bai looked unhappy. At this moment, ground started shaking hard. Rocks and dirt kept falling down. En Yang looked at everyone worriedly. We can't stay here long, let's go now. From afar, they saw Wen Yi and his crew. Meng Jiao spoke up, black market people. Jai glanced at beast corpses strewn across ground like dead fish, then said coldly, it's time. At same time, rocks and dirt split open again, then a violent crash boomed out. From below, stranger-looking beasts slowly emerged. Underlings were stunned. What the hell is that? Meng Jiao said in annoyance, they got what they deserve. Let's move first. And Yang said nothing, only gave a quiet yes. In his mind, he thought, that beast feels off somehow. At this moment, En Zheng looked around and suddenly shouted in shock, pointing far away, look over there. En Yang shouted at everyone, that's exit, then whole group rushed off in chaos. Everyone had just arrived there, and after finally breaking out, he cheered in delight finally. Joy had barely lasted when pile of ruins in front of him made En Yang freeze. Meng Jiao also went stiff. She stepped forward and looked around, what's going on here? En Yang quickly realized this was Beast Tide, exactly like one in D City few months ago. Hearing loud noise, Xiao Bai pointed over, look guys, over there looks like someone. Seeing her so hasty, En Yang stopped her, wait, that thing might not be human. Just like he said, thing crawling out of ruins was something that looked vaguely like pangolin. It looked at En Yang's group with greedy eyes, like starving beasts that hadn't eaten in years. Of course, he was hard morsel to swallow. Emperor Klesjai no longer hesitated, immediately roared and charged forward, as if to say, touch my family, and Yao'll have to step over my corpse first. Both sides slammed head-on into each other. This fight was no different from bullfighting. But in end, that tiny pangolin overestimated itself and got sent flying with one blow. En Yang said nothing. He silently scanned ruins around him, as if searching for something. In end, En Yang finally found safe spot. He pointed over there, go hide over there. On Zhou Dan's side, she quickly pulled out radio, Team 2, Qing Tong, go check situation there. We ran into Beast at City Gate and have temporarily found cover, no casualties yet. She looked at everyone's backs and said, okay, I'll send coordinates, come over here. Warehouse over there is shut tight, looks like nobody's here. Xiao Bai was like powerful heroine, forcefully yanking door open. Inside was empty. The moment En Yang stepped in, he swept his eyes around and warned his companions, everyone be careful. Meng Jiao seemed to let her guard down a little. There's nobody here, but in fact, they were being watched. Seeing little sister keep looking around, Zhou Dan reminded her, Xiao Bai, don't run around, stay close to wall. At same time, squad immediately entered with guns in hand. En Yang grew wary, who are you? Leading woman held up gun and moved forward, then ordered subordinates to check whether they were marked. Zhou Dan quickly stated her identity, Special Operations Team. En Yang and En Zheng also calmly raised their hands and cooperated. Hearing Zhou Dan say that, he knew they could trust them for now. En Yang looked at those people, then flashed bright smile, signaling he would cooperate. He kept calm and looked at woman in front of him, while she also looked a little surprised. Looking back at his own little brats, every one of them had puffed up fur in wary stance toward them. Very quickly, all 4 of my little brats circulated internal energy and shifted into battle form. One of them blurted out in panic, there are 3 transformation stage fighters over there, and even 1 spirit stage fighter. Yin Yang smiled cheerfully, yeah, every phantom beast targeting us was wiped out on the way here. But right after that, another fierce squad stormed in. Everyone instantly aimed their guns at each other. The situation on both sides was stretched tight as a wire. The 2 girls leading this side froze as well. Everyone kept their guns trained on each other, and no one dared move. Zhou Dan pulled a card from her pocket. We are all on the same side, lower your weapons. Then she handed her documents to the other girl. Hello, comrade. We are with the Zhou family. I once served in the military, so I can vouch for them. The other girl relaxed a little too. So you are from the Zhou family. Everyone, lower your guns. Yin Yang stepped forward happily. So, what exactly happened in the imperial capital? She led everyone upstairs. At noon, we were inspecting the western district when we discovered the massive gate to the other world, and then phantom beasts appeared. This afternoon, our superiors ordered us to come here and search for survivors. But the troops coming to reinforce us still need more time before they can get in. We can only gather survivors and evacuate them into this building to wait for backup. Yin Yang was startled. Is this all the survivors there are? The girl replied, this is only the 2nd floor. There are more on the upper floors, and the building is almost packed. Luckily, command will deliver supplies in time, so food and medicine are not a problem for now. Right now, we have to hold this place and wait for the troops to rescue us. After that, we will try to go out and search for more survivors. The wounded here were too many to count. The tragic scene looked no different from wartime. Yin Yang frowned, his heart feeling heavy. He quietly made up his mind, I will end this disaster. At that point, he thought to himself, to stop the phantom beast tide, I have to kill the leader of the herd. Then he spoke again, sorry to bother you before you set out. Did you receive any information about the Phantom Beast leader? Species, location, rank, anything works. She answered him, we are only a survivor search team. Tracking the Beast Tide leader is handled by another special squad. Yin Yang calculated silently. If it is like what happened at A4 Mountain, then capturing a Phantom Beast alive might let me trace the Beast Tide leader. But he still refused to give up. Captain, is it okay if I call you that? I want to let my phantom pet go outside for a bit. She was shocked. Are you crazy? You just got here. Do you not know how chaotic it is outside? Yin Yang spoke with clear confidence. I dare go out because I understand this Phantom Beast Tide very well. After that, everyone quickly gathered together. Yin Yang explained his plan to capture the soldiers' demonic beasts alive so he could identify the Beast Tide leader. Meng Jiao stepped forward with fierce energy. I want to go too. Yin Cheng echoed her. Tian Fan and I have waited this long. We can also help Big Bro command Tian Fan. Yin Yang said in a stern voice. Meng Jiao, Yin Cheng, you two stay here. Too many people need Netherworld and Tian Fan to protect them. Yin Cheng was a little stubborn and wanted to say more, but he patted Xiao Bai on the shoulder. No buts, listen to me. Then Yin Yang, Xiao Bai, and Little Purple Monarch quickly left. The captain worriedly tried to chase after them. No, that is too dangerous. You all are like an iron hand pulling her back. Zhou Dan reassured her, do not worry. Their strength is far beyond what you can imagine. The scene shifts to Yin Yang. His group had quickly entered the ruins. He looked around and judged the area. Looks like this place is way too quiet. Xiao Bai followed up. These brats pop out one after another when you do not want to see them. But when you need to find them, not one shows up. At the same time, while Xiao Bai was wandering around, a hand suddenly clamped around her leg, scaring her badly. Xiao Bai lowered her head and looked down. The young man was covered in tears as he begged, save me, save. Yin Yang gently crouched beside him. How are you feeling? The man looked like he had seen a ghost. Then he pointed at the ceiling and stammered, that saved me. As soon as he finished speaking, he could not hold on anymore and collapsed. Xiao Bai looked around, then asked for his opinion. Master, do we need to go over there and check it out? Yin Yang answered immediately, go. A moment later, Xiao Bai's hair was suddenly blown upward. She was surprised. Why is there wind all of a sudden? Right after Xiao Bai spoke, a violent gale swept in. Glass doors, soil, and stone were all swept up at once. Everyone was almost blown away. If they had not fought back with all their strength, Xiao Bai was a little flustered now. What is this? In the end, the two of them still could not keep their balance. Xiao Bai was thrown away right after that. Monarch immediately opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar to intimidate it. But even the giant dinosaur was blown away. This left Monarch completely shocked. This wind has a problem. If it were natural wind, its impact inside this building could not be this powerful. The two were quickly slammed into a deep pit. At last, that violent gale stopped. Xiao Bai temporarily passed out. Yin Yang lay flattened on the ground because the impact just now had been too heavy. At the same time, pairs of hungry eyes were staring fixedly at them. A pack of crocodiles slowly crawled out from the darkness. The problem was that they were not normal crocodiles. These creatures were called Emerald Water Golden Eyes, and their rank was transcendent. At this moment, one of them locked onto Xiao Bai as she lay there. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow her whole. Right as the delicious meal was about to reach its mouth, Xiao Bai opened her eyes. Same old move again. Her hand then pressed onto the powerful crocodile's neck and squeezed tight. Our little girl lifted the entire giant golden eye into the air like that. It panicked completely. The huge commotion on Xiao Bai's side also woke Yin Yang up. Monarch and Little Purple quickly entered battle stances. He spoke and reminded them, Little Purple, Monarch, make sure to leave a few alive. Hearing their master's order, both of them immediately shifted into battle forms. In less than the time it takes to burn one incense stick, the whole pack of crocodiles had been defeated. They lay flattened on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Xiao Bai then asked Yin Yang, Master, do you think these fake lizards dragged us here? Looking at the golden eyes before him, he answered cheerfully, absolutely impossible. Yin Yang touched a crocodile and continued, but no rush, I only need to read their memories. He remembered the mighty dragon from before, and understanding suddenly dawned in his heart, so that is how it is. Then he said to Xiao Bai, let's go, we are going to pay respects to the master of this place. After that, Yin Yang and Xiao Bai walked on while he reminded her, Xiao Bai, be careful. Xiao Bai said calmly, compared to where we fell, this place is definitely much quieter. And Yang says that proves even Lodi or beast spirits don't want to stay trapped here. Don't trust it too much. Suddenly, Yang froze, then quickly warned Xiao Bai in a wary voice, listen. Just then, both of them turned and looked back, eyes blazing like headlights. When those feet drew near, and Yang jumped in alarm and yelled, Xiao Bai, stay back. That black horse with red mane charged past, and she had to twist aside to dodge. And Yang recognized it and quickly explained to Xiao Bai, Sunflame Kilin has ground thunder pressure, able to trigger small earthquakes. As long as a person or beast spirit steps into certain range, it will set off. Thing trying to hunt us is probably its claws. Right after that, it immediately channeled inner energy and opened its mouth for a direct strike. Xiao Bai cried out in panic, "Master, be careful." In an instant, and Yang thought of something. His face lit up a little. At this moment, Qilin quickly rushed toward Xiao Bai, ready to strike. Seeing her in danger, Xiao Ci immediately darted forward to block in front of Big Sis. Xiao Ci flashed over Killin's back, and Xiao Bai did same. From this side, once it closed in, it bit hard into lower neck of other side. Jun Huang clung tight to Qilin, thinking Crazy Beast would overpower it, only to get beaten by our dinosaur until it screamed in tears. Over here, Xiao Bai's face changed at once too. Right after that, she poured inner energy into her fist and charged in fiercely, and there's me too. One punch slammed straight into Killin's face. If it wasn't careful, today it get taste of naked chicken. Seeing it lie motionless after just few moves, Xiao Bai mocked that this little punk was some afternoon beast spirit leader, and Yang said maybe, after all, most afternoon beast leaders in our hands probably still aren't as good as it. Then he quickly pressed hand onto Qilin and used spirit technique. One look was enough to turn his face pale, panicked. He said, "Not good, we need to hurry back to that building." Area by building was eerily empty now, with not one person in sight. Inside, and Cheng held Tian Fan close, full of worry, not knowing how Big Bro and others were doing now. It raised hand and pointed toward window, and Cheng asked curiously, "You want to say something?" Looking up at sky, and Cheng went pale. A flock of birds, like they'd gone mad, was flying in from that direction. She asked in a daze, "What is this?" Right after that, and Cheng hurriedly hugged Tian Fan and ran back inside. She shouted, "Hurry, look outside. There's a swarm of beast spirits flying toward us." Zhou Dan blurted out in shock, "What?" Hearing and Cheng, Captain immediately pulled out binoculars to check situation. Flaming birds charging in were Fire God Scarlet. Captain's heart nearly hung upside down. Entire squad, stay alert. Sniper team moved into position at once, ready to act. On this side, flock of birds also changed tactics. They flew in a wide arc through sky. Right after that, a deafening crash of shattered glass rang out. They swarmed in like moths to flames, smashing through door. Captain urgently ordered shift in cover team and told everyone to withdraw to underground room. Try special ammo power. Outside here, every bird that rushed in got shot down, but Flock still showed no fear at all. Zhou Dan inside also ordered Zhou family members to help protect survivors. Everyone answered yes at once. Over here, Captain kept shooting down birds flying in from outside non-stop. Taking advantage of her momentary lapse, Fire God Scarlet pressed Captain to ground. She struggled hard to resist. Damn it, hurry and dive down. Sniper team members had faces black as pot bottoms, totally unable to aim properly. While it kept attacking non-stop, its movements suddenly slowed, making Captain slightly startled. Right after that, a thick rope appeared around Fire God Scarlet's neck, tightening around its body. Not only that, block over there was also tied up all at once by Dark Prison. Captain was helped up by teammates, and she stared blankly at scene before her. This is. Turns out and Cheng had already mastered directing Tian Fan to attack. She praised it with satisfaction. Tian Fan, well done. Seeing Shadow Lion, Captain happily grabbed in Cheng's hand. It's second only to Mythic Tier, Power of Primordial Chaos Tier. Thank you all for helping, girl smiled modestly. It's not that amazing. But before smile faded, another bird came rushing from behind, bringing tears. This one seemed different from others. With razor-sharp eyes looking at it, it was almost no different from a woodpecker. Over here, and Yang and Xiao Bai also rushed over quickly. Scene was now a pile of ruins. In sky now, flock of birds was still circling high above. Chirping cries kept ringing non-stop. From birds to red eyes, they nearly filled entire space. And Yang looked at them and shouted, "Don't block road." At once, Zyro Ci used lightning shield to block their attack. Jun Huang over here wasn't weak either. It opened its mouth and roared loudly to show off power before enemy. Red-winged birds saw electric leopard's aura and were a little frightened too. Right after that, and Yang immediately sped up. Hurry. Xiao Bai quickly followed him. Fire God Scarlet tilted head to look at Captain, and she also stared at it in a daze for quite some time. In contrast, beside her, a purple aura rose up, leaving her stunned. That source of power coiled around tall building, so Fire God Scarlet didn't dare move closer. Pressure kept growing stronger, as if something was keeping those vandals from daring to attack everyone. Tian Fan's aura soared sky-high, still standing motionless like stone lion statue in front of enemy. Fire God Scarlet gathered in her energy, stared fixedly at Tian Fan, then began collecting fire in its mouth. Our shadow lion wasn't about to let it keep showing off. It immediately launched itself upward, pouncing straight at bird like it wanted to tear its neck apart. Tian Fan opened its mouth and roared, and lightning instantly surrounded bird. But unlike those other birds, Fire God Scarlet is far more agile. It beats its wings and dodges nearly every attack. Those claws charge straight at the Shadow Beastmaster, but Tian Fan does not flinch. He still stands firm in middle of battlefield. Suddenly, and Cheng feels body go wrong. Meng Jiao panics and catches her. What's wrong? And Cheng clutches head, pain stabbing through it. Tian Fan is too strong. My psychic power is about to fall behind. Captain speaks up at once. We go down to underground room, and Cheng looks around anxiously, but Tian Fan is still out there. Over here, Tian Fan charges like savage beast and bites hard into Fire God Scarlet's chest. It lets out shriek of agony. Tian Fan's bite goes too deep, like fatal blow that finishes off opponent. After that bite, Bird lies flat on ground like dead fish. It cannot even open eyes. Instinct of King of Beasts still flows in Tian Fan's blood. After putting opponent down, it stands atop Bird and roars, announcing victory. Captain goes blank, it's over, and Cheng also lets out breath, then battle can end here. Right after that, Tian Fan leaps off Bird's body. But Fire God Scarlet's corpse suddenly starts glowing, like Will-o'-the-wisps, only with flame-colored light. Then those tiny lights turn into countless beams swirling around Fire God Scarlet. Meng Jiao jumps, what's going on? That power carries fire attribute, so Meng Jiao asks right away, Ying, you made move. Hu Li quickly shakes head, signaling no. At this moment, corpse rises again and glows. Somehow, dead Bird comes back from death. It does not stop there, its form also changes, from Fire God Scarlet into level 5 Fire Phoenix, while becoming leader of Phantom Beast Tide. And Cheng cannot help changing expression. Bad, boss has entered phase 2. Captain hurriedly grabs her hand. Turns out that kid is Beast Tide leader. Situation has gone beyond my expectations. We need to get into underground room fast. And Cheng worries because Tian Fan is still outside. At this moment, Tian Fan charges straight at Fire Phoenix. But how could it go as it wishes? Fire Phoenix instantly rockets into sky, sending Tian Fan flying away. Shadow Beastmaster watches, then also roars and rushes in to battle that bird. Like missile, Fire Phoenix spreads wings and soars into air. Then it turns head and wildly dives at Tian Fan at terrifying speed. Over here, even facing strong enemy, Shadow Beastmaster still calmly watches. At same time, and Yang's voice rings out, didn't expect to run into Brank leader. No wonder you'd be in rough fight. He immediately realizes his own plan, but no matter, it'll lower difficulty. At this moment, for some reason, Fire Phoenix lets out shrill screech and plunges straight into ground. And Yang looks at own Phantom Beast and cannot help praising it. Tian Fan, you did great. Fire Phoenix is of course not dead. It immediately gets back up, and our Zyro Bai officially enters battle too. She quickly transforms and looks at it with contempt. Been long time since I saw Brank Beast Tide leader. Perfect time for me to stretch out. Saying that, Zyro Bai glances aside and prepares to transform. Up in sky now, Dong and Feng are fighting fiercely. This scene is truly extraordinary. Zyro Bai glares and fires hidden weapons from body at Fire Phoenix, startling it. Right after that, Fire Phoenix gets blasted far away, body slamming hard into wall. After taking such painful hit, Fire Phoenix goes almost mad. It stares at Zyro Bai with vicious eyes. But over here, she obviously will not let it act proud. Zyro Bai gathers a massive surge of power. Fearless of anyone, she unleashes Cloud Above Judgment, striking straight at opponent. Fire Phoenix widens eyes and gapes, as if waiting for something. Then thunderous explosion crashes down, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Sky seems to burst with New Year fireworks, and Yang lets out breath. This disaster ends here. Blast from that strike spreads far and wide, even shaking ground violently. Captain and Cheng hear huge noise and panic, both squeezing eyes shut. Zhou Dan stands frozen. She cannot believe her own eyes anymore. Strange things happen every year, and this year has even more. Looks like she needs to make eye appointment. And now, huge crater appears on ground, with Fire Phoenix lying motionless inside. And Yang feels secretly satisfied. Beast Tide leader has been taken down. This Phantom Beast Tide battle should end soon. Cut to Imperial Capital front line. Everyone is still fighting hard to defend against Phantom Beast Tide. Firebird in Sky is also fighting fiercely. Looks like it is Phantom Beast on our side. Another person runs in to report. Assault power of Phantom Beast Tide has dropped sharply. Old man startles and shouts, what? He calculates for a moment. Beast Tide leader still has not been found. Could it be Tide Fae? Thinking that, he immediately stands up. If Beast Tide scale has weakened, we must take initiative, crush those phantom beasts. The other person hastily replies, yes. On Yang's side, military helicopters have now been dispatched overhead. As soon as everyone steps in, they immediately descend, then head toward Yang. They look at Fire Phoenix on ground. This is Beast Tide leader. Inspection equipment cannot be wrong. Quick, take it out, and Yang thinks to himself. Finally, everyone can get out of here. Right after that, several helicopters take off, carrying away Fire Phoenix corpse too. And Yang's group is also taken out from there. He still has eyes closed, face calm. And Cheng looks at Big Brother and cannot help teasing him. As expected of Big Bro, with all that noise, you can still sleep. Everything outside is still normal. Zyro Bai keeps laughing and joking. She looks at Big Brother again and says that was scary. At same time, Zyro Bai seems to have spotted something out there. Sure enough, she had not seen wrong. That black shadow had just streaked past Cheng. Right then, the helicopter shook violently, making everyone suspicious. Yang curiously peered through window. He scanned around with eyes, what going on? Outside, pitch black beast bared feral expression. witty open mouth roaring at them. Everyone on helicopter turned pale with fear. What monster was that? Wasn't this already over? Yang recognized it at sight. Mythic five-eyed vine flood dragon illusory beast. By this afternoon, kids should not possibly be showing up anymore. Thought had not even faded when Vine Flood Dragon lunged at helicopter, with mouth wide open. Its purple lightning swept across engine, making it tremble hard, with risk of severe damage. Everyone inside was shaken along with it. Right now, they stood before scene where they could fall at any moment. Yet that Vine Flood Dragon still had no intention of stopping. It opened mouth again, ready to strike once more. Seeing danger closing in, police officer on plane hurriedly shouted, "Calm everyone down, don't panic." Xiao Bai softly asked Yang Master, "Do you know what this is?" He answered that it was mythic five-eyed Vine Flood Dragon illusory beast. No idea why this was happening here. Yang anxiously told Xiao Bai, "We can't let that illusory beast attack plane." She quickly replied, "Don't worry, Master." Outside, more and more flying illusory beasts began appearing in sky. Those long-beaked birds kept staring at Pilot, like they wanted to swallow him alive. Pilot was scared stiff by them too. His body trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Bai then reported even more illusory beasts ahead. Yang immediately gave her orders. "Xiao Bai, use my god-ruling level mental power and unleash it all." After speaking, he closed eyes and gathered all mental power. Xiao Bai was even bolder. She flew up and hovered in midair, leaving those people dumbfounded. What was she trying to do? Cast magic? Outside helicopter was shrouded by surge of mental power. Vine Flood Dragon, hungry after long starvation, lunged in for another bite. But the moment it touched in, energy surging from it sent Vine Flood Dragon reeling. Not only it, other beasts near it were also scared into retreat. Cheng looked outside and brightened up. "Bro, those monsters are scattering." Yang said again, "Captain, if you hear me, find safe place and land." After that earlier display, Yang's words carried real weight. Captain immediately followed his lead. In no time, he found suitable landing spot, with no illusory beasts nearby. But he still stayed extremely alert. The moment they stepped out, Yang warned everyone to be careful. Everyone was ordinary people, faced with scene like this. They were all in chaos. What was this? What were they supposed to do now? They had barely taken few steps after getting off helicopter before uninvited guests rushed in. That black panther narrowed eyes at them. Its murderous aura was far more savage than beasts in zoo. Greeting was anything but polite. Panther charged straight at nearest man, making him scream in terror, "Run." Seeing crowd erupt into chaos like kick-it-over ant nest, Xiao Bai was startled too. "Hey, don't run around now." Police had already raised guns, but could not aim properly. Illusory beasts and people were all mixed together. At same time, fierce current ran through his body. Man froze. What was that? Tiny Xiao Ci charged straight at Big Panther, then let out a sharp cry. Seeing distance was enough, Yang shouted orders at it, "Kid, shock it." Instantly, blinding bolt of electricity burst out from Panther, stunning everyone nearby. Xiao Ci very quickly smashed Big Panther flat like squash. Everyone cheered in relief. "It's okay now, that kid is incredible." Only then did Yang speak up. "Everyone listen, danger has been handled for now. What we need now is find safe place first, then wait for rescue." One of them happily replied, "Okay, well, all listen to you." Brothers nearby had no objections either. Night fell and they set up tents and lit fire right there. A few sighs drifted out. "When can we go home? I miss home." Yang looked at girl covering face and crying, then lowered voice to comfort her. "It'll pass soon." Peace did not last long before storm struck again. In distance, sound of grazing cattle came over, making everyone's scalp crawl. Everyone instantly tightened vigilance. What sound was that? Did those illusory beasts come again? Yang ordered, "Don't panic, put out fire first." True form finally showed itself. That beast was neither dragon nor lizard. It slithered and crawled toward everyone, looking extremely unsettling. Seeing long body and tail whipping in front of him, one man could not hold back fear and screamed, "Run." Yang raised hand to mouth and said in low voice, "Don't be afraid, target this time isn't us." Sure enough, he was right. That beast then shot off into distance. Yang watched its fading shadow. Afternoon illusory beast assault should not have mythically illusory beast showing up. Xiao Bai looked at him and said, "Master, I think figuring out how to bring it down would be more practical." Yang fell into thought. He would definitely settle score with it, but not now. Xiao Bai was confused, "But didn't you say that on helicopter?" Yang immediately explained slowly. After he was reborn, his realm dropped to star spirit level. Only after getting reinforcement from god-ruling level mental power could he temporarily unleash mythic evil might. But if he and Tian Fan, Xiao Ci could break through to primeval level in short time, then maybe they still could fight. Xiao Bai perked up at once. Then it's not hard at all. Before smile had even faded, side suddenly changed. Building in distance somehow blew apart all at once. Turns out Imperial soldiers were rushing to riverbank with guns. Report, everything is going smoothly now. Well, go see whether any fish slipped through net. Dog handlers were with them too, but compared with illusory beasts, these dogs were on completely different level. Everyone warned each other to stay alert, careful. No sooner had words fallen than their dogs reacted violently, barking and charging ahead. "Looks like it wants to protect someone." Imperial soldier hurriedly reported to teammates, "Enemy is attacking." Right at that moment, Black Panther burst out from nowhere, pouncing toward him. At same time, that man aimed gun at Black Panther. Gunshot rang out, making guard Dog jump in fright too. Dog was hit by bullet again and painfully collapsed onto ground. They fearfully warned each other, "Everyone be careful, this kid is still extremely vicious." One of them pulled out a radio right then. "Speak, requesting orders, orders received." He reported back to his men. Intel from headquarters said a pack of high-level phantom beasts had appeared recently. As soon as he finished, they saw a massive black shadow outside. Everyone froze, clueless about what was coming. That enormous monster slowly crawled down. It crept toward its target, slow and horrifying. On this side, Yin Yang silently observed it. He lowered his voice and said to Lightning Leopard, "Go check it out." On the other side, that dragon quickly landed on the ground. With one casual stomp, the earth collapsed instantly. Its bulging eyes terrified everyone. The Imperial soldiers hurriedly shouted, "Find cover now." As soon as he said that, one of them fired a bullet at it. But if the enemy wasn't scared, the one panicking would be you. Seeing that the bullets had no effect, everyone started backing down. The man shouted again, "Fall back, bring heavy weapons here." Right then, cannons and fighter jets were already in position, ready to open fire. It was like being thrown back into wartime. Ammunition rained down from the sky, roaring toward that phantom beast. Dirt and stone exploded, chaos erupted, and dust swallowed everyone's vision. The soldier holding the radio roared, "Keep firing, don't give it a chance to breathe." But after that attack, the phantom beast seemed even more vicious. It began sweeping through every direction, then flapped its wings and shot into the sky, clashing with the tanks. It didn't stop there. Its razor-sharp claws raked hard across the ground, carving out a huge pit. Even worse, the phantom pet's roar seemed to carry deathly sound waves. The people up there panicked completely. Everyone feared the plane had lost control. For some unknown reason, the plane suddenly exploded in midair, shaking the whole area. Luckily, the two pilots managed to parachute out in time, and that was how they survived. Yin Yang fell silent. He used dream vision because he knew very well that if he didn't act, they would all be wiped out. The raging phantom beast suddenly froze, leaving the soldier stunned. What just happened? No one expected Yin Yang to suppress God Tamingulval mental power. In truth, it did work, but not by much. The phantom beast still couldn't be pierced by bullets. He tensed inwardly. As expected, a mythicalival phantom beast wasn't that easy to suppress. Then Yin Yang turned to look at her. "Miss Dan, I need to leave for a while. During this time, please protect the survivors." She was surprised. "Then what about you?" Yin Yang answered her, "I have Tian Fan and the others, so don't worry." On this side, that phantom pet was still strong and completely unharmed, while the Imperial army seemed almost exhausted. Right after that, it shot high into the air, as if it had caught the scent of prey. Yin Yang led Xiao Bai and the others to a deserted area. He looked around and said, "This place should be far enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai transformed into a dragon, so that was why they had to split away from Zhou Dan's group. At that exact moment, that phantom beast was already waiting on the building across from them. A flash of electricity crossed his mind. Yin Yang said in a low voice, "Control successful. This fight is worth taking." On this side, that divine lizard also gathered inner force in its mouth. Thunder and lightning boomed across the sky. Then it charged forward without hesitation. Behind it, that skyscraper was torn in half. On this side, Yin Yang rode on Xiao Bai. She carried him with her as they fought the soaring serpent together. At this moment in the sky, the battle between the dragon and the soaring serpent was incredibly intense. Xiao Bai curled her body. She looked at the soaring serpent and cried out several times in alarm. On the ground, Tian Fan didn't stay idle either. It used Chaos Domain to support Xiao Ling. Tonight, it looked like the soaring serpent was about to get beaten to a pulp by Xiao Bai's siblings. Yin Yang's three phantom pets charged in together at this moment, ganging up on that legendary soaring serpent. It attacked our lightning leopard, but he instantly shifted aside and dodged. This was a 3-on fight, but Yin Yang still wasn't sure whether he could beat it. After thinking for a moment, his three beloved companions charged straight at the enemy again, ready for a chaotic brawl. Of course, in a 1-against-3 fight, the soaring serpent was somewhat flustered. After all, Yin Yang's three phantom pets were no cuddly house pets. Right after that, Xiao Bai drew a ring of light in the sky. No one knew what she was planning. Yin Yang had been watching for a while and finally smiled in satisfaction. Now is the moment. Tian Fan quickly returned to its chibi baby form, and Yin Yang reached out to hold it. Then he also ordered Xiao Bai to retreat. On this side, the soaring serpent was still struggling to hold on. Every time it struck, Tian Fan dissolved into smoke like it had never existed. This was also beyond its understanding. The space in front of the soaring serpent was completely empty now. It couldn't understand why its enemies had suddenly vanished. A moment later, this stupid divine lizard seemed to realize it had been tricked. It immediately roared and unleashed its power. Yin Yang and the Imperial troops all hid behind a huge rock at the same time. The sky now looked like waves of storms were rolling in. Thunder crashed violently. making anyone who heard it shudder. After a long exchange of blows, that soaring serpent still hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it was even crazier than before. Wherever it passed, everything turned into wreckage and ruins beneath its tail. At this moment, the soaring serpent was sweeping its eyes around, searching everywhere. Looks like he had really angered it. Its gaze swept toward Yin Yang, who was hiding nearby. Danger was closing in. But right after that, for some unknown reason, the soaring serpent didn't move any closer. Instead, it turned and left. Only then did Xiao Bai slowly walk out. She sounded a little delighted. We finally fooled that guy. After thinking that, Xiao Bai moved closer. You annoying little brat, just wait until I recover to my peak realm. Still talking non-stop, she never noticed En Yang behind her had already been swaying, like he was about to pass out. She immediately rushed over and caught him in her arms, and Xiao Bai's face was full of panic as he looked at his master. He forced his eyes open a little. He had only overused his psychic energy, nothing serious. Rest for a bit and he'd be fine. Xiao Bai kept asking if he was really okay, and he answered that a nap was enough. He had been through this before in his past life. Main went on, that kid, judging by when he broke through the chaos realm, must have been suppressed by my psychic pressure earlier, cutting his power by at least 20%. Xiao Bai gave a soft murmur, then took hold of his hand, but master needs to rest first, and Yang didn't say anything against it. After that, he leaned back against the rock ledge behind him, and his eyelids slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, morning came. After one sleep, Main's spirits had recovered quite a bit. Let's go see how everyone's doing now. Xiao Bai said yes at once. When the two arrived, the scene before Xiao Bai made him freeze in shock. Those tents were all empty, silence hung over surroundings, with not even a trace of life left. En Yang frowned in surprise. What in world happened? They kept going deeper inside. Xiao Bai couldn't hide his suspicion. Clearly, everyone had still been here yesterday. Down here, Tianfan and Xiao Si started sniffing out traces with their noses. Then, as if he caught something, Tianfan shot forward in a blur, and Yang also scrambled after him in a hurry. The two beast spirits led him and Xiao Bai to a quiet area not far from camp, then stopped. They kept guiding them toward a huge pit. Tianfan stopped to look, and En Yang glanced around before guessing that this seemed to be the right place. Everyone immediately went inside. En Yang shouted, "Zhou Dan, Meng Jiao and Zheng, if you can hear me, answer." But no one around replied, like no one had ever set foot here before. Right then, a guy with a club suddenly lunged in to ambush En Yang, startling him. Of course, Xiao Bai was not about to let him succeed. She stepped up and grabbed the club aimed at her master. At that same moment, another guy swung a club straight toward her backside. Xiao Bai flushed a little, but she still dodged fast. You still dare fix your attention on Big Sister. Over here, Xiao Si also moved up. He circulated inner force and raised a huge spiritual field around everyone. Thanks to his electric field, those guys did not dare rush in for now, and could only stand still and wait for a chance. One of them pointed a gun at En Yang and asked coldly, "Speak, what are you here for?" En Yang answered calmly, "We only came to find our teammates. If we offended you, sorry besides." As soon as he finished, Tianfan and Zhen Huang instantly shifted into battle form. Seeing the other side still hesitate, En Yang had no choice but to say, "Swear it. If we had bad intentions, we would have moved long ago." Right then, Zhou Dan's familiar voice rang out, freezing the whole group. Everyone stop. Hold on, she and Meng Jiao walked out from inside. We're all on same side. The moment he saw his little sweetheart, En Yang ran over with joy. Why did all of you come here too? Meng Jiao was also moved when she saw him, but then she quickly told him what happened early yesterday morning. A bunch of thugs suddenly stormed camp and made their move on them. Luckily, En Yang Immortal Lord brought people in to save them, then took everyone to safer place. En Yang laughed awkwardly, really sorry. We thought those brats had come back. En Yang hurriedly replied, it's fine. I should be thanking all of you for helping last night. Then he turned to Meng Jiao and asked, do you still remember any details about Intruder from yesterday? She replied vaguely, not really. Maybe they came to rob supplies. En Yang thought it over. Given current situation, there really would be some adventurer groups after survival resources. One man in the group said angrily, those brats weren't survivors at all. Cut to Empire border, battlefield zone. Over there, chaos had also exploded at another location. Imperial troops were fighting hard to hold the line. Whole unit was preparing for battle. Here, tanks kept firing heavy weapons to drive back beast hordes. The roar of bombs and shells echoed non-stop, and the shrieks of beast spirits made place even more chaotic. Of course, injured people were everywhere. They shouted at one another in panic, fall back. Over there now looked like ruler of sky. Beneath it was horde. Beast spirits waiting for orders, crazily smashing through everything and slaughtering non-stop. In conference room, everyone was discussing how to respond. No one expected a mythic beast spirit to appear. Worse yet, more and more beast spirits from Otherworld kept coming. At this point, only nuclear weapons could stop total destruction. Leader Man said anxiously, no, there are still more than 10,000 survivors in Imperial capital. We have to find another way. Another man followed up. Just now, there was one idea. 3 major clans asked to enter occupied zone to clear out demonic beasts and rescue civilians. Leader Man said again. Also, according to intel, Feng family already used chaos to send a group of mercenaries into Imperial capital. If they can rescue those people, then let them go. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Back with En Yang, one man there said, "Only with help of fire did I see it. All weapons have Feng family mark on them." Zhou Dan also added, "I noticed that last night too, but their skill was too professional. It didn't look like normally trained combat staff. Even if it's true, they were only temp hires." Meng Jiao secretly felt annoyed, not knowing who had nearly failed to beat those temp workers before. En Yang's face darkened. If those people were truly sent by Feng family, then aside from matter involving mythic beast spirit, there could be no other reason. Zhou Dan said again, if Feng family really made a move, then other two families among three great families must have joined in too. If we run into someone from Zhou family, I can handle negotiations. After hearing that, En Yang also felt it made sense. Yeah, well, need you then. He turned to ask everyone, with more people like us, will your supplies still be enough? En Yang laughed loudly. No problem, beside underground warehouse, there's also a supermarket. Even if few hundred more people stay here for half year, it won't be an issue, he answered happily, thanks. En Yang also remembered that in past life, when beast spirits erupted, people with good hearts like En Yang big brother would always end up as cannon fodder. People like that were becoming fewer and fewer in his own era. He looked at them and silently made up his mind. Since I've run into this, I absolutely can't just ignore it. Then En Yang said again, right, En Yang big brother, I need to go out and grab something. En Yang and Xiao Bai went out together. He climbed to a nearby high spot to watch situation. Below, beast spirits were still moving slowly in endless waves. After probing with spiritual force, he found number of spiritual beast spirits was even greater than he had expected. Then En Yang said, Xiao Bai, from now on, we need these beast spirits to become fuel for strengthening your power. Xiao Bai answered at once, no problem. In silent darkness, the two of them followed rooftops across ruined buildings. Suddenly, from afar, a tiger slowly walked over. It growled low in throat, scanning around for prey. The moment he saw that beast, he recognized it at once. Spiritual demon tiger beast spirit, it's him. Immediately, he circulated inner force, focused his mind, and unleashed spiritual impact. The tiger quickly sensed something was wrong. It froze, then looked toward him. At last, demon tiger spotted target. It roared and shot straight at En Yang. At same time, Xiao Bai also channeled inner force into her fist and charged in. Her punch twisted that fat, fleshy face out of shape. Demon tiger gaped, unable to fight back in time. It collapsed flat on ground, tongue still not even fully pulled back in, looking utterly miserable. Then En Yang picked up small saw and aimed it at its horn. After finishing, En Yang handed it to Xiao Bai and told her, this horn is essence of this little punk's body. Wait until we get back, then well process it. But what darkened his face was Xiao Bai stuffing it straight into her mouth and chewing away. She even said, why make it so troublesome, carrot flavor. The instant she swallowed that horn, Xiao Bai suddenly began glowing all over. After that, she floated up into sky. Looks like thing had taken effect. And Yang had already guessed it. He asked Xiao Bai with a grin, how do you feel now? At once, Xiao Bai let out a roar and transformed into a giant dragon. She felt like her body had been pumped full of immense inner power. After that, they set off again on the road, and Yang told Xiao Bai her strength should have recovered to about spirit rank, 6 to 8 stars now. Xiao Bai got greedy. That's all, master, let's hunt a few more illusory beasts. He reminded her this couldn't be rushed. Power that surged too fast would backfire. No sooner had he finished than a huge explosion rang out from over there, followed by a miserable scream. At same time, heavy footsteps also rushed straight toward En Yang. Beautiful girl was in tears, clutching sore arm tightly, looking at En Yang for help. Seeing cute girl crying like that, no man could stand it, and Yang was no different. He stepped up to steady her and asked what was wrong. In panic, she blurted out, run now. He put her behind himself. Girl pressed close behind En Yang. Xiao Bai shot a wary glance over, master, be careful. 4 men in distance held guns and stared over arrogantly, and there were 2 more strangers too. Leader scanned them once and guessed, that guy's outfit looks like someone from Blood Abyss. He asked him again, then does this gentleman know what we need? And Yang answered, perfect, we can share some intel. He gave a sly smile. Black market people are more reliable than beggars, huh? And Yang's expression was no gentler. I'll tell you what I know. Then he kicked hard at that guy's groin, tell him. His companion saw this and raised his gun, kill him. But of course, Xiao Bai would never let master face danger. She instantly charged up and blocked in front of En Yang. Our little girl caught bullets barehanded. It was like she was playing catch, and her movements were absurdly smooth. Then Xiao Bai spread her palm. The copper rounds clinked against each other and dropped to the ground in shattered pieces. She asked calmly, not shooting anymore. Only then did those men turn pale at sight of Xiao Bai. What kind of monster are you? She gave no answer, just flew at them with bloodshot eyes. Xiao Bai punched straight into their faces, then asked back, what did you say? Furious, she swept those sneaks and thieves clean off their feet. Who's monster, huh? Before long, whole group was sprawled flat on ground. Xiao Bai rolled up her sleeves and looked at him, master. These guys are weak as grass. By now, footsteps grew even more frantic. Someone was moving toward them. Girl from before was deeply moved. She looked at En Yang and thanked both of them. En Yang asked in confusion, it was nothing, who are you people? She replied, we were ordinary civilians in Imperial capital. After Fox Demon broke out, we ran here to gather supplies. En Yang told her, I know a place that can provide supplies and shelter. Want to come with me?" Everyone burst into cheers at once. "That's great. We won't have to starve to death anymore." Everyone quickly returned to camp. For now, this side was still stable, with no danger. Everyone happily moved supplies inside, and Yang watched them work with satisfaction. Then he remembered something and asked Meng Jiao, "Right, where's Zhou Dan? I haven't seen her," she replied. "She said she got Zhou Kaiyuan's signal, so she went to contact them. She's been gone for a while." At that moment, main gate swung open fast. Footsteps in heels drew his attention. Now several green vehicles drove straight in. Dust rose everywhere. And Yang and Zyro Bai instantly went on alert. This was. Zhou Dan stepped down from vehicle, and Yang let out a breath of relief. At least this was one of theirs. Zhou Dan said cheerfully, "Everyone, I've contacted Zhou Kaiyuan." He looked behind Zhou Dan again. "What are those vehicles?" She answered happily. "Supplies from Zhou Kaiyuan's family. Inside are food, clean water, medicine, even self-defense weapons." And Yang asked straight out, wary, "Then let me ask, does Zhou Kaiyuan's family want something from us?" Zhou Dan answered seriously, "I won't hide it. Zhou family's goal is mythical rank illusory beast. Zhou family needs an outpost inside occupied zone. Of course, I can guarantee Zhou family won't interfere with internal affairs of shelter, aside from providing supplies." He said nothing, only glanced at Meng Jiao to ask for her opinion. Zhou Dan added, "That's not bad, but in Yang Ji he heard it was Zhou family and agreed right away. Now everyone, go over there and move supplies." Then she turned to people and said, "This will be our new home, shelter of peace and hope." Kids were happily playing together, watching that innocence, and Yang wanted even more to protect them. Right after that, he and Zyro Bai both spotted White Rabbit. Seeing it trembling in fear inside Stone Cave, he gently reached out, "Come with us." People worked together, using wood to patch up damaged buildings. With everyone's efforts, occupied zones slowly came back to life. Tian Fan was assigned guard duty right now. It was on patrol. Night fell and everyone lit firewood to keep warm. Things were slowly getting on track. Everyone here was discussing countermeasures. Man seated there said, "Mythical rank illusory beast is key to our uprising. No matter what, alive or dead, we have to get it." He pointed at map. Zhou family is using protection of survivors as excuse to set up an observation outpost for illusory beast. If not, send people to see what intel they've already got. Over here, Meng Jiao and Yang stood on high ground, watching everyone's activity. He silently made up his mind. No matter what happened, he had to work with everyone until disaster was over. Bring it down to Yang's camp. A masked crowd moved together with Wolf Pack, one of them. Small group quietly slipped in and headed straight for their command center. On observation deck, guard on duty was looking this way. Seems he had already noticed too. Opposite side fired a shot straight into his chest before he could even cry out. In pain, he clutched chest and crashed to ground. But that man immediately reached out and slammed red button near where he fell. As soon as warning bell rang, and Yang knew Western Observation Tower had sent back news of trouble. He stood up high and shouted to calm crowd, telling everyone not to panic and to follow prepared plan. Infiltration team also realized their movements were exposed. Leader clenched his teeth in rage and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Tian Fan charged ahead like war general. Behind him, civilians gripped weapons, roared together, and rushed forward. Our Shadow Lion swept past and fired lightning from its horn straight at enemy. Right after that, Tian Fan bound whole group tight, making them scream in panic. In only few breaths, all 6 were taken down. They were dragged back and forced to kneel on ground. First man trembled and said Yang was truly terrifyingly strong. His accomplices looked inside and felt chills crawl up their spines, because main character truly had spirit-grade phantom beast in his hands. Girl behind curtain said calmly that this was only advance party, getting dealt with. Real show worth watching was still behind them. At this moment, Yang and Meng Jiao sat before work desk. He said last night's raid clearly had something strange about it. Seeing large words on that paper, Meng Jiao could not hold back her shock and cried out, "Zhou family, how could this be?" Main character calmly held letter in his hand and told her that they only needed to investigate Zhou Dan to learn truth. At Zhou Dan's office, as soon as she heard Yang finish speaking, she froze and shouted, "What?" She nervously insisted that Zhou family would never do something like that. If there really was an insider, she would drag him out herself. And Yang looked straight at her with stern face. "If this is true, I need your full cooperation." Meng Jiao pointed at map and said these 2 locations were where their people discovered suspicious activity. Main character added that they needed to build plan tight enough to lure Spy into exposing himself. That night, Zhou Dan and Yang and Meng Jiao left base together to secretly observe situation. He crouched behind big wall and looked toward front gate, where 2 bodyguards were standing strict watch. Zhou Dan watched through binoculars and said in irritation that this fake act was too clumsy. Their badges were used as certificates, and no one had ever turned one into patch and displayed it outside like that. While other side was careless, 3 of them moved quietly at once and quickly slipped inside. Not long after, Zhou Dan looked at document in her hand and said what they needed to find was right in front of them. And Yang pointed at map and said they had to strike at Spy's greed to set perfect trap. Zhou Dan immediately answered that that she would use money as bait. This kind of spy definitely could not pass up fat chance. In sky at this moment, one suddenly appeared. Owl flew low through air, acting so strangely that no one could guess what it planned to do. Inside, Yang stayed focused, analyzing and calculating every detail, while Meng Jiao quietly stood beside him and watched. Zhou Dan walked outside alone, thinking to herself, come on then, let me see with my own eyes what that person's true face is. Meng Jiao stared at surveillance screen tense, reminding herself to stay calm because they absolutely could not reveal any opening. Zhou Dan looked at man approaching and asked coldly, finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Other side replied that situation had been too tense lately, and videos of phantom beasts appearing outside shelter zone were also rising non-stop. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Dan drew her gun, aimed straight at him and declared, game is over, spy. He panicked and cried out, what? At same time, Meng Jiao rushed over and said coldly, you have no way out anymore. Zhou Dan pressed gun against his head and demanded, you're not from Zhou family, who exactly are you after that? Spy was tied up tight and sat silently on ground. And Yang stepped forward and said calmly, now we should talk about person pulling strings behind all this. Even though his face had turned pale from fear, he still played dumb and forced smile, saying, brother, no one ordered me. I only wanted to make a little pocket money. Zhou Dan lowered her voice and questioned him, then why did you dare impersonate someone from Zhou family? Tears welled in his eyes as he answered in low voice, because Zhou family has great reputation in this society. Zhou Dan lost patience and shoved gun barrel directly into his mouth, then asked coldly, that is not truth, is it? And Yang's face darkened. He said current state of imperial capital is no different from apocalypse. And you know that well too. Spy hurriedly answered, I know, of course I know. Zhou Dan still radiated killing intent and said, good, there is no one around here. Killing an intelligence broker probably will not bother anyone, right? Seeing her demon-like terrifying face, he was almost scared out of control and quickly shouted, I will talk, I will tell everything. Memories returned to previous life, to era of phantom beasts, when City X was still nothing but desolate ruins. Zhao Li supported him on her shoulder, helping him walk while saying in trembling voice that Yang had to hold on longer. And Yang slowly opened his eyes. Fortunately, it was only Dream main character wondered why he had fallen asleep, then lowered his head in silence, because that feeling was like living through several lifetimes. Meng Jiao suddenly changed how she addressed him. She looked at Yang gently and asked what was wrong with him. He only gave silly smile and said it was nothing. In driver's seat, Zhou Dan held walkie-talkie and contacted her teammates, asking how progress was. After hearing report from other side, she answered okay. Then she turned to other two and said interrogation results were in. Intelligence broker confessed that PSU forced him to monitor safe zone intelligence. Hearing this, and Yang's face instantly darkened. He lowered his head and thought, those people again. After a while, main character said if it was PSU, then their target was probably still that mythic grade phantom beast. Seeing his expression look wrong, Zhou Dan said exactly, their target still revolves around phantom beasts and valuable virtual items, so some of their storage camps are also in crosshairs. Meng Jiao leaned over and asked if he revealed any more information, such as tribe, plans, or PSU main camp. Zhou Dan replied that they used every method, but he truly knew very little. Hearing that, both Yang and Meng Jiao grew heavy-hearted. He asked Zhou Dan, so clue has been cut off. Zhou Dan looked at couple in front of her and said, stop looking so gloomy, did you two forget who my superior is? And Yang looked at her seriously and said, then we will have to rely on you and Zhou family for help with this. Right then, Meng Jiao's walkie-talkie suddenly rang with urgent call. And Yang asked curiously who it was. Meng Jiao immediately answered, and Cheng, he anxiously asked, my little sister. As soon as connection went through, girl hurriedly said, Meng Jiao, big brother, can you hear me? Shelter zone was suddenly attacked just now. Luckily, sister Xiao Bai and Tian Fan were here otherwise. Hearing that, and Yang instantly panicked and snatched walkie-talkie, asking if anyone was injured and if they knew who attackers were. Girl sadly reported situation, saying Tian Fan was injured, Jun Huang and sister Xiao Bai were still fighting, and enemy logo seemed like PSU that two of them had mentioned to her before. And Yang frowned in anger, instantly guessing that those bastards wanted to pull weeds out by roots. Scene shifted back to Shelter Zone, where everyone was helping each other hold back chaos. A giant serpent opened its jaws wide, its long tongue shooting out as it prepared to lunge forward and swallow the group in front of it whole. At that exact moment, Yin Huang suddenly charged in and sank his teeth into its body, making the python jerk in shock. Not far away, a stranger was silently aiming a gun at Yin Huang, ready to pull the trigger. He hid in the bushes, smirking with satisfaction. After that, lion, you are my second target. At the same time, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared, her eyes ice cold. So, you are the commander of those bastards who robbed us, right? The man instantly swung the muzzle around and aimed straight at her. Then you will be the second one. Xiao Bai moved like a lioness, grabbed the gun barrel tight, and poured inner power into her grip. The sound of metal cracking rang out. Xiao Bai curled her lips into a smile, looked at him and said, my hearing has been a little bad lately, and my fists have been itching. Right after that, her punch swept straight past the gunman's face, turning him pale with terror. Yin Huang bit the python's body clean in half, while Xiao Bai threw a punch that sent the gunman flying, blood splattering everywhere. Another man had his face knocked crooked by her punch, looking like he was about to cough up blood on the spot. Xiao Bai calmly stood there, watching him lie flat on the ground, her face extremely proud of her latest achievement. The man secretly calculated his odds. Good thing he had injected an enhancement drug earlier. First, play dead. Once that woman gets close, I will. Before he could finish that thought, Zhou Dan drove the car straight over him without hesitation. Seeing she had no intention of stopping, he panicked, sprang up, and shouted. After that, the unlucky guy was sent flying again by Zhou Dan. On this side, Xiao Bai happily turned to look at her master. Refusing to give in, the man shakily pulled the pin on a grenade, clearly wanting to drag everyone down with him. Seeing him yelling non-stop, Yin Yang got annoyed and kicked him, sending the grenade flying far away. The explosion thundered in midair, he said coldly. We had only just left that place, and you already set up an ambush. Looks like you prepared this in advance. By the way, your body is pretty tough. You got hit by a car and can still move. Zhou Dan stepped forward and said, no big problem, we still have plenty of methods. Yin Yang followed up, sorry to trouble you this time. We must keep these murderers tied together. After that, the whole group headed up the mountain, while the surrounding scenery remained eerily desolate. Yin Huang led the way, using his massive body to knock aside the logs blocking the path so everyone could pass through more easily. Before long, our red dinosaur found a wooden board with the letters PSU carved on it. Yin Yang immediately said, little guy, go check it out. It obeyed its master's order and quickly rushed forward. It turned out there was an enormous door here. Yin Yang stood before it, observed it in silence for a moment, then said, Yin Huang, this door is yours. Right away, it slammed its head hard into the door. Under the dinosaur's terrifying strength, the door quickly failed to hold. Everyone walked inside one after another. This place looked like an abandoned factory, making Xiao Bai unable to stop herself from blurting out. Damn it, she walked around and inspected the area, while Yin Yang said coldly, how did it end up like this? Xiao Bai was furious too. These people must be punished severely. Meng Jiao pointed at the iron cage and hurriedly said, everyone look, inside there is. It turned out there were people inside, their clothes torn to rags. They looked at Yin Yang with desperate eyes and weakly cried for help. They do not even spare humans. He fell silent in thought. In his past life, he had heard stories about human experiments that transformed bodies into phantom steel beasts. Until now, it had only been treated as an urban legend. Could it be? Xiao Bai easily broke the lock, secretly regretting that they had not brought more people along. The victims were overjoyed and kept thanking them, while Zhou Dan hurriedly urged them to move fast. Yin Yang immediately said, hurry, I will cover you. Zhou Dan glanced at the computers on the table and said playfully, give me a moment. She plugged a CPU into that hard drive, and before leaving, she left them a surprise gift, a virus. Immediately, a strange sound rang out, though he did not know what was happening yet. Yin Yang stayed alert and shouted, go now. At the same time, a flock of white birds flapped their wings and took flight together, their piercing cries echoing across the sky. A familiar figure looked down from above and called out loudly to Yin Yang's group. What a coincidence. Xiao Li walked out with 2 bodyguards, smiling mockingly, his contemptuous voice ringing out, we meet again. The phantom beasts were released by him, one after another. Looks like escaping from here today will not be easy for Yin Yang. Everyone stared at the phantom beasts pressing closer step by step, their faces turning pale with fear, because they were only ordinary people. A black panther suddenly lunged straight toward Meng Jiao, terrified. She raised both hands to cover her face, while Yin Yang hurriedly shouted, watch out. Almost at the same time, he rushed over, held her in his arms and ducked down. The 2 of them escaped death by a hair. Yuming immediately stepped forward, growling as it stared down the Black Panther, as if warning its opponent. On Zhou Dan's side, 2 other phantom beasts also rushed over to block the road, not letting anyone escape. Xiao Bai and Yin Huang quickly blocked in front of her and said coldly, we are still here. His expression turned serious as he focused his thoughts, preparing to use spiritual power to suppress the entire battlefield. After being affected by his spiritual power, the phantom beasts immediately became violently agitated. Xiao Li looked at him and burst into mocking laughter. Yin Yang, you are still too naive. This treacherous man finally revealed his cruel nature. He pressed the red button beside him and growled, this time, I will definitely take back my victory. Meng Jiao thought he had taken control of the phantom beasts, so she could not help feeling overjoyed. That is great. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation flashed through Yin Yang's mind. He was shaken inside. What is this feeling? Right after that, he turned to the girls and the imprisoned people and said, everyone, use this chance and run. The giant bear opened a mouth full of sharp teeth. Yin Yang's expression truly changed. Spiritual power cannot be used. He sprang into the air, his hands instinctively clutching his head, thinking to himself, this feeling is exactly like. Yin Yang held his head tightly as memories from his past life surfaced. Back then, Xiao Li had once said to him with smug pride, this is a spiritual power isolation device. How does it feel? When Xiao Bai saw him standing frozen in an abnormal state, she shouted anxiously, Master, what is wrong? Right after that, she shot forward, punched the giant bear hard, and shouted, stay away from my master. He quickly regained clarity, then turned back and said, the other phantom beasts may recover soon. Zhou Dan, Meng Jiao, you two take the survivors and leave first. Meng Jiao hesitated with worry, but Yin Yang explained to her with a serious expression, sorry, there are some things I have to confirm. Meng Jiao asked again, what about you? Yin Yang calmly replied, do not worry, I will catch up with you soon. Meng Jiao knew very well that once Yin Yang made up his mind, she could not change it, even though she could not bear it. She swallowed her tears and nodded, fine. He glanced at Zhen Huang and the kid. You two come with me too, right now, mental power is disabled, so I cannot let you risk it with us. Only Xiao Bai stayed behind, Yin Yang said in a grave voice. I think the reason mental power is being sealed this time is the same as before. Can you still use your upper force now? Xiao Bai replied, do not worry, master. I still have my physical strength. Dealing with phantom beasts below my realm is no problem. From inside, Xiao Li Lion stepped out, his voice full of mockery. How touching, as expected of the national tournament champion. Xiao Li looked at him, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yin Yang, we meet again. Yin Yang froze and stared at him. Xiao Li. Xiao Bai was furious too, so it really is this bastard. He answered calmly, let us be clear, you were the first ones to bring people into our laboratory and sabotage it. Only after that did the defense mechanism activate. Yin Yang snapped in disgust. Enough useless talk, your twisted axe and PSU, end here, Xiao Li. His face darkened as he snapped his fingers. Yin Yang, with your mental power sealed and no phantom beast protecting you, what do you think you can still do? Right after that, Mu Si smashed through the door and charged out. Its eyes bulged as it glared at him, like it wanted to swallow him alive. Yin Yang was startled and quickly warned Xiao Bai, careful. Looking at the fierce tiger before her, Xiao Bai immediately rushed forward. Leave this one to me. Mu Si instantly spread its razor-sharp claws, as if one touch could tear out the other side's throat. Xiao Bai looked at it with contempt. You are only someone Tian Fan defeated. The two sides instantly crashed into close combat. Their violent force shook the ground. Xiao Li went pale as he looked at Xiao Bai. This woman is that strong. Where did Yin Yang even find her? The tiger on this side swung its claws in a sweeping strike, slashing hard towards Xiao Bai, but she quickly leaped aside and dodged. Seeing her struggle a little, Yin Yang asked with concern, Xiao Bai, can you hold on? Xiao Bai wiped the blood from her face and answered with a dark expression, I need a little more time. Just then Mu Si roared and lunged straight at her. It opened its jaws wide, like it wanted to bite off her head. Xiao Bai slapped the white tiger hard across the face, then said coldly, but after a brief pause, she gathered her inner force and launched a heavy blow at it. In truth, for Xiao Bai, this was not too hard. Yin Yang warned her if anything unexpected happens, run straight away. Then Yin Yang turned to Xiao Li. Next, it is between us. He stared at him with a dark face, his voice icy. Yin Yang, oh Yin Yang, why are you so determined to die? He walked forward slowly, his gaze cold. I think I am the karma heaven arranged for you people from PSU, Xiao Li said again. Xiao Bai gave you strength. It may be powerful, but no matter how enhanced a human becomes, they can never surpass a spirit fox-level phantom beast. There is always a gap between bare hands and firearms. After saying that, he pulled a gun from his coat pocket and fired several shots at Yin Yang. He dodged nimbly while hurling a wooden board hard at Xiao Li. He crashed painfully to the floor, squeezed his eyes shut, but still could not help cursing, damn it. Giving him no chance to recover, Yin Yang immediately closed in on Xiao Li. His eyes were cold, like a reaper walking up from hell. Another punch smashed down, twisting Xiao Li's face out of shape. By now, Xiao Li finally lay sprawled on the ground. He could not withstand even one move from Yin Yang. But of course, he still refused to admit defeat. Xiao Li immediately reached for the gun beside him. But Yin Yang was one step faster. He lowered himself and calmly picked up the gun. He aimed the muzzle at Xiao Li's head and said with contempt in a cold voice, now offense and defense have switched. Only then did Xiao Li panic. His mouth fell open as he shouted, Mu Si. At the same time, Xiao Bai spoke smugly, are you calling it? That made him whip his head around in horror. Xiao Bai smugly held the white tiger dangling in her hand. She had beaten it senseless, and its form had even shrunk like a chibi plush toy. Seeing Xiao Bai like that, Xiao Li broke into a terrified sweat. He screamed, monster, monster, I knew you were not human. Then Xiao Li widened his eyes toward the area behind him and shouted loudly, test subjects, protect me. At this moment, Xiao Li acted smug again. I have not lost yet, you just wait. Yin Yang ignored his insane rambling and kept the gun barrel pressed against Xiao Li's head. Right after that, he coldly pulled the trigger. A gunshot thundered, and Xiao Li collapsed at the same time. Yin Yang stood before the scene, his gaze ice cold. In your next life, remember to do more good deeds. With that done, he and Xiao Bai left too. Yin Yang instructed her, destroy this place. Our little one obediently gave a soft Then she leaped into the air. Xiao Bai then transformed into a coiling ginseng dragon, wrapped around her, and booming explosions rang out. She took a deep breath, gathered her inner force, and unleashed Dragon Pressure Cannon. Right after that, Xiao Bai charged straight toward Xiao Li's lair. With a boom, that power poured directly inside. Flames began to rise, and in this life, Yin Yang finally got his revenge. Scene shifts to the imperial capital border. The Vine Rao and its lackeys are in quite a mess. Back on Yin Yang's side, he looked at the ruins. Xiao Bai had burned everything to nothing. He asked her, how does revenge feel? Xiao Bai answered frankly, best feeling ever. Yin Yang smiled faintly, and the burden in his heart lifted a little. He added, same here. Then Yin Yang turned and left. Now we go find Meng Jiao and the others. Scene shifts to the safe zone. The area is still completely empty. As soon as he returned, Meng Jiao threw her arms around him. Thank goodness, everyone is okay. Yin Yang grew awkward. With this many people around, this is not great. Xiao Bai silently fumed. Here we go again. Hearing his reminder, Meng Jiao hurriedly fixed her posture. Yin Yang also straightened his vest, thinking bitterly, my ribs almost broke. After that, Yin Yang talked to everyone about the main issue. Although Xiao Li has been eliminated, PSU's setup in the imperial capital definitely was not limited to him alone. He continued, it is not only PSU. We must also stay on high alert against the other forces entering the imperial capital. Also, that mythic beast trapping us in ruins of imperial capital is still a huge threat. Word is, it may target survivors who are about to leave imperial capital. He kept speaking cheerfully, but army is still pouring everything into pushing frontline forward. Our current strategy is hold position and wait for reinforcements. Once everyone heard that, all got fired up. He glanced at Zhou Dan, then said, for safety of camp, please help me gather some intel on factions and beasts both inside and outside imperial capital. She replied at once, no worries. Back at En Yang's place, En Cheng looked at pile of documents on table and asked in curiosity, this one still confuses me. Why didn't mythic beast directly attack survivors in imperial capital? En Yang quickly looked at Girl and explained, because it wants to take us hostage. Girl stared at older brother and asked blankly, evil. Zhou Dan said in stern voice, army once planned to use nuclear bombs to stop Beast Tide, but more than 10,000 survivors in imperial capital made that plan impossible to carry out no matter what. Looking at paper in hand, En Yang's face darkened. Then this monster likely knows humans inside and out, from weapons to way they live. That drawing was by Teng Yao, and Yang said again, intel on that guy is extremely important to us. If we want to work with army and wipe it out, we also have to upgrade strategy, and Cheng was shocked. Then what should we do? Zhou Dan handed over more files. This is dossier on all mythic beasts at legendary rank, and above we found near camp. We can use combat data on higher beasts to boost Tian Fan Brat's power. En Yang added, if Tian Fan Brat, Zhen Huang, and Yu Ming all break through to star rank, then by then they may not be unable to fight a mythic beast head-on. En Cheng sighed inwardly. Blood Realm rank, said it rise and it rose. Since when did Big Bro become so godlike? At same time, radio crackled. Zhou Dan listened, not catching details, but her face went pale. What? En Yang asked anxiously, what's wrong? Zhou Dan looked at him. Just now, mythic beast left combat zone and entered inner city. Good thing it's still quite far from us. En Yang pressed exact location. Zhou Dan hesitated. You want think? En Yang replied anyway. It's rare chance to gather intel. On other side, Xiao Bai glared and shouted, Zhen Huang, don't think that just because I am in human form, it'll be easy to bully. En Yang walked over and asked, what are you doing? She answered calmly, I am helping Zhen Huang train combat ability. En Yang told her, hold off first. We still have mission, more than that, big one. Xiao Bai got excited. Then that's great, my fists are itching. Then three of them walked out toward barren ruins, still not yet restored. Loud noises erupted all at once. En Yang looked over in surprise and focused his gaze. The moment he saw that Teng Yao, he shouted in alarm, mythic beast, everybody take cover. En Yang looked through binoculars, using military scope Zhou Dan had given him. Let's see what we can make out. What pissed it off so badly? Far away, court soldiers quickly rushed at that Teng Jiao with guns in hand. Everyone shouted at each other in panic. Mythic beast right in front of us. Charge. En Yang guessed. What about people from Feng family? Over here, chaos erupted instantly. Other beasts also charged in together to attack. That Teng Jiao let out furious roars, but everyone here still refused to back down and kept closing in. En Yang said again, things like these didn't show up in my last life until at least 5 years later. They really spent crazy money to capture mythic beasts. Xiao Bai chimed in, can they even pull it off? Looking at situation now, he guessed odds were low, even in his last life. Beating a mythic beast came at terrifying cost. At same time, that Teng Jiao surged toward high-rise building and kept smashing it in wild frenzy. Rocks and debris crashed down, everyone screamed in fear, then scattered and ran. Right after that Teng Yao soared back into sky. Crowd held its breath and watched, not knowing what it planned to do next. At once, that Teng Yao opened its mouth again and gathered inner force inside. In sky, several helicopters whooshed past, leaving beasts slightly dazed. People inside quickly fired something at it, and power behind it looked far from weak. That white thing clung tightly to Teng Yao. It thrashed wildly, trying to tear free and escape. Enyang kept watching and said to Xiao Bai, among 3 major clans, Zhang family's gear still won't officially roll out for several more years. Looks like everyone has brought out secret weapons to deal with mythic beasts. She's battle-hungry too, master. Should we join in? Enyang answered calmly, no. Top priority now is raise your realm. Down on ground, crowd kept firing while glaring up in frustration. Damn it, they want to steal our share. Another guy said too, perfect timing, let's fight together then. His teammate nodded at once, okay. Just like that, battlefield seemed to explode all around Teng Yao, with bombs and bullets raining down non-stop. And right now, something seemed to shoot straight at Beast's wing. Enyang looked through binoculars and wondered, so opponent can't make easy move. Xiao Bai pointed into distance and told him, master, look over there. The moment he heard that, he turned. He raised binoculars again to observe. There were quite a few people coming from that side too. Enyang couldn't help guessing, these are foreigners. Forces outside border came too. Xiao Bai's face darkened when she heard him. From what she knew, Imperial capital was a mess right now. Enyang said again after that, let's go. Xiao Bai, she was surprised. Master also wants to go watch fight. He tucked behind huge rock and replied, no need, if I'm not wrong. Those people will end up fighting each other this time. Over there, people turned from fighting beasts to fighting people. Those who hated each other are exactly ones trying to rob us. That mythic beast divine thing, we have to get it no matter what. That guy's face darkened. He tightened grip on gun and sneered, want to fight. While those people were still confused, a deafening blast suddenly rang out from sky. Teng Yao stood upright and let out a terrified roar from non-stop attacks just now. That Junzio beast also writhed in pain, and only now did it charge straight toward those people. Shouts rang out, run. Xiao Bai was drawn by that noise. Master was right, they really are a bunch of rabble. Enyang raised hand to cut off Xiao Bai. Wait, then he told her to stay hidden and be careful. Then both of them hid under huge rock. Teng Jiao was flying low overhead, so it didn't notice them below. After watching it move off, Enyang said, good, we can speed up now. Xiao Bai was curious. Then where are we going? Enyang answered, almost there. He led her to deserted spot. Xiao Bai cheered, isn't this battlefield from earlier? Enyang bent down to pick up gear and told Xiao Bai, these weapons can be taken back to camp and handed out for everyone's self-defense. She nodded, right. But at this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly froze and cried out, wait, I smell something. After searching around, Xiao Bai pointed at the large bag on the ground. That was it. Then the two of them opened it. Inside were glowing jewels and phantom beast resources they had gathered. This trip had not been a waste. Xiao Bai was overjoyed. Awesome, master. These should be enough for Xiao Ci to level up. Yin Yang stood guard nearby while she took the items. Hurry up. We definitely aren't the only ones who got sent here. As soon as Xiao Bai finished putting everything away, the group immediately moved out. She called out excitedly, we made a huge haul. Zhou Dan looked ahead. A newly opened path had appeared here, so they definitely were not the only ones around. Xiao Bai spoke while chewing on the brocade horn in her mouth. Could this have been left behind by the people before us? Yin Yang turned and reminded her, don't eat things right after picking them up, process them first. Then she rushed off in another direction. Wait, I smell something really good. Zhou Dan stayed on alert, we should be more careful. Soon after, Xiao Bai found a strange item that looked like a sausage plant. She stared at it curiously for a long time. Yin Yang picked it up to examine it, then froze in surprise. This is a resource that helps a spiritual phantom dragon break through. In Crane City, it's insanely expensive, Xiao Bai said again. Then that means. At that moment, a rustling sound came from nearby. Yin Yang instantly became alert. Someone's coming, be careful. That group started searching the area. Yin Yang quietly poked his head out to observe their movements. One of them glanced around and shouted, I saw them heading this way earlier, find them now. Xiao Bai lowered her voice. Are they survivors? Yin Yang replied, survivors wouldn't openly attack us. After searching for a while, the group said in frustration, nothing here, they probably ran off. Watching them leave, Xiao Bai could not help asking, why didn't you take them out, master? Yin Yang shook his head and explained, we can't waste too much time here. After that, the group climbed upward together. Yin Yang supported Zhou Dan to keep her from falling. At the same time, a sinister laugh rang out. Where do you think you're running? Xiao Bai jolted and went on guard. Watch your back. Yin Yang spun around. The man was charging straight at him with a knife. In the next instant, a punch slammed straight into the man's face. The force was so strong that it twisted his features out of shape. The one who struck was Zhou Dan. She stood with one hand on her hip like a fierce queen, glaring at him. Her aura scared the man so badly that he turned and fled. Count yourselves lucky this time. This isn't over. Then she turned to ask Yin Yang, is everyone okay? He quickly answered, we're fine, good thing you stepped in just in time. Zhou Dan immediately turned back to Yin Yang and the others. You two head back first. I am going to catch that guy. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Dan rushed off. Yin Yang shouted in panic. That's dangerous. Xiao Bai were going after her. But when he caught up, there was nothing in front of him. What's going on? Where did they run off to? Yin Yang was extremely worried about Zhou Dan. After all, she was still a girl. Just as he gave Xiao Bai an order, his phone rang. Zhou Dan spoke. It's me. Yin Yang immediately asked, how are you? She quickly replied, I am fine, halfway there. I ran into people from the Zhou family who helped me, so we caught caught him. I need to interrogate him. You two return to the hiding place." He let out a breath of relief, so he had been worrying over nothing, but he still felt like something was wrong. After returning, he placed a pile of treasures in front of the little ones. "These will help you break past your limits. Are you ready?" Xiao Bai answered with a serious face, "I am ready." The other phantom pets also cried out, saying they were ready too. The pile of treasures was quickly absorbed, and mystical light flashed all around. Soon after, Xiao Bai and the 3 phantom pets seemed to be soaking in a sea of light. Before long, all 4 looked purified, each one smiling. That refreshing sensation increased by quite a bit. Meanwhile, Zhou Dan stood with someone else, but this was strange. She had lied to Yin Yang, and it seemed that the other person was not simple either. The man from earlier looked at Zhou Dan with a pitiful expression. "That move of yours was way too heavy," she replied. "Isn't that because your acting was too convincing? Does the family have a new mission?" The man handed over a black card. "The details are a little complicated." He continued, "Inside are high-level instructions from the Zhou family. Find a private place and watch it." Zhou Dan quickly returned, then sat alone in her room, curious about what that thing really was. The man inside spoke. "The shelter's strength is growing stronger by the day. We need countermeasures in case he loses control." Someone else agreed. "That's right. We cannot let the shelter completely slip out of the Zhou family's control." Hearing this, Zhou Dan fell silent and guessed to herself. Could the people inside be telling her that there was still a long mission ahead? The person inside spoke. "We need you to find a way to weaken Yin Yang's strength at the shelter." Zhou Dan replied, "Yin Yang is my teammate. His strength is more useful than all of ours combined." The man said, "You're too naive. Young people can't act on loyalty alone." Zhou Dan said coldly to him, "I trust Yin Yang as a person." One of them shot to his feet. "Zhou Dan, what do you mean by that? Are you defying the Zhou family's decision?" At the same time, an ice-cold hand landed on his shoulder. The man in glasses turned back in panic and saw a dark-faced man standing behind him like stone. He ordered coldly, "Right now. The other 2 great families are both watching the mythical phantom beast. I heard they have already begun preparing to make a move. After all, Yin Yang is not one of the Zhou family. If he obtains that phantom beast and then chooses to follow someone else, the consequences will be extremely hard to predict." Zhou Dan thought it over and understood if she did not weaken Yin Yang herself, they would definitely find another way to deal with him. That would not be acceptable later. Right after that, she said, "Fine, I'll follow the arrangement." At the same time, in the Zhang family, Yin Yang had more and more subordinates under him. With strengthened phantom beasts added in, the Zhang family grew even more jealous and uneasy. The other person continued, "We cannot let the Zhou family monopolize everything." He continued the introduction. "Zhang Xian, one of the youngest trump cards of the Zhang family, I need you to carry out a secret mission. That mission is to infiltrate the shelter and gather intelligence on the phantom beast. In the coming days, Yin Yang is definitely going to face trouble." At this moment, inside the Feng family's secret chamber, his forces had also been fully summoned. The cunning, cross-eyed man gave the order, "Your mission is very simple, kill Yin Yang." The underlings answered casually, "Don't worry, we're always reliable when we handle a job." Meanwhile, Yin Yang said to Xiao Bai, "To ensure the camp's safety, I have increased the number of phantom pet masters who can fight." She quickly replied, "I agree, otherwise, we still have to worry about something being stolen." Right after that, Zhou Dan's voice rang out, because shelter defense had been reinforced. "We're forming a beast tamer squad. Anyone who wants in, report to training area soon." Xiao Bai looked as downcast as an old lady who had gone a whole market day without selling a thing, propping up her chin as she waited, but no one came. No sooner had he finished than rapid footsteps thundered in, startling Yin Yang and her. Looking at long line of people before him, Yin Yang could not help freezing, so many. Then he said with a bright smile, "I am glad everyone agreed to join shelter defense to survive Beast Tide." Zhang Xian had slipped into crowd too. His face was gloomy, and he stared at Yin Yang with open hostility. He frowned, silently calculating in his head, must move very carefully. Yin Yang spoke again, "No matter where everyone comes from, our goal is only one thing, survive disaster and rebuild homes." Zhou Dan stood beside her and let out soft sigh. She truly had no idea how to start talking to Yin Yang. Over there, group hidden in shadows lurked like wild beasts stalking prey. Their target was Yin Yang. It was group brought by Feng family, ones getting ready to strike at Yin Yang. At this moment, Zhou Dan hesitated, then walked closer to him and called softly, "Yin Yang." But when he glanced behind Zhou Dan, he secretly wondered, what are you plotting? Down below, someone took lead and spoke first. He asked him, "So what now?" Yin Yang answered quickly, "Today, everyone will begin live combat training." People listening all asked back in surprise, "Live combat training?" Over here, Feng family's hunting dogs darkened their faces in silence and whispered among themselves, "Get ready." Yin Yang had already spotted them. On alert, they're here. Need to handle this carefully. Then he pointed over there and said, "Mercenary team training with us is all over there. Move according to plan." Yin Yang used east to strike west, surrounding enemy. After hearing orders, spirit beasts and civilians immediately shot toward opposite side. Yin Yang watched them go and shouted, "Make some noise fast to distract them." Here, Feng family's people saw whole group charging in and had no idea what was happening. Leader of group was so shocked his face went pale. What is this? Charging crowd made ground tremble. Zhang Xian secretly felt smug. This was his chance to make merit. Thinking that, he rushed forward, circulating internal energy, and getting ready to smash a punch into Feng family's people. He had plenty of experience, and since he was favored by Zhang family, he was very steady in battle. Faced with this situation, he still stayed completely calm. Fellow workers moved. Tiger accompanying Zhang Xian was just as ferocious. It threw back its head, roared, then spat out a terrifying surge of power. Feng family's underlings screamed in terror. Huh, what is this? Big Tiger looked like it had been trained to perfection. Alone, it was enough to flatten that whole group in an instant. Zhang Xian immediately swung out and slammed hard into those guys' faces. A real top candidate, his strength was no joke. In crowd, he stood out most. One look was enough for Yin Yang to remember him, while also staying cautious. Who is this guy? After brawl ended, Yin Yang walked over and asked, "What's your name?" He immediately put on harmless smile, reporting, "Commander, I am Zhang Xian." Zhou Dan also came over at that moment and said to Yin Yang, "Looks like you've got a helper now." Down below, people cheered wildly. "Commander, you're too awesome. Things you taught us are things we've never learned before." Zhou Dan looked at him and thought in silence, Yin Yang is talent. I can't let Zhou family keep him tied down. Seeing her keep staring at him in a daze, Yin Yang turned and asked, "Zhou Dan, something wrong, what's up with you?" Caught off guard by sudden stare, Zhou Dan immediately blushed and stammered, "No, nothing." Yin Yang smiled brightly. "I thought work pressure was too much." Zhou Dan answered at once, "How could that be? You just keep doing well, I've got your back." Yin Yang said again, "I just want to keep things safe for later." At same time, panic screams rang out. Everyone, what happened? Looking at Big Beast before them, everyone was shocked. Didn't expect there'd still be a hidden spirit beast here. Go tame it. Beast quickly opened its mouth, growled, then spat flames straight out. Not only that, body was also absurdly huge. Every time it moved, everything around it got knocked over. Yin Yang's face darkened and he shouted a warning. "This is a psychic evil spirit beast. Everyone get back." Everyone looked at Beast. It was squinting at them like they were tasty prey. Yin Yang and Zhou Dan hurried over. Without him, they likely could not hold on. As both sides met, its body immediately erupted with violent energy. Yin Yang still circulated internal energy, using spiritual power to calm it. "Calm down, we won't hurt you." Spirit Beast opened mouth wide, stared at Yin Yang and roared fiercely. He thought to himself, looks like after big battle, its spirit got thrown into chaos, like a bird startled by bent branch. He kept hypnotizing Spirit Beast nonstop. "We won't hurt you." Right after that, it stood completely still. Seeing this, crowd burst out in exclamation. Instructor is incredible. Zhang Xian also thought silently. A psychic evil spirit beast was controlled so easily by him. He really isn't ordinary. Then Yin Yang suddenly went quiet, like he was thinking about something. Zhou Dan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He explained, "I am judging its position and injury level. This psychic evil spirit beast went through a major battle and barely escaped. Opponent it fought before probably has even higher strength." Everyone nearby was delighted. "Highest level I've seen in this lifetime is only psychic level. Anything stronger than that has to be rare." Hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned. What realm has this kid actually reached? After that, he said he would arrange daily training, with Zhang Xian in charge. Zhang Xian answered right away, acting slick and confident, like he would definitely complete the task. Then Yin Yang gathered everyone together. They could not delay any longer. A battle plan against a mythiclass phantom beast had to be put together fast. When Zhou Dan heard that, she immediately spoke up. "But how are we supposed to find it?" Yin Yang said, "When I controlled that psychic-type phantom beast, I pulled battle memories from its mental power." Zhou Dan quickly followed up. "Then let's move out now, before things get even more complicated." He agreed right after that. Zhang Xian hid behind the door and heard the whole conversation. He secretly started calculating. Yin Yang's group had already set their sights on a mythiclass phantom beast. After that, Zhang Xian went back. He hurriedly wrote a letter to report the situation, then tucked it onto a pigeon's leg. Once that was done, he looked around, then released the pigeon into the sky. On the other side, a man surnamed Zhang quickly received the letter. He gave a satisfied, contemptuous smile. "This information is truly priceless to us." Back at the ruined building, Zhang Xian then found a quiet spot. He called out to that man surnamed Zhang, "Any further instructions?" Master Zhang answered, "According to frontline intelligence from the Imperial capital, after the mythiclass phantom beast returned to the occupied zone, it broke free from military control." The man said coldly, "Right now, the refuge outpost is also searching for the mythiclass phantom beast. Your mission is to follow them." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhang Xian said, "With this kind of operation, I am afraid Yin Yang won't take me along. What excuse should I use to stick with him?" The other man replied, "You don't need to worry about that. We've already arranged everything." The scene shifts back to Yin Yang. At that moment, he was heading out with everyone. Yin Yang reminded them all to be careful. Xiao Bai spoke up, Master, are you sure we're searching in the right direction? He said, everyone, look at this. It's very likely damage caused by the Mythoclass Phantom Beast. Meng Jiao spoke up, with just the few of us, can we really handle it? Xiao Bai said, what's there to be scared of this time? We only need to track its movement route. Yin Yang looked ahead. There's a warehouse that's still mostly intact. We've been walking all night. It won't be too late to rest here first, then keep going. He did not seem to notice that someone was tailing them from behind. That cold voice rang out, get ready. Xiao Bai suddenly felt hungry, then she said, I am going to look for some food. Zhou Dan grabbed Xiao Bai's hand. We brought food with us, everyone. Try to find a way and split up. Xiao Bai did not seem to care. She shook her hand off. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Relax. Watching Xiao Bai turn away, Yin Yang cheerfully said to Zhou Dan, don't worry. Xiao Bai will be fine. Zhou Dan said, Yin Yang, I think we should contact the refuge outpost and gather more people here. Yin Yang answered, everyone still isn't very skilled right now. Maybe with more people at the refuge outpost, they'll be strong enough to defend against infiltration. She asked again, what do you think? Yin Yang replied, I'm only worried that the imperial capital is too complicated right now, and someone may be plotting against the refuge outpost. Meng Jiao's face darkened. Luckily, this beast tide was contained by the military near the imperial capital. Military forces from all over the country can support this place. Right after that, a loud rumble echoed out, making everyone freeze. Dirt and rocks fell from overhead, and dust billowed everywhere. It seemed like something was charging straight down into the ground. It was a gale fox. On top of that, it had reached transcendent class. Yin Yang was startled the moment he saw it. Careful, this is an extremely dangerous mutant. Meng Jiao looked at her phantom beast, a fox, Nether. Right after that, the two foxes instantly lunged into a fierce, brutal fight. Nether swung its claws and raked hard across the gale fox's face. It let out a pained shriek. At that moment, a flock of birds suddenly flew across the sky from who knew where. Yin Yang could not help being shocked. Bird calls. They circled straight toward Yin Yang's group. He could not help flinching. Those are marrow-eating birds. Meng Jiao and Zhou Dan were also attacked. Both of them panicked and covered their faces. Meng Jiao cried out in fear, what are these things? Zhou Dan drew her gun. She immediately aimed and fired at them while explaining, these are marrow-eating birds. Yin Yang quickly used his familiar ultimate move again, mental power suppression. After being suppressed by Yin Yang, the flock started to fall into chaos, scattering in every direction. But he gradually could not keep them under control because there were too many. Then Yin Yang drew his gun and shot down the ones that slipped through. He handed the gun he had taken from PSU earlier to the heroine of his life. If you've dealt with the black market before, Meng Jiao, then you should know how to use this, right? Meng Jiao immediately answered yes. Meanwhile, our Xiao Bai still had no idea what was happening. She came back carrying a big fish, still thinking about how to cook it. Right then, the gale fox was also knocked down to the ground. Xiao Bai was startled when she saw the scene. Seeing the gale fox still growling unwillingly, Xiao Bai's curiosity flared and she asked, what's going on, Nether? Inside, Yin Yang's group was still struggling against the flock of marrow-eating birds. At the same time, one of them suddenly snatched the gun out of Zhou Dan's hand, leaving her stunned with anger. Right after that, Zhou Dan became their attack target. At that same moment, a somewhat familiar figure was rushing toward her from far away. Zhou Dan opened her eyes and saw that it really was Zhang Xian. He blocked in front of her, fully playing the hero saving the beauty, hurry, go. Then he immediately channeled his inner force into a shield and shouted, Tyrant. The leopard instantly appeared. It bared its fangs, raised its claws, and growled threateningly at the flock. Then it leaped up like a long jumper and lightly snatched several of those annoying birds. Zhou Dan could not help asking in shock, Zhang Xian, why are you here? On this side, Tyrant still had its mouth open, growling true to its name. This beast was no pushover. After the marrow-eating birds ran into Tyrant, the whole flock panicked and fled. Zhang Xian then stepped forward and greeted Yin Yang. Yin Yang asked in surprise, why are you? He pretended to be honest, no longer hiding it that day. I secretly followed you to deal with this newly appeared phantom beast first. I'll explain later. Over here, the gale fox had also just woken up. It growled warily as it stared at Tyrant. For some reason, the stone wall behind Yin Yang suddenly split open. It turned out to be Xiao Bai. She quickly transformed, then pounced in to help Tyrant. The moment Yang saw Xiao Bai, he finally relaxed, right on time, not a second off. Zhang Xian hurriedly said there was a tyrant blocking the road and robbing people, but inside he was secretly thrilled, since Intel had once said phantom beasts sometimes appeared beside Yang. Xiao Bai opened her mouth with a low growl, eyes locked straight on that clueless fox, like it was nothing but trash to her. But that dumb leopard suddenly changed targets, rushed in front of the winged fox, and pinned Xiao Bai with a gaze cold as blades, startling even her. Right after that, Xiao Bai spun around in a flip, her face full of contempt. A flash of light flickered and vanished, and she immediately returned to human form. Maybe she was so furious she could not hold back, so Xiao Bai showed her true form. She glared at that hateful leopard and snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Xian cursed it out in irritation. "You cannot even handle something this small, so standing here only gets in the way," and Yang quickly stepped in to stop him. "Forget it." He walked over, his tone turning serious. "Best not talk to your phantom beast like that again." Zhou Dan also rushed over in panic to ask if everyone was okay, and Meng Jiao beside her quickly asked what was going on with Yang. But for some reason, he fell silent and thought it over, his face like he was hiding something. Meng Jiao said softly, "We already made it out. As long as no one got hurt, that's enough." And Yang still worried, recalling Xiao Bai's earlier form. She answered with a smile, "I figured out Xiao Bai's secret long ago. But don't worry, you and Xiao Bai saved my life on Yasi Mountain, so I'll take this secret to my grave." And Yang could not help feeling touched. Meng Jiao. Both turned to look at Zhou Dan, who gave a depressed, forced smile. "Even if I report this, probably nobody would believe me." Zhang Xian also put on a guilty look and lowered his head. "Sorry, coach. I showed up at wrong time. Maybe I should leave." And Yang quickly placed hand on his shoulder to stop him. "If you leave now, who will lead base beast tamer squad?" So that was it. He had used chance to tweak other side's spiritual power. And Yang felt guilty inside. "Sorry, I can only make you forget Xiao Bai's transformation." Zhang Xian instantly froze, lost in daze. Right after that, he turned back with a blank look. "Coach, to be honest, I've always wanted to learn from you, so I'll act first and report later." And Yang was stunned. What happened to everyone else? He smiled brightly and said, "I followed curriculum you built and let them train on their own." Zhang Xian still felt a little foggy in his head. What happened just now? Why do I feel like I forgot something very important? At daybreak, a squad of soldiers was secretly lying in ambush outside. They whispered, "Spread out a little more. This time, well making Yang pay." Inside, residents kept living and training as usual. Everyone kept practicing walking. Just one final item left. At that moment, soldiers outside suddenly opened fire at everyone. But it seemed they did not mean to massacre people indiscriminately. They only shot to set surrounding area ablaze. One young man in group immediately went on alert, and his phantom beast rushed up at once to shield others. Soldiers split civilians apart, surrounded them in a circle, then threatened them and demanded Yang show himself now. Another man angrily stepped forward, face dark. "Who the hell are you people?" But that damned soldier said nothing, and fired straight at his head, dropping him on spot. Everyone panicked and dropped to knees. Soldiers growled, "If you do not want more people dead, call Yang out here now." One person immediately gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Now, even if you kill me, and Yang still will not show himself before some cold-blooded bastard like you." He answered loudly, he went to find mythical phantom beast. He is not in shelter right now. That devil in human skin instantly grew interested. A mythical phantom beast. What a huge haul. Then he ordered, "Blow up this shelter." Right at that moment, and Yang's voice suddenly rang out, "Wait." Soldiers jumped and shouted, "Who's there?" Xiao Bai sent a voice transmission. "Has that rotten bastard found us already? Wasn't shelter supposed to be impregnable?" And Yang soothed her, "Don't panic. I still have one more layer of insurance." The soldier looked toward Red Eyes in darkness and muttered, "Sound seems to be coming from that side." Right after that, Tianfan strode out with great swagger, and all of them panicked and shouted, "Open fire, fire now." It turned out Cheng was the one commanding Shadow Lion. Realizing situation was critical, she immediately sent Tianfan into battle. By now, Cheng's coordination was much smoother. She ordered Tianfan, use special training move from before. Memories of training surfaced. "Tianfan, this is rubber riot control ammo used later against gunmen, so we have to practice handling every kind of firearm." Right after that, Cheng fired a test shot, while Tianfan skillfully used Dark Shadow Black Hole to block bullets. Now, it did same thing too. The soldier, firing while shaking, cursed in fear, "Damn it, wasn't this thing bad at blocking bullets?" And Intel said it was already badly wounded by someone. Over here, that guy pointed his gun at civilians and shouted, "The one controlling this phantom beast, I know you're nearby." Seeing that, Cheng could not help but call out tensely, "Tianfan." But our Shadow Lion was naturally not afraid at all. It kept pushing internal energy higher. From ground, a strange power surged up and wrapped around man kneeling on ground, making him flinch. In mere blink, Tianfan had moved all civilians to safe zone. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. We got out. Only then did Cheng step out with confidence, carrying aura of real pro-beast tamer. Looking at those flies before her, Cheng sneered coldly, "You do not have any hostages left now." Soldiers panicked and hurriedly retreated. This was very likely in Yang's trap. "Brothers, mythical cub is real target. No need to fight for now." Watching them flee, Cheng silently made up her mind. "Since Big Brother is not here, I must protect this place well." Scene shifted to another abandoned house. Bodyguards inside reported Feng Clan had issued a death order, demanding capture of mythical phantom beast at all costs. He issued a secret order. Under no circumstances could Chu Clan and two other forces take it first. Force split into two teams. One headed east, other searched for phantom beast location. Everyone answered in unison, understood. Over here, Yang and others were moving through deep forest. He warned them, watch surroundings. This forest may be hiding danger. Xiao Bai also said alertly, "Phantom beast aura here is very strong, so everyone must be careful. Zhou Dan unfolded paper. According to latest Imperial Capital battlefield map, mythical phantom beast has very high chance. But far away, and Yang's group movements had already been secretly tracked by someone else. Those people said in low voices, competitors have arrived. Group carried guns, lit fire, and took brief rest in forest, all for hunting down that phantom beast. Right now, those Asia people were moving along the bushes, planning to steal the mythic phantom beast from the Asia vessel. We need to find a way to get close, then plant a tracking system on them. Looks like everyone was exhausted after walking all day. Now they were fast asleep, with no idea someone was closing in. Seeing no movement from them, the intruders quietly approached from a distance, extremely cautious. Once they got there, they saw he was still asleep, and he wants to fight us for the mythic phantom beast. No one knew what he stuffed into Yin Yang's luggage, but it definitely was not anything good. Once the job was done, that guy immediately slipped away to escape the scene. At the same time, for some reason, Zhang Xian appeared, looking like he wanted to steal credit. That guy flew into a rage and punched Zhang Xian straight in the face. You damn bastard. He was also from the Zhang family, yet now he had been sent flying like that. Zhang Xian was so furious he ground his teeth. His leopard charged forward too. When Tyrant saw Zhang Xian get hit, it opened its mouth, feeling wronged inside. Damn it, I'm also one of the Zhang family's evil trump cards. Tyrant stared at that guy, eyes bulging as it growled, like it was about to pounce and tear him apart. He immediately pulled out an electric whip. Damn it, let's see how I deal with you. Tyrant glared, then sank its teeth hard into the arm of the guard, who had hurt its master. Then it flung him hard, sending him soaring into the sky like a kite with its string cut. He was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. Seeing his companion get thrashed so badly, the bastard standing far away also turned pale. Very quickly, Tyrant dealt with the other guy too. He slammed hard into the ground and was knocked out on the spot. Yin Yang and Mengru heard the loud noise and shot away. What happened? He ran over and spotted him, but seeing Yin Yang's aura, the man knew the main character was not easy to mess with, so he surrendered. Yin Yang frowned at the man and asked, "Who sent you?" Immediately, a sniper hiding in a tree aimed his gun at that man. Yin Yang knew they were about to shoot and shouted, "Watch out." The old leader raised his hand and signaled them to stop. "Don't expose our position." Yin Yang looked at the motionless man, secretly guessing who sent him. People from Asia's 3 great families or the foreign BSU forces. On this side, Zhang Xian gathered his strength and roared, "Whoever you are, get out here." Looking at him, Yin Yang thought to himself, someone this strong absolutely can't be nobody. Those soldiers felt chills down their spines. Since when did the refugee zone have so many experts? And now even more dangerous guys had appeared. That guy's face turned ashen as he calculated inwardly, let's test him with a little drug. Tyrant opened its mouth wide and kept roaring, as if showing off its power to the enemy. Feeling the terrifying aura pouring out from it, that guy could not help covering his face. How is it this scary? I need to find a way to run. On this side, Yin Yang saw he was about to lose control and hurriedly said, "Zhang Xian, stop." On this side, that soldier quickly rushed forward, perfect chance, detonate it. Then the bomb was thrown out, cutting through the wind as it shot straight through the air. Zhang Xian knew with one glance that it was a stun bomb. An ear-piercing blast rang out at once, making Yin Yang jump in shock. Zhang Xian. But when the smoke slowly cleared, he was still calmly looking at Yin Yang and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, Yin Yang's face darkened, and only one thought filled his mind, we let them get away, we'll have to face them again many times after this. Then Yin Yang said to everyone, we shouldn't stay here long, we need to find our next destination immediately. Zyro Bai nodded in agreement, but no one expected that her backpack now had the listening device that Guy had just planted. Zhang Xian's face darkened, looks like other forces have smelled this juicy prize too. He ran while feeling smug, but in the end, that mythic phantom beast will still belong to our Zhang family. On this side, the mercenary's face turned pitch black, as he ordered them to closely track every move and report immediately if they found any trace of the mythic phantom beast. They continued deeper into the forest. Zhou Dan happily pointed ahead. Look, there's an old building up ahead. Let's spend the night there. Yin Yang could not shake his unease. Tonight's incident reminded him that someone was targeting them. Xiao Bai then said, I don't think those people came to deal with the phantom beast. They only came to grab benefits. Yin Yang's face instantly went cold as he thought of that mercenary. Wait. Then Yin Yang said, everyone, hurry and check your luggage and your bodies. Sure enough, just as he guessed, Xiao Bai found a strange object in her backpack. Right after that, she was about to speak, but Yin Yang quickly signaled Xiao Bai to stay silent. He used voice transmission. We've found it now, don't expose it yet. We don't know if this thing can record sound. Keep acting and see if we can use it later to trick them. Zhou Dan did not know what they were saying to each other, so she spoke up. I checked already. I didn't find anything suspicious. Then good. It's getting late too. Let's go inside and rest first. On this side, Zhang Xian was still working diligently. He thought taking the initiative to patrol at night would make Yin Yang trust him more. At this moment, Tyrant suddenly growled deep in its throat, as if it had smelled something. Zhang Xian hurriedly shone his flashlight over and asked loudly with vigilance, what's going on? There was no one ahead, but he did not understand why his phantom beast had growled, so he reminded it to be careful. Zhang Xian also quickly drew his gun, quietly chambered around, and prepared himself in case danger appeared. But after looking around again and again, there was still only him out there. He and Tyrant continued circling forward. Everything ahead remained quiet, and Zhang Xian could not help feeling surprised. Did I overthink it? But at the same time, Tyrant seemed to go insane. It kept roaring loudly while staring straight ahead. Under the flashlight beam, something like a snake was slowly crawling down, scaring Zhang Xian out of his wits. What is that? A scream tore through night, and Zhang Xian's flashlight slipped from his hand and hit ground. In quiet darkness, screams sounded bone-chilling, echoing all way to Yin Yang. Xiao Bai was sharp, and she opened her eyes at once. Screams still hadn't stopped. Xiao Bai sat up and listened. What in world was going on? But after looking around, everyone else was fast asleep. Xiao Bai told herself, forget it, I'll go check it out myself. Thinking it through, she walked alone into forest, but Scream had already vanished by then. At last, Xiao Bai reached exact spot where Zhang Xian had gone in first. By now, everyone else had been woken up too. Zhou Dan shouted, where did Zhang Xian and Xiao Bai go? Split up and search. Yin Yang said, don't stick together, that'll be safer. After that, all three entered forest together, and night scene sent chills down people's spines. They searched everywhere. Meng Jiao looked around anxiously, calling out over and over. They went back and forth, not seeing single soul, only hearing insects chirping through night. Like they were bewitched, they stepped back into this bizarre place. Zhou Dan told everyone, there's not even single clue. Meng Jiao chimed in, how can people just vanish out of nowhere like that? Zhou Dan was getting impatient too, then only front left. Yin Yang cut in, wait, let me steady Zyro CI first, you all stay up here. None of you knows what's going on down below. He looked down and all around was only thick, pitch-black darkness. Yin Yang focused his hearing, he caught some sound and his eyes lit up. Turns out Yin Yang was using spiritual energy to call Zyro CI. His method was surprisingly effective, because even though Huan Chang was far away, it still worked. Over here, Zyro CI had been wandering when he suddenly froze and let out a cry. Yin Zheng saw that reaction and instantly guessed it. Kid, your big brother calling you. It didn't answer, and then, right after that, Zyro CI shot off like lightning, then vanished. Less than 5 minutes later, it appeared where Yin Yang was standing. Zyro CI gave a cry to signal it had arrived, and its eyes flashed with caution. Yin Yang couldn't help being surprised. Wasn't this kid guarding refuge site? He said with a grin, it's only a long-distance link through spiritual power. One use doesn't cost much. Zhou Dan was secretly stunned. This at least required venerable lord-level spiritual power. Just what realm had Yin Yang reached? Meng Jiao couldn't help reminding him, Yin Yang, be careful, Zhou Dan also said. If anything dangerous happens, call us down right away. He smiled lightly to reassure them, don't worry. So Zyro CI led way in front, and Yin Yang followed silently behind. Seeing it keep looking left and right, Yin Yang couldn't help asking, kids smell anything? Seeing no reaction, Yin Yang thought to himself, maybe I should try spiritual power. Right then it seemed to catch some scent. Zyro CI froze. Yin Yang told it, I felt it too, place isn't right. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a door in front of him give off strange energy. The two of them quickly headed toward that door, and he told Xiao Bai to be careful. Yin Yang placed his hand on door. He could feel strange sounds growing clearer and clearer. As he moved closer, light became more and more obvious. Yin Yang immediately pushed door open. What was inside shocked him. Yin Yang was so horrified he had to cover his mouth. He shouted, hurry and raise lightning shield. Zio's human beast eyes were full of caution. It frowned and stared inside. It looked like it was about to pass out, and Yin Yang quickly pulled Zyro Zai into his arms. Wake up. Over here, Soldier glanced at phone while reporting. Yin Yang's position changed. Could something have happened? His teammate asked, boss, what do we do now? Man kept staring at device in silence, calculated position, then said, hold for about 30 minutes. After that, he ordered subordinates to tighten encirclement and stay hidden. Soldiers took order and moved slowly through forest, while rustling leaves sounded non-stop. Over here, Yin Yang and Zyro CI seemed exhausted. Both lay motionless on ground. At same time, large surge of lightning suddenly wrapped around Zyro CI, waking it up. Feeling something beside him, Yin Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked over at it. He staggered upright, head throbbing. Yin Yang still worriedly asked it, kid, you okay? It didn't answer, its red eyes blazed, and white fur stood on end. Yin Yang stared at Zyro CI anxiously. What was that just now? An aura. He broke out in sweat as he looked at Zyro Zai, face turning serious, and used spiritual power to soothe it. Instantly, Zyro CI returned to original state, its dazed face looking up at Master. Yin Yang bent down and hugged it. Kid, how do you feel now? Zyro CI looked at him, then somehow let out cry like sobbing, which darkened Yin Yang's face. Over on Meng Jiao's side, she couldn't help worrying. Will Yin Yang's group be okay? Zhou Dan pulled out gun and loaded it. Looks like we need to prep for worst case scenario. Both of them looked over there. If there's still no movement in half an hour, we go down and check. Down below, Yin Yang held Zyro CI, and his mood eased a little. Then he soothed it again. All right, kid, we still need to find teammates. And Yang reminded her that the poisonous gas had made her head spin, even causing hallucinations. So this time, she had to stay absolutely alert. He looked at the door in front of them and warned the little guy that neither of them could afford to be careless on this trip. Right after that, he shoved the door open, and the scene inside stunned our main character. This place was actually divided into multiple levels. So Zyro CI moved ahead to clear the way, its fluffy fur glowing and helping him see everything around them. When they reached the end of the passage, Zyro CI suddenly froze, its eyes locked on the darkness ahead. Seeing its strange reaction, our main character could not help asking if there was danger up ahead. A creaking sound suddenly rang out beside him, making him turn his head, but everything around them was still dead silent. On the ground lay a set of clothes from Who Knew Whom, and Zyro CI kept moving closer to it. And it was not just one outfit. Our main character wondered in shock if a fight had broken out here before, and what exactly was going on with this pile of clothes. Just then, his foot stomped hard on something on the ground, making our main character jump and blurt out, "What is that?" Looking at that outfit, he was briefly shocked, but he quickly figured out the problem. Our main character picked up the gun, studied it for a moment, then clenched it tightly and told himself he would avenge everyone. Right after that, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, and his whole body froze as he focused. The lightning in front of Zyro CI also grew more violent, while our main character silently watched its every move. Almost instantly, he raised a hand to cover his mouth and shouted, "Zyro CI, use lightning shield." Hearing its master's command, Zyro CI's eyes turned sharp and cold, and powerful arcs of lightning burst from its body. Something green was charging straight at them, but Zyro CI's power stopped the ambush just in time. As it turned out, the attackers were giant manating flowers. Only now did our main character finally see them clearly. They were Legendara-grade Mandorla flowers. Beneath their thick canopy lay piles of stark white bones. It seemed that before he arrived, this plant monster had already devoured plenty of people. Our main character understood at once. This thing had definitely killed countless victims inside the illusion, so he ordered little guy, "Get ready." As soon as it heard its master's order, Zyro CI gathered power through its whole body and shot forward. That flower immediately locked onto it too, as long, soft octopus-like tentacles stretched out from the stem in dense clusters. Zyro CI transformed, gritted its teeth, and unleashed lightning, slicing apart the long leaves trying to coil around it. The Mandorla flower kept spraying poison. If the little guy was unlucky enough to get hit by that stuff, it would probably end up like those white bones. Our main character immediately used mental power to guide it, because the little guy could not clash with this thing head-on. Right after that, Zyro CI cried out as if saying it understood, then lowered its head and successfully dodged a fatal strike. It began counterattacking the flower, and at the same time, the Mandorla's side suddenly exploded. Our main character looked at it with a sly expression and said, "Let me help you fix the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang into the air, not forgetting to mock it, "You're way too slow." After saying that, our main character pulled out the gun and kept aiming straight at it while pulling the trigger. It seemed this plant monster had intelligence too. It no longer opened its huge mouth, instead shrinking back to defend, but it was clearly changing the direction of its attack. In an instant, a branch aimed right at our main character and stabbed down hard, making him flinch slightly. All the tentacles were now pointed straight at him, but our main character stayed calm and did not dodge, as if he had already calculated everything. Right after that, he shouted coldly, "Little guy, now is your chance." From high above, a bolt of thunder like heavenly punishment crashed down onto those flowers. In the end, the plan succeeded. They were blasted to pieces, leaves shredded and flowers scattered. Our main character was extremely satisfied with the result, calling it in Yang's faint east, "Strike west, heavenly maiden scatters flowers." Seeing Zyro CI walk toward him, he reached out and asked, "Did you find something interesting?" At the same time, among the clustered stems, our main character saw a flash of light near the roots. He moved closer, and sure enough, there was a pink gem under the roots, though he still did not know what it was used for. The moment he picked it up, our main character recognized it as flower essence, something only plant-type phantom beasts at legendary grade or above could condense. It could temporarily boost a phantom beast's combat power and defense, and even save a dying phantom beast. Right after that, he raised the gem high, making it burst with dazzling light. Just then, our main character discovered another person lying flat on the ground. He looked closer and realized it was Zhang Xian. The man's miserable state startled our main character. After bringing him outside and helping him wake up, he immediately asked Zhang Xian why everyone had gone down into the basement and whether he knew where Xiao Bai was. Zhang Xian said with a serious face that even he did not understand why he had been dragged here. Then he asked in shock if Sister Xiao Bai had come down too, but right as he finished speaking, a loud noise rang out, making both of them fall silent at once. It turned out Xiao Bai had smashed through the rocks and charged out. Judging from her state, our dragon lady must have struggled hard to escape. She quickly returned to human form, and our main character asked worriedly, Xiao Bai, are you okay? Xiao Bai's eyes glowed as she looked at him hazily and stammered, Master. Right after that, Xiao Bai suddenly shifted her target to Zhang Xian, making him scream in fear. What are you trying to do? Our main character immediately tried to calm everyone down and told them to stay steady, while Xiao Bai's body was wrapped in a massive ring of power. In the next instant, Xiao Bai reached out and grabbed something in midair, but her eyes were still crazed, as if she had lost control. Seeing this scene, our main character's face went pale. This was clearly the effect of that phantom beast's skill. Then he looked toward Zhang Xian, signaling them to restrain Zhang Xian first, before using thick fog to lure Xiao Bai somewhere else. At the same time, Meng Jiao and Zhou Dan rushed over. Our heroine said they had heard an explosion just now, and our main character immediately grew tense and told them to wait, because this place was extremely dangerous. He held the stone he had just taken from the flower, but he did not act yet. Instead, he calmly observed Xiao Bai's condition. Our main character calculated silently to detoxify her. He needed to deal with the source of the poison, while the flower essence could detoxify and repair the body. Right after that, clarity gradually returned to Xiao Bai's eyes, and she called out in shock, Master. Xiao Bai's body also slowly recovered, and she asked in confusion what had just happened. Over there, mercenaries cheered like they'd won the lottery. Thing over here had to be treasure. No way, let someone else snatch it first. One man in group stepped forward. Captain already gave orders. Our target is Mythic Beast. Scarface spoke. Doesn't matter whether we capture Mythic Beast or steal treasure. Whoever holds it first, it's ours in end. He pulled out bomb, face full of smug pride. That's mercenary work. Xiao Ci pushed up on both feet and stood like it sensed danger. Its eyes flashed bright, and Yang saw strange reaction and warned everyone to stay sharp. At same time, that mercenary hurled a chili bomb at him. Eat this first. And Yang looked at flying object and issued order. Kid, your turn to move. Distance was too far. Scarface couldn't hear voice. He hid behind rock and smugly thought he'd make them cry and crawl out in no time. Right after that, huge blast roared from spot where he stood, shaking mercenaries pale with fear, who threw bomb. Scarface went mad with rage. He shouted at his men, charge. Over here, seeing silhouettes rushing in, and Yang lowered his voice, get ready. Mercenaries started blasting toward door, and scene quickly fell into chaos. Once they'd fired enough, they stormed in like madmen, throwing mercenary group into panic. Where is everybody? And Yang peeked out from behind cover and muttered to himself, been waiting for you. Xiao Ci hid behind rock wall, still channeling electricity, waiting for Master's command. Right after that, Xiao Ci let out few cries and shot out lightning feather dance. One mercenary jerked around in shock. What is that? He saw glowing thread in front of him and unconsciously reached out to touch it. Cost of curiosity was a jolt that numbed whole body. He stammered, electric. These guys were, of course, no match for Xiao Ci. In only moments, they were all taken down. Then Zhang Xian spoke to An Yang, sorry instructor, if I'd been more careful then. And Yang replied, no need. My choice of location had problems too. In capital, aside from hidden spot here, there's nowhere safe left. And Yang looked at mercenaries, then that's their problem. Right after that, and Yang raised gun. Where are you from? How many total? He looked at Scarface and asked, your goal is Mythic Beast too, you trying to trail us and reap benefits. Seeing him stay silent, and Yang turned to Xiao Bai, hey Xiao Bai, take item out of backpack. She pulled out bug device and laughed loudly. You guys left this behind, right? And Yang handed it over. Zhou Dan, do you recognize this kind? She was surprised. You had something like this and didn't show me sooner. The moment she took it, she recognized it as Feng clan property. Seems 2 generations behind Zhu clan. Zhou Dan held item toward them and asked, so you were sent by Feng clan, and your goal was to tail us and find Mythic Beast. Looking at this reaction, odds are 9 out of 10, that's right. Scarface glared at her and kept his mouth shut. But behind Scarface, he was trying to open something. Xiao Bai caught smell fast and shouted, watch out, there's anesthetic gas. Hearing her warning, everyone instantly ran. Scarface gritted his teeth in fury. After Yang's group had run far enough, an enormous explosion erupted behind them. Zhou Dan looked at mercenaries, cornered, you should know doing that means hell die. Meng Jiao looked around and shouted, Zhang Xian, where are you? Everyone was busy looking for him, while Zhang Xian was sneaking around behind this huge rock. Turns out he was sending a message to Zhang clan, watch out, another faction is interfering. At same time, a hand slapped hard onto his shoulder. Zhang Xian jumped and sweat poured out. Instructor, back then I thought this spot was pretty solid, so I hid here. And Yang didn't suspect anything either and said with a smile to Zhang Xian, good as long as you're fine. Xiao Bai then sent him a message. He was reporting just now, and Yang guessed by surname that it was most likely Zhang clan. She hesitated, so then we. And Yang said again, Zhang clan still owes me a favor from national tournament. By then, we can negotiate with them. Word just came in, another faction is trying to fight us for our share. Zhang Feng said with a dark expression, as I see it, our current forces are still too thin compared to the Feng family and the Zhou family. The Zhou family has already already finished building their hidden stronghold, and the Feng family has mercenaries from Golden Village scattered all over the imperial capital. Xiao Min spoke up. Now is not the time to get distracted by that. If we want to seize the treasure, we first need a plan to deal with the enemy. Zhang Zhai said in a grave voice, looks like too many people already have their eyes on this juicy piece of meat. Zhang Nan also chimed in, I suggest that before Yang finds the mythic grade phantom beast, we prioritize his safety once the target is found. Zhang Zhai hesitated slightly and said, but what if young Master Zhou finds out about this? Zhang Nan answered coldly, it is time he understood. In this world, there are no eternal friends or enemies. Only interests are eternal. We absolutely cannot let any faction touch the Zhang family's prey. Sunlight slowly rose, and the sky soon turned bright. Because he had spent the whole night in the forest, and Yang was so cold that he kept sneezing. Xiao Bai looked at him with concern, Master. What is wrong? And Yang quickly replied, it is nothing in his heart. He wondered who on earth was talking about him. Right then, a strange sound suddenly rang out not far from the group. And Yang froze at once, looked at Xiao Bai in shock, and asked, what was that? At the same time, something in the distance was closing in on Yang's group. Its weight made the ground tremble in waves. The main character panicked and warned everyone to be careful. The moment he saw it open its gigantic mouth, he immediately shouted again, Venom Dragon Crocodile. Everyone, watch out, it is primordial grade. The crocodile locked onto Xiao Bai and savagely snapped its murderous jaws shut. But of course, it failed to bite anyone. That only made the Venom Dragon even more furious. Zhang Xian looked at the monster, his face deathly pale and his mouth hanging open. Even so, he did not forget to shout a warning, careful. This crazed monster instantly changed targets and charged straight at Zhou Dan. Whether by coincidence or intent, this was already the second time he had saved her. Zhang Xian roared and gave an order to his phantom beast, Tyrant. That phantom beast quickly sprang forward, blocked in front of Zhou Dan, and saved her life in time. Beside Tyrant's abdomen, venom from the crocodile corroded his flesh, making it hiss and smoke. And Yang's face darkened as he shouted, Zhang Xian, Zhou Dan, Mengjiao, protect yourselves, leave the venom dragon to me. Then he turned to his phantom pets. Little one, Xiao Bai, focus your energy, we attack together. The crocodile charged again, opening a mouth as huge as a hippo's, ready to devour the target in front of it. Xiao Zai instantly launched himself forward at the same time, shooting toward the enemy. Like a true war general, he quickly slashed a brutal strike across the venom dragon's body. Xiao Bai did not fall behind either. She circulated inner force through her whole body, lit up from head to toe, and unleashed lightning strike. Seeing the crocodile spit venom, and Yang was startled and shouted a warning, watch out for the poison. Seeing Xiao Bai still rushing in, he anxiously shouted again, keep your distance, do not let it get close. At this moment, Xiao Zai quickly moved shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Bai, and the two prepared to coordinate a double strike. Just like that, the venom dragon was shocked dizzy, and even the breath from its mouth carried black smoke. The main character continued commanding, Xiao Bai, little one, press the advantage. Watching this, Zhang Xian was secretly shocked, and Yang's strength really could not be underestimated. He could actually fight a primordial grade venom dragon head-on. The crocodile was blasted away, panting hard in a miserable state. Xiao Bai still had no intention of letting it go. She fiercely clenched her fist and charged in. When the venom dragon was about to pass out, and Yang suddenly noticed claw marks on its body, this thing had already been injured. Right after that, he immediately shouted at Xiao Bai, stop. Lucky for it, Xiao Bai stopped her hand just in time, while the crocodile collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Seeing that it could no longer pose a danger, and Yang began moving closer to inspect it. Zhou Dan stepped forward curiously and asked, what exactly is this phantom beast's background? Of course, he did not know yet either, so he sat down beside it and used mental power to investigate. In its memories, the venom dragon had once fought a fierce battle against a soaring flood dragon. Only now did the main character understand, so that was it. And Yang turned to Zhou Dan and said, this venom dragon fought a mythic grade phantom beast and lost. After that, it ran into us while fleeing. She immediately replied in shock, a mythic grade phantom beast. He continued, this phantom beast tide should have ended after the fire phoenix was defeated. But after that mythic grade phantom beast appeared from another world. It subdued a pack of phantom beasts as subordinates. The venom dragon refused to submit, fought it, lost, and fled here. Hearing that, Zhou Dan could not help feeling stunned. How can something like that happen? Phantom beasts have that kind of awareness too. Meng Jiao thought for a moment and said, in other words, it was also forced into a dead end. The main character answered in a low voice, if we ignore that mythic grade phantom beast and let it keep moving, the consequences will be beyond imagination. Seeing him fall silent, Xiao Bai spoke up, Master, what else are you thinking about? And Yang looked at her and said, Xiao Bai, use mental communication. Compared with you at your peak in your previous life, how strong is this mythic grade phantom beast right now? He paused for a moment, and Xiao Bai immediately understood. She smiled with full confidence, I am definitely stronger. And Yang recalled it carefully. The problem was clearly with the strength of this mythic grade cub. It was much weaker than in its previous life. He continued, if it were a mythic-grade cub in normal condition, it would not need to control so many demonic beasts to support it in battle. Xiao Bai immediately replied, exactly. Right then Meng Jiao ran over, patted her on the back, and asked, why are you spacing out? That action made our little girl slightly unhappy. Zhang Xian also laughed cheerfully and asked, instructor, what is going on? Did you find a clue about the mythic-grade cub? And Yang answered half jokingly and half seriously, wipe your drool first. Zhang Xian did not bother hiding it either. Who wants to waste effort for nothing? The main character continued loudly, I think the three great families must have better information than I do. According to the Venom Dragon's memories, the place where the mythic-grade cub recently appeared is right up ahead. If you're scared, there is still time to return to the hidden stronghold. Meng Jiao immediately said, we already came this far, no one wants to back out now, and Yang replied happily, good. The scene shifted to the mercenary group on the other side. The subordinate's face was dark, and one glance showed he was scared because he had a guilty conscience, Captain. The captain's face turned cold, and he went straight to the point. What were you planning to do, rob him? That man's expression darkened, and he confessed on the spot. Yes, no, wait, Captain. I acted on my own and led the team to rob Yang of his treasure. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. He gave a faint laugh. Greed is the driving force that pushes people forward, but your method was indeed a little too reckless. Hearing that, they all silently understood what their captain meant. He looked at Meng Jiao's group up ahead, then thought to himself, this was the myriad beasts abyss, the black forest. Before the sky fully brightened, they might as well make it big. One of them gave a sly order, telling the rest to prepare at once. After they had walked quite a distance, Yang loudly reminded everyone to be careful. The fog here was thick, visibility was blocked, and it was extremely dangerous. Only then did Zhang Xian secretly regret it. If he had known it would be this dangerous, he would never have followed along. The road ahead grew more and more perilous. Yang spoke up again, reminding everyone to watch their footing. Seeing him repeat it over and over, Zhou Dan could not help laughing softly and teasing him. What, is there an ambush or something? As they kept walking, he never noticed a cobra quietly tailing them. Yang quickly explained to her, the air pressure here is so low it feels awful. At the same time, another cobra aimed straight for Tyrant's leg. Once it locked onto its target, the snake instantly opened its jaws wide and lunged in to bite. The next second, it sank its fangs hard into Tyrant's leg. The leopard roared in pain, thrashing so violently that the snake was flung far away. Hearing the loud noise, Yang immediately turned his head. What happened? Zhang Xian said a snake had just snuck up and bitten Tyrant, and Yang replied, ignore it. Stop wasting time, let's move. After that, he calmed his phantom beast. All right, let's go. But he had no idea this place did not have just one snake. It had an entire swarm of cobras. Zhang Xian tensed up. Is this a snake nest? For some reason, all the snakes suddenly rushed straight at him. Then Zhang Xian turned to Yang. Small problem, give me a moment. Yang was about to help, but then reconsidered. He thought to himself, this is perfect. I can see how strong he is. Zhang Xian immediately crossed his arms and circulated his inner power. He roared, and a swirling gust of wind wrapped around his body. This was human pet fusion. From far away, the mercenary sneered, fusion, fuse with your sister. The captain also walked past with contempt, casually telling him to get ready. The underling pulled out a switch in his hand, then pressed down hard on the thing he was holding. Instantly, the area around Zhang Xian seemed to be rigged with bombs and exploded. He had no time to react at all. Yang shouted in alarm, damn it. Zhou Dan was also startled Zhang Xian. The explosions grew more and more violent. Yang fa huang Zhang Xian, But when the smoke cleared, there was no one where he had been standing, and not even a trace remained, and Yang was shocked. Where did he go? Zhou Dan asked in panic, what do we do now? Where did Zhang Xian go? Yang turned to them and said, groups of two, we split up and move separately. Do not get separated under any circumstances. Meng Jiao immediately agreed. After that, everyone split up and began searching. The scene shifted to a huge pit, where Zhang Xian was tied to a massive rock. He had temporarily passed out, but now someone splashed water hard onto his face. His eyelids slowly opened, and his consciousness began to return. Seeing Zhang Xian open his eyes, one of them smiled sinisterly. He's awake, inject him. Zhang Xian jolted, you people. Right away, the man stabbed the syringe hard into Zhang Xian's neck, throwing him into panic. Zhang Xian asked in fear, who are you people? What did you inject into me? The mercenary replied, kid, poison is what we injected into you. If you want to live, cooperate with us, or use fox spirit to detoxify yourself otherwise. Right after that, the poison began spreading through his entire body, making Zhang Xian scream in agony. Daybreak came quickly. On Yang's side, everyone was still frantically searching, their calls for Zhang Xian echoing everywhere. Xiao Bai also shouted loudly, Zhang Xian. A strange sound came from far away. It turned out to be Tyrant, and the person on its back had to be its master, Zhang Xian. Seeing the figure in the distance, Xiao Bai warned everyone warily, careful. When Tyrant came closer, everyone finally confirmed that the person on its back was Zhang Xian. Zhou Dan hurried forward to support him. She shouted in panic, "Zhang Xian!" Xiao Bai transmitted the message, "Master Zhang Xian is here." After that, En Yang and the others laid him down on the ground. At this moment, En Yang was treating him. He slowly opened his eyes after a long coma, but his mind was still hazy. His heavy eyelids opened, and En Yang was overjoyed. Zhang Xian, you're finally awake." He broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Instructor En Yang quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" He explained, "I was targeted by PSU's people. They set a trap just to find the whereabouts of the mythical young beast. Luckily, Tyrant acted in time, so I escaped death." After Zhou Dan heard that, she was furious. "They are way too arrogant. I swear I'll wipe them all out." En Yang said, "But the toxin in your body does not seem to be from PSU." He froze. Something about this was wrong. Zhou Dan added, "En Yang, I suggest we focus on saving Zhang Xian and detoxifying him first. As for which force is behind this, we adapt as things change." Looking at him barely breathing, En Yang lowered his voice and said, "I'll help you." He reminded them we must find a place to rest, then take turns keeping watch. After some time spent treating him, Zhang Xian's complexion still looked terrible, and Yang was somewhat shocked. This poison is strange. He kept his eyes tightly shut, while Mima spoke in his mind, "I have a very bad feeling." By now, Xiao Bai and Xiao Ciru had already sensed something was off. She immediately warned everyone to stay careful. Zhou Dan was tense too, fog was too thick, and they could barely see anything. Seeing Zhang Xian's pained expression, Yin Yang's face changed slightly. This was definitely not ordinary poison. Right then, he noticed a red birthmark on Zhang Xian's wrist. Yin Yang leaned in and studied pattern closely. Could this be? Yin Yang guessed silently. Maybe this had something to do with Forest's secret. From afar, mercenary crew still watched everyone's every move in silence, stubborn as lingering ghosts. One of them grinned smugly. Yin Yang was distracted, so they should use chaos to grab Fox's spirit from Zhang Xian. If that failed, they'd do it themselves and kill him while they were at it. Xiao Ci was in charge of watching surroundings. At that moment, it stood on rock ledge, eyes shining bright. Yin Yang instantly tensed up. He sprang to his feet and shouted a warning to everyone. "Something's moving. Protect Zhang Xian." Mercenaries in bone fog roared, "Fire." Xiao Bai refused to back down either. She shouted angrily, "I won't let you hurt Master." Yin Yang seemed to be surfing through waves, quietly judging gaps in fog. Over there, countless white bones floated in air, like a storm sweeping in. Zhang Xian looked dazed. He staggered forward like someone under a spell. Suddenly, a hard hand clamped onto his shoulder, making Zhang Xian jump. He gritted his teeth and bore pain, sweat pouring down. That mercenary stared at Zhang Xian and asked coldly, "Where is it?" Terrified, he stammered, "I." Before he could finish, a punch slammed into him and sent him flying far away. After getting punched in face, for some reason he clutched his stomach, screamed in pain, then dropped to his knees. Mercenary captain hoisted Zhang Xian up by neck, pressed knife to throat, and barked, "Hand over Fox spirit or I kill him." Zhou Dan lowered her voice, "Yin Yang, keep Green Hills and never worry about firewood. Give Fox spirit to him." Right after that he asked, "What power are you people really from?" That mercenary's face darkened, and he sneered, "Cut crap, hand over what we ask for." Yin Yang had no time left to think. He immediately took out Fox spirit orb. At once Yin Yang threw it hard, "Take it." Xiao Bai was unwilling, "Master, we can't hand it over so easily." Yin Yang said again, "Fox spirit may be treasure, but we can't hold it this time." As soon as Captain saw treasure, he couldn't hold back and lunged to grab it. But suddenly Zhang Xian appeared and blocked his path, making him freeze. "What's going on here?" Over here, Xiao Bai also widened her eyes. She began shifting back into dragon form. In an instant, a giant blade appeared, spinning in a ring, and fierce wind rose with that momentum. She roared, "Die." Then she charged straight at mercenaries, throwing them into panic. As for Zhang Xian, he looked like he'd gone mad. He clenched teeth, glared, and let out a thunderous roar, "Rule world." Behind him, Tyrant seemed pumped full of stimulants, slowly and brutally pressing toward mercenaries. One of them flinched. "What is that? A fireball." Heat made two mercenaries smoke like chimneys. Panicked and drenched in sweat, they shouted, "Run." Yin Yang was confused too. Why did those two suddenly explode like that? Seeing mercenaries fleeing with tails between legs, Yin Yang finally breathed out in relief. Good thing Zhang Xian and Xiao Bai were here this time. By now Zhang Xian had also calmed down. He ran over politely and said, "Thank you guys, I've recovered." Zhou Dan looked openly admiring. She stared at Zhang Xian and sighed. "Zhang Xian is amazing." Yin Yang thought to himself, "Looks like Zhang Xian definitely isn't ordinary either." Thinking that, he asked again, "Today, how could two of you erupt with such power? Who gave you strength?" Zhang Xian replied, "I don't know either." At that moment, Yin Yang said again, "Both of you have a totem on your body." Only then did two of them turn in shock to look at Yin Yang. He guessed again, "This totem seems to have some connection to Forest." Right then, stone in Yin Yang's hand suddenly lit up, and he froze too. Fox Spirit's reaction was off. That strange light grew stronger and stronger, and a fierce wind rose with it. Zhou Dan gaped in shock. She couldn't help but cry out, "Look, fog around us." At same time, Meng Jiao looked at scene around them and couldn't help asking, why did sky color change? A bolt of lightning struck straight down to ground from nowhere, sending dust everywhere. Zhang Xian immediately pointed at Giant Rock and blurted out, "You too, look at that mountain." That light was blindingly brilliant. Zhang Xian was full of curiosity. What's inside mountain? Yin Yang looked over and couldn't help wondering, is this forest secret? Explosion shook mercenaries into panic. One was so scared he didn't even have time to run and got blasted far away instead. Watch out. Mercenary captain, driven by greed, made up his mind. This time, we absolutely can't go back empty-handed. Cut back to Yin Yang's side. As everyone moved forward while staying alert, he still didn't forget to remind them to be careful. Zhou Dan said excitedly, there might be treasure inside. Whoever gets there first takes it. Xiao Bai added, I can feel a kind of summon. Yin Yang looked at glowing stone in his hand. Fox spirit is key. After that, everyone went inside together. A dazzling beam of light erupted at once, like road to fairyland. Cut to deserted mountain area. Pilot anxiously reported to headquarters that an explosion had just happened on mountain, and Yin Yang's group was heading there. Someone on other end told him to keep following and report in real time. Pilot quickly answered, orders received. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud blast came from cliff, and smoke and dust surged up thick and heavy. Inside that beam of light, Yin Yang grew even more curious. Everyone be careful. This light may hide secret. And Yang surveyed surroundings, then warned everyone to watch out for water stain. The moment they stepped in, sight inside left everyone stunned, and Yang glanced over and asked in confusion, and Yang looked at ice block ahead. He moved forward one careful step at a time, never forgetting to tell everyone to stay alert. Zhang Xian casually picked one up, eyes lighting with excitement. Gold, we're rich this time. And Yang looked at him and warned, don't touch that stuff carelessly. Right then, a contemptuous voice rang out from afar, hillbilly, get down here. Girls slowly walked over. Who are you people? Sneaking into Forbidden Hall. Zhang Xian shouted back, this mountain is my turf. How did it become forbidden ground for you people? Girl said coldly, before Beast Tide Storm broke out, our company already contracted this land. And Yang looked at her silent, but in his mind, answer was already clear. In past life, he had heard people whisper that Zhiyu and company had gone crazy, daring to spend 5 million on wasteland. At this point, he quickly spoke up, so, you're from Zhiyu and company. Zhang Xian said again, forget past stuff, now we want to build new order. Right then, another girl stepped out from behind. Once those people saw her, they looked somewhat wary. Then she looked toward Yang's group. Why don't we sit down and negotiate? Thinking matter was over, Zhang Xian could not hide his smugness. At least you know when to be sensible. But right behind her, a red blur suddenly shot forward. Turns out that was Red Fox named Hu a beast for battle at primordial level. Cold-faced short-haired girl looked at it and gave an interested order, pierce through his body. And Yang shouted anxiously, Zhang Xian, watch out. But Zhang Xian had already channeled internal energy in time. Electric Leopard immediately charged in, biting Fox like wind. Hu was clearly at a disadvantage. Zhang Xian roared, little girl, you dare ambush me? Then don't blame me for being rude. Then he unleashed world domination. Two beasts snarled at each other. For now their strength seemed evenly matched. As Battle Leopard lunged, Hu used its tiny body to soar high into air. Seeing that, short-haired girl could not help but look pleased. Well done. Then she immediately ordered Hu to press advantage and keep attacking. Realizing situation was bad, and Yang quickly sent Xiao Ci to block it. Electric Leopard rushed straight toward Fox, but it seemed to underestimate Xiao Ci, since Xiao Ci looked so small. Result, Hu was shocked stiff all over. Even as primordial rank beast, it was now shocked so hard it lay flat on ground. Girl finally panicked. Seeing her beast in that state, she rushed over to Hu Thanks to Yang's move, Zhang Xian escaped by a hair. He hurriedly said, Supervisor, thanks. Short-haired girl said furiously, you still dare to ambush? What kind of man are you? Atmosphere around them sank. Both sides fell silent, staring at each other. Zhang Mengjiao could not hold back either. She stepped out and said, bullying weak with numbers is no man's way. Short-haired girl said coldly, who are you? Is there room for you to butt in here? Mengjiao introduced herself. I am Yang's personal assistant. You people had better show my boss some respect. She sneered, looking unconvinced. If you've got guts, fight me. If you lose, all of you get out. Mengjiao shot back, fight then, who's afraid of who? And Yang stammered, trying to speak, but she quickly cut him off. This little matter does not need to bother boss. Mengjiang said again, I don't bully injured people. Switch to someone else. Short-haired girl was left speechless. Oh. Another girl nearby also got interested. She quickly volunteered, I'll do it, golden snake. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant snake was summoned. Seeing opponent, and Yang instantly went on guard. Mengjiao, step back. That is famed Heaven King snake from Zhiyu and company. Its poison is vicious, and among beasts it ranks in top 10, confident, don't worry. Right after that, her little fox was also quickly summoned, Netherworld. Girl could not hide her smugness, a mere fire fox, and you still want to compete with my golden snake. Then she arrogantly ordered her beast, golden snake, swallow that fire bird for me. Hearing Master's command, Snake immediately lunged at Netherworld, but of course, Netherworld was no pushover. When Golden Snake bit down, Netherworld instantly slipped aside to dodge, making Snake halt too. but its master looked panicked. She stared at her beast, face draining white. It's over. Golden snake fell for trap. At this moment, Ming Jiao shouted at same time, Netherworld, press advantage. Instantly, Snake was beaten to a mess. Pain made it bare its teeth, glare witty-eyed, and gasp for breath. Girl lost miserably, Golden Snake, and Yang said, your side went a bit hard just now. Hope y'all let it go. At same time, one from group immediately rushed up, ready to strike back, want to leave. But short-haired girl quickly raised her hand to stop it. Looks like you've got some backbone. Seeing teammate had no intention of stopping, she shouted, if you can play, you can take it. Yet girl beside her refused to accept it. She charged forward and pulled her teammate aside. Man glared at him, want-ins, no way. Zhang Xian, burning with frustration, rushed forward, Divine Horse Rebirth, and Yang quickly blocked him, wait. Then he lowered his voice and asked, so what exactly do you want? Opponent pressed in at right time, unless your beast can take on several at once. Zhou Dan was also a strong woman, blunt as a stick, faced with demand. She could not hold back and said, too noisy. You still dare act arrogant after coming this far. You keep beating our phantom beasts half to death, and now you think you can walk away clean, keep dreaming. After saying that, he swept his eyes over group and curled his lip in contempt. If you know fear, then get lost while you still can. And Yang saw no way back. This situation meant fight was certain, so everyone charged in together. That guy was clearly type who loved picking fights. After looking at Yang, he laughed in triumph, get ready to die. Next instant, man raised his hand and swung blood flute hard. At same time, 5 phantom beasts instantly appeared in front of everyone. He looked at his beast lineup with delight and roared order, tear them all apart for me. Right then, Xiaobai transformed from behind, without even needing Yang to speak. In blink of eye, White Dragon appeared, soaring through air. Everyone froze when they saw Xiaobai, and someone screamed in panic. A dragon, as soon as her transformation finished, she spun around and charged straight into that pack of phantom beasts. Right after that, earth-shaking explosion rang out. Crystal chunks nearby were crushed into pieces by this surge of inner force. Maybe this was first time they had seen such terrifying power with their own eyes. That group all raised their hands to cover their faces by instinct. Of course, that pack of phantom beasts was no better off. All of them were blasted away, with no chance to withstand even one move. And Yang looked straight at him and asked coldly, can we walk in openly now? He watched in Yang's group from behind. Aside from yelling after them, he could do nothing, stop right there. Scene shifts to sky, voice came down from helicopter, reporting to headquarters, and Yang's team has one white dragon with extremely terrifying combat power. From other end, command immediately sounded, keep them under tight surveillance. Scene shifts to meeting room. A stern voice rang out, seize that white dragon at any cost. It is supreme treasure in Valley. Even if we must deploy secret army, bring it back. Back in cave area, and Yang could not help feeling shocked. This place is this mysterious. What secret is it hiding? Main reached out and touched crystal chunk nearby, then sighed. Energy inside is truly too strong. He turned and warned everyone, we must protect these crystals well. If they fall into hands of other forces, consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing Master's order, Xiaobai answered at once, understood. Right then, Zhang Xian's phantom beast suddenly showed strange signs, making him call out in panic, tyrant. And Yang froze for a moment, this totem tyrant. Then he quickly connected everything with tattoo, phantom pet, and guardian. Main looked at phantom beast, heart full of doubt. What exactly is connection between tyrant and invasion? Sound of footsteps approached from distance, and Yang immediately turned around on guard. Looks like someone is coming. One of that group showed crafty look and said, I saw Yang go inside, he must have found treasure. Let's rush in and butcher him. As soon as words fell, whole group charged forward, but Tyrant immediately stepped up to block them. It had only just opened its mouth and roared, yet those two men were like kites in storm, blown away in chaos. Zhang Xian immediately gave order after that, Tyrant, wipe them out. Seeing Leopard go berserk, those two men turned pale with fear. They quickly ran for their lives and shouted to each other, run. Seeing Tyrant mischievously chase them to kill them, Xiaobai did not stop it at all. Instead, she watched with interest, annoying trash. And Yang could not help asking Zhang Xian, what exactly is your relationship with Tyrant and invasion? He stammered, I. Zhou Dan spoke up right then, and Yang, most important mission right now is protecting those crystals. Main looked through gap between two crystal chunks and said, this cannot wait, move. On other side, people seemed to be approaching too. One guy looked around and said, those crystals are treasures, we have to snatch them from him. And Yang turned to Zhang Xian and said, crystals inside mountain cave may strongly resonate with tattoos on your bodies. Tyrant will also lose control more easily. Besides, cave entrance needs someone to guard it. For now, you two stay outside. He quickly nodded fine, Zhou Dan also added, and Yang must have his reason for doing this. Flash of resentment crossed his mind again. He looked at Main and thought to himself, and Yang, just you wait. Zhang Xian and Tyrant stood still in place. He watched in Yang's group gradually vanish, unable to do anything. After that, Zhang Xian turned to his phantom beast, Tyrant. Back then, old uncle once told me that after 5 years I would know your secret. What exactly are you? Right then, group of strangers finally caught up. One of them looked at Zhang Xian with contempt and said, if you know what's good for you, move aside, watchdog. Of course, he was not someone easy to bully. Zhang Xian turned back with Tyrant and shouted coldly, who did you just insult? That thief curled his lip and said, What, am I wrong? You are clearly in Yang's watchdog. Treasure is inside, but he won't let you go in. Their companions burst into mocking laughter. Watchdog in the end, you're nothing but in Yang's watchdog. Zhang Xian suddenly remembered what Yang had said before. You people stay outside for now. Zhang Xian secretly tightened his resolve, and Yang, I will replace you. Right after that, he circulated inner force and growled, ants like you dare disrespect me. Zhang Xian immediately looked at his phantom beast and ordered, Tyrant, take their lives. As soon as it heard Master's command, Leopard widened its eyes and growled viciously at enemy. When that group saw its power, they instantly froze, stammering in terror, what is that thing? Zhang Xian was completely different from normal now. His eyes were savage, making him look like wax tattoo warrior come to life. Right after that, he drove his inner force, and wild wind instantly swept up, surrounding that entire group. Zhang Xian looked at Tyrant and said, treasure inside belongs to us, go find in Yang and settle score. But he had no idea that after he left, another man hiding behind rock wall had heard everything. He looked proudly at his companions and said, Boss, your divide and conquer move was brilliant. What do we do next? Boss answered smugly, we sit here and wait to profit while they fight. Inside cave, and Yang observed surroundings while thinking, with this many crystals, best method is to let our phantom pets absorb all energy. Then Main turned to Xiaobai, this cannot be delayed, we have to act now. After receiving order, Xiaobai immediately stepped forward and placed her hand on crystal chunk in front of her. But it seemed that as soon as she touched it, this crystal chunk instantly underwent strange abnormal change. Yin Yang quickly caught Xiaobai with care. She was startled by that overwhelming power. He even said they should try absorbing the energy inside the crystal. Meng Jiao stepped forward as well. Yin Yang, I still advise caution. We need more research on whether these crystals cause side effects in phantom beasts. Behind them, Zhang Xian and Tyrant were following everyone's trail and moving forward. Seeing his phantom beast look uneasy, he could not help asking, Tyrant, are you scared? As soon as he finished speaking, that beast suddenly went berserk and let out a savage roar. Then it collapsed in pain. Zhang Xian panicked and shouted, Tyrant, 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 oh my god, brother Tyrant, what happened to you? His screams echoed everywhere, loud enough for Xiao Lung to hear from far away. Confused, she said, is that Zhang Xian's voice? Yin Yang and Xiaobai immediately turned back, but Zhang Xian had no time to pay attention to them. Oh my god, Tyrant, what is wrong with you, Tyrant? Yin Yang walked over and asked, what happened the moment Zhang Xian saw him? He rushed to say, Yin Yang, take a look at him. Seeing Tyrant foaming at the mouth on the ground, Yin Yang immediately guessed it was symbiotic addiction. He thought to himself, symbiotic addiction is mainly caused when a phantom beast's emotions are overstimulated, throwing its nervous system into disorder and producing symptoms like frenzy or convulsions. He looked around again. Could those crystals contain radioactive elements? They emit waves invisible to the naked eye, disrupting a phantom beast's sight and hearing. Zhang Xian saw him fall silent, and his heart tightened. Instructor, please save my Tyrant. Lion spoke up, we can use our mental power to control Tyrant. Right after that, Xiaobai reached toward Tyrant and began using heavenly summon mind power to heal him. Meng Jiao watched the light pouring out and could not help guessing with joy, could Tyrant be absorbing the crystal's power? Yin Yang observed the surroundings, shocked inside, what is this? Crystals can heal phantom beasts too. After Tyrant woke up, Zhang Xian said happily, Yin Yang, Xiaobai, thank you both so much. At the same time, that group immediately charged over. Brothers, Tyrant's roar stopped. Looks like they took each other down, rushed them. But the moment they got close, Xiaobai and the others were already standing there, waiting for them. She looked coldly at the rabble in front of her and asked, what do you think you are doing? That group immediately rushed in. Enough talk, attack. Zhang Xian also spoke, leave this place to us. You two hurry and collect the crystals. After waking up, Tyrant immediately entered battle stance. A roar rang out and a raging wind instantly rose, blasting them far away. They crashed to the ground, each one terrified. Some were so scared they screamed. Zhang Xian glanced at them and said with contempt, know your limits. Yin Yang watched in deep shock. Crystal power made Tyrant stronger. Those cowards scrambled to run, quick, report back to headquarters and request backup. Meanwhile, Yin Yang still had not left the crystal cluster. I get it now. In the early stage, when crystals start being absorbed by phantom beasts, they create resistance inside the body. But once they push through that stage, it is fine. Let's use this chance to upgrade Zyro CI2. He looked at Xiaobai and said, this is a Ansi 1,000 years opportunity. Right away, he brought the crystal towards Zyro CI to see whether it could absorb it. Xiaobai was excited too. I can feel Zyro CI's autonomous combat ability advancing. Right after that, it leaped into the air. She grew even more delighted. Crystal power is stimulating this little guy's potential. Looks like our lightning leopard has leveled up again. Its body was now constantly releasing powerful electric currents. Yin Yang happily reached out and hugged it. Success, little guy. You advanced into a golden beast. With golden beast protection, your defense is strengthened. and your attack power is unleashed too. Xiao Bai could not help saying, Master, congratulations. Meng Jiao followed. Yin Yang, congratulations. Zhou Dan also chimed in. We have gained another strong helper. Then she asked curiously, what should we do with the remaining crystals? Yin Yang answered, put them all in the bag. Cut to above, that helicopter was still flying and had not landed yet. Zhang Xian looked up at that moment too, his heart somehow stretched tight as a wire, damn it. Soldiers from above began descending one after another, heading straight for this cave as they shouted, stay alert. Another voice from the other end of the line gave an order. Team 1 is in position. Mission completion guaranteed. From the helicopter, a familiar figure gradually walked toward Zhang Xian. The moment he saw that person, he froze. Zhang Feng, Zioner, why did you come running here? How embarrassing. Zhang Xian flinched. Captain Zhang, you call me trash after 2 sentences, yet you still need me to show up in person. Seeing Zhang Feng walk past him, Zhang Xian panicked. Captain Zhang, everything is part of my plan if you barge in like this then. Zhang Feng angrily threw a punch. Trash. What good plan could you possibly have? Useless failure. Zhang Xian was knocked down and rolled across the ground. Zhang Feng immediately ordered, 2 of you stay here, everyone else follow me. Inside the cave, hearing footsteps coming in, Yin Yang immediately guessed someone had arrived. He turned alertly and asked, did everyone secure the crystals? Xiao Bai held the bag at her side tightly and nodded, don't worry. Yin Yang glanced again at the phantom beast on Xiao Ci's shoulder. During the inspection, the doctor had arrived. Zhang Feng shouted loudly, people inside, listen up. Bring the things out there and come out obediently. I will give you a way to live. He was arrogant and cocky. Don't refuse the toast and force me to pour punishment wine instead. Seeing no movement inside, he ordered coldly, attack. The mercenaries received the order and immediately grabbed bombs, throwing them inside. Zhang Feng sneered and shouted again, don't say I never gave you a chance in a moment. You will be kneeling and begging me. But of course, things did not go as he expected. The 2 bombs had barely flown in before wind swept them right back out. Then a huge explosion rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air, making them cough non-stop. Only then did Zhang Feng feel that the enemy was extremely dangerous. He pulled a gun from his coat pocket. How can this be? Xiao Ci shot out of the cave. He hurriedly pulled the trigger again and again, firing straight at it. And yet this piece of trash was still so confident. Let's see what's faster, nascent soul movement art, or my bullets die. En Yang, watching from inside, could tell the situation was extremely dangerous. He couldn't help warning Xiao Ci to be careful. Xiao Ci quickly gathered electricity into the long horn on its head. Zhang Feng saw it and couldn't help flying into a rage. Damn it. Right after that, it locked onto him and charged forward like mad. At this moment, Zhang Feng was nervous without even realizing it. He covered his face with one hand to keep it from being shredded, while aiming his gun at the electric leopard with the other. He turned back and ordered the soldiers to take that man away, retreat. En Yang and Xiao Bai looked toward the helicopter. He was startled. The person up there was Zhang Xian. Zhang Feng did not hesitate to press his gun against his teammate's head. Bring what you have. If you people don't reach Zhangport, this guy gets traded instead. Zhou Dan panicked and said to En Yang, hurry, think of a way to save him. En Yang calmed her down, don't worry, Zhang Xian is safe for now. Right after that, he frankly gave the exchange location. Zhang Family Port, the Zhang family's territory. Meng Jiao was startled and asked En Yang, don't tell me you really want to trade these crystals for Zhang Xian. Zhou Dan said again, soldiers are easy to find, but a true general is rare, honestly. Using crystals isn't a big deal. Both Meng Jiao and Xiao Bai looked at her like she was some strange creature. Both of them silently understood what Zhou Dan meant. Our Xiao Bai said it straight, sis, what's wrong with you? Is your love brain acting up again? Zhou Dan then said, maybe someone can help, Zhang Yuanzhu. Back in the Zhang family meeting room, one of them told him that Zhang Xian had gained nothing during this period. You truly disappoint us, risking your life like this, only to be criticized. His expression was honestly pretty ugly. That person questioned him again. Do you think En Yang really treats you as a friend? Hearing this, Zhang Xian grew secretly angry. He said firmly, En Yang truly does not see me as a friend. I am sorry. Please give me one more chance. On this side, En Yang asked Zhou Dan suspiciously, is this thing reliable? She quickly answered, don't worry, back then. It was custom-made for the 3 great families. Any famous beast illusion master has one. Zhou Dan picked up the walkie-talkie and called out loudly, Zhang Yuanzhu, are you there? Right after that, the walkie-talkie stayed silent, leaving everyone surprised. Zhou Dan gave a silly smile and explained, this is greeting code. Outside the cave entrance, the mercenaries seemed to be lying in wait for someone, and they whispered to one another that everything had been set up. Zhou Dan spoke again, Zhang Yuanzhu, this is Zhou Dan. I have something I need to trouble you with. The voice on the other end answered coldly, sorry, the Zhang and Zhou families do not cooperate. Then came a cold, decisive hang-up. So decisive it could not have been more final. Zhou Dan's face darkened, hello, hello. En Yang could tell the situation was bad, but he told himself they would not give up like this. He spoke up, Zhou Dan, can you help me meet Zhang Yuanzhu? She was a little worried, En Yang, won't that be dangerous for you? En Yang said again, to make sure it's safe. Xiao Bai will hold the crystals for now. Xiao Bai answered, master, don't worry, I will protect them well. In the end, En Yang still decided to head to Zhang family port alone. Outside, as soon as the mercenaries saw him, they said to each other, move. And just like that, he was now drifting on a large boat in the middle of the sea. Yang looked at the person in front of him and spoke, long time no see. Yunju looked at him in surprise, Yang, you really came. He looked out at the sea, first time at Jiang family port, right? Do you know how deep this seawater is? Yang's face turned cold. I want to know how many secrets are hidden in this seawater. Yunju said again, with only our strength, there is no way to see the underwater world clearly. At last, he stopped beating around the bush. My student, Zhang Xian, was captured by your people. I want to meet your leadership and settle this peacefully. Yunju said honestly, I don't know anything about what you mentioned. How am I supposed to help you? Yang was surprised. You don't know, then who did it? Could leadership have another plan? Yunju asked back, who did you say was captured by us just now? Yang quickly answered, Zhang Xian. That name echoed in his mind. Zhang Xian, then Yunju said again, I understand. Yunju continued, I'll investigate this for you. If this really happened, well, figure something out afterward. Yang answered politely, many thanks. The scene shifted again to the wasteland. Remember, this operation is mainly covert. Unless absolutely necessary, do not cause any big commotion. After hearing the instructions, the mercenaries immediately answered, understood. Inside the cave, Zhou Dan and Meng Jiao were sitting motionless, leaning against the huge rock behind them. For some unknown reason, the two girls seemed to have been drugged. There was no sign they would wake up at all. At the same time, a rough hand reached out and searched around Meng Jiao's body, seemingly looking for something. He turned the whole bag upside down, but still did not find what he needed. Two mercenaries said to each other, nothing. Where exactly is it hidden? Suddenly, right behind them, a voice rang out, hey. Xiao Bai walked in from outside, and she asked coldly, what do you people think you're doing? You mercenary scum, cut the crap, hand over the crystals, Xiao Bai said again, with just you people. She sounded like an old mother scolding children. I don't care who sent you, get out of here. Seeing Xiao Bai's aura and fierce expression, the two cowards panicked. Count yourselves lucky, retreat. Our little dragon said proudly, with trash like that, they still dared come steal my crystals. Zhou Dan said again, they didn't even check how strong our Xiao Bai is. At the same time, Xiao Bai suddenly came to her senses and shouted, where are the crystals? Right after Xiao Bai shot out of cave, Zhou Dan panicked and shouted, Xiao Bai, what happened? Xiao Bai looked around outside cave, still not understanding who she was yelling at, then growled, get out here. Just then from far off, Yang slowly walked towards Xiao Bai. The moment she saw him, Xiao Bai lunged over, clinging tight to him, voice choked like she was about to cry, master. Seeing her drenched in blood, Yang immediately asked in worry, what happened? She stammered, crystal is gone. Hearing that, Yang stiffened at once, face sinking cold, what happened here? Xiao Bai hurriedly said several mercenaries had just sneaked in to steal Crystal. She drove them off, but Crystal was still gone. Her face darkened, and she suddenly remembered, I get it. Those two bastards faked attack to secretly take Crystal from me. Zhou Dan quickly ran out, saying with joy, Yang, you finally came back. But Yang cut him off at once. I know, don't rush first, we need plan. Yang went on, right now. Crystal is gone, and we're on back foot. Zhou Dan analyzed from clothes and way they move. It looks just like Feng Clan style. I'm sure Feng Clan people did this. He continued, if that's true, Zhou Dan, take Xiao Bai to Feng Clan and figure out way to get Crystal back. Then Yang turned to Meng Jiao. Now that Crystal is gone, we can only bluff our way through empty-handed and bet on luck. Meanwhile, at Feng Clan lab, those people were extremely satisfied. Good job. Start refining machine right now. We have to extract energy from Crystal. Power source inside has already begun getting absorbed and converted by device. Old man watched energy stream successfully converted, his face full of satisfaction. That machine kept running non-stop, sound echoing without end. On upper floor, one silhouette stood silently, watching whole process. That man said smugly, this energy source will be used for fantastical beasts we've trained, making them much stronger. Just then, two crystals shot out from machine, making old man beam with joy. That stream of crystal shot straight into bodies of fantastical beasts, as if huge power had been pumped into them. Man standing high up laughed arrogantly. With this team of fantastical beasts, Feng Clan will definitely secure place in fantastical beast world. Elsewhere, Yuan Zhu couldn't help feeling puzzled. Why would leader need to capture nobody like Zhang Xian? While he was still thinking, Zhang Xian suddenly walked out from inside, startling Yuan Zhu. He looked at Yuan Zhu and frowned in confusion. What are you doing here? Yuan Zhu asked, Zhang Xian, long time no see. Where have you been lately? He replied irritably. This is my business, not your place to meddle. Just then a swaying young woman walked in. Zhang Xian, meeting is about to start, let's go. Yuan Zhu instantly understood. Zhang Xian, so leader had him infiltrate beside Yang. Yang has walked into trap. Memories from years ago flooded back. Yuan Zhu once bluntly warned Zhang Xian that this kind of method was too despicable. If he kept going, he would have no future left. Organization once announced results for selecting reserve cadre team leader. Zhang Xian got 30 votes, while Yuan Zhu only had 28. Thinking of this, Yuan Zhu secretly ground his teeth. This sinister schemer. I absolutely can't let him harm Yang. Yuan Zhu stepped in and questioned, Zhang Xian, you changed name and then hid beside En Yang. What exactly are you trying to do? He raised his brows and answered, this is classified. I don't need to report to you. Yuan Zhu glared, En Yang worked hard to save you, and you still want to hurt him. Yuan Zhu angrily pressed on. In this era, surviving is already this hard, and you people still play dirty games. Whose order is this exactly? Getting no answer, he roared, fine, if you won't say it, then I won't let this filthy scheme succeed. Feng Zong gave a cold sneer, Yuan Zhu, I value your ability highly, but that sharp edge of yours is time to put away. The moment he finished, 2 bodyguards immediately stepped up and restrained Yuan Zhu, making him clench his teeth in rage. Yuan Zhu shouted, let me go, where are you taking me? Feng Zong ordered coldly, once En Yang arrives, make sure he leaves and never comes back. I want both person and crystal. Here Zhou Dan turned to ask Xiao Bai, ready yet? Right then, those people noticed dragons shooting up into sky and shouted, look, there's movement over there. Zhou Dan quickly slipped in, looked at thing in his hand and smiled in delight, crystal, great. But right after, she was spotted by 2 men. They immediately yelled at Zhou Dan, stop. One of them jumped up, grabbed Zhou Dan's wrist and hissed, hand over crystal. Xiao Bai had already taken care of 2 guards outside. She immediately stepped in and kicked remaining 2 flying. Crystal in Zhou Dan's hand was knocked away, and she screamed in panic, no. Luckily, before crystal hit ground, one hand flashed out and caught it. Xiao Bai decisively opened cap, movements skilled and neat, without hesitation. At once, Xiao Bai tilted her head back and drank down entire crystal tube. Moments later, her body fully absorbed crystal source, and Xiao Bai blazed with brilliant light. Outside Manor, En Yang and Meng Jiao were hiding in bushes. He warned anxiously Meng Jiao, stay close to me. He scanned surroundings and guessed, looks like Zhang Xian has been controlled by them. En Yang lowered his voice, I have plan, just do as I say. Meng Jiao immediately asked, how do we save Zhang Xian? After they finished discussing, Meng Jiao cried out happily, come over here and look at this. At same time, En Yang rushed toward Zhang Xian, while 2 bodyguards chased Meng Jiao closely, shouting as they ran, stop, who are you? Over here, En Yang charged straight at man beside Zhang Xian and said coldly, behave yourself. Right after, he threw heavy punch to that man's face, leaving him dizzy from pain. Looking over, Zhang Xian was being handcuffed and escorted away, trying to keep his face looking defeated. On Meng Jiao's side, she was being fiercely chased by 4 bodyguards, and her heart skipped beat. But from afar, Xiao Ci coldly flew straight toward her at lightning speed. It whipped its tail and unleashed savage purple lightning, paralyzing whole group of bodyguards with shock. Meng Jiao held little beast close and gently stroked it, spoiling it with care. Both of them were overjoyed. It turned out every move Meng Jiao made was being watched. They were stunned, never expecting her actions had been exposed, and no one knew when. One of them said current plan had changed. Latest word was crystal had fallen into Feng La's hands. En Yang still had value, so let Zhang Xian keep hiding. That guy let out a sinister laugh. En Yang was arrogant and refused to bend. Letting him out would be same as releasing Tiger back into wild. Person beside him soothed him, relax. I already told Zhang Xian to find chance poison him by then. En Yang took Meng Jiao out to sea on speedboat. He was a bit worried, wondering how things were going on Xiao Bai's side. Seeing Meng Jiao worried, he asked right away what was wrong. She said there was problem, how could they rescue Zhang Xian so smoothly? She asked anxiously En Yang, did we fall into Zhang family trap? He lowered his voice, stay quiet and watch for now. On Xiao Bai's side, she shot straight into sky, while piercing screams echoed non-stop. Thunder crashed overhead, Xiao Bai wrapped around her own body, then flipped wildly in midair. Zhou Dan could not hold back her worry and shouted, Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Xiao Bai cried out in panic, I feel like my whole body is about to explode. Seeing her look like she was about to blow, bodyguards shouted in alarm, fast, get back. Then Xiao Bai dropped straight from sky to ground, and earth shook from her landing. Xiao Bai then revealed her true form again. She braced herself against ground, exhausted. Zhou Dan looked at her anxiously and kept asking, Xiao Bai, how are you? Xiao Bai stammered, I think I. At same time, luckily En Yang and others also arrived in time, but Xiao Bai looked very unstable. The moment he stepped forward, En Yang looked at Xiao Bai with extreme concern, Xiao Bai. He supported her shoulders and explained, Xiao Bai, crystal energy is too strong, so it will backfire inside your body. I have to use spiritual power to disperse some of it, or you will be rebounded to death. Right after that, En Yang placed hand on Xiao Bai's forehead. Above them, 2 silhouettes stood there, fully satisfied, let line out long enough, and big fish will bite. Xiao Bai finally woke up, Master, I feel much better now. En Yang said again that she needed more professional treatment. They had to go to hospital and find stronger crystals to absorb power from before things would stabilize. Meng Jiao cut in this kind of world, where would you even find hospital? Xiao Bai flopped back down on ground. En Yang quickly replied, I remember nearest hospital is in uninhabited zone. Meng Jiao followed up, uninhabited zone is one of most dangerous places in world. Zhou Dan spoke up, then we still have to try. We can't leave Bai behind. En Yang looked over at Spy Zhang Xian. Uninhabited zone is very dangerous. You don't need to risk yourself and come with us. He looked loyal. My life was given by all of you. I'll go with everyone. So En Yang carried Bai on his back, and group set off at once. Everyone entered abandoned zone. En Yang said, let's rest here for a moment. Zhou Dan casually sat down on big rock. She was a bit tired and wanted to catch breath. Suddenly something soft and warm was under her butt, and it was puffing as it breathed. Zhou Dan jumped in shock, realizing something was wrong. It turned out Zhou Dan had sat on back of a Honghuangtier flying pig. Only then did it stand up, startling her badly. Zhou Dan came to her senses, hurriedly sprang up, and shouted while running away. Movement over there made En Yang react at once. He ordered Ziosu, lightning strike. And at this moment, a powerful bolt of lightning crashed down, blocking its chase route. En Yang quickly shouted, kid, aim for its raised left eye, that's weak point. That pig was jolted hard by electricity. At this rate, it'll turn into roast pig sooner or later. Flying Pig fled in panic. Beast spirits are pact-willing creatures, and this environment was never suited for them. Chances are someone is controlling them from behind. Zhang Xian thought to himself, this Yuzhu isn't from Zhang clan, could it be? En Yang looked over and knew they could not keep being passive like this. He led Bai to search for person pulling strings behind scenes. Zhou Dan asked En Yang in confusion, where are we going next? He followed Yuzhu's footprints. If we want to break out of uninhabited zone and get to hospital, we can only rely on it. Just like that, following those footprints, they walked quite a long way. En Yang calculated, if crystal has already been taken away, then he'll use something even more valuable to make up for it. Feng Zong inside said again, make huge trouble in uninhabited zone, then wait for chance to ensure against En Yang. Secretary quickly replied, understood, I'll arrange it right away. Cut back to En Yang's side. En Yang said again, just keep following these footprints, and we'll find exit. Meng Jiao heard loud gunfire and immediately looked into distance. En Yang looked. Over there, two girls were being surrounded on all sides by flying pigs. Xiaomei watched pigs warily. Everyone stay focused. Right after that, one pig charged at Kaio, startling her into a scream, help me, this is terrifying. At same time, another bolt of lightning struck that fat pig and paralyzed it. Yuzhu fell to ground and quickly lost its life. Remaining ones saw their companion die and retreated in fear. Very soon, pigs scattered. Two girls turned back in shock and looked behind them. En Yang stepped forward and praised his beast spirit. Kid, well done. Kaio smiled brightly and thanked him for saving them earlier. Too dangerous. En Yang replied, don't mention it. Uninhabited zone is very dangerous. How did you girls get here? She sighed, we sisters are beast spirit masters from Chi Hang Training Organization. Xiaomei was injured by Xuanhua beast. Only Xuanhua beast blood can cure poison. We chased it here, never expecting to run into danger. En Yang pointed over there, you can follow that road to get out of here. This place is very dangerous. Kaio said again, we grew up in orphanage since we were little. We won't abandon Xiaomei still. Thank you for saving us. At that moment, Meng Jiao kept shaking Bai, so scared she was about to cry, Bai, wake up please. Seeing Bai lying motionless on the ground from the pain, Yin Yang panicked too, Bai. Kaio recognized it the moment she looked at Bai. There is way too much energy inside her body. Yin Yang crouched down beside Bai, I am taking you to the hospital right now, hang in there. Kaio's eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in delight, I have a way. Right after that, she placed both hands on Bai and channeled her inner force to heal her. Level 1 permeation. Zhou Dan shouted warily, hey, what are you doing? Yin Yang quickly stopped her. She's using mental power to dilute the energy inside Bai. A thought flashed through his mind, spirit dilution method, a long-lost signature technique. How do they know this art? Kaio looked toward her younger sister, Xiaomei. Come help me now, I am almost at my limit. Yin Yang immediately rushed over to help as well. Seeing him, Kaio looked slightly surprised. A while later, Kaio called out happily, the energy has stabilized. Bai slowly opened her eyes, I feel much lighter now. Zhou Dan was overjoyed to see her wake up. Bai, you scared me to death. Yin Yang looked at Kaio, thank you for helping me so much, how should I repay you? The beautiful girl stretched and answered, repay us for what in the apocalypse, life and death are uncertain. We might as well get to know each other, my name is Kaio. You can call me Kaio and you. He held out his hand and introduced himself briefly. My name is Yin Yang. Xiaomei immediately cried out, recognizing him as the champion of the National Phantom Beast Tournament. Yin Yang was surprised, you all know about that competition too. Kaio answered quickly, of course, when you won the championship. There were tons of girls around me who were your fans. Xiaomei smiled brightly, Mr. Yin Yang. You don't mind if we travel with you, do you? Yin Yang answered generously, of course not. On the road, everyone can be friends. Kaio liked the idea too, I was thinking the same thing. Turning toward Zhou Dan, Zhang Xian asked curiously, what's in your bag? It's seriously heavy. She replied, communication equipment. If you had thrown it away last time, I wouldn't have let you off. He remembered the instruction, find a chance to make Yin Yang drink it. You know what to do, Zhang Xian thought to himself. How should I handle this? He looked at the vial in his hand and quietly calculated. For now, there's no good opportunity. Right then, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Xian could not help but flinch. He looked around, saw no one paying attention, and quietly answered. Hearing the call from Zhang Yunju, he thought to himself, this guy's reach is even longer than mine. Is he trying to expose me? On the other side, Yunju was extremely anxious. I can't delay any longer. Yin Yang is in danger. I have to expose Zhang Xian's conspiracy and the Zhang family's plot. Zhang Xian immediately replied by text, of course. Since he worked in secret, no one knew. Once it was done, Zhang Xian deleted the messages at once. Zhang Yunju, you've fallen into the trap. At that moment, Zhou Dan shouted and waved. Zhang Xian, get over here. 1 hour later, Yunju quietly arrived alone at the meeting point, exactly where he had texted earlier. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Zhang Yunju. He jumped in fright. He was knocked unconscious and hung up. 2 bodyguards cursed furiously. What a damn traitor. They looked at him hanging unconscious in midair and asked, are there any other secrets? Meanwhile, Xiaobai's group was so exhausted they could barely keep their eyes open. Everyone gripped the corner of someone's shirt and walked close together, one after another. Xiaobai quickly caught a strange scent and shouted a warning, careful, there are phantom beasts. Kaio screamed in panic, brother Yin Yang, save me, this is too scary, come out quickly. Yin Yang spoke up, little guy, get ready. In an instant, the little leopard charged forward, its eyes sharp as lightning. The monster plunged down from the sky like a raging storm. But Yin Yang looked at the pack of wild boars in confusion. Strange. Did we walk into a pig nest or something? Kaio threw herself into his arms. Brother Yin Yang, that scared me to death. Thank goodness you're here. This girl was way too bold. Brother Yin Yang, listen. My heart is pounding like crazy. Did you stop singing? Meng Jiao fumed silently. Damn monster. She put her hands on her hips and snapped, hey, hey, hey. The phantom beasts already ran off, so stop causing trouble. Xiaomai said shyly, Mr. Yin Yang, I am truly sorry. My sister was born timid and lacks a sense of security, so he cut her off, it's fine. Meng Jiao said with a cold face, walk by yourself. Don't bother brother Yin Yang anymore. Take care of yourself. Kaio apologized sadly. I didn't mean to. It was just too dangerous, so I. Yin Yang spoke up to smooth things over. We're all companions. Helping each other is what we should do. Zhou Dan asked in confusion, why did those boars retreat just now instead of fighting? Yin Yang explained, phantom beasts have body memory too. After being attacked by the little guy twice, they're scared as well, but why do they keep appearing like this? Then he turned to Meng Jiao, cupped his hands, and answered coldly, what's so strange about that? Big pig trotters are everywhere. Yin Yang was embarrassed. We're all companions. Traveling together right now is what matters, Meng Jiao said proudly. A companion isn't a girlfriend. Traveling together is traveling together. It doesn't mean sticking to one place. After saying that, she sulkily shot Yin Yang a look sharp as a knife, then walked away. Xiaomai muttered, who does she think she is? Kaio said instead, don't worry, she won't last long. Right then her foot caught on a small stone. Kaio cried out. Whether by accident or on purpose, she burst into tears again. My foot hurts so much. Yin Yang stepped over and asked, what happened? Kaio answered pitifully, it's nothing, big brother, just let me walk a little slower. Looking at that slender, willow-like figure, Meng Jiao felt like she was going insane. Here we go again. She said disdainfully, if you fall somewhere, stand up from there. Kaio acted cute and leaned against Yin Yang. Let me try. At that moment, Meng Jiao suddenly smiled and said to Kaio, I'll help you. Kaio hesitantly looked at Meng Jiao. Then I'd feel so bad. Meng Jiao did not care. I am only helping you. And Yang led the way, urging everyone to hang in there a little longer. The moment he finished speaking, a violent gust suddenly slammed into them, whipping sand and dirt into the air. Everyone could not take it and raised their hands to shield their faces. Zhou Dan cried out in panic. Not good. A sandstorm is coming. After that, they were forced to push toward the massive castle, and Yang spoke up. There's a sand castle ahead. Everyone follow me. He observed the wind around them. This place was no ordinary sandstorm. Then Yang immediately charged forward and shouted to everyone, hurry. A swarm of insects crawled toward them from who knew where. Zhang Xian screamed in terror, desert bugs. The desert bugs are attacking. They won't even leave our bones behind. Right after that, he set down his bag, fumbling around as if he had no idea what he was trying to do. But the moment he stood up, the desert bugs had already surrounded Zhang Xian, making him jump in fright. And Yang told everyone to go inside first. Little White and I will save him. Then Yang showed Little White how to use water bullets against them, and she immediately replied that she understood. In an instant, Little White transformed into a dragon, a huge, majestic dragon. She opened her mouth, gathered in her power, and fired a powerful strike at the swarm. A violent wind rose, blasting them far away. Zhang Xian could not help raising both hands to cover his face. No one knew what he was trying to do, but Yang immediately grabbed Zhang Xian's hand, startling him badly. He asked, that ragged bag of yours, can't you just throw it away, whether he was serious or joking? Zhang Xian answered, no, this is the bag sister Zhou Dan gave me. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't throw it away. And Yang headed for the door, calling to Zhang Xian as he ran, hurry. Everyone rushed inside, and Yang immediately ordered, "Close the door now." Seeing Zhang Xian's face covered in dust and scratches while he still clutched the bag tightly, Zhou Dan froze. "Zhang Xian, you." Zhang Xian looked blank. "Zhou Dan, your bag moved." She threw her arms around him. "You got your face torn up because of my bag. I do feel a little guilty." He smiled warmly at Zhou Dan, "As long as the bag is fine." And Yang paid no attention to that newly formed couple. He walked around the castle to inspect it. Looking at the patterns on it, and Yang silently calculated, these symbols seemed to be pointing to something. And Yang held up a torch and shone it across the area. "There's a basement here." Zhou Dan warned him nervously, "Watch your step." She added, "The drawings on the wall look like they're depicting phantom pets and phantom pet masters." Meng Jiao looked at the images. This seems to be a method for leveling up phantom pets. And Yang glanced over the items on the table, these materials. He looked at the large stone tablet again. Looks like what's carved on it is the hiding place of a mythic tier phantom beast. And Yang analyzed it. This path seems to be hiding some kind of pattern. There's no way everything is as simple as it looks. Hearing that, Meng Jiao could not help asking, "How do you know?" And Yang explained, "The altar is hiding something related to gods. My guess is, that's very likely the hiding place of the mythic tier phantom beast." Zhou Dan asked curiously, "Then where should we look for the divine beast next?" And Yang sighed inwardly. Sure enough, they still had to crack the secret of the divine beast's hiding place. He remembered that roar again, and thoughts raced silently through in Yang's mind. He suddenly realized something. No, this place was Little Creek Village. Then in Yang said happily, "I understand the secret on this stone tablet now. I'll redraw the map to find the divine beast." He looked over at Cairo and Little May. The two girls stood there as if waiting for orders from heaven. Zhang Xian secretly calculated, "I have to use in Yang's strength to seize the mythic tier phantom beast, then become head of the Zhang family." He continued, "Tonight, well, rest here first. Once the desert bugs retreat, well, set out." Little May secretly asked her sister what the next plan was. Cairo answered slyly, "And Yang's strength can't be underestimated. Find a way to notify headquarters. There must be treasure inside this desert castle." At that very moment, inside a high-rise building, the people here were discussing him again, and Yang discovered many mysterious things in the uninhabited zone. "We still don't know what's inside, but if there really is treasure, that guy will swallow it all. So I suggest we join forces and form an allied army." The scene shifted to the cave. Blue light erupted, followed by a miserable scream. Zhou Dan stared blankly. "Just now, I saw blue light flickering inside, and I heard rustling," and Yang said again, "Everyone stay where you are. I'll go in and take a look." Meng Jiao said worriedly, "I'll go with you." Cairo followed up, "Brother and Yang, I am going with you too." He turned back and told everyone, "Just wait for me here. If something happens, I'll call you." Right after that, he immediately walked toward the cave entrance glowing with blue light. Not long after entering, and Yang burst into loud laughter like he had been possessed, startling everyone. He shouted, "What incredible luck! I never expected to run into the legendary life flower." According to Nyang's knowledge, the life flower could help phantom pets recover extremely fast and even promote their growth. Cairo looked over and could not help being shocked. Strange, why would a life flower grow here? And Yang quickly reached out and touched it. Little White was saved. After collecting some pollen, and Yang quickly brought it over to Little White. He poured it all over her head, then circulated inner power to help Little White absorb that strength. Right at that moment, her whole body lit up like a floodlight, shining brilliantly. And Yang was overjoyed. This isn't just recovery. She can evolve too, he thought to himself. This scene reminds me of a case from my previous life. In his previous life, his teacher once said there was an old saying in ancient Meng, when the divine beast cries once, the flower falls at dusk. The mythic tier phantom beast and the life flower also brought disaster to the kingdom of Meng. After its destruction, the mythic tier phantom beast and the life flower disappeared as well. To this day, the location of the ruins remains a mystery. Back in reality, he told everyone, the uninhabited zone, the place that terrifies people the moment they hear its name, is where the secrets of the kingdom of Meng are hidden. Zhou Dan said excitedly, "Then let's not waste time, move out." Meng Jiao added, "Perfect timing, Little White has recovered too." Cairo meanwhile, put on a frightened act. "Brother and Yang, it's too dangerous outside. I want to hide here for a few days before going out." And Yang replied, "That's even better, you can stay here. I was worried there'd be no one in the school. Perfect timing. I can use the treasures here to evolve my phantom pet." Hearing that, Meng Jiao beamed with joy. Nothing could be more fitting. He calmed the girls down. "Once we find the mythic grade phantom beast, we'll come back for you. There's no other choice," Cairo answered. When that was settled, he turned to Zhou Dan's group. "Let's make use of our time. We can't pass up a laid on a mythic grade phantom beast." Cairo watched his back, malice rising in her heart. "Yin Yang, you want to swallow that mythic grade phantom beast all by yourself. Dream on." Then she said to Zyro Mei, "We can't just sit around and wait anymore." On Yin Yang's side, the group was slowly moving deeper in. The area was deathly cold, with no sign of any living creature. Of course, Cairo and her sister secretly followed behind, hiding behind the rock walls and watching every move. But bad luck hit. That high-heeled foot suddenly stepped on a branch, snapping it with a sharp, clear crack. Yin Yang had sharp ears, even from quite a distance. He heard it at once. He shouted, "Who's there?" knowing it would only get harder to explain if they kept hiding. The two girls had no choice but to step out. Yin Yang froze. Cairo, Zio Mei, you too. Cairo put on a wounded expression. Brother Yin Yang, I didn't have any other choice. Zio Mei played along, acting even more clingy. Sis, no matter how dangerous it is up ahead, I am going with you. Zhou Dan looked at their expressions, and suspicion rose in her mind. Could they be reinforcements from headquarters? At the same time, a line of text appeared clearly on the laptop screen. Zhou Dan, this mission is extremely important. You must recover the map and find a way to eliminate Yin Yang. He saw Zhou Dan lost in thought and walked over. What's wrong? Startled, she shut the laptop. Nothing. But Zhou Dan still couldn't understand it. Why did the higher-ups want her to act against Yin Yang? He was sure nothing was wrong as long as Yurei okay. That's what matters right now. We absolutely can't. Before he could finish, another voice rang out. Stop right there. Yin Yang looked at those dark figures. Who are you? One of them answered at once. The one's here to take your life. The leader stepped out with his phantom pet. Cut the chatter. Hand over the map. Otherwise, it'll make you regret it. Zio Bai showed open disdain. You think trash like you can scare my master. The man glared immediately. Don't get so arrogant. Right after that, Zio Bai took a deep breath and blew hard. This was her new move, trapped dragon miasma. Those people were instantly wrapped inside a huge sphere and lifted into the air. They screamed in panic, help. Zhou Dan looked at them and thought to herself, looks like the Zhou, Feng, Zhang, and San families may have already made their move. Then she spoke to Zio Bai in an urgent voice. We shouldn't delay any longer. Let's get out of here now. Yin Yang held the map and pointed behind him. Follow that direction. The group walked for a while and at last, they saw a small town. Yin Yang spoke again. Up ahead looks like a safe zone, everyone. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Yin Yang's whole body froze. Wait. A swarm of bees buzzed through the sky. No one knew where they had come from, and then the whole swarm charged straight at them. They were venom bees, possessing the skills toxic fluid, poison sting, and demonic sound. At that moment, one of them lunged at Zhou Dan and bit her hard on the arm, making her wince in pain. Seeing the situation turn bad, Yin Yang narrowed his eyes and spoke to the phantom pet on his shoulder. Little one, electric ball. The lightning leopard instantly obeyed its master's command, shot toward the bee swarm, and released an extremely powerful bolt of electricity. The entire swarm was shocked brutally, their bodies paralyzed, and they lost all fighting power right after that. The bees were like flies hit with insect spray. Every one of them rolled onto the ground, dazed and staggering. They panicked and fled, but how could little one give the enemy a way out? Watching the bees surge back and forth, Yin Yang couldn't help feeling suspicious. Looks like someone is deliberately causing trouble. Just then, Meng Jiao ran over anxiously. Zhou Dan is very weak. I think she's poisoned. He grew worried. Only the beekeeper can cure her poison. Let's go in and check. For Zhou Dan's sake, he had no choice but to enter the residential area. Yin Yang was surprised. Is this a survivor settlement? One of them saw the group and immediately became alert. Who are you? Hurry, go report to the boss. Zio Bai looked at the only girl there and spoke up. Big sister, can you help us? Afraid the others would get into trouble, Zhou Dan still forced herself to speak, even though the pain made her break out in sweat. Yin Yang, leave me behind. Are you stupid, Zhou Dan? How could we possibly abandon you? Before he could finish, a tall man walked over. Please wait, I am the leader here. He looked at Zhou Dan and immediately understood the situation. I can save your friend, follow me. After that, Zhou Dan was carried into a room. Her arm was tightly bandaged, but Zhou Dan's face was still pale from the pain. The leader looked at Yin Yang and said, I apologize for this. They are my guardian phantom pets. He explained we were originally a company. After the phantom pet tide broke out, we finally found a safe place like this, but out there, attackers still show up often. Yin Yang asked, the whole world has fallen apart, so why is this place still peaceful on its own? He answered, little brother, there's something you don't know. This place used to be the secluded home of an ancient phantom beast master. Legend says the mythic grade phantom beast has always been hidden in that mountain range. Zhang Xian was surprised. We have a map of that mountain range. Please help us take a look. After hearing that, the leader's face suddenly darkened, and he asked, a map? Zhang Xian answered, of course. It's the map to find that divine beast, uncle. You don't know this, but our instructor is amazing. He already understood the secret on the stone tablet. The man broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, I've heard about that. For all these years, no one has been able to find it. Everyone says you must understand the secret on the stone tablet to track down the hiding place of the mythic grade phantom beast. Little brother, your luck is no small thing. Seeing him praise too much, Yin Yang turned and warned Zhang Xian, don't talk nonsense. The leader spoke again, no need to be nervous. Many people want to claim the divine beast, but once they go, very few ever come back. He asked again, uncle, are you very familiar with this area? The leader answered, I wouldn't dare say very familiar. I've just lived here a long time, so I know where the mountains are and where the pits are. Zhang Xian relayed the instructor's words. Uncle, please guide us, he answered. Uncle has already helped us a lot. The leader looked at Zhou Dan. This girl still needs a few days of rest to recover. If you don't mind, you can wait until she recovers before setting out. She opened her eyes and said, we can't delay everyone's journey. Yin Yang reminded her, your health matters more. The leader said again, you all should rest here. I'll go make arrangements arrangements. Yin Yang answered, sorry to trouble you, uncle. The moment he stepped out of the room, killing intent rose in him. Could they really have tracked down the mythic grade phantom beast? I can't let them succeed. At that moment, the burly man asked, when do we make our move? The leader answered, wait until they're asleep. The scene now shifts back to the Allied forces camp. This area is absolutely safe. One of them spoke up, given the situation, I suggest we wait until Yin Yang comes out, then track him. It still won't be too late. The man in charge said, or maybe we should look at this from another angle. That night, that guy brought over food. Everyone, this is dinner prepared by the leader. Looking at the food on the tray, Zhang Xian couldn't help getting excited. This uncle is seriously thoughtful. Then he carried the meal tray into the room where Yin Yang and the others were staying. He handed it to Zhou Dan first. Hurry up and try it. The moment she picked up the chicken leg, Yin Yang quickly said, wait. Zhang Xian froze. Instructor, isn't that going a little too far? Yin Yang explained, before we know who the other side really is, don't accept their kindness so easily. Looking at the tempting chicken leg in front of him, he was starving, but still grew cautious because of Yin Yang's words. Right then, a blue dragonfly flew into that group and shouted, everyone look, what is that? One villager reached out and touched the dragonfly, and it immediately began to glow. That was the flash knight. Its light blinded the man on the spot. He instantly collapsed onto the ground. At the same time, a giant frog also came over. Zhang Xian looked through the window and cried out in shock at the scene before him. Look at that frog, its name is Prince, and it's actually a primordial evil beast. It flicked out its tongue and wrapped it tightly around Flash Knight. Looks like this was the fat frog's meal. Yin Yang watched in silent shock. Someone who could train a primordial evil phantom pet was definitely not simple. He could not be underestimated. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the man walked out. The leader wondered, Dan Qingliu, who exactly offended Feng Ra's people. At that moment, he immediately knocked on Yin Yang's door. Young brothers. He asked, Dan Qingliu attacked this place just now. Are you all okay? Yin Yang replied, your fortress is solid, uncle. We're all safe and sound. The leader said again, young brother, rest easy and recover. As long as I am here, this place will be safe. After giving that reminder, he did not stay long. I am in the red house next door. If anything happens, come find me. Watching the leader's back as he left, Zhang Xian also felt uneasy. Who was this man? He seemed quite capable. Zhou Dan said guiltily, I dragged everyone into this. I am feeling better now. Let's head out. Zhang Xian was also worried. Sis, don't rush. I think this uncle seems pretty decent too. We can leave after you recover. It still won't be too late. Afraid she was hungry, he added, sis, I'll go get you some food now. Yin Yang immediately stopped him. I already said it earlier, before we know who they really are, don't accept their kindness so casually. Did you forget that fast? He gave an awkward smile. Bro, isn't that too much? Do you have some persecution complex? You're way too suspicious. Forget Sister Zhou Dan, even my stomach's starving. Zhang Xian looked unhappy. Ever since I started following you, we've been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. If you don't want to go, fine. Zhou Dan quickly stopped him. All right. I know you're doing this for my good on this side. Meng Jiao also tried to calm him down. Yin Yang, your temper is like a child's. Yin Yang asked again, I won't make things hard for you. I know you're not convinced. Today, are you leaving or staying? Zhang Xian stammered, you. Then he forced a smile again. My mission still isn't complete. If I can't endure small things, it'll ruin the big plan. Instructor, I was just too hungry. I lost control of my temper for a moment. I was wrong. I'll follow you. Seeing Yin Yang say nothing, Zhang Xian lowered his voice and acted pitiful. Instructor, I was wrong. Yin Yang said again, our current situation is extremely difficult. We absolutely cannot turn into enemies among ourselves. But this idiot did not understand. He even thought viciously, Yin Yang, I'll make you pay. Before dawn, Zhang Xian was already standing outside the leader's door. Who is it? The moment the leader opened the door, Zhang Xian hurriedly said, I'll get the map for you. The leader nodded in agreement. In other words, once the map is in hand, we eliminate them. The two of us split the benefits from the mythically evil phantom beast. Zhang Xian shook his hand. Fine, but there's something I don't understand. Why not just kill Yin Yang directly and be done with it? The man explained. Dan Qingliu gave me a hint today. The Zhu, Zhang, and Feng families could kill Yin Yang as easily as flipping a hand. So why haven't they killed him? They must be waiting for him to find the mythically evil phantom beast before making their move. Zhang Xian vaguely understood. No wonder he started scheming. Then here's what you should do. In the morning, he looked at Yin Yang with admiration burning inside him. The power of a mythically evil phantom beast. I must obtain it. Zhang Xian spoke up. Instructor, can you teach me how you decoded the patterns on the stone tablet before and turned them into a map? His mood felt a little strange today. Get lost. That contemptuous line instantly irritated Zhang Xian. On this side, Zhou Dan saw Zhang Xian following the leader and saying something, but they were too far away, so she couldn't hear them. She could only secretly guess, could he be plotting against Yin Yang? Zhou Dan instantly grew nervous. No, I have to tell Yin Yang. At the same time, Zhang Xian met with Zhou Dan alone. Sister Zhou, I want to duel Yin Yang. After being saved by him many times, Zhou Dan did not believe Zhang Xian had a wicked heart. She asked in surprise, a duel, what happened? He said, I've been in his team for so long, but all he does is suppress me. He never teaches me anything. I don't think my ability is inferior to his. I want to challenge him, Zhou Dan explained. I think Yin Yang probably has his own plan right now. We can't create more trouble. Zhang Xian said angrily, no, if Yin Yang defeats me, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. If he loses, the map belongs to me, and I'll decide what happens next. I will defeat him. Just wait and see him embarrass himself. Once he said it, Zhang Xian immediately went to find his opponent. Yin Yang, Zhang Xian was blunt. Yin Yang, I want to duel you. If I win, you have to hand over the map. Yin Yang smiled faintly, pretending to be surprised. Remembering Zhou Dan's words, Yin Yang said, I heard two people plotting in secret just now. They may have other intentions toward us. Yin Yang then replied, I know. Let's deal with the trouble in front of us first. At that moment, as soon as the words left his mouth, without needing Yin Yang's agreement, Zhang Xian threw back his head and shouted, Tyrant. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, Tyrant charged fiercely toward Yin Yang. It roared in intimidation, then pounced at Yin Yang, but he dodged it with ease. You forced me to do this. The leader looked at Zhang Xian and couldn't help feeling secretly satisfied, worth teaching. Yin Yang held back no longer. He immediately shouted, Little CI. Hearing its master's command, the little leopard instantly sprang forward and shot across the field. A powerful electric current blasted straight toward the leopard. It roared and struggled. Little CI had always been strong, yet now it was sent flying far away. Yin Yang instructed it, Little CI, don't only think about landing one fatal strike, try looking at it from another angle. The little leopard learned quickly and leaped up again. Its body was small, but its mind developed fast, so it picked things up extremely well. The tyrant still used the same old trick, but our Zyro CI was not that easy to trap. Seeing Zhang Xian's new fighting style, he instantly froze. This was bad. Outside, that old geezer was secretly making his move. The time had come. Turns out, he used Zyro CI's own power to ambush him. This old bastard was truly shameless. Seeing the kid fall to the ground, Zyobai panicked and shouted, Kid. Seeing that, the leader looked openly satisfied. The plan was going far too smoothly. Zyobai was so furious she gritted her teeth, holding them off as she spoke. How can this be? You dare bully the kid. Right after that, she instantly turned into a massive streak of light and charged upward. Zyobai hated anyone who bullied her family, most of all this debt she would definitely collect. On this side, the leader immediately summoned his golden phoenix. Let me see how powerful you really are. At the same time, two huge forces, Fire Burst and Azure Sea Blue Pearl, slammed violently together. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the people around them were so scared they scattered in every direction. Zhang Xian was shocked. This had to be at least a legendary spirit beast. But it seemed Zyrobai's power was even above that Fire Phoenix. It was beaten to pieces, almost unable to hold on. Seeing the situation turn bad, the leader panicked and ordered Golden Phoenix, retreat now. But it was not that easy. Yin Yang chased it down without mercy, pressing the attack while he had the advantage. The old leader finally started to panic. Looks like he was already afraid of Zyrobai's might. Right then, a huge collision rang out, making the leader freeze. What was that sound? The leader looked after his phoenix's shadow, his heart growing even more chaotic. Golden Phoenix, hurry. It understood at once, flapping its wings and shooting toward the hill on the other side. Yin Yang quickly chased after it, still unable to understand what was happening. What is this place? He picked up the map and examined it closely. It looked like there was one. At that moment, Zhang Xian rushed over and snatched the map away. Yin Yang was startled. Zhang Xian, what are you doing? He smiled smugly. Sorry, instructor. Zhou Dan was furious enough to explode. She turned to look at him. Zhang Xian, what are you doing? He looked at him with a smug smile. Thanks, instructor. Nobody is playing with you anymore. Right after that, Zhang Xian and the leader immediately fled. Meanwhile, on his side, a violently erupting volcano suddenly appeared. Yin Yang looked over and guessed, I didn't expect it to not be a volcano. What kind of high-level spirit beast has such terrifying power? Zyobai looked at those two animals and choked with rage. Damn it, they got away. But Yin Yang was not anxious at all. Instead, he stayed very calm. They won't get far, prepare for battle. And right then, the master of that sea of fire finally appeared. It was a primordial evil fire Kilin. Every step the Kilin took sent scorching flames spraying out. As soon as he saw it, Yin Yang tensed up and shouted to everyone, get out of the way. Feeling its aura, everyone panicked and ran. I'm burning to death. The Kilin seemed to have gone mad. Its eyes bulged as it ran wildly everywhere, turning every place it passed into a sea of fire. Zyobai stood in front of it. Yin Yang shouted in worry, Zyobai, be careful. But before he could finish speaking, Zyobai was already sent flying by it. Because she was careless and underestimated her opponent too much, she slammed hard into the ground, aching all over. Only then did Zyobai stagger upright, shifting position as she blurted out, so fast. Zhou Dan asked anxiously, Zyobai, are you okay? For some reason, the Kilin now turned its eyes toward Yin Yang's group, as if it had sensed the loud noise from where the girls were. Seeing it charge toward her, Zhou Dan went pale with fear and screamed, don't come over here. Are you trying to start a feast on the spot? But at that moment, Yin Yang suddenly blocked the three girls. Wait. Using spiritual power, Yin Yang judged that this spirit beast had reached primordial level, but its blazing hot aura showed it was badly injured. Right after that, he ordered Xiao Bai, help me restrain it. And just like that, the two sides worked together with extreme coordination. When the fire Kilin was restrained, it froze in place. Yin Yang immediately rushed forward, shooting straight toward its forehead. From there, a stream of light spread out. Looks like he was healing the fire Kilin. Right after that, a chain of its memories appeared in his mind. Yin Yang froze. It actually has a memory ability. I never expected Mei to have been treated like this. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I will heal you. After a while, the fire Kilin finally calmed down and sat. Yin Yang was overjoyed. It worked. He looked at Xiao Bai. It is different from the spirit beasts we met before. It has the ability to recall time. I'm still not completely sure, but its nature is kind. Its past is also a lot like yours. I want it to be your friend. Xiao Bai happily replied, Congratulations, master. You gained another spirit beast. He sat down and stroked the fire Kilin. From today on, we form a contract. You will become my spirit beast. Your whole body is blazing red, and you are good at flying, so I will call you Firecloud Beast. Zhou Dan stepped over. Who would have thought the one who had just been so vicious and hurt people would now become an obedient beast? Kaio and Tao Mai ran over and hugged his arms. Brother Yin Yang, you're amazing. That really scared me to death just now. Meng Jiao snapped in irritation. Stop acting delicate here, don't forget. The map is still in Zhang Xian's hands. Xiao Bai grew anxious. Then let's hurry and look for him. Zhou Dan immediately stopped her. Wait, Zhang Xian has already vanished. How are we supposed to find him? At that moment, everyone fell into confusion. What should they do? Yin Yang touched his new spirit beast. Everyone, don't forget, Firecloud Beast has the retrospection skill. Unexpectedly finding a way to untangle the problem for Zhou Dan and Meng Jiao. She could not hide her joy. She blurted out, awesome. At that moment, Yin Yang placed his hand on the Firecloud Beast's forehead. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing its ability. Retrospective images surfaced in its mind. Right now, Zhang Xian and the leader were heading toward a massive castle. He could not hear what the two of them were saying clearly, but at least he knew they were together somewhere. Yin Yang silently found it strange, to be honest. Why did that uncle's face feel so familiar, like he had seen it before? Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao Bai could not help stepping forward to ask, Master, what is it? Yin Yang snapped back to himself. Nothing, let's head out. He said that, but his mind kept circling the same question. Why did Xiao Li appear in the retrospective image? What exactly was this man's connection to her? On other side, gang leader told Zhang Xian time couldn't be wasted. They had to strike at once. Absolutely no letting illusory beast fall into someone else's hands. But inside, he was grinning with quiet delight. Map was already in his hands. This was golden chance to rise to power. First, he had to deal with those people. Seeing Zhang Xian still standing there, dazed and deep in thought, gang leader lost patience and asked, Little bro, what are you still hung up on? Zhang Xian said he only feared, with current strength, trouble would come up on road. Gang leader laughed loudly and told him not to worry. This place was military base he'd hidden for years, with mountains of treasures piled up here. Hearing that, Zhang Xian couldn't help letting out surprised gasp. Gang leader then turned around and signaled for him to follow. Meanwhile, on Enyang's side, whole group still silently followed route he had pointed out earlier. Not long after, they reached mansion that had once appeared in Firecloud Beast's memories. Enyang lowered his voice and said he and Xiao Bai would go scout ahead first. Everyone stay here, and absolutely don't act rashly. Before lead character left, Meng Jiao worriedly reminded him that nothing must go wrong. Faint fragrance drifted past nose. Enyang held her hand tight and softly comforted her, don't worry. So gang leader had brought Zhang Xian to warehouse packed with weapons. One look was enough for him to blurt out, Uncle, you've really got skill. Gang leader said smugly, this is half my life's work. With guns in hand, who is there to fear? Wanting to show off more, gang leader put arm around Zhang Xian and said, this is only appetizer, follow me. He led him to another warehouse and stepped forward himself to open door and guide way. Inside was packed with rare treasures. Gang leader said, look, these are all treasures used to help phantom pets evolve. Thanks to them, I forged Silver Fox Death Squad. Zhang Xian was stunned by mountain of treasures and blurted out, who exactly are you, uncle? Years ago, Phantom Beast Death Squad had assassinated many phantom pet masters. Joy had not lasted long when a sudden shout rang out from outside. The moment he heard it, his face changed. Damn, something happened. Two men rushed upstairs in panic. Piles of white bones, eye sockets flickering like demons, instantly appeared before them. Enyang and two capable helpers sat lounging in chairs with total ease, looking no different from Demon King. When trouble came, they shoved two brats out to take blame. What kind of boss was that? Gang leader hurried over, stared at lead character in shock and said, Enyang, you're still alive. I thought you'd already become that beast's meal. Enyang calmly shook his head. No, stop calling it beast. It has a name now, call it Firecloud Beast. Hearing that, both men's faces instantly turned ugly, like knife had been driven straight through their hearts. He stroked Fire Cloud Beast and said, "Forgot to introduce you. It's now my contracted phantom pet." Gang leader growled, "Yang, stop talking in that sarcastic, sneering tone. I know what you want today. You want just fail to get map. Y'all die here too. Silver Fox Death Squad, move out." Door burst open. Before they could even see inside clearly, blinding light exploded outward. Right after that, a violent blast thundered out, hurling dirt and rocks everywhere. A pack of extraordinary-grade silver foxes, with blazing red eyes, charged straight at Yang. He raised hand to shield face and cursed inwardly. That old bastard really had no martial honor. In distance, 3 silver foxes flickered in and out of sight, then turned into 3 young women, leaving Yang stunned. What was this? Those 3 girls had graceful figures, lovely faces, and soft voices as they said, "Young master." In an instant, he was nearly dazed by that beauty. One of them stepped forward and lifted Yang's chin, making lead character blush in embarrassment. A hero can barely pass beauty trap, but by accident, Yang spotted Foxtail behind her. He immediately told himself it was an illusion. That girl looked at lead character with a seductive gaze. She was clearly about to use hypnosis. But at that very moment, violent bolts of lightning suddenly flashed in Yang's eyes, shocking foxes into panic. Seeing them forced back into original form, Bai stepped forward in satisfaction and said, "Master, I knew it. Little tricks like that can't trouble you." Seeing beauty trick fail, gang leader's face twisted in anger. He coldly said, "Don't get smug too soon." He still refused to give up and immediately unleashed frost ice breath, freezing all life. Of course, fox demons like these couldn't trouble lead character. In next round, he directly sent Fire Cloud Beast into battle. Fire Cloud Beast, charge up. Fire Cloud Beast roared. Rage gauge instantly shot up by 100%. Its aura now was ferocious, like Steel War Chariot. Yang also quickly coordinated with new Phantom Beast. He shouted, "Fire Cloud, attack." At once, earth-shaking boom erupted, so violent even ground shook. 3 foxes gaped, looking like they'd been pushed to limit. Seeing his Phantom Beast lose, gang leader roared unwillingly, "No, that's impossible." Yang curled his lips in smug grin. "Got any more tricks? Throw them all out." By then, man finally lowered head in defeat. "Little bro, I lost." Bai spoke up in irritation. "Since you lost, hand over map obediently." Unsure what else he still regretted, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Wait." Yang asked in surprise, "What, you still want to settle victory and defeat to end?" He said again, "I thought you'd massacre us. Didn't expect I was thinking too small. In apocalypse like this, one more friend is better than one more enemy. If you two don't mind, let me follow you from now on." Seeing partner who had cooperated with him finally surrender, Zhang Xian dropped to ground, face deathly pale. He rushed to flatter him, "Instructor, I was blinded by profit for moment and strayed onto wrong path. I hope you can be generous and forgive me. Let me follow along too." But Yang had never been merciful to enemies. He coldly said, "You two had best get as far away from me as possible." This time, gang leader seemed determined to cling to lead character, and said, "Yang, how about we make deal? There's definitely something in this mansion that'll interest you." He and Bai exchanged a silent glance, unsure what old fox was plotting this time. Better to hit man while he's running than when he's turning back. Yang asked what he wanted. Gang leader answered frankly, "Mythic grade Phantom Beast belongs to you. I only need 1 treasure." Yang said, "Fine, let's go look at your goods first, but before that, send 2 people to bring my teammates in here." Very quickly, he and Bai saw warehouse with their own eyes. She couldn't help cheering. There's even top-grade materials. This is real weapons depot. Outside, Zhou Dan worriedly said they'd been inside so long without any movement. Could something have happened? Meng Jiao comforted her. "Wait a bit. Seems like someone's coming." She stared blankly toward other side and felt strange. She had clearly just heard movement. Cairo looked over, saw 2 men walking this way, and said, "Meng Jiao really has sharp ears. There really are people ahead." Inside, Yang walked and asked gang leader about his background, wondering what to call uncle. The honest leader said his surname was Zyro. His single given name was Zhan, and in his youth he had dug graves and sold supplies, so he had managed to save up a little capital. Bai nodded and said he understood. "So why did uncle insist on staying here all this time?" Zhan answered, "First, to find a mythic phantom beast. Second, to find his missing son." She froze and asked, "Your son?" He said ever since the phantom beast disaster erupted, father and son had lost contact. He had heard that inside the lair of a mythic phantom beast was a treasure capable of turning back time. Bai said that meant uncle wanted to find his son again. Fire Cloud Beast also had a time reversal skill, so maybe it could help him. Zhan could not hide his shock, really. "I beg both benefactors to help me. He is the only bloodline left of the Zyro family." And Yang then asked what his son was called. Zhan answered, "The boy's name is Zyro Lei. He was once a dazzling genius, a top contender in the National Phantom Pet Tournament." No one expected such a coincidence in this life. Bai and the MC exchanged a look, and both faces turned awkward. Right then, Meng Jiao's voice suddenly rang out, calling for En Yang. The moment she saw the MC, she rushed over and hugged him tight. En Yang, you scared me to death. I thought something happened to you, don't worry, he said softly, I'm still safe. Meng Jiao still had not calmed down. How could I not worry just now in the woods? I think I heard footsteps. The MC asked in surprise, footsteps. On the other side, Zhang Xian seemed to sense something too. He immediately looked out the window. Zhang Xian was shaken in silence. The alliance came this fast. The MC tensed at once. Looks like they could not linger here any longer. They had to leave right now. But it seemed they realized too late. Outside the villa, the mercenaries had already stormed in and quickly tightened the encirclement. He looked through the window. The Ming army got here this fast. Someone must have leaked our location in secret. Zhou Dan looked visibly uneasy. She stepped forward and asked En Yang what they should do now. Seeing everyone start to panic, the MC stayed calm. Chen and don't panic. Well adapt to the situation. In just moments, Xiao Zhan's villa was completely surrounded. Every mercenary outside had already chambered rounds and was ready to fire at any time. One of them shouted, is En Yang inside? I'm here on behalf of the Ming army to discuss cooperation with you. Xiao Bai nervously reminded her master to be careful. There's a trap, the MC immediately replied. I'll go out and meet them. Everyone else, act according to the situation. The man kept shouting, don't worry, En Yang. We only want to negotiate cooperation. At last, the MC calmly opened the door and walked out from the villa. He said coldly, how do you want to negotiate? Just as Xiao Bai had predicted, this was nothing but a trap. The moment they saw him appear, two mercenaries instantly rushed in to restrain him. The MC had both arms locked down and was pinned in place. He frowned and shouted, you. They did not even bother replying. The man who had spoken earlier just smiled smugly and ordered his underlings, search him. The MC sneered, is that all you've got? You have to use dirty tricks like this. The mercenary did not care. He went straight to the point. Where's the map? He answered casually. If you want the map, show some sincerity first. You haven't even met the target and you've already been captured, yet you still dare talk back. He snapped, clenching his fist, cut the crap. The MC glared at his enemy, but just then, from far away, a piercing bullet streaked through the air and slammed straight into his arm. In an instant, the hit spot charred black. The mercenary screamed in pain, hit him. Xiao Bai walked out of the villa with a gun in hand. Seeing her appear, he was a little surprised too. Xiao Bai's eyes burned with anger. Seeing En Yang pinned down like that, she could not help but call out master. Everyone thought the MC was really being crushed down, but he had only been toying with them on purpose. Right then, he stood up and lightly swept his hand, slipping free from their grip. Xiao Bai immediately said, Master, I knew those people couldn't be trusted. Xiao Zhan stepped out with a gun and said, I'll draw them off. You guys use this chance to get out of here. The MC hurriedly stopped him. They're many and we're few. We can't rush into a direct fight. Since we're already working together, I can't let my side take the loss. The mercenary captain had gone mad by now. After being bandaged up, he screamed, surround this place completely. Even with his arm shot into that state, the man still showed no fear. He gave a sinister smile and ordered them to call Xiao Dai over here. Meng Jiao wore an anxious look. She stared out the window and muttered, why is it so quiet outside? Just then, a stunning blue butterfly entered Meng Jiao's sight. It was Xiao Dai, the same one that man had just mentioned, and it was also a primordial phantom beast. Girls were always drawn to beauty. Meng Jiao stared at it, dazed in this endo-ethereal age. Even such a tiny life form had nowhere left to return to. For some reason, the MC suddenly rushed forward. The moment he saw the butterfly landing on her hand, his expression changed and he shouted, Meng Jiao, be careful. But he was a step too late. The long needle on its body, like a venomous bee stinger, stabbed viciously straight into Meng Jiao's finger. Right after that, she began to feel dizzy. The MC asked anxiously, you okay? She replied, I'm fine, just a little blood. I just feel. Before she could finish, her body went limp and she collapsed. The MC panicked and caught her in his arms, yelling, Meng Jiao. He carried her outside. By then, Meng Jiao had already fainted. Xiao Bai and Zhou Dan saw that scene and immediately cried out in alarm, calling her name. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and woke up, but her gaze had become extremely wrong. Like someone whose mind had been controlled, Meng Jiao tightened her grip around En Yang's neck and lifted him clean off the ground. Seeing his master attacked, Xiao Bai flew into a rage and shouted, Meng Jiao, what are you doing? Xiao Bai reached out to grip Meng Jiao's shoulder and nearly screamed, let go. Meng Jiao looked at her, her eyes filled with madness, no different from a demon's. The MC seemed to realize the cause of this abnormality very quickly. He immediately pulled out a small pill from his hand. Right after that, the MC flicked his wrist with practiced ease and sent the pill flying high into the air. Luckily, the pill followed a perfect trajectory and dropped straight into Meng Jiao's mouth as she lost control. In no time, the madness in her eyes gradually faded back to normal, but Meng Jiao's body had gone stiff, like a puppet with its strings cut. Then she closed her eyes. All strength drained from her body and fell over. Luckily, the MC caught her in time. After laying Meng Jiao down on the ground, Xiao Bai asked worriedly, Master, what happened to Sister Meng Jiao? He looked up into the sky and warned everyone to watch out for that butterfly. Xiao Bai immediately understood, so it was that thing. Her temper was always fiery. She immediately reached out to grab Xiao Dai. The MC hurriedly told her not to hurt it. The antibodies inside its body could help Meng Jiao detoxify. Outside, no one knew who that ugly bastard was. He gave a contemptuous cold laugh and said, "Let these cowardly rats keep trembling." Seeing it, Yin Yang instantly recognized it as a grenade. He rushed down into the basement to avoid the blast. As if a sharp idea had just hit him, Yin Yang spoke up, "Uncle, wait." Outside, the orange-haired man ordered the mercenaries to charge in. They shoved the door open, but it seemed the handle had been rigged with a trap. A violent explosion was waiting for them. The mercenaries panicked and pulled back, while tightening their encirclement to block every escape route. In the infirmary, Zhou Dan gently started a fire. "Yin Yang, you already planted mines in the main hall. They definitely won't dare rush in." But she was a little worried. The conditions here were terrible. When would she wake up? Yin Yang answered, "I've injected the antibodies into her body. She should wake up soon." Zhou Dan asked, confused, "What exactly was that butterfly?" Yin Yang replied, "I already had Xiao Bai take the butterfly sample for testing. Wait a little longer." Meanwhile, Xiao Bai hurried off, clutching a large stack of papers because she was in such a rush. She dropped one sheet without even noticing. Xiao Zhan quietly followed behind. He saw it but said nothing, only silently committing it to memory. Looking at Xiao Bai, Xiao Zhan clicked his tongue inwardly. She really does forget everything. Over here, Xiao Bai brought the items in, "Master. The mutated gene has been extracted from the butterfly's body." Yin Yang thought it over. In this world, there were always people who took advantage of chaos. They researched and created mutation factors, then implanted them into phantom beasts to spread viruses and slaughter dissenters. Once infected by a mutation factor, the nervous system would be destroyed, and the victim would never escape it for life. He was worried about Meng Jiao. Xiao Bai spoke up, "But last time in the laboratory, we already wiped out Xiao Li and his gang." Yin Yang replied, "Xiao Li may be dead, but the force behind him and Maldo still exists." Xiao Zhan stood outside and heard everything, "So you people were the real killers." At this moment, he was filled with hatred. "Son, I will definitely avenge you." Yin Yang pondered, "I feel like an invisible hand is manipulating everything. Could it be? Why did Xiao Bai become human after being reborn? Why was the timing of the phantom beast outbreak different from before?" Just then, Zhou Dan cried out in alarm, "This is bad." Her words pulled him back to reality. Meng Jiao lay unconscious, her body burning hot. Yin Yang was stunned. Could the antibodies in the butterfly's body be fake? Why is her condition getting worse? Her body was drenched in sweat, and she kept vomiting blood. Xiao Bai panicked. "Meng Jiao." Those tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. At this moment, Meng Jiao's gaze was completely out of control. She looked like she had gone mad. Her whole body lost control as she sprang up and screamed. Worse yet, Meng Jiao was like a rabid dog. She lunged forward, grabbed Xiao Bai's hand, and bit down. Xiao Bai was startled too. Meng Jiao stopped. But right now, she couldn't hear anything anymore. Meng Jiao just kept biting savagely. Afraid that resisting would hurt her, Xiao Bai didn't dare move. She could only let Meng Jiao bite her. Very quickly, blood flowed from her hand. Xiao Bai looked at the wound on her hand, but what worried her more was Meng Jiao lying there. Yin Yang looked over. He didn't understand what was happening, but he had a guess. Could dragon bloodlines suppress mutated blood? At the same time, a voice rang out, "Yin Yang, if you want to save your teammate, bring the map and trade it for the antidote." He turned and told Zhou Dan to guard it carefully. She was startled. "What are you planning to do?" Yin Yang replied, "Zhou Dan, stay here and take care of Meng Jiao. Xiao Bai and I will go meet Zhou Tong. If anything goes wrong, you must find the mythic-grade phantom beast." Zhou Dan said anxiously, "Yin Yang, nothing can happen to you. Meng Jiao is still waiting for you." Before leaving, he looked at Meng Jiao with deep tenderness. "Meng Jiao, wait for me." Then Yin Yang asked Zhou Dan, with the Zhou family's way of doing things, under the Allied Army's guard, where would something important be hidden? Zhou Dan recalled it. "I heard the adults say that important items have to pass through several layers of protection." Yin Yang asked no more. "I understand. Xiao Bai, let's go." Before Yin Yang left, Zhou Dan spoke again. "Wait, I remember now. The Zhou family's secret passcode is 9527. He and Xiao Bai had just stepped out of the kitchen. Xiao Zhan still acted as if he knew nothing. He kept smiling as he ate. "Yin Yang, come back early tonight. I'll wait for you to come home for dinner." Then Xiao Zhan cooked while thinking to himself, "Son, tonight, Dad will send both of them to join you." In this dish, he had deliberately added a poisonous medicinal herb. Meanwhile, over by the tents, Yin Yang went alone to meet Zhou Tong. Mutated blood is a method terrorist organizations often use. They want to throw world order into chaos and slaughter humans and phantom beasts. In the end, is your surname Zhou or Feng? He answered with disdain, "My surname isn't something you need to care about. I forgot to tell you, mutated blood will gnaw away your teammate's brain within 24 hours. By then, she'll become an idiot." He thought he was the victor, crazily throwing his head back and laughing. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was rummaging through their meeting room. At that moment, when she saw several stacks of papers, she felt even more disgusted. They were all combat route maps. There wasn't a single valuable document. As her gaze swept across the room, she accidentally noticed a small compartment on the desk. It looked like a hidden drawer. She checked it over. Sure enough, it was hiding a secret. Without waiting any longer, she quickly opened it to see what was inside. She entered the passcode Zhou Dan had given earlier. It seemed Xiao Bai had done it it right. The hidden drawer opened. Inside was a notebook concealed with extreme care. Curious, she flipped it open and read the contents inside, startling Xiao Bai. The more she read, the harder it was to believe. Xiao Bai froze, her mouth hanging open. No way, damn it. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong was still laughing with his mouth wide open, but he didn't notice that Yin Yang was already holding a strange pill in his hand. And Yang didn't hesitate. He fired straight into Zhou Tong's witty open mouth, making the guy jolt hard as his grin vanished on the spot. Only then did Zhou Tong stop laughing. He frowned at him and growled, "What did you make me swallow?" And Yang answered with a pleased smile, "I mixed mutated genes into that candy, so now you get to taste it too." He paused for a beat, then flashed a bright smile and kept patting the guy's shoulder. "Right. You said just now what mutated genes would do after 24 hours, didn't you?" Zhou Tong trembled with rage. He pointed straight at Yang's face and cursed him as a despicable, low-life bastard. "I am telling you, mutated genes have no antidote, and don't even dream of walking out of here." Right after that, blinded by rage, Zhou Tong panicked and shouted for backup. Just then, a mercenary rushed in, out of breath, reporting that an intruder had been found inside the tent. Hearing that, he instantly tensed up, thinking of confidential documents, and ordered 2 mercenaries to stay behind and guard him. Before leaving, Zhou Tong still didn't forget to turn back and warn Yang not to pull any stupid stunt. But Main didn't care at all. On the contrary, he wore a calm, contemptuous smile. Less than 5 minutes later, both mercenaries took a heavy blow to the back of the neck and dropped before they could even react. Xiao Bai appeared, she said coldly, "With contempt, just 2 of you, and you still think you can hold back my master." After taking down the 2 mercenaries, Xiao Bai immediately grabbed his hand and urged, "Master, hurry and get out of here." After hearing his subordinates report, Zhou Tong rushed back toward meeting room in a panic. Over here, they reported that they heard noise inside, so they rushed in. But when they got there, nobody was inside. Zhou Tong coldly ordered, "You 2, get out first." Right after that, he hurriedly opened secret compartment to check, and saw notebook still lying there untouched. But Zhou Tong still couldn't relax. He stared at that drawer for a long while. Mercenary quickly ran over and reported, "Not good, that guy got away." Zhou Tong instantly realized it was a classic diversion tactic. Looking at notebook, he quietly confirmed someone had tampered with it. Could it be someone from Yang's side? Back at Xiao Zhan's castle, the moment he saw him, he happily said, "You're finally back." Xiao Bai worriedly said, "Master, Zhou Tong has sealed this place so tight not even drop of water can get through. Looks like it'll be hard to break the siege for now." Main calmly replied, "No need to panic. Map is in our hands sooner or later. Well, find that illusion beast." Beside him, Xiao Zhan silently thought, "A gentleman gets revenge even after 10 years. Why not use him first?" The moment he stepped into infirmary, Zhou Dan reported that since both of them left, Meng Jiao had still been sound asleep, but her condition was much better. Main reached out and touched her forehead. Seeing fever had gone down, he secretly wondered if Xiao Bai's bloodline could really suppress mutated genes. Zhou Dan looked at Xiao Bai and asked if she found anything. Xiao Bai immediately told them about documents in trade organization's headquarters. Hearing mention of that file, Zhou Dan was briefly stunned, but it seemed she had no idea about this either. Xiao Bai went on, "Zhou Tong is a low-ranking leader in trade organization. More than that, they seem to be researching a virus called Project Starbreaker." Main added, "This is my first time hearing about trade organization, but from way they act, they're definitely an extreme evil force." Just then Xiao Zhan walked in and cheerfully called out, "Let's go eat." Main looked at both of them and said, "You 2 eat first later. I still need to study mutated gene counterserum." His temper still hadn't changed. On this side, Zhang Xian teamed up with Cairo and was secretly eavesdropping on everyone's conversation. After Yang left, he asked uneasily, "Do we really have to make a move?" Cairo replied, "Instead of waiting for reinforcements from above, we might as well steal map back ourselves." Zhang Xian still hesitated, but she urged him, "Map is with Zhou Dan right now, we have to act now." In the end, hatred clouded his judgment, and he nodded in agreement. After eating, Main kept holed up in research room and didn't leave even half a step. He looked at serum vial in front of him and thought hard. Sure enough, there was secret in Xiao Bai's blood that could fight off mutated genes. Seeing serum start separating into layers, Main cried out in shock, "Serum is separating." He added another substance, then thought to himself, Dragon Tribe serum power really never disappoints. Meng Jiao is saved. After successfully making antidote, Main immediately took it to infirmary and injected it into Meng Jiao. He also suspected Dragon Tribe blood might be able to suppress mutated genes. Trade organization couldn't possibly not know this. If so, wouldn't Xiao Bai become target they hunt down? Thinking of her small frame, Main couldn't help feeling worried and softly called, "Xiao Bai." He also remembered last life, when he and Xiao Bai were harmed by Xiao Lei, but why did it always feel like some invisible hand was controlling everything? Main couldn't help suspecting, could he be one meant to destroy Xiao Lei, and what exactly was organization behind him plotting? Thinking of those sly bastards, Main frowned in anger and silently vowed that in this life, he would wipe you out for sure. Over here, Jo Dan was lying in her private room. She was playing with her phone when computer in her bag suddenly sent out signal. Jo Dan immediately sat up straight and opened message sent by Jo family. Message said to hand over map to Jo Tong at once. Your younger sister is in my hands. Seeing that line, Jo Dan instantly panicked inside and silently called for her younger sister. Just then knocking sounded outside, startling Jo Dan. She quickly hid device away, stuffed communicator into her pocket, then forced herself to calm down and loudly said, "Wait a moment." Her face shifted from worry to joy. She forced down her real feelings, smiled, and opened door to ask, "Who is it?" From darkness, a wooden club suddenly swung hard into Jo Dan's head, leaving her dazed. Caught off guard, Jo Dan immediately fainted. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned to Cairo and said, "Hurry up." Both of them put Jo Dan back on bed, while he frantically searched everywhere for map. Cairo quickly helped search too. She rummaged through Jo Dan's bag. After a while, Cairo pulled out a sheet of paper and said excitedly, "Found it, let's go." Over here, after a long time, and Yang joyfully shouted, "Meng Jiao, you finally woke up." She looked at him in shock and asked, "And Yang, where am I? What exactly happened?" He worriedly pulled the beauty in front of him into his arms and choked out, "Meng Jiao, I thought you had." Meng Jiao blankly asked, "Me what?" Main lifted Meng Jiao's face to study it carefully, as if afraid she might disappear again, then said softly, "Waking up is enough." Meng Jiao felt warmth spread through her heart and said softly, "I know I barely survived this time, and Yang, I have a lot I want to tell you too, we should." Right when things were getting intimate, Xiao Bai showed up and cut them off, master's in trouble. As soon as Jo Dan woke up, her wounds had already been bandaged. She sat quietly on the bed, face full of sorrow. At last, she could not hold it in anymore. Jo Dan sobbed and burst into tears. "I am sorry, En Yang, I lost the map." His face was full of fury. En Yang gritted his teeth and spat out every word as he mentioned Zhou Xiankao. The moment he snatched the item, he handed it to Jo Tong. The man held map in his hands, excitement surging through him. Seeing Jo Tong look it over again and again, Zhang Xian spoke up, "Relax, this map is definitely real." Jo Tong said it flat out too. "What do you want?" Zhang Xian replied, "Safety. If we find that illusion beast, I want a share of treasure too." Cairo showed off her sly fox side again. "Me, I just need to follow you." Jo Tong started playing games again. "This map is worth a fortune, but you people." Hearing that, Zhang Xian knew he could not squeeze out anything else. He might even lose his life. "Fine, Jo Tong. Consider this our lesson. I'll go on my own," he barked smugly. "Get lost." After that, Jo Tong gave another order to his men. "Notify Night Eagle Squad. We move tonight." Everyone there could not help asking, "Why leave in middle of night? No need to rush that hard, right?" En Yang explained, "Zhang Xian and Cairo betrayed us. They may already have gone with Jo Tong without map. Consequences are impossible to predict." Not long after they set out, a savage gust slammed in and shook ground. Xiao Zhan did not react in time and rolled to ground. He frowned. Sensing something was off, En Yang immediately ordered his fire cloud beast. Right in front of them, spider called Lao Wu was brutally chewing on girl's head. Scene was disgusting enough to chill bones. Xiao Zhan asked him in confusion, "En Yang, map is no longer in your hands," he answered. "That's right, but..." From far away, pair of blazing red eyes was staring straight at him. En Yang froze, alert. People under Xiao Zhan went pale with fear. After all, this thing was way too terrifying. It charged. En Yang immediately commanded Fire Cloud Beast to meet attack. Fire Cloud Beast refused to back down either. It surged forward to clash with it, and harsh sizzling sounds rang out, creepy enough to make skin crawl. Xiao Zhan could not help getting irritated too. How did it get this strong in just moments? En Yang explained, "Fire Cloud Beast is already exotic beast. Its full potential just has not been unlocked yet." Right after that, sensing situation was bad, Xiao Zhan glanced over and told everyone, "Follow me now." At last, he came face to face with Jo Tong. Both sides instantly prepared for battle. Jo Tong looked at En Yang with excitement. "I thought you would bury yourself in there for life." Seeing En Yang's Fire Cloud Beast, he raised his brows. Jo Tong smiled smugly, "Killin' beast, so you're the one here." At that moment, one of them jumped out and charged straight at Illusion Beast. His power tightened around Fire Cloud Beast, making it start to get angry. En Yang patted it calmly. "I told you, it'd help you get revenge. Enemy is right in front of you." Its rage shot up instantly from 1 to 10, then straight to 100. One fire cloud blast swept through, sending that guy into a panic as he ran for his life. "Help me." Seeing him control it to kill in an instant, Jo Tong could not help praising him. "No wonder you're a National Illusion Beast Tournament champion. In just few days, you've already trained Killin' Beast into something real." He aimed gun at him. "En Yang, you really are talent. Too bad you were born in wrong era." At same time, Xiao Bai rushed up. "No need to talk about logic. If you want to touch my master, step over me first." Like fierce auntie, Xiao Bai slapped him straight across face, making cheeks swell up. That slap was for Fire Cloud Beast, for daring to mistreat animals. One slap was all it took, and Jo Tong crashed to ground, unable to get back up. At same time, map on him flew out too. Xiao Bai immediately ran over and picked it up. Then she trotted after En Yang. "You're right, Xiao Bai. This place can't be stayed in long, let's pull out." Seeing him leave, Zhou Tong did not dare react further. He could only stand there with face black as bottom of pot, glaring after them. You won't get far. Zhou Tong dragged his subordinates out as shields, then cursed them out. Useless trash. All of you are useless trash. After leaving place, they stopped in front of large school. Enyang said, let's stay here tonight. We'll deal with rest after we get map back. Only then did Xiao Bai say to him happily, Master, look at this. Enyang was surprised. Xiao Bai, nice work. With this, we can keep searching for that illusion beast. She handed him item again. Master, I found this too. Take look. The moment he read content inside, Enyang's face darkened. Where did you find this? Xiao Bai explained. After you guys went up there, I saw a hole appear in wall that spider had damaged. I went closer to check and found this. He read carefully in 3024. The god-controlling rebirth, white dragon descended, disaster struck, an east-hidden divine beast turned heaven and earth upside down. 3024 was year god-controlling rebirth. Could everything have been set in stone long ago? Or is someone secretly pulling strings? Xiao Bai asked curiously. Weird, no, what Enyang replied. Don't think about that for now. Let's go inside and check situation first. He asked Xiao Zhan, who did you buy this villa from? He explained, back then, I bought it through real estate agent. Heard house owner used to be Beast Master King, but went missing during mission. On Zhou Tong's side, a furious voice roared through phone. You can't even handle this little thing, keep this up, and you're getting lost to me. He panicked, sir, please don't be angry, I know what to do now. Right after that, Zhou Tong flashed a sly smile at his mercenaries, you all. Time crawled by like dog running across field. Before long, sky had already gone dark. Xiao Bai looked around and asked, so dark, anybody there? Enyang gave everyone instructions. Be careful, split up and move first. Focus on clearing danger. If anything happens, shout immediately. Because she was too overpowered, Xiao Bai always split off and went alone. She opened another room door. Inside was empty, not a single person. Furniture sat silent, covered in cold dust. Looking over to the other side, a familiar figure was slumped motionless in the corner. Xiao Bai walked over, but froze the moment she reached out. It turned out to be Cairo. For some reason, she kept getting dragged into bizarre situations like this. Cairo's bloodshot eyes were wide open, and her whole appearance looked extremely abnormal. Blue veins bulged all over her face, making her look a lot like Meng Jiao earlier. Xiao Bai asked in panic, hey, what happened to you? Cairo acted like she had not heard Xiao Bai at all, and charged over with her mouth wide open. Xiao Bai immediately snapped in anger, you lunatic. On the other side, Yin Yang and Meng Jiao jumped when they heard the scream. Xiao Bai, he and Meng Jiao rushed over anxiously, both sensing something was wrong. Cairo had lost control. Her eyes stared at Xiao Bai with hunger, while Xiao Bai was pinned hard against the floor. Luckily, there was a piece of wood near Xiao Bai. She gritted her teeth and grabbed it tight. Right after that, Xiao Bai swung the wood hard and smashed it straight into Cairo's head. Cairo toppled to the side. Xiao Bai immediately sprang up, staring at the madwoman in front of her with all her mood ruined. Just then Yin Yang also arrived. Meng Jiao asked in panic, what on earth happened? Xiao Bai pointed at her and said, I came in and saw her lying there. I thought it was Cairo, so I tried to wake her up, but who knew she would pounce on me like she had gone insane. Seeing Cairo's body covered in bulging blue veins, Yin Yang guessed, based on what you said and the condition of this body, it is most likely a mutation. Meng Jiao asked in shock, a mutation like what happened to me last time? He replied, pretty much, good thing you were treated in time, or the consequences would have been impossible to predict. At that moment, the door on the other side was suddenly slammed with loud bangs, making Yin Yang instantly turn his head. Xiao Bai was about to step forward and open the door, but he immediately warned her, careful. Yin Yang gripped the piece of wood, ready to defend, while the pounding outside the door grew more and more violent. Outside the door, those people howled like crazed zombies. It looked like they had all been mutated. Soon, the wooden door could not withstand the impact. A hand punched through it and reached inside. Yin Yang saw it and immediately shouted, Meng Jiao, open the window now. Meng Jiao obeyed and ran straight to the window, but it seemed to be locked tight. The mutated people quickly poured in. One of them opened his mouth, roared, and lunged forward to bite. The whole pack shoved and surged in like mad, turning the scene into suffocating chaos. Yin Yang raised the piece of wood and kept swinging hard at the mutated people charging toward him. Xiao Bai also launched a fierce counterattack right away. Of course, these freaks were no match for her. Only Meng Jiao froze in fear when she saw a man about to throw himself at her. She screamed no. Suddenly, a bullet shot straight toward the man's chest. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. At the same time, Zhou Dan's voice rang out in warning, everyone get back. A huge explosion erupted, wiping out most of the mutated people on the spot. After witnessing the scene in front of them, they no longer dared to charge in so recklessly for the moment. Zhou Dan and Xiao Zhan had arrived in time with reinforcements, and the fire cloud beast was with them too. It opened its mouth, widened its eyes, and let out a thunderous roar. A scorching blaze burst forth and burned those people alive. That day, quite a few mutated corpses were blasted out of the building. Yin Yang examined their blood and realized it looked like the blood Meng Jiao had shed after being poisoned. It seemed this was Zhu Tong's doing. Xiao Zhan said, I found food and water in the cafeteria. Looks like they were originally lucky survivors, but we do not know when they got infected. Yin Yang said in a low voice, I finally understand why Zhu Tong abused the Fire Cloud Beast, but what is the Fire Cloud Beast's real mission? Just then, Zhou Dan cut in. Everyone looked. A heavy rain suddenly poured down, putting everyone on guard. Rain fell without any warning at all, and that could not be good. Yin Yang looked outside and immediately guessed, this has to be another scheme from Zhu Tong. He warned everyone to be careful. We still do not know how many backup moves Zhu Tong has left. Xiao Zhan said, I will go to the cafeteria and bring food for everyone, no matter what. We cannot keep burning through our strength like this. Zhou Dan looked at the curtain of rain and said, I once heard of a poison called devouring rain. It can corrode buildings, destroy ecological balance, and even trigger a biochemical crisis. Yin Yang continued, I have heard of that too. If a biochemical crisis breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just then Xiao Zhan's voice came from inside. Yin Yang, come look at this. In front of them was an egg, he explained. I was going to grab some food for you kids, but then I found this thing in the cupboard. Yin Yang glanced at it, then observed it carefully. A strange sense of familiarity rose in his heart. This thing did not seem unfamiliar. Yin Yang stood there in a daze and muttered to himself, so familiar, where have I seen it before? Seeing his phantom beast staring at the egg, Yin Yang said, Fire Cloud Beast, you seem very interested in it. He suddenly jolted and guessed, could the little thing inside this eggshell be one of the Fire Cloud Beast's own kind? Zhou Dan was still standing by the window, observing, then said, the rain has let up, but I see something wrong outside. In the distance, for some unknown reason, a strange fire had appeared. On this side, Zhu Tong still refused to give up. He ordered the mercenaries to capture the killing beast alive, and if the others were still alive, silence them all. The fog is thick, so move carefully. After hearing the order, the mercenaries immediately shouted in unison, then all pushed deeper inside. Suddenly, one of them had his neck tightly wrapped by a dry branch, making the others stare at their teammate in panic. What is going on? The man's face turned blue, while the branch squeezed tighter and tighter. A wild gust of wind rose and swirled around his body. The soldier screamed in terror, save me. Zhu Tong did not care at all whether his subordinate lived or died. He coldly ordered fire. Immediately, countless bullets shot straight toward that soldier, leaving him no chance to survive. But the problem was, all the bullets they fired were reflected back toward the mercenaries. In the blink of an eye, they were hit by their own bullets and died on the spot. Right after that, the dry tree also revealed its true form. It was a plantain tree, a type of mutated plant. Being pushed this far while hunted down, Zhu Tong cried out in panic. A tree turned into a spirit. How is that possible? Ground beyond it slowly cracked open, warning that tonight was bound to drag on in suffocating tension. Zhou Dan stood by the window and looked outside. His face went ghost-white with fear, and he shouted for everyone to look. This biological disaster had struck. Humanity was afraid it was about to suffer a catastrophe beyond measure. Floor inside house also shook hard. Yin Yang jumped and blurted out that maybe it was earthquake. Egg on table was jolted off and dropped to floor. Meng Jiao panicked, reached out to catch it, and screamed no. From deep underground, something seemed to be trying to slither out through those black, watery cracks. Xiao Zhan poked head out from inside to check. Seeing area seemed calm for now, he said maybe it was fine. But Yin Yang still reminded everyone to stay careful and not let guard down. Sure enough, tiny hands rose from dark water street, gripped edge of crack, and started crawling out. They looked like rats, but whole bodies were covered in strange blue fur. With blood-red eyes, they kept scanning all directions while letting out shrill screeches. Those mutated rats seemed extremely interested in corpses on ground. They crawled over and kept sniffing, like they were hunting prey. Then whole swarm charged straight at building. They clearly were not ordinary rats, with bodies much larger than normal. From inside, Xiao Zhan opened window and immediately opened fire at them. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 mutated rats dropped dead on spot. He let out breath of relief. Good thing he still had this self-defense weapon on him. Right after that, a loud scream echoed out. A blinding flash exploded and shot straight into room, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Yin Yang looked toward that direction and instantly guessed what happened, saying it had mutated. Then Main told everyone to leave fast. Right then, egg in Meng Jiao's hands suddenly stirred. In that split second, with danger hanging by single thread, it looked ready to hatch again, startling her badly. A tiny, incredibly adorable being appeared before everyone's eyes, smiling with crystal-clear innocence like it was greeting world. At same time, Main turned to look and froze too, shocked so hard he nearly toppled backward. Fresh out of egg, little being happily sprang into air, slipping free from Meng Jiao's arms. It even landed boldly on top of Flame Cloud Beast, but strangely, this fantasy beast showed no resistance at all. Right then, Diary on Main's body suddenly reacted, and light burst out from it, shocking him. That powerful glow, carrying massive energy, spread over entire Flame Cloud Beast. Outside, mutated rats were still sniffing bodies on ground. No one knew what they were searching for. In next instant, everyone suddenly appeared outside. Main was stunned by this new power. This was clearly instant teleportation. Flame Cloud Beast looked toward mutated rat, now seeming a bit wary, not daring to rush in recklessly. 7 rats all turned at once and stared straight at it. An attack was launched at once, frightening mutated rat so badly it nearly lost its soul. On this side, other rat was also smashed apart by Flame Cloud Beast, screaming miserably in pain. Seeing companion beaten to a pulp, one rat in swarm panicked and turned to flee. Flame Cloud Beast instantly leaped after it. But Maine worried about it, so he hurriedly ordered Flame Cloud Beast to come back. Yet it seemed not to hear him. Flame Cloud Beast kept charging ahead, staying glued to mutated rat without letting go. Ziobai curiously asked Master what exactly just hatched. It was born with combat power, and could even coordinate so well with Flame Cloud Beast. He pulled out notebook and wondered what on earth this book had to do with Flame Cloud Beast and Little Illusion Beast. Jodan cut in and said if he wanted answer, only way was to face those 2 creatures directly. But when Maine ran over, Flame Cloud Beast was already gone, instantly putting him on edge. Meng Jiao looked around once, then pointed at ground and told Maine to look here fast. Maine bent down to inspect it, then his face changed. Damn it, Flame Cloud Beast had been taken by someone else. He looked at Ziobai and said that while they hadn't gone far yet, both of them should follow tracks and give chase. Rest of you stay here. At Zhou Tong's camp, he smugly said if they couldn't capture this thing, how could they easily control Kirin Beast? Tiny Spirit glared in anger, while he looked at it with disdain and asked if it wanted to run. Zhou Tong pulled out a needle and said coldly that if Gentle Way wouldn't work, then he'd use force at first. He only wanted to use it to destroy Chaos Illusion Beast and show world that only mutated fantasy pets were strongest, yet it kept defying him. He laughed in delight and jabbed needle into Flame Cloud Beast, making it hurt so badly sweat poured off it. At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he couldn't have it, then Yin Yang shouldn't dream of owning it either. Little Spirit thrashed wildly, kicking all over and crying out in resistance. That made Zhou Tong furious, and he barked for it to shut up. He raised gun and aimed at Little Spirit, about to pull trigger, when one mercenary rushed in a panic to report. That man, said detector, had found an unidentified lifeform 3 km away, and it was moving fast in this direction. Hearing that, Zhou Tong immediately frowned, then ordered retreat and for all fantasy beasts to be taken with them. Sane shifted back to Main's group. Ziobai scanned surroundings with a glance and quickly spotted someone, then reported it to Master. Ziobai did not wait for his order. She rushed over to check it herself first. She pressed that man's head down and growled at him, asking where Zhou Tong was and whether Flame Cloud Beast had been taken by you people. But he still clenched his teeth and kept silent. He trembled and said he truly knew nothing, because he had been separated from his team. She shoved him harder in anger, warning him not to play tricks in front of her. Terrified pale, he insisted it was all true. His group had been torn apart by a monster. Right then, a venomous centipede slowly crawled up to him. Its grotesque body froze mercenary in terror. Then it bit him, white foam bubbled from his mouth. Ziobai turned to ask Master what they should do now. Maine placed hand on his carotid artery, then said coldly that this guy was dead. Neither of them bothered with him anymore. Ziobai pointed ahead and told Master to look over there. At same moment, mercenary jerked like came back to life, climbed up, then let fingernails grow unnaturally long. Now mercenary looked like he had gone insane. He was no different from Mad Dog, teeth growing long too, looking grotesque as hell. Then whole body started smoking, flesh and skin began rotting fast. In blink of eye, body looked eaten through by acid. In less than few seconds, only dry bones left. From inside bones, centipede crawled out. Ziobai was stunned, this was. Yang immediately recognized mutated bloodworm, thing that could drain adult human blood dry in instant. He quietly guessed, could this be purge plan aimed at humanity? At same time, somehow Ziobai noticed something. She looked at Yang, Master, look at this. In front of them was violent vortex, and it began sweeping through everything around it. Trees were uprooted and knocked over, roots ripped out at same time. Ground also split open like it had been torn apart. Scene looked no different from natural disaster. Yang saw that and thought, could it be level 3 illusion beast? Both were busy watching surroundings, so they did not notice someone rushing up from behind to attack. When Yang woke up, he was tied to hospital bed. Where is this? That doctor held syringe and asked coldly, awake now? Yang was shocked, who are you? He gave no answer, only kept dark face and asked Yang back, what did you come to Netherwood Forest for? Yang did not understand what he meant, so he asked back, what forest? Doctor sighed, with all those components on your body, it is hard to explain everything. Now only thing left is study you. Right after that, Yang stopped pretending. He easily broke free of restraints and grabbed his hand hard, scaring Doctor into screaming. Before he could recover, Yang decisively stabbed syringe into his neck. Seeing Doctor collapse onto floor, he said with icy face, sorry, I do not want to be your test subject, but I do like your outfit. Yang wandered around and accidentally overheard another doctor talking. According to her, can you really use surgery to take someone else's healthy organs and live forever? Nurse replied, there has already been successful case, and you still do not believe it. Hearing that, he said again, right. I heard Great Ape has awakened and even brought back 2 test subjects from scene. Surgery is about to start, so hurry and get ready. At same time, from afar, one man walked over, 2 mercenaries flanked him. That guy kept talking Target in abandoned school has 3 test subjects. 2 women and 1 man move out now. Seeing En Yang looked unfamiliar, one of them asked in surprise, "Which department do you work in?" He pointed gun at En Yang's head. "Take off mask." Nurse jumped and ran over. "Li Wei, what are you doing? Isn't this Dr. Zhao who just arrived? It says so on his badge." She pulled En Yang away. "Dr. Zhao, surgery is about to start. Where are you running off to? Hurry up." Watching En Yang's back, he quietly felt suspicious. "Dr. Zhao." As soon as En Yang left, that guy looked at Xiao Bai and said, "Dr. Zhao is waiting only for you. Girl's body is extremely special. Every organ is different from normal person." Seeing Xiao Bai in danger, En Yang immediately shouted, "Stop." Switch to Zhou Tong's side, he said smugly. "As long as I gather enough 49 core crystals as medicinal catalyst, I will carve out place for myself in Apocalypse." After that, he injected Thing into Spirit Beast. "Congratulations, you are final piece of my puzzle." Right after that, its eyes widened and it growled fiercely. He was delighted it worked. Next, little Spirit Beast bound itself tightly. Power in it erupted violently. Zhou Tong panicked out of control. What is going on? He hurled Illusion Beast toward Fire Kirin, who had passed out. Perfect timing. "Today, I want their core crystals. Men, throw these 2 out." In hospital, hallway outside was fairly quiet. Xiao Bai lay unconscious on hospital bed. Doctor frowned. "What happened?" En Yang quickly explained. "This experiment is very special. It has potential to mutate. I suggest all of you go outside first, or your lives will be at risk." That doctor decided to leave. "Then we will not disturb doctor anymore." After both left, he leaned close and whispered, "Xiao Bai, wake up now." Department chief heard noise and walked over to ask, "What is going on?" That guy was only wearing shorts, and he hurried to explain, "I am not a pervert, I am Dr. Zhao. Someone drugged me, something happened." Department chief was confused. Why is there another doctor? Zhao then, who is person inside, new doctor. Zhao revealed truth, he is fake. Immediately, they rushed in and slammed on door again and again. "Dr. Zhao, open door now." Department chief urged anxiously, "Open door now." Suddenly several soldiers appeared and shouted, "Shut up, move aside now." They broke lock and stormed into hospital room. He was startled because bed was empty. "Where is he? Seal off every exit immediately." By now, En Yang had disguised himself as janitor and pushed trash cart along. Those soldiers were moving in groups, keeping area under control. Seeing him pass by, one soldier suddenly shouted, "Stop there." He immediately reached to open trash bin lid. What is inside? En Yang looked awkward. Medical waste. It is radioactive, very strong. Just as lid cracked open a little, before they could see anything, order came down, everyone assemble. He had no choice but to hurry off and answer, "Roger." Turns out En Yang had already anticipated this situation, so he told Xiao Bai to stay quiet. After that, he decisively pointed toward trash bin. Outside city, everything remained stable. They made it out and drove off. Xiao Bai let out a breath of relief. "Master, that counts as finding life in death." But En Yang still had one worry left unresolved. Extremist organization wanted to wipe out us 3 world lords. To survive, we have to link up with everyone left, then crush that extremist organization. Xiao Bai smiled with confidence. "Master, this time, we will definitely succeed." Once they reached destination, En Yang slammed brake at once. Wheels stopped in middle of barren wasteland. 2 of them got out to scout area. Suddenly, he saw Fire Killin lying unconscious right in front of him. Not only that, there was also little Spirit Beast. He blurted out in panic, En Yang clenched fists, guilt eating at him non-stop. "Sorry, I did not protect you well." Xiao Bai saw scene and boiled all way to peak rage. "Zhu Tong, I want to skin you alive." He had to step in and calm her down. Xiao Bai. He murmured, "Take them away first." Over there, Zhu Zhou and 2 others were facing endless mutated illusion beasts. They could not let them close in. Li Wei shouted loud to draw beasts' attention. Ahead stood giant illusion beast. Zhu Zhou warned everyone anxiously. Smell of fresh blood will only drive them more insane. Meng Jiao ordered summoning Netherworld to charge at it. But behind her, another illusion beast was already locking straight onto her. Li Wei stood off to side and gave cold order. "Spare no one, that is command." Right then, Xiao Bai appeared and let out a roar that shook sky. She flew one circle, then completely took down illusion beast targeting Meng Jiao. Li Wei instantly went pale from shock. A dragon. He looked thrilled by Zhang Xian's clean takedown just now. Never thought, in end times, I would run into top-tier illusion pet. Xiao Bai kept fighting illusion beasts in air. En Yang quickly shouted for her to stop. He still did not know that was En Yang's illusion pet, so he blurted out praise. Never thought such young pair would already have white dragon protection. Xiao Bai heard his command and landed at once. She looked at him and let out relief. "Master, good thing we got here in time." Li Wei blurted out again. Stunned, a transformable white dragon, rare indeed. He asked in confusion, "What did you call him, master?" "She is your illusion pet." En Yang found it odd and asked back, What is it, uncle? Li Wei showered him with praise, so young, yet already tamed top-tier illusion pet. Your beast-taming skills must be far from ordinary. En Yang's ears were itching. Say it straight. Stop beating around bush. Hearing that, he finally began introducing himself. I am Li Wei, commander of special forces. Why not join under me later? I can also train you to beast tamer level. En Yang started getting interested, so he asked further, train me into beast tamer, uncle. What rank are you? He turned to invite others. Special forces are recruiting talent everywhere. You ladies should come with me too. En Yang asked bluntly, you wanted to kill us moments ago, now you want to drag us along. What do you take us for? Li Wei laughed and made offer. I'll give you 1 week. You and I fight an illusion pet match. If you lose, submit to me. How about it? He did not hesitate. Fine, you all pull back. Meng Jiao rushed over full of hope and asked, so did you find Fire Cloud Beast? En Yang hesitated. That Fire Cloud Beast. After a while, he brought everyone to building over there. En Yang placed Fire Cloud Beast and Little Spirit Beast in room. Anthuk Nui revealed their core crystals had been stolen. With current state of us, I am afraid. Small book suddenly appeared. It automatically flipped to page En Yang needed. He glanced through it once, then told Meng Jiao, diary has answer to extreme cold ice flower. Meng Jiao was baffled. What is this book after all? Why does it give us clues every time we hit critical point? En Yang stated his guess plainly. I think ancient illusion pet master sealed fire pattern beast, diary, and mythically illusion beast together, waiting for descendants to unlock them step by step. Zhuzhou added, I really have heard that ice flower on extreme cold mountain can extend lifespan, but this extreme cold land, anyone who went there never came back alive. He sat down beside Fire Killin, heart heavy. I can't just watch them die. Meng Jiao took mission firmly. En Yang, you and Zio Bai stay here to train. Leave search for ice flower to me. But En Yang worried for her deeply. Meng Jiao, this is too dangerous. I can't let you go alone. After a while, he became even more determined. And us too, this can't be delayed. We split up and move. Meng Jiao suggested, then let's make plan. They went into map room. Zio Zhan also kept 1 gun for self-defense. After some discussion, they left. Fire Cloud Beast and Little Spirit Pet can only hold on for 3 more days. 3 days later, we gather here. Zio Zhan calmed everyone, don't worry. We've prepared weapons for dealing with Issealment illusion beasts. Wait for us. Before long, night had deepened. Under bright moonlight, En Yang spoke softly. Zio Bai, this time I want to teach you new move. Zio Bai transformed into white dragon form. At same time, En Yang revealed name of move, Flame Prison Dragon Radiance. At once, mysterious blue flame mark appeared on his forehead, linking his thoughts with Zio Bai. She followed every thought of his and spat out terrifying blaze. En Yang continued ordering next move, Chaos Dragon Tornado. Zio Bai curled up in flash, then formed huge vortex. He pointed decisively at building across way and shouted, Blazing Heaven Dragon Spit. Little Dragon obeyed command at once, spewing fierce flames toward target point. Next morning in camp, Zhu Tong's voice rang out, Master, why did you call me back? Li Wei called him over and warned him seriously. I've gone through every record on En Yang and White Dragon. We can't underestimate them. Zhu Tong took paper and skimmed it, then bragged, I fought him several times, his power really is strong, but it's not without flaws. He leaned in close, sly look on face, and whispered to Li Wei, I have 1 way. Seeing the strange lightning surge, En Yang panicked and turned to ask, his face full of worry, kid, what's wrong? A voice suddenly boomed from the wall speaker. Welcome to the underground fortress. This place is punishment for intruders. Very soon, your swelling body will take your life. In that critical moment, the beast's soul lit up and appeared. He hurriedly sent a thought, kid, hang on. I am here to help you, listen to me. Circulate your chi down to your lower dantian, then slowly force the toxic energy out. It gritted its teeth and strained, pouring every ounce of strength into driving the poison chi out of its body. Seeing lightning return to normal, En Yang smiled, then did not forget to remind it, kid, you've finally recovered. After this, don't overeat anymore. On the other side, in a silent space, Meng Jiao lay motionless. After a moment of daze, she slowly woke up and lightly opened her eyes. Sitting in some bizarre room with surveillance cameras all around aimed straight at her, she cried out in panic, where am I? Sensing something off, Meng Jiao nervously looked around, then shouted loudly, is anyone there? Suddenly, a strange mask appeared on screen. Welcome, Shen Meng Jiao. She immediately snapped in anger. Who are you? Why did you lock me up here? Mask still spoke calmly. Don't panic. As long as you do what I say, I guarantee you'll all leave here safely. Meng Jiao pointed straight at screen and fired back fiercely. Why should I listen to you? Who are you? Mysterious figure immediately showed Zio Long being tied up. Beside him, masked man pressed knife against his throat. You can choose not to obey me, but look, you only have 10 seconds left to think. Seeing Zio Bai in mortal danger, Meng Jiao screamed in panic, Zio Bai. Faced with her danger, Meng Jiao had no choice but to accept deal. Stop, I agree. What do you want me to do? On other side, En Yang was still observing everything in this bizarre underground chamber, these statues. Turning back to mysterious figure, he continued to set terms. Eagle beasts are kings in squad battles, but now we're missing one commander. I've checked your record, and I want you to kill En Yang here. Let me show you something. Don't touch demon, otherwise hell die horribly. After hearing that long list of demands, she sighed tiredly. En Yang, I am sorry. At this moment, he calmly watched giant owl spread its wings wide, then spoke, Zyro Ci, get ready for battle. Flock of devil owls with blazing red eyes all swooped down at once, their killing intent overwhelming. On other side, Meng Jiao focused hard and unleashed a surprise attack. En Yang immediately took off and struck back. A bolt of blue lightning burst from Boy's body. At same time, a cold voice rang out, but she also hurriedly sent him a mental message. En Yang, I am Meng Jiao. Someone is using threats to force me to kill you. There's a leader among these eagle beasts. Kill it, and that's enough. 7 birds rushed in together, their menace choking the air. Devil Owl's fierce face, eyes shooting out a threatening red glow. En Yang seemed to receive her message and blurted out in confirmation, so it was you. He still had 2 pills in hand and thought he was lucky to have a few left. Then En Yang threw one over. Pill shot straight into Owl's mouth. Suddenly he threw himself flat to ground and warned, Zyro Ci, watch out. Unexpectedly, Owl became strangely docile. Right after that, a violent explosion erupted, forming a pitch-black cloud of smoke and dust. Back to Meng Jiao, Mask spoke coldly. As expected of National Fantasy Pet Champion, I am giving you last chance. The secret room of Mecha Kai Guang appeared to be that empty, cold underground parking garage. En Yang looked around parking garage and added, this place feels like mech-controlled terrain. From somewhere, a 4-legged beast walked out, then roared out a murderous threat. You barged into Forbidden Hall, so you'll be punished. Name, Mechanical Element Illusion Overlord, level, Tier 3 Supernatural, skills, Electric Core, Mecha Shield Kickstart, Lightning Pool Light. Lightning Beast, now mutated and crackling with bolts around its body, roared as it sent a message, Zyro Ci, prepare to attack. It faced Illusion Overlord head-on. Watching its abnormal reaction, he kept thinking, this monster seems to really love that electric current. Illusion Overlord opened its mouth and spoke in pure challenge, taste my power. A terrifying bolt of lightning came crashing down, forcing En Yang to run for his life. While retreating, he glanced back and tried to analyze situation. Zyro Ci, we have to find its weakness. After carefully observing every move it made, suddenly he saw through its fatal weakness and ordered, Kid, strike its lightning pool from the flank. Lightning Beast quickly unleashed a massive bolt, slamming straight down onto Illusion Overlord's head. It seemed like it still took no damage at all. Unexpectedly, Illusion Overlord's body suddenly flared with pink light, and it let out a painful shriek. The electric current seemed to be invading its body. Seeing that, En Yang was thrilled by Lightning Beast's performance and said, come here, let me have a full meal. He stared at Illusion Beast as it lumbered forward. Suddenly, its body could not take it anymore and slammed hard to ground. En Yang crouched down to inspect prize, then muttered, Illusion Beast Heaven Core. Shifting back to other side, that bizarre Mask began to doubt. Even if En Yang is a genius, he can't possibly clear 2 gates in a row and steal our Heaven Core. I suspect someone tipped him off. So Meng Jiao was restrained by 2 subordinates, and she cursed in anger. What are you trying to do, you bunch of ungrateful bastards? She turned her head and added, En Yang won't let you get away with this. Scene shifted to hospital. Zyro Bai was still unconscious on bed when a hand holding syringe slowly moved in close. Then needle decisively pierced into her arm. After a while, Zyro Bai slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Person beside her spoke, You're awake. She panicked, stared at 2 nurses, and immediately asked where this place was. Seeing that, nurse rushed over and reminded Bai Miss she could not sit up on her own. Still not understanding what was going on, Zyro Bai waved hand and shoved nurse away hard, then shouted, Who are you? Don't get in my way. In middle of chaos, strange man with polished, elegant look suddenly appeared. She lifted head and stared at man who had just walked in, her gaze full of suspicion. Man only gave slight smile, calm as if nothing had happened. Zyro Bai fixed gaze on that unfamiliar face, yet it felt strangely familiar. In that instant, vague memory of 2 children running hand in hand through rain suddenly flooded back, along with voice from past, Min Xuan. Have you ever heard that legend? Name that rang out in her mind made her stunned, Min Xuan. Zyro Bai sat up at once and asked cautiously, I feel like I have some impression of it. But before she could finish, Zyro Bai felt head spinning and complained of fatigue. He hurriedly softened voice and urged her to lie back down first. Even after lying back on bed, she kept asking, Min Xuan, tell me what on earth happened. Why did I wake up here after passing out? Min Xuan fell into thought, then slowly recounted whole story from start to finish. That day, by chance, he had been preparing to negotiate business with Lord of Lower City. He had never expected to find you unconscious there, so he found way to bring you back. That day, he really had been ambushed and knocked out. He did not know what had happened, but he still insisted on bringing you back. Zyro Bai, sorry for letting my doctor examine your body without your permission. Your head was badly injured, and you need injection. Please cooperate with treatment. Zilong still forced herself to sit up and firmly replied, No, let me see if there's anything else. But he still held her her down hard. This is bigger than sky, wait until you recover, then well talk. Maybe because of medicine and exhaustion in her body. Xiao Bai's eyelids slowly grew heavy. I am suddenly so sleepy. Seeing that, Min Xuan gently comforted Xiao Bai, telling her to rest here and heal in peace, I'll protect you. But he leaned over and whispered to nurse. So Xiao Bai got another injection. She just sank into deep sleep like that. Min Xuan's eyes turned sinister, and he coldly added, sleep. So everything before had been arranged under his orders, and he even brought corpse back. Min Xuan looked at her with a meaningful smile, and a wave of energy was sent out. Xiao Bai, you have never met Yin Yang. Your only master is son Min Xuan. Scene shift, space around them began to tremble, and thunder also started rumbling. That guy began summoning power, first trial, control art domain. Rings of magical light were flying straight toward Yin Yang. He dodged the strike, then charged forward, snapping spirit swap art. That ring of magical light instantly reversed direction and struck back at its own master. Yin Yang easily cleared first trial, then moved on to second trial. They created huge whirlpool, a massive center of energy swap. But he came through unscathed, dodging with clean, professional precision. Now it was Yin Yang's turn to counterattack. He pointed ahead and poured out all spiritual power. With just one point of finger, they were blasted far away. On other side in room, group was discussing. Elderly said in deep voice, Yin Yang's offensive is too fierce. Our defenses have nearly been broken through with ease. Everyone give some ideas. Name is Jenny, she is female. Age 28, capable, calm, and kind. Position, Deputy City Lord. In charge of outer security around dungeon. Husang looked at her and went on, City Lord hasn't come back yet. Best to stabilize him first. Take good care of his friends. Scene shift, people were sitting in room. Zhuzhou spoke, Meng Jiao, it's good you're okay. You scared me to death. Has anyone seen Xiao Bai? Xiao Zhan turned and explained, when we woke up we were already here. We don't know where Xiao Bai went. She asked nervously again, since Xiao Bai isn't ordinary, he's even more dangerous. We have to find way out of here. Outside, group was approaching mouth of giant cave. Leader said coldly, Yin Yang has gone inside. We only need to wait calmly for right moment. Another man used scope to observe from distance. Extreme faction is right nearby. We have to be careful. Wait until both sides are badly wounded, then we move. Fisherman gets last laugh. In meeting, everyone was sitting and discussing. Elder Lee said in deep voice, if none of you has objections, then this matter. On other side, Captain Hu stepped forward with grave expression. I have an opinion, treat him like test guest, serve him like honored guest. He killed our knights, destroyed our steel fortress. Even 5 illusion sorcerers still haven't awakened. Are you all fools or what? He's way too arrogant. He strode forward. Jenny sat cross-legged, looking authoritative. Captain Hu, before leaving, City Lord specifically ordered you to take good care of his illusion servants. Matters inside city need not concern you. Captain Hu stroked chin and sneered, damn it, did you really think I am some livestock keeper, useless bunch? Scene shift to luxurious house. Yin Yang walked in, and a stern employee led way. He scanned surroundings once. In front was Jenny, who had been waiting for who knew how long, Mr. Yin Yang, welcome to Lower City, please. Make yourself at home and take a seat. Yin Yang walked into room packed with delicacies. This place seemed to care quite a bit about presentation. Could this not be viewing platform anymore? Jenny smiled, I never expected Mr. Yin Yang to not only have outstanding beastaming ability, but also be so humorous. Ming Xuan looked solemn, one hand behind his back, the other pointing at chair. Mr. Yin Yang, please sit. That earlier viewing platform was only defensive measure for Lower City. I hope you won't take it to heart. He sat down gently, I understand. Safety comes first, after all. Jenny explained, Mr. Yin Yang, our Lower City is willing to release your friends and befriend you. Yin Yang raised eyebrow, and in his heart he thought this was a full-on trap. Scene shifts to sealed prison swallowed by darkness, with only a flickering flame casting light across one small cell. Window was barely palm-sized, set about half-meter high. Xiao Zhan gripped iron bars and shouted, get over here, someone passed out in here. People outside rushed in, hands on hips, asking what happened. Door opened, an ice-faced man stepped in with spear in hand. He swept cold, sharp gaze over Meng Jiao and Zhou. Meng Jiao leaned against Zhou's shoulder, exhausted to point of collapse. Furious, he grabbed blade and charged at 2 seated people. Xiao Zhan yelled in panic, what are you trying to do? Gunshot rang out from behind. Xiao Zhan pulled trigger at once, firing without hesitation. He collapsed onto ground. Zhou let out sigh of relief, good thing you brought gun. Xiao Zhan's face darkened, full of worry, if you want to kill us, then I'll go all way with you. Even if I have to wipe out everyone in dungeon, I'll burn this place down. Meanwhile, in dining room, Yin Yang was chatting pleasantly. Then you two should show sincerity first. Let my friends go. Jenny gave faint smile and said, fine, I'll send someone to invite your friends up right away. Rapid footsteps sounded outside, then someone rushed in. Min Xuan turned back and snapped in irritation, barging in without knocking. Don't you see we have honored guests here? Man who ran in was drenched in sweat. He leaned close and whispered something. Min Xuan went pale. What? Man pointed toward Yin Yang, while Jenny also asked nervously, what happened? Min Xuan pointed straight ahead. Men, seize him for me. Scene shifts to tunnel. Another man panicked amid thick smoke, fires out, but city's treasure burned. Xiao Zhan and other two had escaped into tunnel. Their formation is in chaos. Jojo was still worried, but there's still no news about Yin Yang and Little White. Ill use mental resonance force to contact them. Floating image of Meng Jiao appeared. Do not resist. You have only one master, Sun Mingxian. Meanwhile, Yin Yang looked out window, deep in thought. There's another force. Young man stood coldly, raising hand to control giant glowing blue eye before him. Scene radiated supernatural power and disdain for enemies. Meng Jiao had broken free, then stepped into room. Jojo was still anxious. What happened? A powerful wave attack blocked me just now. Xiao Zhan hid nearby, watching soldiers rush past. Look, those people must be searching for us. We can't stay here long, move out now. Meng Jiao's eyes shimmered, heart restless, not knowing how Yin Yang was doing now. Jenny stood in front of Yin Yang, blocking group of people. Wait. Jenny spoke with stern, clear voice. I brought him here. Ming Xuan walked in with two subordinates. Hands in pockets. Hold on, he can't leave right now. His friends escaped prison and even burned City Lord's most prized illusory beast. Yin Yang spoke up. I think this may be misunderstanding. If my friends truly did what you said, then I apologize. Ming Xuan glanced at subordinate, signaling him to take Yin Yang away. Wait until City Lord returns to decide. Notify Radiant Crow Squad. Everyone moves out to capture them. Jenny looked displeased. Do you truly think your Radiant Crow Squad can do everything? There ain't nothing but barking dogs. Ming Xuan's subordinate led Yin Yang away. He turned back with mocking smile. I am too lazy to explain to you. Let's go. Jenny watched them leave, frowning. Yin Yang, I will definitely save you. Meanwhile, patrol squad and hunting dogs searched everywhere. Search carefully. Dogs stopped before tunnel entrance after catching scent. Movement. Keep searching. 3 people moved quickly through long tunnel. Meng Jiao looked back and saw patrol squad closing in. Hurry. They're catching up. Xiao Zhan looked over in delight. Their light moved. 3 rushed toward light but ended up frozen in place. Damn it. After all those turns, we came back. Jojo broke into sweat. Are we trapped here behind her? Meng Jiao spoke. Relax, I have way. 3 had been surrounded by gunmen. One of them sneered, aiming gun at 3. Let me see what way you have. Meng Jiao smiled softly, then keep your eyes open and watch. Suddenly, giant tiger fox lunged in, making soldiers completely lose their minds from sheer shock. She shot into air, dodging barrage of patrol gunfire. Soldier from earlier fell face first to ground. Chase me. 3 escaped from there and ran into forest behind, but pursuit still did not stop. Everyone was hunting them. 3 people ran from dungeon direction, with crowd of illusory beasts behind them. Joey was sitting calmly in forest when she heard loud commotion. Stay alert. Character introduction. Attention, gender female, age 25. She looked over and saw 3 people fleeing fast. Person in middle seemed to be Jojo. It really is Jojo. Hurry, let's go save them. Under clear blue sky, sunlight covered lush, vibrant green forest. Joey ran over and happily patted Jojo's shoulder. Finally found you, Jojo smiled brightly. I've carried mission with me all these years. As soon as they reunited, they chattered and asked questions. Jojo had always stayed beside Yin Yang. Now it's time to settle accounts, and that divine beast can only fall into our hands. So how is situation inside? Jojo opened up. Everyone wants divine beast. Several extremist organizations that have lost all humanity are lurking around too. If we don't wipe them out first, they'll keep targeting divine beast. Joey raised her head and said, makes sense. Jojo continued. Girl with me this time is named Meng Jiao. She has more intel than I do. Maybe we can borrow her power. Meng Jiao turned to them and said she knew the city's layout well. So once they went in, everyone should follow her directions. And Yang was key clue to finding divine beast. So they had to find him no matter what. Chewie jumped in right away, saying that with her leading way, half their effort was already saved. Meng Jiao's eyes tightened with firm resolve. Yang, I will get you out of this place. Back at base from earlier, Jenny stood with arms crossed. Expression dead serious. Guard team had changed shifts, and this was best time to rescue Yang. Jenny said firmly, Yang, I will get you out of here. City Lord always values talent. Once you escape, I will explain everything clearly. Yang answered anxiously, doing this is way too dangerous for you. As soon as she stepped outside, unease rose in her chest. She kept feeling like something was off. It seemed to be skin. A glowing tiger appeared, with horns and terrifying blazing eyes. This was killer weapon, Cross Tiger, so he wanted to use this chance to get rid of him. What bastard. It roared viciously, then charged straight at Yang. He spun around at once and launched a lightning-fast strike at Cross Tiger. When Savage Tiger swung its claws to attack, Yang stayed calm, channeled psychic power, and cut apart its assault. Tiger quickly became obedient and sank into sleep. Jenny was so furious she clutched her head and shouted, You bastard, do you have to drive people to death before you stop? She regained her composure, then grabbed Yang's hand. Hurry, let's go. 3 vicious ice snow leopards were closing in step by step. 2 of them were forced up against a door. Jenny panicked and said, Yang, you go first. I'll hold them off. A giant door stood before them. Yang hesitated and looked around. What hell is this place? He carefully moved forward and reached out to press button on door. Door made strange sound, making our lead jerk his head up in shock. Giant door slowly opened. Yang reacted fast, grabbed Jenny's hand and ran inside. Hide here for now. Two of them cautiously walked deeper inside. Suddenly, a phantom beast shot upward. Jenny asked curiously, "What is this place?" And Yang also answered tensely, "This is my first time setting foot here too." He frowned and stepped forward warily. Could this be seen from centuries ago, when first Phantom Beast appeared? Looking at Phantom Beast flying in front of him, he froze without realizing it. This guy looks familiar. Yang seemed to remember something. His eyes narrowed at Phantom Beast sticking out its tongue, then shifting into a muscular form. Could it be this thing? He remembered Sea of Flames erupting, and two phantom beasts that had once been lured into it. Human civilization back, then used nuclear missiles to severely wound it, and only then did it flee to this place. Yang's mouth fell open as cold sweat poured out. Look, what do words behind it mean? Phantom Beast was writhing and transforming. Our lead asked in confusion, does this mean that Phantom Beast returned to infant form and resurrected? His eyes widened. Wait, reverse aging and resurrection. Our lead lowered his head in thought. Isn't this scene exactly like when Little White and I were reborn? He walked toward glowing stone ahead. Could all mythically evil phantom beasts possess power to rewind time and be reborn before death? While Yang was controlling power from stone, Jenny suddenly shouted, "Pursuers." He immediately linked himself to stone, and his mental power turned into storm. Stone exploded, shattering into countless pieces. Dust and smoke instantly covered area around them. He raised his hand and pointed straight ahead as power erupted. Break. Our lead pointed his finger at Phantom Beast, and an extremely powerful beam of light shot out. Beam slammed straight into center of Phantom Beast's forehead. Its eyes and horns lit up in brilliant glow at same time. Jenny pressed close to Yang in fear. Why is there a mythically evil Phantom Beast here? Yang recalled scene just now. His power source had changed direction to stop Phantom Beast from causing destruction. He suddenly realized it. No, thing that attacked us just now wasn't Divine Beast's true body. It was only its phantom image. Our lead guessed, if I'm not wrong, clue to mythically evil Phantom Beast's weakness must be here. Looking toward Phantom Beast showing off its power, he thought, did this guy get reborn here too? Sane shifted elsewhere beneath lush green canopies. A long road appeared, lined on both sides with beautiful green trees. Bai Xiaobai walked with Ming Xuan. He kept his hands in his pants pockets and said sternly, "Stay here and recover in peace." His face showed no emotion. "Xiaobai, where did all your brothers and sisters go?" Bai Xiaobai raised her hands to hold her head. "It hurts." Ming Xuan reminded her softly, "Time to take your medicine." Bai Xiaobai left with servant. Ming Xuan watched her from behind, eyes firm. "Sooner or later, I will find bloodline of that clan." Scene shifted to where Meng Jiao was. She stared thoughtfully at map. "This is best chance to save my benefactor, Yang, I have to seize it." Meng Jiao looked down at group standing below. One person spoke up, "Then we'll do what you said." Two men in neat suits talked with each other. "I hear Underground City has countless treasures. When time comes, relax. Anyone who dares block our path dies." Sane shifted to a cellar. City Lord was speaking with Jenny. "Looks like our thoughts truly align." Yang walked in. Jenny quickly said, "City Lord, let me introduce him." City Lord turned to look and said, "No need, I know who he is." Yang smiled and asked, "How does City Lord know a nobody like me?" He answered with same stern face, "You are no nobody. Back then, you won national championship in Phantom Pet Tournament. Since then, I began paying attention to you." His brows furrowed slightly. "Best thing about our underground city is intelligence. To be honest, I have secretly watched you for a long time." Yang asked warily, "What do you want?" City Lord explained clearly, "Right now, only way to save humanity is to destroy that mythically evil Phantom Beast, and this heavy duty can only be entrusted to a few people." After hearing City Lord's words, Yang was extremely shocked. Scene shifted to room where Meng Jiao stood. Group of men in suits shouted at each other, "Listen up. Treasures in city belong to whoever grabs them." She immediately turned and objected, "We didn't come here to steal treasure." Fierce-looking man in suit roared, "Shut up. Anyone who dares block my way, I kill first." Zhu Zhou leaned close to Meng Jiao's ear and whispered, "If you want to profit from this fight, best not get involved. I am sure their defense forces are under the underground city. Getting dragged into this muddy water won't do us any good." Meng Jiao looked up and bit her lip in thought, "That works too. Let them tear each other apart. Only then will I get a chance to save Yang." Cut to inside the cavern. Three massive monsters entered under orders from allied forces of major clans, ready to smash through the city and charge in. Two phantom beasts, a tiger and a winged lion with a bird's head, were lunging forward with savage aggression. The robot staggered ahead, claws swinging out. The tiger instantly raked hard across its body. Over here, the bird-headed beast was circling in midair, locked in battle with the snow leopard. Meng Jiao hurried outside, but she was blocked by giant beasts. A snake and a bear cut off her path. She froze and cried out in panic, "Yang, where are you?" She shouted loudly. A giant fox flew over Netherworld. "Help me find where Yang is." The fox hovered above the giant beasts, glaring down at them. Meng Jiao stood there, her face drenched in sweat. Cut to a road covered in lush greenery. Jenny, Yang, and the city lord were rushing forward as fast as they could. The three charged toward a door. Jenny shouted, "Go." A creature with blazing red eyes slowly opened them and looked out. Inside, the battle between phantom beasts and other creatures was brutally fierce. Meng Jiao saw Enyang circling around, searching for her, and shouted, "Enyang." She ran over in joy. Enyang smiled. "Meng Jiao, it really is you." The two held each other tightly. "Enyang, we need to leave this dangerous place right now." He pulled Meng Jiao back and reassured her, "We can't leave yet." Over here, another group was also fighting fiercely. The city lord went deathly pale and stammered, "What do we do now?" Suddenly, everyone backed away at once. "Careful, something is coming." A phantom beast awakened from the stone, its crimson eyes blazing with blinding light. The two men in suits panicked. "Mythic phantom beast, plunder," one of them barked. "Why are you lying there? Attack already." The long-bodied phantom beast lunged straight at one of the men in suits. It unleashed its power in a violent burst. The others went ashen, every trace of blood gone from their faces. Dirt and stone were blasted everywhere. The enormous phantom beast stood like a towering wall, savage and brutal before everyone. "What the hell is that thing?" One of them turned around, drenched in sweat. "That's a star-level mythic beast." With one sweep of its tail, it sent the rest flying far away. The phantom beast charged forward, claws spread wide. Its power erupted again. A current of energy twisted into a vortex, sweeping away everything around it. The bird had been taken down. Right after that, it advanced on the robot beast. One strike was enough. The men in suits screamed, "Retreat now." Panic spread everywhere, dirt and rocks clattered down. "We can't beat it, run." The city lord looked up. "This is the final legacy the old city lord left us, the city-guarding beast." His eyes darkened, with a mythic-level phantom beast appearing in the world. Peace will be hard to keep. A man in a suit was sent flying through the air after the monster phantom beast struck him. Enyang frowned. "This is going too far." Meng Jiao said to Enyang, "If you want to stop it, we'll have to risk our lives and fight." Enyang and Meng Jiao calmly stood before the phantom beast. He stepped forward and shouted, "Stop." He lightly tapped his staff against the phantom beast's head, shaking it to its core. Over here, Meng Jiao and the fox were also unleashing the power of wind. The ferocious phantom beast raised its head and roared, its cry chilling to the bone. He reached out and touched its head. He bent down and picked up a glowing stone. Meng Jiao looked at the stone, satisfied. What fought us just now was only a scale fragment from the mythic-level phantom beast's body. Enyang also stared at it closely. "I've heard some dragon-shaped phantom beasts can create all kinds of illusions." He closed his eyes and sensed it. "Maybe this ability can help us." The stone glowed, and thousands of straight lines linked together, then located the position of its true body. Cut to another scene. Two people were kneeling at the feet of the phantom beast. A woman cried out in delight, "Little White." That was the city lord's memory, so the mythic-level phantom beast had been hiding within the dragon clan ruins all along. Brother Enyang stepped forward. "We shouldn't delay, we immediately." City Lord laid the way. "We must proceed with extreme caution." Cut to a gloomy place filled with upright stone slabs. Enyang walked while reminding everyone to stay careful. Ming Xuan hid behind a stone slab, watching with a sinister smile. The prey has entered the cage. A barrage of mysterious objects shot straight toward Zhu Zhou, making her realize at once that this was an ambush. Fox sprang into the air and charged straight into battle. Ming Xuan's face turned vicious. Then he hurled the ring in his hand and roared, "Leave your life here." The power hidden inside the ring began to activate. Yin Yang's phantom beast immediately rushed forward and launched a counterattack. It charged in, attacking hard and blasting Ming Xuan's group back. Yin Yang hurried closer and anxiously asked where Xiaobai was. Even though his whole body was wounded and soaked in blood, he stayed calm, then curled his lips into a provoking smile. Right behind them, a shout suddenly rang out, "Stop." Li Wei seemed intrigued by Zhou Tong's proposal, so he told him to explain. Zhou Tong replied that they might as well use dragons to create dragon horses. Li Wei gave a faint smile, then immediately took action. The scene shifted, and Bai Xiaobai's inner monologue rang out. If Master can grasp these ultimate techniques, he'll definitely have the upper hand in the next match. From far away, two male figures quietly approached, looking extremely cautious. The two men raised their guns and aimed straight at Bai Xiaobai and Yin Yang, ready to pull the trigger. Below, Yin Yang said the ultimate techniques might not need to be used in this match. Bai Xiaobai asked in confusion, then what exactly was he planning? One man muttered under his breath, preparing to strike. Strange green syringes suddenly shot out at terrifying speed. Yin Yang instantly blocked in front of Bai Xiaobai and shouted for her to be careful. 3 syringes flew in and stabbed hard into Bai Xiaobai's body. She immediately felt them pierce her skin, then clenched her teeth in fury and cursed, "Damn it." Right after that, Bai Xiaobai quickly released a surge of magic that wrapped around her entire body, blasting all the syringes away. The wall where the two men were hiding suddenly exploded into chunks. Bai Xiaobai immediately tried to chase them, but Yin Yang quickly stopped her and said there was no need to hunt them down. He asked if she was all right. Bai Xiaobai said she was fine, but these people had definitely been sent by Zhou Tong. Yin Yang carefully examined one syringe and thought to himself, has the target already been locked onto her? Bai Xiaobai proudly declared that they could come if they wanted, because she wasn't afraid at all. Then she reminded Master not to worry. The urgent issue now was that they still didn't know what was happening with Sister Meng Jiao and the Firecloud Beast. The scene shifted inside Li Wei and Zhou Tong's building. A man reported that the white dragon's blood sample had been collected, and they had now entered the gene recombination stage. Before long, a brand new white dragon would be born. Zhou Tong gave a cold laugh below and ordered, "Keep a close eye on Yin Yang for me. Report any movement at any time." The scene shifted to a pure white land buried under ice and snow. Meng Jiao reminded everyone that the ground was freezing and the path beneath their feet was dangerous, so they all had to be careful. "Everyone look, plants are growing here. This must be Frostflower Valley," the place marked on the map. Suddenly, she noticed that something about the air around them was very wrong. "This is bad, looks like we accidentally woke something up." A dense flock of bluebirds immediately charged straight toward the group. Frost spirit sparrows possess spirit bullets, allowing them to spit ice-type spirit orbs. When a spirit orb explodes, it releases an extremely powerful blast of cold air that freezes everything around it. Their illusion skill lets them cast ice-type illusions, creating lifelike images to distract enemies and disrupt judgment. They are agile, lively, and curious about everything around them. Although their bodies are small, they are extremely brave and do not easily retreat in the face of danger. They know how to use intelligence and ability to protect themselves and their companions. Ice attribute. Meng Jiao immediately raised her hand and said coldly, "Ice or fire. None will be spared, Nether. Obey my command." Nether immediately appeared, then shot into the sky. Right after that, Nether charged straight toward the flock of frost spirit sparrows. Seeing that Nether seemed to be going a bit too far while driving off the phantom beasts, Meng Jiao quickly called it back, "Nether." Meng Jiao stepped deeper into the cave and realized this place had also been attacked before. She ordered Nether to stop. Nether immediately obeyed and released the frost spirit sparrow in its hand. Meng Jiao slowly walked closer to the trembling phantom beast lying on the ground. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Tell me what exactly happened here." It turned out that their leader had been invaded by a mysterious toxin and was now in mortal danger. No wonder the whole flock had treated her group like enemies. "Sister Zhuzhou, hurry and open the medicine box." Meng Jiao immediately handed the medicine box to the leader of the frost spirit sparrow flock. One of the flock still looked suspicious, worried whether this would really be okay. What if they had come here to harm the boss? However, after receiving Meng Jiao's help, the leader of the flock fully recovered. She looked toward the private battle and spoke, "Let's go, the ice flower is what matters." A frost sprite sparrow flapped its wings and called to her, "Follow me." Not long after, Shen Mengjiao cried out, "Great, we found it. Yao Ming, hurry and take me over there." Yao Ming stopped slowing down, "Hurry and find Yin Yang." Yao Ming was racing through the air, as if searching for someone. Towering buildings appeared one after another, then slid away behind them. Bai Xiaobai spoke up, "Master, I still think this training should." And Yang cut her off at once, "This is bad. A phantom beast has appeared in the extreme cold zone." Bai Xiaobai suggested, "Master, hurry and save Sister Mengjiao. Leave this place to me." And Yang asked in surprise, "Leave it to you?" She answered, "Don't worry, if something happens on Sister Mengjiao's side, that will be far worse." And Yang gave careful instructions, "Don't act recklessly, wait until I come back." A dark shadow in the distance was silently watching the two of them. Scene change, a voice rang out, "Hurry, stop it, alias. Ice Snow Leopard, attribute, Ice type level, extraordinary 5-star, skill, Frostbone Claw." The Snow Leopard's claws become covered in thick ice in an instant. When it attacks, it not only deals physical damage, but also lets cold seep in slowly, numbing the opponent and slowing their movements. Bone Mist Concealment can spray out large amounts of cold bone mist, covering both itself and the surrounding area inside the mist. The snowstorm's figure becomes hazy, hiding its tracks and disrupting the enemy's vision and senses. Blizzard Rampart. The snowstorm raises its head and roars, summoning a violent storm. Inside the storm, razor-sharp ice shards shoot toward the enemy like hidden weapons, dealing wide area damage. Zhuzhou looked a little worried. She's running toward the outside. Meng Jiao shouted, "Lure it somewhere else. Buy Zhuzhou more time." The leopard roared when it saw Zhuzhou moving toward the ice flower. Xiao Zhan hurriedly fired shot after shot at the leopard. "This is bad, it seems to know we're trying to pick that ice flower." Meng Jiao thought to herself, "Forget it, I'll risk it." In an instant, she stood alert, facing the snow leopard. Zhuzhou shouted down in worry, Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao answered, "Zhuzhou, I'm fine, the ice flower matters more." Zhuzhou carefully moved closer to the ice flower. Her hands strained to touch the flower before her. Suddenly, Zhuzhou's foot slipped. Her body immediately fell downward. Zhuzhou screamed in panic. Below, Shen Mengjiao also shouted urgently, "Zhuzhou." Luckily, Yang and Yao Ming arrived in time and caught her. Shen Mengjiao ran over in joy, "Yao Ming, it's you." And Yang looked toward the snow leopard, his eyes now blazing red. The snow leopard roared, then shot toward him like a blur. The mutant lightning leopard immediately charged forward to confront it. The snow leopard suddenly bit hard into the mutant lightning leopard's body. However, the mutant lightning leopard broke free right after. And Yang shouted, "Kid, hurry to the cliffside." It immediately obeyed him and ran close to the cliff. In front of the mutant lightning leopard, the snow leopard slowly advanced. The snow leopard lunged, trying to pounce on the mutant lightning leopard, but missed. Its body plunged straight down the cliff. And Yang carefully picked the ice snow flower from the cliffside. Mengjiao spoke up, and Yang, "Thank goodness you got here in time." And Yang replied, "As long as everyone is safe, that's enough." Looking at the flower in his hand, Shen Mengjiao smiled. Now the fire cloud beast can be saved. and Yang looked around. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's head back now. Scene change by Xiaobai roared, Zhu Tong, if you've got guts, then come at me. The fire cloud beast looked furious. It raised its hand, as if trying to threaten him. But right after that, it collapsed again. Fire cloud beast. Zhu Tong mocked him, and Yang is nothing special after all. Not one of the phantom beasts he trained can fight. By Xiaobai, what's heroic about a sneak attack like that? Zhu Tong chuckled, and Yang, let's see how you end up. Bai Xiaobai shouted, I won't let you get away with this. Zhu Tong laughed loudly, fine by me. I'm always ready to welcome you people. Bai Xiaobai looked worriedly at the phantom beast lying on the ground. She pointed at it, and a surge of magic appeared. Fire Cloud Beast, I'll use life essence to extend your life. You have to hold on until Master comes back. Scene change in the snowy mountains where Yang's group was traveling. And Yang suddenly spoke and stopped walking. Wait. Strange sounds suddenly echoed through the air. And Yang said in alarm, this is bad, avalanche. Sure enough, an avalanche was crashing toward them. Run. Climb along the pine tree trunks. A moment later, and Yang spoke. Everyone, look over there. They saw two strange snow bears fighting. One of them had just gained the upper hand, knocking the crystal off the other's head. A chunk of ice crystal fell from the snow bear's forehead. And Yang got a little excited. The thing in front of him was very likely a treasure meant for ice-type phantom beasts. Meng Jiao immediately shouted an order for Yu Ming to move. Yu Ming shot downward and swiftly snatched the crystal from the snow bear's body. The two snow bears went berserk with rage when the treasure was stolen right in front of them. And Yang realized it with delight. This was a huge win. It really was the core crystal of an ice-type bear. His luck this time was no small thing. Zhuzhou panicked when she saw the avalanche closing in. She quickly yelled for everyone to look over there. What were they supposed to do now? A flock of frost sprite sparrows suddenly flew straight toward the group from out of nowhere. Meng Jiao spoke up in joy. You're frost sprite sparrows, right? Answer me. It'll get everyone out of here. Meng Jiao quickly translated. It says it will lead us out of this danger zone. Scene change and Yang called out, Xiaobai, we're back. This time I didn't only bring back the ice flower, I also got something else. I'll tell you later. Where is the fire cloud beast? Bai Xiaobai came out to greet him, but her face was pale, like her soul had been drained away. Master, what happened? She cried out that the fire cloud beast's condition was extremely critical. Xiao Zhan asked in panic, what happened to it? Hurry up and tell me. A moment later, Xiao Zhan roared in despair, and the sound shook everything around him. En Yang looked at the exhausted fire cloud beast lying limply on the ground. There's still hope to save it. Hurry and prepare the ice flower. The ice flower in the MC's hand instantly released a cold glow. Zhuzhou was secretly shocked. How could he use mental power to cast magic like that? That was a method of using powerful mental force to melt or sublimate matter, creating the final effect. She remembered what her teacher had once explained. In simple terms, only someone who had reached God Tamer level could do this. A while later, the ice flower in his hand had turned into countless tiny crystals. The MC immediately fed those crystals to the fire cloud beast. About an hour later, they finally began waking up one by one. Meng Jiao looked at him worriedly and asked what was wrong. The MC answered, I am fine. I overused my mental power a bit earlier. It'll be okay after some rest. But right after that, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, making everyone cry out in alarm. En Yang. Meng Jiao hurriedly held En Yang and asked anxiously what was really wrong with him. He forced out an answer, it's nothing. I am probably just tired from pushing myself non-stop. I'll recover after resting for a bit. Right then Zhu Tong's voice rang out, full of killing intent. En Yang, come out and die. If you keep hiding, I'll smash this building apart. When that happens, don't expect anyone to walk out of that room alive. En Yang immediately sprang up and demanded his axe. Meng Jiao stopped him in worry, don't move. Let me go out and check the situation first. He immediately replied, Meng Jiao, I can't feel at ease letting you face him alone. There is a mental link between us. I'll deal with Zhu Tong together with you. A moment later, Meng Jiao stepped out and said coldly, I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you. Zhu Tong sneered, that coward En Yang is making a woman like you take the fall for him. She answered, you don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Not bad, big words. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted. Luckily, Meng Jiao dodged just in time. Zhu Tong kept taunting her, let's see how long that mouth stays tough. Show me what you've got. Name, Demon King, mutated bloodline, fire attribute, special mutation grade, skills, diamond fist, meteor bullet, starry sky annihilation. Meng Jiao immediately shouted, Yu Ming, use Fox Howl to attack. En Yang sent a message into her mind, Meng Jiao, this power is extremely sinister, back off now. Demon King immediately threw a straight punch at Yu Ming, diamond fist. Yu Ming was clearly in pain after taking the full force of the attack. Zhu Tong muttered with contempt, that coward En Yang is making a woman stand in for him again. En Yang, get out here within 5 seconds, or I'll flatten this place. 5, 4, 3. Xiao Zhan picked up his gun and gritted his teeth. Worst case, we fight them to the death. I crossed an ice mountain and survived. You think I'm scared of a brat like you? En Yang frowned slightly. The words ice crystal kept flashing through his mind. The outer door was suddenly shattered in an instant. Under Zhu Tong's command, Demon King charged inside, go. Enyang pushed Zhu Zhou aside and stepped forward, so Yurei here. The MC instantly condensed an ice shield to face Demon King head-on. A blue beam shot out and struck Demon King directly in the forehead. It immediately clutched its head and screamed violently, its expression twisted in extreme pain. Zhu Tong said in terror, impossible. Xiao Zhan instantly raised his gun, ready to kill him, but Enyang stopped him at once. Uncle, stop. Your phantom beast is basically crippled now. Tell Li Wei to come fight me. You can leave. Zhu Tong frowned. Enyang, just you wait. I will definitely drag more people down to be buried with my phantom beast. Scene change. Meng Jiao asked Enyang worriedly how he was. He answered, I am fine. Bai Zirabai asked in surprise, Master, how did you think of using ice crystals against them? He answered, I just wanted to gamble once. This ice crystal could make two giant phantom beasts fight over it, so it definitely isn't ordinary. Meng Jiao smiled, good thing we had the ice crystal. Otherwise, Yuming would have almost been in danger. Enyang replied, Meng Jiao, based on our battle experience with Zhu Tong, most of his mutated phantom beasts are fire type. An ice crystal can counter them, but Yuming is suppressed by them. She smiled and answered, it's fine. But at that exact moment, a panicked cry suddenly rang out, help. Zhu Zhou looked outside. Zhu Tong must have lost control in his rage, so he killed innocent people by mistake. Xiao Zhan muttered, if I'd known earlier, I would have dealt with that bastard myself. Yin Yang said calmly, prepare for duel day. When time comes, we wipe them out. Zhu Zhou asked in confusion, how do we prepare? He answered, this depends on Uncle Xiao Zhan's strength. Bai Xiaobai smiled and reported, Master, Fire Cloud Beast has awakened. Xiao Zhan instantly lit up with joy, great, me is alive again, my son can be saved. But Yin Yang's face showed clear tension. Uncle A, we destroy Zhu Tong's group first. Buy Fire Cloud Beast more time to recover. Xiao Zhan frowned. Zhu Tong injured Fire Cloud Beast and almost cost me my chance to find my son. I will remember this debt. Yin Yang said, Zhu Zhou, team up with Uncle Cheng, set explosive traps around school. You can eliminate extremist organization members. Meng Jiao asked, what about me? He answered, adjust Netherworld to peak condition. When needed, kill small mutated phantom beasts that follow us. In this life, I will personally wipe out entire extremist organization. Yin Yang looked toward buildings far in distance. Scene shifts, extremist organization training base. Li Wei roared in anger. I didn't expect this to happen. Zhu Tong answered, Master. Yin Yang never took you seriously. He secretly allied with 3 great families. His final goal is to eliminate us. How is cloning going? Already moved into testing. I'll take you to see it. There stood Cage holding White Dragon and man screaming for help. White Dragon opened its huge mouth toward man. Zhu Tong reported, Master, White Dragon has tasted blood. If you command it little more, results will double with half effort. Li Wei chuckled, such fine copper crystal scales, such top-grade sharp claws, excellent with it, ruling world should not be far off. Scene shifts, Li Wei spoke, Yin Yang, are you still dreaming of defying heaven and changing fate? Yin Yang cut him off, cut nonsense, you and I never shared same path, cooperation is impossible. Li Wei chuckled, since that is how it is, don't blame me. White Dragon with same appearance as Bai Zirabai, appeared. Yin Yang cried out in shock, Zirabai. Bai Zirabai immediately answered, young master, I am here. Yin Yang instantly understood, so that was Kiss Thief. Li Wei provoked him, Yin Yang, call White Dragon out and fight. Yin Yang chuckled, good thing I prepared in advance. Kid, time is tight. I'll use mental power to pass you Ice Burst ultimate skill. Ice Burst 10 shatters can destroy anything except Ice-type phantom beasts. Kid, destroy it for me. Mutated Lightning Leopard instantly accepted order and charged straight at White Dragon. White Dragon suddenly fell into disadvantage as ice crystals spread across its entire body. Li Wei immediately ordered, increase mental power. In an instant, bolts of lightning made White Dragon snap upright. Suddenly Yin Yang spoke, ordering it to descend. Li Wei and Yin Yang watched White Dragon tensely. Zhu Tong grew anxious, you must hold on. Bai Zirabai also watched them with equal tension. Li Wei raised his voice, next generation surpasses previous one. Hundreds of ice rays suddenly shot through air. Bai Zirabai hurriedly sensed something was wrong. Li Wei frowned at White Dragon, opening its huge mouth. White Dragon suddenly lunged forward and bit his head. Zhu Tong cried out in panic, Master. Yin Yang gently closed his eyes and ordered it to pull back. White Dragon instantly soared into sky. Bai Zirabai asked in confusion, Master, what is going on? He answered, yesterday, I copied White Dragon. Of course, its memories were copied too. I am its true master. Bai Zirabai looked around, where is Zhu Tong? Did he run? Yin Yang instructed, take good care of Fire Cloud Beast. We're going to destroy their headquarters. Scene shifts, Zhu Tong was rushing back to base. It's over, everything is over. Moments later, he discovered group of people standing before Zhu Tong gate. Zhu Tong raised his weapon in fear. Who are you? What do you want? They roared in fury, pay for my brother's life. Zhu Tong hurriedly begged group, saying he was not killer. But before long, his body collapsed, with no trace of life left. Inside headquarters of Li Wei and Zhu Tong, Yin Yang spoke, "Everyone, be careful. Capture them alive, destroy equipment, and find out next plan and branches of this extremist organization. We must understand everything clearly." Inside base, group of people whispered, "Hurry, retreat. Activation device has been installed. Soon, they'll all die here, retreat." A voice suddenly rang out, shattering silence, "Careful. Poison gas, everyone. Cover your nose and mouth now." Zhao instantly glanced through smoke and shouted, "Fall back now." Yin Yang spotted right away. Gate had just come crashing down. From somewhere, cold voice rang out, "Welcome to New Germany Lab. We've prepared 2 tons of poison gas for you. Take your time and enjoy it." Dozens of giant spiders, no one knew where they came from, suddenly swarmed in. Zhao immediately raised gun and sprayed bullets nonstop into them. Yuan Pak took hits, staggered, and collapsed onto floor. Yin Yang immediately ordered Meng Jiao to use psychic power to disrupt them. "Everyone, retreat to East Vent." Meng Jiao heard order and moved at once. "Everyone, run." Pack of spiders was instantly swept by streak of purple light. Each one was blown apart on spot. Yin Yang kept shouting, "Wipe out every last one of them." Suddenly, another spider lunged straight at her. Meng Jiao coughed hard as toxic smoke began spreading thick and fast. Yin Yang hurriedly warned Meng Jiao to cover nose and mouth tightly. Then he turned to Zhao and barked, "Grenade." Zhao gripped grenade tight, drew back, and hurled it hard. Grenade shot down into middle of spider horde crawling across floor. A deafening blast rang out, blowing toxic spiders sky-high in an instant. Scene cut outside building. Zhao gritted teeth and muttered, "Damn it, we were still one step too late. We didn't get their secret files." Zhuzhou saw Meng Jiao clutching head in pain and immediately shouted, "Meng Jiao." In just a moment, Meng Jiao slumped onto her shoulder. Yin Yang kept calling out, Meng Jiao, wake up." Yin Yang frowned and hadn't finished speaking when Zhuzhou and Zhao were already clutching their heads, exhausted, saying their whole bodies had no strength left. Arms and legs were stiff. He wore stern look, lifted ice crystal in hand, and said in a low voice, "Damn it. Toxic made by extremist organization is far more dangerous than imagined. Beast taming, divine spirit, ice into water." Ice crystal in Yin Yang's hand released waves of chilling air. Frosty energy seeped through and merged with light. After a while, color returned to both faces. Zhao said slowly, "I am feeling much better now." He turned and explained, "Ice crystal can only temporarily suppress poison in your bodies. To purge toxin at root, we still need another way. We can't stay here long. Let's head back and talk." While group was running, book suddenly slipped from Yin Yang's body. Book hit ground and pages automatically flipped open. Lines of text appeared on page. "Nanliwo Divine Valley can cure this poison. Find secret mace to open God Mountain." After reading crucial clue in book, he immediately urged, "We've got lead, move." Scene shifted to land under blue sky. Peaceful landscape spread out before eyes. A splendid white castle with towering spires appeared. Inside, contemptuous voice suddenly rang out, "Just one wet behind ears kid has got you scared like this." Kneeling servant trembled as he explained, "Minister, you don't know this. Yin Yang is terrifyingly strong. Good thing I ran fast or else." Suddenly, bullet tore through air and shot out at monstrous speed. He panicked to extreme, eyes bulging wide with terror. Gyula sat arrogantly cross-legged on chair, gun in hand, radiating cold, brutal aura. Red-haired woman sat cross-legged on statue chair, holding smoking gun. Doctor from before had been shot dead with single round. She was Gyula, minister, 24 years old. At this moment, another subordinate walked in. Gyula immediately ordered, "Captain Zhang, I want every move Yin Yang makes." Servant heard that and answered, "Yes." Scene shifted outside high-rise district. Sky was still bright. In room, 3 men sat around table, apparently discussing something important. Scene shifted to Nanliwo Mountain in distance. Few people were already moving forward. One person said, based on clue in book, "Thing we need is in this valley." Yin Yang's group had arrived. Deeper they went, thicker fog became. He immediately noticed something often warned, "Not good. This mist is affecting spiritual energy. Everyone be careful." Bai Xiaobai also felt off. She touched forehead and said, "Master, something doesn't seem right." Group had no idea someone in distance was secretly watching them. 5 people in Yin Yang's team kept moving into fog. Yin Yang led front and kept reminding everyone to stay alert. At this moment, fish with wings on back suddenly flew up before Zhao. Zhuzhou behind him was drawn to it too. These flying fish had sharp teeth and fierce eyes. Water attribute flying fish, normal level 3. Skills include torpedo, water arrow, and spikes. Before he could guard against it, one flying fish lunged and bit Zhao hand. Pain shot through him, and he yelled. Right after that, more flying fish burst out of fog. Yin Yang saw this, frowned, and called out, "Zhao Zai." Zhao instantly appeared and unleashed lightning straight into flying fish swarm. Fish that bit Zhao hand had been dealt with too. He stomped it underfoot and said angrily, "Bite me again, will you?" Yin Yang walked in front, then glanced back and told everyone, "This valley has strategic terrain, easy to defend, hard to attack." Yin Yang was leading when he suddenly took one more step forward. Instantly, he stepped on pit hidden under thin layer of dirt. He slipped and fell straight into pit. Bai Xiaobai and Meng Jiao panicked and rushed over, shouting for Yin Yang. Zai Long gently put hand on Meng Jiao's shoulder and softly advised, "Sister Meng Jiao, don't worry, I'll use psychic power to contact Master." Right after that, her eyes turned extremely focused. Bai Xiaobai shut eyes tight, trying to sense link with Yin Yang, then softly called Master. Then sudden explosion rang out. She jolted open eyes and asked in shock, "Who is it?" After a while, whole group lay scattered and motionless on ground. Suddenly footsteps approached, and cold voice ordered, "Take them away." Scene shifted to dark, lonely space deep inside cave. En Yang lay sprawled motionless on cold stone floor. A moment later, En Yang slowly opened his eyes, pushed himself up, and stared blankly around dark cave, as if trying to piece together memory that had just been cut off. As he fumbled through darkness, he accidentally touched stone slab, and hidden mechanism immediately kicked in. Ground beneath his feet suddenly split open, and Main plummeted straight down into deep basement below. Once prey had fallen all way down, two heavy stone doors slammed shut at once. Underground, he walked forward while carefully scanning surroundings, never expecting this place to hide such massive gate. After moving a bit farther, huge figure suddenly emerged from shadows of dungeon and blocked path. En Yang's face turned tense when he saw enormous body closing in step by step, with aura pressing down heavily. System panel instantly popped up. Name, Pink Knight. Attribute, Earth. Rank, Level 2 Superpower. Skills, Triple Mound Axe, Gale Burst, Blaze Sky Charge. Sensing danger right in front of him, his expression changed, and he shouted at once, "Move." In that instant, giant axe hacked down hard, splitting ground into jagged slabs. Seeing that, En Yang could not hide surprise, thinking this illusion beast actually knew how to use weapon, and even had intelligence far from low. Right after that, mutated Thunderbolt Leopard shot up in streak of blue light, and Main immediately ordered, "Kid, dodge rubble, then knock it out." No matter how savage Pink Knight was, it still landed calmly on axe blade and fixed its gaze on opponent. Suddenly, bolts of lightning crashed straight down, landing fatal blow that made monster scream in pain. Seeing that scene, En Yang grinned and teased, this time its full roast suckling pig. Pink Knight collapsed onto ground, whole body giving off wisps of white smoke, completely unable to fight back. Right then, 3 pills suddenly appeared, and he looked over and said, "Pills." Main reached out and took 3 pills floating before him. Mutated Thunderbolt Leopard sniffed at pill scent, eyes lighting up with delight, then blurted out, "Smells so good." It quickly snatched 1 pill and swallowed it, and that bizarre sight left him stunned. How is that possible? En Yang saw that and scooped it up, smiling as he warned, "Hey kid, you're way too gluttonous. Next time, don't act on your own." Suddenly, its eyes flared red like flames, and sharp teeth bared, making him jump in shock and yell, "Kid." Mutated Thunderbolt Leopard's body was engulfed by countless razor-sharp blue lightning bolts, leaving En Yang frozen in terror. Right after that, tiny snow-white creature suddenly transformed into massive beast and let out thunderous roar full of crushing pressure.